Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 851, A Marvelous Experience. Lumian let go of her hand, pressed his left chest, silently praised Mr. Fool, then led Amandina towards the bottom of the slope through the grayish-white fog. The further Amandina walked, the more uncomfortable she became with her current state. The icy coldness emanating from within made her feel as if she had already died and become a corpse, while it seemed like another version of herself inside her body was trying to tear its way out. "Shall we go back?" she hesitantly said to Lumian. "We're almost at our destination." Lumian pointed in the direction where the faint, illusory sound of water could barely be heard, then added, "If you really decide to go back now, I can fulfill your request." Amandina hesitated for a few seconds. "We're already at the edge. Wouldn't it be a waste to go back now?" Lumian chuckled. "Don't worry, if it really gets to the point where we can't bear it, I'll definitely run faster than you." "You saying that makes me even more worried," Amandina replied softly. Lumian continued forward, thinking for a moment before saying, "When I tell you to close your eyes, close them. When I tell you to open them immediately." All right. In such an environment, Amandina could only choose to trust Lumian. Soon, the gray fog in front of them became very thin, revealing a spring the size of a pond. Pale white water flowed in the spring, surrounded by deep, dark objects of indescribable color. Amandina saw a wet, seaweed-like black hair floating in the water, and at the bottom, there seemed to be multiple faint figures hidden, struggling as if they had just drowned and were trying to crawl out. At the same time, she noticed a lady wandering beside the spring water, wearing a white robe, with black hair, exquisitely perfect features, and a holy aura that seemed out of place in the catacombs. Amandina was immediately attracted, and if it weren't for the lady's blank and cold gaze, lacking necessary charm, and if the spring water hadn't suddenly retracted into a pitch-black hole that light couldn't penetrate, she might have been unable to pull herself away. Lumian also saw Crismona's figure, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. I could bring Jenna here to meet Crismona directly, without having to wait until advancement every time. The Crismona here is more like a wandering ghost, bound to the area around the Samaritan women's spring. Whether she can communicate normally, whether she would indiscriminately attack approaching demonesses, whether this would cause any abnormalities is still unknown. I need to find a way to confirm before bringing Jenna in. Seeing that Crismona's shadow didn't even glance at him, Lumian turned his head to Amandina and said, "You can close your eyes now." "Okay." Amandina felt a certain fear and obediently closed her eyes. Lumian then took 2 steps forward, reaching the edge of the Samaritan women's spring. The next second, Amandina heard the sound of gushing spring water and felt a violent, frenzied aura descend upon her. She couldn't help but tremble, her knees weakening. At the same time, she had hallucinations, believing that multiple figures were approaching her, each extremely terrifying, the kind that would cause nightmares if seen and lead to a tragic death if encountered. Amandina cried out in fear, "Let's go back. I want to go back." As she screamed, the violent and frenzied aura subsided, and the multiple figures in her hallucination retreated. She heard Lumian's deep voice in her ear. "You can open your eyes now." Amandina broke free from the extreme fear, relaxing a little. She didn't hesitate and opened her eyes. She saw that familiar figure, wearing a strange rust-spotted iron crown, skin as crystalline as jade, with a white beard gently floating, already quite elderly. At this moment, the old man's figure was sitting cross-legged at the deep hole, which was violently shaking as if some unknown entity was trying to squeeze out. Amandina's gaze fell on those deep eyes that seemed like the night sky. Her thoughts suddenly became blurred, as if she saw a rotting, pus-oozing hand with strange feathers reaching out and pressing on her head. She also heard an old, blank, cold, and hollow voice ringing in her ear. But she couldn't understand what the voice was saying. After an unknown amount of time, Amandina came to her senses. The old man's figure was no longer in her sight, only the dark soil that had lost the pale white spring water, and Lumian crouching beside the spring, holding a small golden bottle to collect the seeping water droplets. Of course, Lumian and the others had reported Amandina's situation to the major arcana card holders before daring to bring her into the area around the Samaritan women's spring, and Madam Magician had also asked him to collect some more spring water. "What's the use of this water?" Amandina, no longer so nervous and scared, asked curiously. "If you make your enemy drink it, they will die instantly," Lumian patronizingly replied. Amandina's eyes lit up, but she asked in confusion, "But how can I make my enemy drink it?" Lumian put away the small golden bottle, stood up and said, "What did you see just now? What did you experience?" Amandina recalled and recounted all the details, then self-examined. "But I couldn't understand what was being said. The pronunciation was %yen. It seems like I've gained a new ability. I can placate souls, calm emotions, and desires. Lumian carefully remembered the few pronunciations Amandina had relayed, walked back to the young lady's side and said, "You've received a new boon, Soul Assure." "Yes." Amandina smiled. "I feel like my body has even changed a little." Lumian chuckled. "Maybe you'll slowly grow a white beard, develop wrinkles. I've heard that boons gradually make the blessed ones resemble the high-level beings who granted them power, both mentally and physically." Amandina was startled. "Can I not have that? Try consuming corresponding pathway potions to see if it can counteract it," Lumian said as he passed by Amandina and walked up the slope leading to the tomb chamber. Amandina followed closely behind, lost in thought. Even until Lumian and Amandina left the underground catacombs, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony had not encountered Harrison, the visitor from Resurrection Island. "He didn't show up?" Franca frowned and said, "Was my deduction wrong? Is relying on the traits of characteristics alone not enough to achieve such powerful convergence? Or is it that only angel-level high-sequence beyonders can actively utilize the law of convergence?" Jenna's eyes shifted slightly as she thought for a moment before saying, "Maybe Harrison can sense this deliberate convergence and actively avoided it. Maybe he's not from the death, darkness, or twilight pathways. He has a deep understanding of death and is pursuing corresponding things and scenes, but that doesn't mean he's a beyonder of these pathways. What if he's a scholar studying death?" "It's possible." Franca sighed. "Let's wait 5 more minutes, then we'll go after Lumian and Amandina." Even until they all gathered at 9 Rue Orosai apartment 702, Harrison from Resurrection Island still hadn't appeared. "Thank you all. I can provide help for you now," Amandina said, looking at Franca. Franca looked at the young girl who appeared somewhat tired from her terrifying experience and smiled, saying, "There's no rush. You should go back first. Once you've adapted to your newly gained power and regained your body's balance, we'll come again. Besides, it's quite convenient to travel from Port Pilos to Trier." "How is it convenient?" "Without using the mirror world or teleportation, it might take 2 or 3 months to arrive." Amandina grumbled silently, but accepted Franca's suggestion. Then she was sent back by Lumian and the others using black tear to the mirror Franca had given her, and she emerged from it. At this moment, it was still night outside, with servants occasionally passing by in the corridor. Looking at her familiar bedroom, at the fountain pen on the desk and the pile of books, Amandina suddenly felt as if she had been away for many days and experienced too many things. But it had only been half a night. In this half night, she had completed a round trip using the mirror world, toured the prosperous Trier that was farther than any distant place, explored the underground catacombs featured in magazines, and witnessed the terrifying area around the Samaritan Women's Spring. After savoring the experience for a while, Amandina sincerely sighed. How amazing! A marvelous journey! Inside apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai, Lumian tried to repeat the sounds Amandina had heard. Franca listened intently, hesitating before saying, "It seems to be Beware Penglai." "Beware Penglai?" "The Penglai divine mountain mentioned by Armored Shadow? This doesn't have much practical meaning for us," Lumian said thoughtfully. Jenna and Anthony both nodded. "Indeed." Franca quickly adjusted her mindset, "but we've at least achieved one of our goals. In a few days, we can bring Amandina to summon Armored Shadow." At that time, she planned to first try asking if it could understand the meaning of the text on Mr. Starr's information. Just thinking about it was quite exciting. After chatting idly for a while, Anthony, seeing that it was getting late, bid farewell and left to return to his own home. Jenna looked at Franca, pacing back and forth, then turned to Lumian and quietly pointed at herself. Lumian slowly shook his head and pointed at himself. After exchanging glances several times, Jenna, wearing her vampire makeup, pursed her lips and said to Franca, "I'll make a move first." Franca didn't say much, as she wanted to talk to Lumian alone about those ancient texts and the curly-haired baboons research society. After Jenna left, she sat down in the armchair and comfortably stretched her limbs. She glanced at Lumian and asked curiously, "Why don't you sit down?" Lumian looked at Franca, unable to hold back another sigh. "I have something to tell you." Franca scrutinized Lumian's expression suspiciously. "Are you playing a prank? You're the type of person who would warn everyone in a joking tone, even if a disaster was about to happen." "No, you're serious." "Is it something very serious?" Lumian had already used black tear to sense the various mirrors in the room, roughly confirming that the demoness of black wasn't watching. He looked at Franca, instinctively wanting to force a smile to make himself seem a bit more relaxed, but he couldn't manage it. Franca unconsciously sat up straight. Lumian spoke in a low voice. Jenna asked me to help her digest the pleasure potion. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 852, Two Choices. Franca was initially stunned. Then her expression turned to one of obvious shock. She opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to say something, but her red lips quivered uncontrollably. Her face gradually turned pale, and her eyes flickered between emptiness and confusion. Lumian quietly watched Franca without saying a word. After a while, Franca asked hoarsely and with difficulty, "You agreed." Her voice sounded like it was being squeezed out of her throat, her eyes holding a glimmer of hope. Lumian nodded slowly. The light in Franca's eyes dimmed instantly. She lowered her head bit by bit, staring at her legs resting on the armchair. After a few seconds, she muttered as if in a dream, "I knew." Jenna's affection and regard for me were never love. I was just fantasizing that she couldn't find anyone suitable to help digest the pleasure potion and had to reluctantly choose me. And maybe over time, physical entanglement would lead to emotional closeness. I knew. Jenna was in a hurry to digest the potion because her brother would soon return to try her. I knew the female demoness path is very dangerous. Jenna is very aware of this too. I knew her sexual orientation is men. I knew she's decisive and good at making bold moves. I can accept Jenna choosing someone else. I can accept that she likes someone else. She's free. She's independent. She's not my appendage. Just because I like her doesn't mean she must like me or can't get close to others. I've been mentally preparing myself for this, even comforting myself that maybe this could help me digest the affliction potion. But, Franca suddenly looked up, her eyes burning with anger. Why you? Damn it, why you? Lumian felt like he was being stared at by a beautiful yet dangerous leopard, but he remained silent. The answer didn't need to be spoken. It had already been spoken. Franca and Lumian locked eyes, her gaze gradually turning sorrowful. She laughed at herself bitterly, then asked in frustration and anger, "Why did you agree?" "For two reasons, one superficial and one real." "Which do you want to hear?" Lumian replied with a bitter smile. "I want to hear both," Franca said without hesitation, her voice firm. She stood up, trying to make herself appear more imposing. Lumian sighed and said, "The superficial reason is that Jenna had already come to me. Whether I refused or avoided her, it would hurt her, affect her state, and leave hidden dangers. If I agreed to help her, it would hurt you. I had to choose the option where the aftermath was relatively easier to deal with. You are optimistic and have a good nature. You should be able to gradually let go." "Damn it. So, because I have a good nature, I deserve to be bullied." Franca interrupted angrily, laughing bitterly. She walked to the window, placing her hands on the window frame, staring at the night outside as if to calm herself down. Lumian came up beside her, also gazing into the deep night. After a few seconds, without turning her head, Franca asked, as if talking to herself, "And the real reason?" Lumian was silent for a moment before saying, "From the moment you didn't want to lose your image in front of someone you truly loved, at the moment you began digesting the pleasure potion, and Jenna took the initiative to approach you, your relationship entered a vortex, spiraling downward, and sooner or later, it would erupt. The longer it dragged on, the more hurtful and severe the consequences. It's better to have a conclusion sooner. For me, the optimal choice in this matter would actually be to delay until preparations for the iron-blooded night advancement ritual were complete. If things went smoothly, that would only be a matter of 3 or 4 weeks. By then, I would have gained godhood, becoming a demigod of Sequence 4. Whatever emotional issues you two had, it wouldn't affect me even if it completely shattered our team's harmony and unity. Even if the subsequent Sequence 3 also required a team, I would have enough time to reorganize." Franca listened quietly, then turned her head to look at Lumian's face. "And your emotions?" Lumian gazed into the darkness outside, remaining silent. Franca followed suit, remaining silent for a while before saying expressionlessly, "You should go now. I'm a mess. I want some peace." Lumian hesitated, not moving. Seeing this, Franca said with a complex smile, "Don't worry, I won't leave. I still have a mission." "Why aren't you leaving yet? Do you want me to beat you up? Let me tell you, once I figure things out, I might end up like that demoness in Morora and cut off your manhood. Anyway, you can grow it back. I'll cut it every day. Go on, get out. Get lost." Seeing Franca's emotions gradually intensify and her grabbing something to throw at him, Lumian sighed softly, walked towards the door, opened it, and stepped into the stairwell. Bang! The sound of the door slamming shut echoed behind him. Lumian descended the stairs and soon saw Jenna standing silently in the shadows. She hadn't really left. She had been waiting quietly in the building, head slightly lowered. How did it go? Jenna raised her head, asking Lumian. Lumian recounted his conversation with Franca and her reactions, focusing on the key points. Jenna pursed her lips and said to Lumian, "You should go back. I'll wait outside in case of any accidents." Lumian glanced back at the dark hallway, then said, "I'll wait here too." Jenna shook her head. "One person is enough. If she calms down, she might want to talk to me. Your presence might provoke her further." After a moment of thought, Lumian said, "Okay." He looked at Jenna's deep eyes, filled with a hint of pain, and sighed, saying, "In this world, most people are selfish most of the time. Like you." Lumian paused and pointed at himself. "And like me." Jenna's gaze softened a bit, and she smiled self-deprecatingly. "Sometimes, I really want to drag you into the abyss with me." Returning to his rented apartment, Lumian lay on his bed, staring at the dark ceiling, unable to sleep. He didn't want to rely on cogitation to calm himself down either. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly had a premonition and sat up abruptly, directing his gaze toward the bedroom window. With a creak, the window opened, and Franca, wearing a woman's shirt and fitted trousers but sporting fuzzy slippers, jumped in. In the crimson moonlight, her eyes appeared red, and she held a dagger in her hand. "Thanks to you, I've digested quite a bit of the affliction potion," Franca said through gritted teeth, looking at Lumian sitting on the bed. "Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get." Lumian stared at Franca's face for a few seconds, his gaze slowly shifting to the dagger in her hand. He waited for Franca to continue speaking. Franca ground her teeth and said, "I can accept Jenna making this choice. Although I will be sad, sorrowful, and in pain, I am willing to accept it and even encourage her. But you hurt your bro. You should be cut into pieces for this. Do you know how much this hurt me? We were so close, so in sync, always thinking of each other. Why did you break this beautiful state? You ended up making me feel abandoned, like you two are close and intimate, while I'm left out, the unnecessary one. I feel betrayed." As she spoke, the gnashing tone in Franca's voice diminished, and a trace of confusion appeared in her voice. She paused, then threw the dagger, which embedded itself accurately in Lumian's bed. Franca then took 2 steps forward, glaring at Lumian. "You now have 2 choices. One, as I said before, if you dare touch Jenna, I'll make you drink the witch potion and turn you into a woman. Now your choice is to switch pathways and become a demoness of despair. 2, I screw you or you screw me." Lumian had anticipated many possible developments, but he hadn't expected these choices. Seeing his shocked, bewildered expression, Franca added angrily, "I want to join you too." Lumian finally said a word, carefully observing Franca's state. After speaking, Franca let out a long sigh, revealing her usual smile. "Let me ask you, do you, care about me?" "Yes," Lumian answered without hesitation. Franca nodded in satisfaction. "Do you care about Jenna?" "Yes," Lumian also didn't hesitate. Franca pursed her lips and asked further, "Does Jenna care about you?" "Yes," Lumian had no doubts. Franca then asked, "Do I care about you?" "Yes." Lumian nodded solemnly. Franca continued, "And do I care about Jenna?" "Very much," Lumian added an adjective. Franca hesitated and asked again, "And does Jenna care about me?" "Very much." "You're her family and her best friend," Lumian answered seriously. Franca then raised her hand slightly. "There you have it. We all care about each other, and we never know when we might die suddenly. So let's stay together. No one abandons anyone. It's just sleeping together. Love is a pain in the ass. To hell with love." Lumian was rendered speechless for a moment. He looked at Franca and sincerely remarked, "You look quite beautiful in your current state of mind." Franca chuckled. "What else would I be doing?" As she said this, she suddenly half-turned her head and looked to the side, her voice growing louder. "Should I give up? Should I leave?" Tears, long in the making, slowly trickled down her cheeks. Lumian remained silent. After a few seconds, Franca turned her head back, her gaze deep as she looked at Lumian. In a hoarse voice, she said, "Because in this world, you two are the most important people to me." The only two. Under the crimson moonlight, her face was already streaked with tears. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 853, Confession. Seeing the sparkling tears and streaks on Franca's face, Lumian suddenly thought of his sister Aurora. He recalled the loneliness that always emanated from her when she gazed at the stars from the rooftop. He also remembered the life he and Aurora had depended on each other in Cordu, the excruciating pain when his sister died and Cordu was destroyed, and the self-destructive impulses he had when he first arrived in Trier. Overcoming those emotions and rebuilding his social connections had started with Franca, Jenna, Charlie, and many tenants at the Aubaire's Du Coq d'Or. In this world, there aren't many people I care about anymore. Lumian sighed deeply. Back in Aurora, he'd engaged in mutual scheming against Julie, Albus Medici, and the others. Even when facing various dangers and conspiracies, he hadn't sighed as much as he had in the past few days. He often felt so troubled that he wanted to burn the world down. Franca's words had struck a chord in him. He already knew what his answer would be, but he wanted to struggle a bit more. Looking at Franca, Lumian said with a bitter smile, "Caring doesn't have to manifest in that way. Apart from Aurora, you and Jenna are the people I care about most." Franca shook her head without hesitation. "No way. I would feel resentful, like an outsider. You agreed to Jenna, so you have to agree to me too. Once you started this, you can't take it back. You should have realized this when you made that decision. If you don't balance the bowl filled with water, it will spill out. As the leader of a team, you must remember 3 things when dealing with each member. Fairness, fairness, and damn fairness. But for this kind of matter," Lumian responded instinctively, "if Anthony wants to sleep with me, do I have to agree too?" "You must agree." Franca walked to the bed and looked down at Lumian sitting there, her voice fierce. "Who told you to sleep with Jenna first? Unless Anthony doesn't want to, or you consider him a dispensable member of the team." Lumian rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. What kind of strange logic is this? Why does Franca always have so many bizarre ideas? Lumian looked at Franca and said with a bitter smile, "Is this how you digested the instigator potion?" Before Franca could respond, he sighed again. "I agree," he added, "but I'm only speaking for myself. You'll have to talk to Jenna about it yourself." He was referring to the threesome. Franca's body suddenly swayed, as if she had briefly lost strength. Her expression slowly relaxed, and she said with a chuckle, "We'll talk about it later. For now, I just want your agreement. And Jenna and I." Lumian initially wanted to say that he and Jenna had only agreed until the pleasure potion was digested, but he felt it wasn't the right time to say this now. Franca, looking a bit tired, showed a teasing smile. "You haven't said which choice you agreed to. I'm more looking forward to you becoming a demoness of despair, or me screwing you." "The remaining choice," Lumian answered helplessly. Franca let out a long breath. "That works too." She seemed to have lost her hard exterior, looking quite weak. She waved her hand. "I'll go rest now, I thought." Lumian was slightly surprised. Franca rolled her eyes at him. "What did you think?" "I've been so shocked and hurt. Feeling down for so long, my emotions and state are all over the place. How can I be in the mood for the deed? You've agreed, so just keep it in mind, and we'll talk about it when I feel better. My mind and spirit need a break too." Lumian sighed silently. After watching Franca leave through the window, disappearing into the night outside, Lumian walked to the bedroom door and opened it. Jenna was quietly sitting in the dark area of the living room. Lumian wasn't surprised by Jenna's appearance. She had been watching Franca's door, and Franca's intense emotions made it hard not to be noticed or followed when she left. "I didn't expect it to turn out this way." Lumian sighed to Jenna. Jenna stood up, smiling. "Although I didn't expect it either, I thought about it for a while and felt like maybe I could accept it. Just you and her, it's much better than I anticipated." "What did you anticipate?" Lumian quietly sighed with relief. Jenna's eyes held a mix of sadness, guilt, and pain as she said, "Franca losing her mind and trying to kill us. I would agree, but hide for a while, waiting until I have arranged Julian's future before seeing her again." Lumian looked at Jenna for a few seconds, then sighed. "Since your mother's death, you've had quite a bit of self-destructive tendencies. We thought we completely helped you overcome them, but it turns out a bit still lingered." Jenna's eyes glistened as she looked at Lumian. "Aren't you the same?" Lumian met her gaze and after 2 seconds, couldn't help but laugh. "Is this a support group for the broken?" "Yes." Jenna pointed to the door. "I'll go talk to Franca. We'll exchange our ailments in a few days." "Okay." Lumian nodded gently. Inside apartment 702, at 9 Rue Orosai. Franca lay back in the armchair, her eyes open, gently rocking with the chair's movement. Knock, knock, knock. She heard the knocking and realized someone was outside. In this state, I could easily be assassinated. Franca reflected on herself, stood up, and walked to the door. She could guess who was outside. Sure enough, she saw Jenna with her vampire makeup. Franca opened her mouth, unsure what to say, and just stepped aside to let Jenna in. After Jenna sat on the single sofa, she smiled at Franca, who had returned to the armchair. I heard your conversation with Lumian. Franca's face, which had been somewhat pale, quickly turned red. Embarrassing. How embarrassing? So embarrassing, she wanted to crawl into a hole. Jenna laughed softly. Actually, I also looked forward to those other two choices more. Franca could only give a sheepish chuckle. Jenna looked at her seriously. I can tell there were other thoughts behind that last choice. Can you tell me what they were? Franca remained silent for a few seconds before speaking up. That bastard Lumian must have told you it was only until the pleasure potion was digested. I know him. As she spoke, Franca felt a bit indignant on Jenna's behalf. Then she sighed. If I joined now in this state, Lumian would definitely feel awkward and not set a time limit. For fairness, he shouldn't propose one to you either. Jenna closed her eyes briefly, as if being blown by the wind. She looked at Franca with unusually gentle eyes and said with a bitter smile, "But that's just a false realization. I can't deceive myself. False is better than nothing. If it lasts long enough, it might become real." Franca showed a self-mocking smile. For a long time, even knowing it's false is better. It helps us digest the potion. Looking at Jenna, Franca suddenly felt a surge of emotion and had a lot to say. Maybe I'm a coward. I've liked you for a long time, but I've never dared to truly pursue you or express my feelings. I've always been indecisive about this, retreating every day. In the current atmosphere, Franca suddenly found it wasn't hard to say the words, "I like you." This unexpected ease made her even sadder. Jenna looked at Franca without any anger or words. She could feel that what Franca truly wanted to say was yet to come. After a brief pause, Franca clenched her teeth and uttered, "I've been hiding something from you. I was originally a man." "I know," Jenna replied calmly, her eyes showing some encouragement. "The witch potion, you did know." Franca wasn't surprised. She mustered her courage and continued, "There's something else. I'm not from this world. I transmigrated from another world. I took over this body." Jenna exclaimed in surprise. Another world? A thought suddenly struck her. The one with the underworld Taoist and the celestial master. Having worked together for so long, Franca often forgot whether she had told Jenna about these things. So Jenna knew these terms but didn't understand what they represented, considering them as powerful beings. Yes, and also Resurrection Island. After revealing the secret, Franca felt much lighter. Jenna had a look of sudden realization. "No wonder you were so agitated when you got Harrison's information. So, you understand why I've been eager to summon the armored shadow?" Franca asked nervously. You don't mind that I took someone else's body, do you?" "Why should I mind? Unless it's the Franca I know being replaced." Jenna responded with amusement, clearly expressing her stance. Franca relaxed completely, almost collapsing into the armchair. Jenna thought for a moment and probed, "Lumian's sister and those mysticism gathering attendees with strange code names, are they from your world too?" "Yes, but I can't tell you more." "I can only talk about my part," Franca said with a sigh. "I used to dream of going home, returning to my world. So every time I had the impulse to step towards you, I couldn't help but ask myself, can you bear her future? When there's a chance to go home, would you stay for her? Taking her to an unfamiliar world, wouldn't that be too cruel? Would she be willing to go? Could she go?" Each time I asked those questions, I retreated. I was always so conflicted, never taking any real action. Jenna listened gently, and when Franca finished, she smiled and said, "You're one of the kindest people I've ever met. I'm glad you were with me through the toughest times." She looked at Franca and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you still think about going home now?" Franca fell silent. The crimson moonlight outside had dimmed at some point. After a few seconds, Franca answered in a low voice, "Yes. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability." Chapter 854, Translation. Hearing Franca's answer, Jenna bit her lip and said, "Was that choice you just made also influenced by this factor?" "Maybe," Franca said with a bitter smile. "I felt that if I didn't do this, there would always be that lingering resentment in my heart. We would definitely grow apart over time. Once the mission is completed, once there's no external force keeping us together, we might just drift apart. But I don't want that. When I left with the dagger just now, I genuinely wanted to castrate Lumian once to vent my anger. But walking in the shadows of the street, the cold wind sobered me up a lot. Then I thought love is such a nuisance. Without it, the three of us could still be together happily like before. With that thought, I suddenly felt that if I could exclude love and the possessiveness and jealousy it brings, maybe, just maybe, it could work. Madam Judgment has always told us that the end is near, coming in a few years or decades. We must prepare ourselves mentally and in terms of strength. Although there are no signs of the apocalypse yet, and we often forget this matter to maintain a good mindset and avoid going mad from stress, we've already experienced two major catastrophes in Trier alone. The Tree of Shadow incident and the hostile plan. No matter how we try to avoid or ignore them, we can't escape their impact. Under such circumstances, any one of us might leave, say goodbye, or die at any time. So why care so much? Although that choice is strange, and even I find it hard to accept, why not give it a try? After trying, our future might be better and we'll become closer, even more caring for one another. Or it might get worse, gradually drifting apart and becoming familiar strangers or even enemies. But how will we know the result without trying? It won't get much worse anyway. Of course, human emotions are uncontrollable. Even if our future gets better, the hidden love and possessiveness and jealousy it brings can't be completely eliminated. Pain and pleasure will coexist for a long time. Perhaps that's the essence of a demoness. But no matter what, I still like that saying. Life is short. Why not give it a try? Jenna listened intently to Franca's statement, then said with a gentle gaze, "That's why I feel such a strong sense of urgency and sometimes make selfish choices." She then chuckled. "I've heard Lumian tease you with life is short. Why not give it a try? Was it because you did something strange with that saying in mind?" Franca smiled awkwardly. "I was quite hesitant and conflicted about drinking the witch potion. Then someone said that phrase to me." Jenna understood, and instead of mocking Franca, asked curiously, "Was it also that saying that encouraged you to be with Gardner Martin?" "Yes. I hadn't met you all then, and I didn't have anyone I particularly cared about," Franca replied even more awkwardly. Seeing this, Jenna chuckled softly. "Did you ever think about trying it with Lumian?" "Well," Franca felt like running away. "Oh, come on, you pure-hearted girl, let's not talk about such inappropriate topics." Jenna deliberately swore. Damn it. The dirty jokes and obscene scenes I heard and saw while singing in bars and dance halls were far more shocking than this. Not just between men and women, even between men and men. The atmosphere became less sad and heavy, and Jenna stood up. "You look very tired." "Emotional upheaval does that. I'll go back now. Get some rest." "Okay." Franca stood up as well. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to ask something, but ultimately didn't. Sensitive to details, Jenna smiled. "Ask whatever you want. You've already made that decision. What else could you hesitate to ask?" Franca hesitated for a moment, then looked into Jenna's eyes and asked, "If I had told you from the start that I was originally a man, and after spending some time together, genuinely pursued you, would you have fallen for me?" Jenna thought seriously for a moment, then replied, "I can't answer such a hypothetical question. All I can say is maybe." She looked back into Franca's eyes, saying, "I've told you before, during that period, you were a light in my life. To me, you were both my best friend and the older sister who always protected me, despite not being related by blood. After my mother died, I even projected some of my feelings for her onto you. Maybe that's why I sometimes thought I shouldn't give you any false hopes, and it was better to cut things off early." Jenna smiled. "In my heart, if I were to rank the three people I care about most, Julian would be first, you second, and Lumian third. Love might fade one day, but the bond we share won't." Franca felt relieved and said with a smile, "You have a great way with words." "Of course, I studied hard back then." Jenna walked towards the door. After a few steps, she turned back to Franca and hesitated. "I can't accept the idea of joining right now. Just speaking for myself." She then laughed. "But who knows what the future holds?" Franca smiled. "It's just a saying." Jenna turned back to the door, opened it, and held the brass handle, pausing once more. She turned her body and looked at Franca standing in the center of the living room, asking quietly, "If one day you find a way home, and both Lumian and I want you to stay, would you?" Franca stood with her back to the crimson moonlight, her face hidden in deep shadow. After a long silence, she answered slowly, "I don't know." Her voice seemed to be squeezed out from her heart, light and weak. 2 days later, in an underground quarry in Trier, Franca, Jenna, and Amandina, who had just arrived from Manani in the southern continent, stood inside a wall of spirituality, watching Lumian set up an altar. Anthony, who Amandina hadn't noticed, was responsible for guarding the perimeter. Lumian calmly completed the preparations, lit the candles, dripped the essential oil, and stepped back 2 steps, standing next to Franca. He wasn't worried about the lack of demigod protection. Firstly, Amandina was present. Secondly, when he sent the bottle of Samaria woman spring water to Madam Magician, he mentioned this matter. Seeing the candle flames flicker, Franca suddenly became nervous, while Amandina looked puzzled. She had no idea what she was supposed to help with or could help with. Once Franca nodded, indicating she was ready, Lumian recited in ancient Hermes. Then, switching to Hermes. I summon in my name. The spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a combination of numerous shadows, Lumian Lee's contracted creature. This was a familiar part of the process to Amandina, similar to summoning a messenger. So she didn't pay much attention, curious about the incantation's description while observing Franca, the lady whose name she had just learned, and Lumian's eye interactions, looking for any signs of intimacy. To her disappointment, Franca, Jenna, and Lumian were all focused on the ritual. Soon, a blurry shadow in fish-scale armor emerged from the candle flame, its black scales stained with pure gold, appearing solemn and sacred. The transparent faces on the scales were clearer than before, more twisted and fierce like evil spirits. They silently screamed, displaying hatred and malice. Amandina was startled. It wasn't the appearance of armored shadow that scared her. Such horror couldn't intimidate someone who had experienced the Dream Festival, summoned Banefell, and been to the underground catacombs. What shocked her was armored shadow, and the ghostly faces on its scales simultaneously looking at her. She almost stopped breathing, her body enveloped in icy coldness. Armored shadow spoke in a strange language. Only Franca could barely understand it, hearing, "Disciple of the underworld gate." It really recognizes Amandina's boon. Franca murmured, noticing armored shadow's malice had lessened, indicating a more peaceful interaction was possible. Lumian also noticed the change and quickly had Franca place the 100,000 Verldor worth of gold on the altar, then spoke in Hermes. I offer this sacrifice. Please complete a simple task and answer 2 questions. Armored shadow conveyed agreement, its scales transparent faces greedily eyeing the gold. Lumian immediately placed the documents Franca handed him on the altar. These weren't the documents Mr. Starr gave Franca, nor the original documents. The former had its order completely scrambled, making it difficult to interpret through a question-and-answer format, and the latter could corrupt armored shadow, leading the ritual to unforeseen dangers. So after Franca expressed her intention, Mr. Starr provided new documents through Madam Judgment. The new documents extracted several complete sentences from the original, containing hundreds of frequently used words from the rest of the text. The task is to translate these documents. Franca listened to Lumian's request with anticipation and anxiety. She wasn't sure if Armored Shadow would accept the deal. With a whooshing sound, the 2 pages floated up, hovering before Armored Shadow. After a few seconds, the Armored Shadow spoke again in an incomprehensible language. Franca's ears perked up. Pure Yin does not last, pure Yang does not grow. Yin contains Yang, Yang contains Yin. The union of Yin and Yang gives rise to everything. This is the way of heaven. That's it. Franca's lips twitched. Although she hadn't truly done the deed, she suspected Armored Shadow was insinuating something about herself, Jenna, and Lumian. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 855, That Corpse. To Franca, the sentence Armored Shadow Chintu had just translated was quite ordinary. It was something she often read before her transmigration. She couldn't understand why the major arcana card holders thought such words could bring corruption. Could it be the words themselves? Just like the word I, which can have entirely different meanings in Intis and ancient Hermes. However, isn't there a phrase that seems a bit off? Yin and Yang unite to create all things. Shouldn't it be Yin and Yang unite to produce all things? Franca had been an avid internet user before her transmigration, and one of her hobbies was reading novels and watching anime. She had only seen Yin and Yang unite to produce all things, and never heard of Yin and Yang unite to create all things. Of course, after thinking carefully, she found it understandable. Yin and Yang unite to nurture all things. All things grow and weave together to form matter. In that case, the logic remains sound, just omitting the all things as the bridge. While Franca was distracted by her thoughts, she continued to listen seriously to the rest of the sentences translated by Armored Shadow. She didn't write down the corresponding content. As a demoness proficient in divination, she could easily recall the full content in her dreams later. The subsequent sentences were similar to the first, all about the opposition, contradiction, conflict, reflection, harmonization, and unity of yin and yang. They were all broad principles without in-depth explanations or practical details, making Franca feel like yawning. The only thing she felt was worth pondering was the last half-sentence of the document, to approach the way of heaven. From her understanding of this phrase, Franca naturally linked it to the knowledge that boons made the recipient gradually closer to the giver, and the way underworld Taoist granted power to Amandina was indeed through a boon. To approach the way of heaven, is this document actually about how to use mind and body harmoniously, balancing yin and yang to synchronize with the so-called way of heaven, thereby gaining power? Is this a way of seeking boons? Franca saw that Armored Shadow Chintu had finished translating and let the documents float back. She quickly gathered her thoughts and prepared to ask her questions. After catching the documents, she immediately asked in her true native language. The first question, have you heard of anyone traveling from the world you and underworld Taoist to another world? Franca didn't translate this question into Intijan for Lumian to ask, fearing Amandina would learn about the transmigration. Though they could later have Anthony hypnotize Amandina to make her forget, why not use a simpler method? Armored Shadow Chintu turned its gaze towards Franca, who spoke a similar language. After a few seconds, it looked back at Lumian, conveying the thought of, should I answer? As the host of the current ritual, Lumian had to approve, or Armored Shadow and Franca wouldn't be able to communicate. Otherwise, Armored Shadow, unless using force, couldn't take the gold on the altar, even if it didn't fulfill the agreement. Lumian nodded. This is the first question. Armored Shadow replied in a deep, hoarse voice, unknown. It still used the language close to Franca's mother tongue. Amandina grew increasingly confused. She couldn't understand anything. Throughout the process, she could only understand Lumian's part. Amandina glanced at Jenna beside her and, lowering her voice, asked as though they knew each other well. What are they talking about? What language are they using? Jenna chuckled softly. Even though I look very serious and focused, I actually can't understand either. Amandina couldn't help but sigh. I'll tell you secretly, Lumian doesn't understand either. Jenna smiled, glancing at Lumian, who was closely watching Armored Shadow, and whispered to Amandina. Amandina looked at Jenna, then at Lumian, and recalled the expression, tone, and wording of that sentence just now, giving a silent wow in her mind. Some things are unintentionally revealed. She curiously asked, why don't you learn that language from Franca? We've just started in the past 2 days. It's tough. Jenna unconsciously frowned. It's really tough. At this time, hearing Armored Shadow's answer, Franca couldn't help but feel disappointed but maintained her normal demeanor and asked in her native tongue. The second question, can you use an illusion or a similar method to show the corpse that floated from Peng Lai to the river earlier? This question came to Franca's mind in the past 2 days, directly prompted by Amandina hearing the underworld Taoists say, beware Peng Lai, and Armored Shadow Chintu mentioning before that the mysteriously vanished Peng Lai had reappeared, with a corpse from there floating to the river. Franca thought that matters related to Peng Lai might be important and possibly linked to their hope of returning home. Just after asking this question, Franca suddenly realized her mistake and wanted to slap herself. It wasn't that she shouldn't have asked this question, but that the way she phrased it was problematic. According to her current phrasing, even if the Armored Shadow agreed, it only needed to say yes without showing the specific appearance of the corpse. The question didn't have a corresponding mandatory requirement. Should I prepare another 100,000 vril d'or of gold? I'm almost broke, with only a bit over 2,000 vril d'or left. Franca regretted it deeply. Fortunately, Armored Shadow Chintu was honest. Once the question was approved by Lumian, it immediately made countless transparent faces on its scales protrude frantically. This made the surroundings instantly eerie green, with cold wind blowing. Water droplets quickly condensed on the altar surface, gathering into a water surface, reflecting a figure. The figure floated in the deep darkness, unable to show a specific form, as if it had been hollowed out. The black robe and body were highly decayed, oozing pus. Its face was relatively intact. Through the deep-to-the-bone rotting marks, one could still see the pale and dim skin, soft contours, and thin layer of black hair. Franca was stunned. Isn't this the visitor from Resurrection Island, Harrison? He had long died, turned into a decaying corpse floating on what seems like the river Styx, so why was he still active in Trier? Moreover, the corpse appeared on the river a few years ago, and only then did the demon warlock encounter Harrison. Though Lumian didn't understand Franca's question, he roughly guessed why Franca was so shocked from the key details of floating, corpse, and Harrison's appearance. He turned his head to look at Franca, seeing surprise, astonishment, and confusion in those lake blue eyes. Lumian nodded to reassure her, then said to Armored Shadow Chintu, Thank you for your answers. The gold on the altar disintegrated, turning into pure light, flowing like water onto armored Shadow's surface. Seeing the fish scale armor mostly turned golden, sacred, and heavy, Lumian frowned slightly and ended the ritual. After extinguishing the candles, he immediately said to Franca, "Another 2 times, an armored Shadow should fully restore its golden body. We can only summon it once more at most." Yeah. Franca finally snapped out of the shock of seeing Harrison's past corpse. As Lumian cleaned up the altar, she smiled at Amandina and said, "We can leave now." Huh. Amandina was puzzled. Wasn't I supposed to help? I haven't done anything yet. You already provided help. Franca grinned. Amandina was even more confused. When did this happen? Jenna helped clarify. Don't you feel that the language Franca and Armored Shadow spoke was similar to what the figure whispered in your ear? Amandina thought carefully. It does seem similar. After tidying up the altar, Lumian returned and casually said, "The shadow just now was likely sealed by your teacher, the figure. You being here could mislead it, making it think this represents the figure's attitude, reducing the difficulty of our communication and preventing its attack. That's your help, just standing by and observing." Amandina suddenly recalled Armored Shadow's gaze and reactive response when it first appeared, understanding. Is that so? Well, what is my teacher's name? Though we all know this question is normal, it still sounds weird. Who doesn't know their teacher's name and needs to ask someone else? Jenna grumbled inwardly. Franca answered with a smile and incision. Underworld Taoist. Also, you should call him Master, not Teacher. Underworld Taoist. Amandina softly repeated the title described in incision. After a few seconds, she contentedly asked, "What's the difference between Master and Teacher?" "A master includes a paternalistic meaning," Franca explained with some effort. Amandina didn't ask further, her eyes sparkling as she said, "I can provide help again in the future. Can you help me collect the mid to low sequence potion formulas and beyonder characteristics of the Evernight pathway?" "No problem." Franca didn't tell Amandina those would be available soon. Lumian smiled and said, "I thought you'd ask to visit the Samaritan Women's Spring again." Amandina smiled a bit reluctantly. "I'll adapt for a while longer and go after my own sequence matches my boon level." After speaking, she muttered softly, "I don't want to turn into an old man with a white beard." After sending Amandina off, Lumian, Jenna, and Anthony sat in the living room of apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai, listening to Franca recounting the sentences translated by Armored Shadow. What do they mean? Jenna felt like she somewhat understood, but also didn't understand at all. Franca had to translate in her own words what pure yin does not last, pure yang does not grow, meant. As Jenna listened, she gradually didn't know how to position her body and avoided moving her gaze. Lumian took a tactical sip of water, and Anthony's expression remained unchanged. "I think these sentences are too ordinary, not worth such high regard," Franca concluded. Lumian pondered for a few seconds and slowly said, "No, they might be very important." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 856, The So-Called Way of Heaven. Franca looked at Lumian, asking expectantly, "What do you mean?" Lumian, now completely comfortable, glanced at Anthony and Jenna before focusing back on Franca's recliner. "We all know that there are great existences occupying several adjacent pathways in this world, like Mr. Fool and the Celestial Worthy at the top of the Apprentice, Seer, and Marauder pathways. Then there's the Great Mother, who is at the top of the Moon, Earth, and Villain pathways. So if the phrase to approach the way of heaven indeed means adjusting oneself to get closer to the bestower and actively seeking boons, then in this context, what does the way of heaven represent? Top of which pathways?" Franca pondered for a moment before replying, "From our current understanding of the 22 pathways, the Hunter pathway definitely represents Yang, while the Demoness pathway might represent Yin. It could also be the Earth or Moon pathway. Considering the symbol of Yang here likely refers to the Demoness pathway. Franca only knew that the Hunter pathway could transform a woman into a man. She was unsure if the Earth or Moon pathways could turn a man into a woman, classifying them as an based on their association with nurturing, reproduction, and growth. So, in these sentences, the way of heaven refers to the top of the Hunter and Demoness pathways? Jenna asked, following Lumian and Franca's train of thought. "Probably," Franca nodded emphatically. "The knowledge in Mr. Star's document might explain how to correctly understand the contradiction, opposition, transformation, and unity of and Yang. Then, through one's behavior and necessary external help, harmonize yin and yang to the greatest extent to approach the corresponding way of heaven, that is, the great existences at the top of the Demoness and Hunter pathways, and obtain boons." Lumian chuckled. Having reached this point in the analysis, what comes to mind? Jenna was momentarily stunned and blurted out, "The joining of the Blood Emperor and the primordial demoness?" Barely keeping up with my thoughts, Lumian half praised, half mocked. "We've always wondered why the Blood Emperor and the primordial demoness would cooperate. As true gods of adjacent pathways, shouldn't they be mortal enemies? Madam Magician told me that choosing a pathway determines your enemies and friends. Aren't you two from adjacent pathways and still not enemies? Haven't you shared a bed?" Franca glanced at Lumian and Jenna, feeling a slight twinge of jealousy as she lampooned. During such moments, she often felt that her affliction potion had digested a bit. Of course, she knew that this enmity mainly applied to the higher levels. Lumian continued, "The seal on the convergence effect for Mr. Dorr might just be a technical detail on how it's done, not the cause or purpose. The goal of the Blood Emperor and the primordial demoness is to join the body with the way of heaven." Franca expanded her thoughts from "to approach the way of heaven," using a concept from a previous life that she felt was more appropriate. Lumian, Jenna, and Anthony looked at Franca, more or less confused. What does merging the body with the way of heaven mean? Sensing her companion's confusion, Franca scratched her ponytail and tried to explain. "It means uniting with the so-called way of heaven. An imprecise analogy would be usurping a true god's position, not replacing a true god but the great existence represented by the way of heaven. Then why don't the primordial demoness and Blood Emperor directly kill each other and devour the others beyond her characteristics to unify yin and yang?" Anthony questioned. "There's no need for them to consummate to give birth to two children." Franca thought for a few seconds. Maybe they need to harmonize before unifying? At least that's what the sentences suggest. In other words, the Blood Emperor and primordial demoness had to combine first, adjust their state, get close to the way of heaven, and then enter the unification stage. So, they had to temporarily cooperate while preparing to betray each other once they achieved their goals. What do they call this? The first sword upon reaching the shore cuts down those around you. Lumian and the others were used to Franca's sudden nonsensical remarks and patiently waited for her to continue. Franca suddenly laughed. It's also possible that the Blood Emperor and primordial demoness came across similar knowledge, but due to a lack of proper training and understanding, they naively thought combining yin and yang meant the hunter and demoness pathways had to be physically united. This resulted in them producing some children. What do they call this? This is what happens when cultures don't communicate well. It's not exactly wrong, just somewhat narrow-minded, overlooking other possible approaches. As Jenna started to feel uneasy, relating to her own experience, Lumian sarcastically remarked, "I've always said that redheads and thickheads need to read more and study hard." As soon as Lumian finished speaking, Franca and Jenna glared at him furiously. "I don't think it's a misunderstanding." Even if the Blood Emperor, being half-mad, didn't fully grasp the meaning of unifying yin and yang, he had top-tier cryptologists around him. Anthony expressed a different view, referring to Amon, the Grand Duke of the Tudor Empire and Angel of the Marauder Pathway. Lumian mused aloud. "Did you forget that one of Amon's titles is the God of Mischief? Maybe he wanted to see such a development. Do you resonate with Amon's mindset because you're a trickster too?" Franca muttered softly. Jenna nodded. "So the special mirror world is a byproduct of the Blood Emperor and primordial demoness attempt to unify yin and yang to approach the way of heaven? Or a necessary creation for occupying the way of heaven, similar to high-sequence advancement rituals? We can't draw conclusions yet, but the direction seems right." Franca took out a dark red fountain pen from her traveler's bag and wrote the translated sentences under different headings on her thigh. She thoughtfully interpreted individual characters based on sentence structure, text shape, and reasonable assumptions. Finally, she organized their discussion into a report, appended it to the document, and sent it to the major arcana card holder as a reference instead of a conclusion. Phew. Having completed this task, Franca breathed a sigh of relief. The gains from summoning Armored Shadow this time were greater than I expected. Now we can confirm that Resurrection Island is Penglai Divine Mountain, and Harrison is the corpse that drifted from Penglai. Franca was somewhat disappointed that there was still no definitive evidence proving that Underworld Taoist and Harrison's world was the same as the one they had transmigrated from. Similar language, culture, and appearance were not sufficient premises for inference. She planned to ask Armored Shadow directly next time if it had heard of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, the culprit behind their transmigration. Anthony, who knew little about Armored Shadow, Penglai, and the so-called river, was confused but understood the importance of Resurrection Island and Harrison, which the major arcana card holders were also interested in. Harrison died and was resurrected? As expected from someone from Resurrection Island. Why did Resurrection Island disappear from Underworld Taoist world? Based on Harrison's words to the demon warlock, people from Resurrection Island have been active in our world for a long time. Did Resurrection Island disappear from its original world because it transmigrated here? Can it now communicate with its original world? Jenna finally understood Franca's shock at seeing the corresponding illusion after asking the second question. She suddenly froze, feeling she shouldn't analyze in this direction. Franca's eyes lit up. It's possible. She then left the armchair, paced back and forth, and said angrily, "Damn, why didn't we lure Harrison out this time?" Although she realized that the visitor from Resurrection Island might be more dangerous than expected, they had Madam Magician overseeing their visit to the Samaritan women's spring this time. Our main task now is to find Harrison or the mirror person, Palia. Lumian stood up and spoke with the demeanor of a team leader. Mirror person Palia was the mineralogist, Jasmine. Before Franca and the others could respond, he added, "I also need to start gathering supplementary ingredients for the Iron-Blooded Knight. We can also gather ingredients for the Demoness of Despair. With no clear leads to track for now, we have plenty of free time," Franca agreed. Anthony said, "I'll do my best on this task, but I have another one as well." Joining the psychology alchemists? Franca asked curiously. "That's a long-term task," Anthony explained briefly. Ma'am Hermit's minor arcana card, the Knight of Swords, is in Trier and needs help from a Beyonder of the Spectator pathway. Madam Justice recommended me. "What kind of help?" Lumian asked. Anthony shook his head. "We haven't met yet." Lumian nodded. "Feel free to ask for help if needed." In a wooden house on the southern continent, the star leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the paper and pen on the table. Suddenly, a brilliant starry light appeared before him, forming a dazzling door. The door opened, and Madam Magician stepped out, holding a letter from Franca. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 857, Inklings of That Individual. The translation you asked for has arrived. Madam Magician tossed the stack of papers onto the table in front of the star, then pulled up a chair and sat down. Mr. Star didn't change his posture, merely extending his hand forward. The stack of papers floated up, held by an invisible force, and landed in the star's hand. The star began to read through the pages with focused eyes, the soft sound of pages turning filling the quiet room. After a while, he looked up at the magician across the desk. "What do you think of their speculation?" Madam Magician replied with a smile. "From a writer's perspective, there's no better speculation than this. Of course, I actually believe it's likely true. What about you, Mr. Palace?" Mr. Star's eyes darkened, and an aged voice emerged from his mouth. "Back then, we only sensed that Alista Tudor was doing something very dangerous in Trier, but we didn't know the specifics. If this is true, one question remains. Where did Alista Tudor acquire the knowledge to undertake these actions?" The magician had long considered this question. One possibility is that the uniqueness of the Red Priest, already somewhat tainted, combined with Alista Tudor's forceful switch to a non-adjacent pathway, ascending at the cost of madness, caused him to sense the situation over there when he became a god, resulting in a wondrous resonance and acquisition of relevant knowledge. Another possibility is that it was given to him by, who through some method. At this point, the magician, following her spiritual intuition, asked, "Are you saying that there are inklings of that individual in his matter?" The aged voice responded from the star once more. "Hasn't he always been interfering in history, steering it toward his envisioned direction? Of course, this might not be predestined history, but rather an experiment of his. I never fully understood why he would help Alista Tudor forcibly ascend to Red Priest, stabilizing him to prevent immediate loss of control. Now I have some idea. At that time, he was only a king of angels, making it difficult to influence and arrange events involving true gods. But what if the true god was already in a poor state, acting on instinct most of the time? It would be much easier. With the participation of the Mad Blood Emperor Alista Tudor, the primordial Demoness might indeed be drawn into this matter. In the end, he likely confirmed his hypothesis, gaining valuable experience, though it led to the unexpected eruption of the War of the Four Emperors. The star's voice suddenly reverted to its usual slightly magnetic tone. How many years passed from Alista Tudor's ascension to Red Priest to the outbreak of the War of the Four Emperors? He immediately answered his own question with an aged voice. 537 years. Enough to verify some things. The star remarked with a magnetic tone. The magician nodded slightly and said, "If this is the truth, he must be very aware of the latent issues in the special mirror world. If Mr. Fool were awake now, he would definitely go to the forsaken land of the gods, grab him by the collar, and demand to know what's hidden in the depths of the special mirror world. The star subconsciously sighed. He, Mr. Fool, isn't so violent and crude. Madam Magician chuckled. Do you know what fantasy means? You have to distinguish between fantasy, truth, lies, the real emotions behind lies, and the deep-seated feelings, tendencies, impulses, and conflicts expressed through the most impossible scenarios imagined in fantasies. Also, what's said is truth, thought is truth, and even actions taken don't necessarily represent the true attitude. Once you distinguish these, she glanced at the papers and pens on the desk, laughing softly. You'll have a preliminary grasp of the art of poetry. Mr. Starr was silent for a few seconds. The knowledge gained this time pertains to the hunter and demonist pathways, also arranged by him. I think it's more likely done by the celestial master, the magician pondered. We don't know the current state of the celestial master, but judging by underworld Taoist, even if he couldn't prevent the Moses ascetic order's Camarilo from being corrupted, he could deeply influence the knowledge comprising the corruption. In the hostile incident, he noticed the Seven of Wands. Mr. Starr nodded. Is it his arrangement that the hunter and demoness among your minor arcana card holders got entangled? Trying to replicate the findings from the Blood Emperor and primordial demoness with them. Madam Magician chuckled and responded, it's more than just entanglement. Though I haven't witnessed it myself, my spiritual intuition and writer's sense tell me something must have happened. I pity them but can't help being curious about the details. Clearing her throat, she shifted the topic back. The current development is the inevitable result of their fate entanglement, emotional interactions, personal character, and inner growth, likely unrelated to him. But, Madam Magician emphasized the word, but, I now suspect that their initial meeting was arranged by him, and then he let things develop naturally. Do you understand? A top-level writer sets the stage, constructs events, and lets the characters express, demonstrate, interact, and conflict on the stage to create the most wonderful story. The star initially wanted to mock the writers but glanced at the paper and pen on the desk and remained silent. The magician sighed and then said, we should be able to decrypt more of that information now. What about the payment? What's the payment for the Two of Cups? As he took out one Beyonder ingredient after another from a silver box, the star spoke. They have been prepared long ago. These are the potion formulas and ingredients from Sequence 9 Sleepless to Sequence 7 Nightmare. Madam Magician looked and smiled. Not giving that gold coin. Although the Two of Cups is our chosen guide for that dream, she can't be given it too easily, even if she's trustworthy and knowledgeable about the environment. I'll give her another task and tell her that besides the Sequence 6 Soul Assurer potion formula and corresponding ingredients, she will receive a special reward. The star brushed his slightly messy hair and smiled. The magician nodded slightly, then asked another question. I've always wanted to ask Mr. Palez, why do you remain with Mr. Starr even after advancing to Sequence 1? The star's eyes darkened again, and the aged voice returned. When you get old, you desire stability and don't want to change your accustomed environment. The magician smiled in response. I want to hear the truth. The star sighed and said in an aged voice, when you become a Sequence 1 Archangel, you'll understand. You'll feel the terrifying impact of Mr. Fool and the celestial worthy's conflict, forcing me to stay within the Church of the Evernight Goddess for some protection. Madam Magician nodded, then gathered the potion formulas and ingredients from the table. After a moment of thought, she asked Mr. Starr, where did you obtain these ingredients? The star smiled. Send an application to the Pope. Madam Magician pondered and asked further, Her Holiness didn't ask why and just gave them to you? Yes, just given to me like that. Mr. Starr smiled calmly. Madam Magician seemed to have an epiphany. She then stood up, opened a starry door in the void, and left the wooden house. The night was just receding, and dawn had not yet broken at Lumian's rented apartment. Jenna lay under the covers, her white shoulders exposed, leaning beside Lumian. She stretched out her right hand, trying to pry open his eyelids. What are you doing? Lumian asked, both amused and exasperated. Jenna pouted. You're not looking at me with your eyes closed. I have to be proactive and help you open them. Reluctantly, Lumian opened his eyes, meeting her blue eyes, which sparkled with a hidden darkness. After a few seconds of staring, Lumian remarked thoughtfully, Your mental state seems much better than before. Jenna withdrew her hand, propping her chin up with a smile as she gazed at Lumian's face and eyes. Yeah, I felt much better after that talk with Franca. Lumian let out a scoff. Who was it that said the worst-case scenario was Franca coming to kill me, and you'd agree? You knew Franca wouldn't do such a thing. That was just a fantasy, a projection of inner emotions, self-conflict, and self-destructive tendencies. Didn't you catch that? Jenna retorted. Lumian chortled. Of course I did. That's why I said it was best to confront the issues between you early. He instinctively reached out to pat Jenna's head but hesitated midway, his hand freezing. Seeing this, Jenna's gaze dimmed slightly. She pursed her lips and grabbed his hand, forcing it to the back of her head. Lumian slowly started to pat her, transitioning from awkwardness to naturalness. Jenna watched him with a smile. What about yours? Lumian fell silent. Jenna didn't press further, instead asking cheerfully, Did you and Franca? Lumian sighed. I try not to talk about my relationship with her in front of you. Jenna smiled. Before my talk with Franca, it would have made me sad, conflicted, and miserable, even if I tried to hide it. Now, though I still have those emotions, I feel more hopeful and even relieved when you mention it. Do you understand this contradictory feeling? Many of my previous choices were also like that. Lumian nodded slowly. You know, Franca, although she might have made up her mind, she still hesitates when it comes to the final step. Lately, I've noticed her being awkward whenever we see each other. Anthony probably noticed too, but didn't say anything. I can't be the one to initiate, right? Yes, you should. Go to her now, this morning, Jenna said without hesitation. Lumian looked deeply at her. Are you trying to create stronger bonds to keep her in critical moments? Jenna grunted. I will try to keep her, but I'll also respect her final decision. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 858. Taking the Initiative. Lumian stroked Jenna's hair once more. Actually, Franca going home might not be a bad thing. If their world doesn't face an apocalypse or dangerous situations like ours, I could help you knock your brother out so you could take him and Franca there together. Jenna gazed at Lumian with her clear blue eyes. What about you? Lumian fell silent for a moment before responding. I'll see how things go. Jenna opened her mouth as if to say something, but then closed it again. After a few seconds, she didn't press for details. Instead, she spoke seriously. On the one hand, I want to keep her here. On the other hand, I'm afraid that the bigger Franca's hope, the bigger her disappointment will be. If she finally confirms that returning home is impossible, she'll definitely break down. For a beyonder, that's very dangerous, especially the higher the sequence. She mentioned, or maybe it was Emperor Roselle who said it, that a person is the sum of their social relationships. Anthony also talked to me about the importance of social relationships for a person. I know he saw that I still had some psychological issues and wanted to help me through this. When you sought treatment from Madame Susie and Madame Justice, didn't they also emphasize the importance of rebuilding social relationships? For Franca, the most important relationships are with you and me. The closer we are now, the more it will help stabilize her in the future. Just me alone might not be enough. Lumian withdrew his hand, looking at Jenna for a few seconds. Since finding out Franca's true origins, you've been thinking a lot, haven't you? Why do you think she might not be able to go back home? Jenna's eyes flickered, and she said provocatively, Franca later told me that Emperor Roselle and she came from the same world and the same country. I was thinking the Emperor was at least an angel, maybe even close to becoming a true god, and he couldn't go back. Don't you think that means it's either hopeless or impossible? Lumian sighed with a smile. But Franca and the others believe that either the Emperor didn't have time to find a way back before something unexpected happened, or he faked his death and already transmigrated back. Jenna shook her head. It's definitely not the latter. If it were, the Emperor would have destroyed parts of his diary before crossing back. You're quite sharp, Lumian remarked thoughtfully. From the Emperor's diary that Franca shared, it's clear he encountered something terrifying in his later years. But what confuses me is that during that period, he never seemed to consider going back. Also, he valued his eldest daughter highly, and Queen Mystic Bernadette is still active in our world. These are the reasons I think Franca's hopes are slim. They probably have similar thoughts, but just don't want to believe it. Lumian's voice suddenly grew somber. People need hope to live. Jenna chuckled, tracing circles on Lumian's bare chest. You're doing much better, too. Being able to say something like that. Before Lumian could respond, she lifted her head and looked at him. Go see Franca this morning, okay? Is this something I can do alone? Lumian smiled. If she doesn't want to, I can't force her, can I? Jenna couldn't help but laugh. She's inclined to agree deep down. She's just feeling a bit awkward after the initial emotions have calmed. Especially since she has to face you, her friend's brother who knows her true state. You know, Franca, Lumian teased. When she's impulsive, she'll try anything, but when she calms down, she might turn into an ostrich. Take the initiative. Maybe she's just waiting for you to make the first move, Jenna suggested, feeling a mix of jealousy and anticipation. Lumian spread his hands. How do I take the initiative? I've never been the one to make the first move in such matters. I can't just go up to Franca and say I'm here to fulfill our agreement, right? Jenna's eyes sparkled as she thought for a moment. Show your guilt in front of her, help her out as much as you can, and then ask if she needs a massage for her head, shoulders, and back. If she doesn't object, and there's physical contact, you can gradually. Jenna trailed off, quickly concluding, got it. You seem quite experienced, Lumian said, amused. Jenna reminisced. When I was a showy diva, I saw some things. Also, the dancers under Franca like to read novels about love and interactions between men and women. A single book could be passed around by dozens to hundreds of people. Thanks to Emperor Roselle and some remaining compulsory education, some of them could understand simple stories, and those who couldn't would listen to others. It was one of the few bright spots in their lives. I read a few as well, and learned how those playboys and dandyists behaved. Lumian laughed, moving closer to Jenna and placing his hands on her smooth, bare shoulders. Like this. Yes. Jenna rolled her eyes. Now you think of giving me a massage? I'm nearly falling apart because of you. You start reluctantly, and then, as Jenna teased him, her words caught in her throat. Lumian leaned in with a teasing smile. It's 6 a.m. Jenna swiftly pulled the covers over herself and nimbly jumped out of bed like a deer. Wrapped in a blanket, she looked at Lumian and laughed softly. Go find Franken now and use your conspirer skills. Before Lumian could respond, Jenna grabbed her traveler's bag and disappeared into the shadows of the room. Lumian stood still for a moment, sighing. Couldn't you at least leave the blanket? After a while, the blanket was thrown from the shadows, landing on Lumian. Lumian shook his head with a smile, mimicking Franca's voice in his mind. Ascetic, activate. Inside apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai. Franca opened the door and saw Lumian. She instantly felt uncomfortable and wished she could slam the door in his face. As she turned to walk to the armchair, she asked, Jenna didn't come with you? She went back to rest, Lumian said thoughtfully. Franca suddenly understood, her expression turning complicated. She stood by the armchair, momentarily forgetting to sit down. Lumian glanced at her and asked intentionally, Did you digest more of your affliction potion? Damn it. Franca gritted her teeth, conjuring several crystalline ice spikes and hurling them at Lumian. Lumian dodged easily and moved to the sofa area, looking back at the fuming Franca. See, now we can forget the awkwardness and talk properly. But Franca's reaction was a bit too strong. We need to make that agreement a reality soon, or she might get tangled up again. Lumian put on a placating smile and said to Franca, It's a habitual taunt. You know how hunters are. Franca snorted and sat in the recliner. Today, she wore a fitted white shirt with ruffled cuffs and a lace flower at the neck, paired with cream-colored trousers and her usual fluffy slippers. Following Miss Celia Bellow's guidance, Lumian feigned guilt and asked, How's your affliction potion digestion going? Franca puffed up her cheeks. About a third. You've got the self-inflicted pain down, but you're still lacking in causing pain to others, Lumian said cautiously. Then he proactively poured her a glass of water and asked with a smile, Want a shoulder and leg massage? You must be tired after running around for clues on Harrison these days. Massage. Franca was stunned, then wary, eyeing Lumian suspiciously. After a few moments, she took the glass of water and drank. No need. Great theorist of male-female interaction, master of theory, Miss Celia Bellow. Your method doesn't work. I have to rely on my own improvisation as a conspirer. Lumian quickly sat down on the single sofa. He opened his mouth as if to say something, then closed it, taking out the black tear headpiece from his traveler's bag. Franca realized Lumian was checking if the demoness of black was observing through the mirror. Well, perfect timing. Franca was about to mention the potion formula and ingredients for Amandina when she saw Lumian quickly put away the black tear and give her a look. The demoness of black is watching. Franca swallowed her words. The next second, she saw Lumian get up, walk over to her, and squeeze into the armchair with a smile. Hey. Franca was stunned. Her first reaction was to teach this space invader a lesson, but then she realized Lumian's purpose. In the demoness of black's eyes, we're lovers. If we don't show any intimacy, it'll be suspicious. Okay, let's put on a show. Franca felt Lumian's arm wrap around her waist. Her body stiffened before she forced herself to relax. Then, Lumian turned her around, and she found herself looking into his deep blue eyes and chiseled face. I'm here to fulfill my promise, Lumian said, giving her another look. He chuckled softly and slowly lowered his head. Franca's eyes widened. Hey, are you doing it for real? She instinctively wanted to break free, but remembered the demoness of black was watching and Lumian's hint to cooperate. You little brat, are you taking advantage of me? Franca thought angrily. Then she remembered the previous agreement and sighed inwardly. Fine, it was bound to happen anyway. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes slowly closed as her body softened. Then she felt Lumian's lips, warm and firm, breaking through her defenses. In a daze, Franca thought, no. The demoness of black is still watching. How shameful. Almost simultaneously, she heard Lumian's husky voice in her ear. Let's go to the bedroom. You're quite considerate. Once we're in the bedroom, covered by the blanket, the demoness of black can't see. It'll also solidify our relationship. Franca vaguely nodded, feeling herself lifted into the air. In the warm and intimate bedroom. With a lingering blush on her cheeks, Franca turned to Lumian and said, I just remembered something I need to tell you. She asked with her eyes if the demoness of black was still watching. Lumian chuckled. The demoness of black left a while ago. Franca was stunned for a moment, her foggy mind realizing something was off. You didn't check. How do you know? Lumian looked sincere. The demoness of black didn't come today. Oh. Franca was speechless. She quickly understood, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, she pounced on Lumian, hitting him. You tricked me. You tricked me. You can't use something like this to deceive teammates, understand? I understand. This makes it hard for me to trust your hints in the future. What if next time I think you're lying, but the demoness of black really shows up? I'm sorry. All right, I'll trust you one more time, but don't let it happen again. Don't let it happen again. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 859, Ingenious Plan. After Franca vented her anger and lay back down, Lumian finally asked, What were you saying earlier? Franca glanced at the curtained bedroom window, making it clear, check if the demoness of black is watching. Lumian replied casually, We're inside a bottle of fiction. Franca blinked. When did that happen? When I closed the door. I didn't want to disturb the neighbors, Lumian answered earnestly. Franca felt another surge of anger. She snapped, You still need to check. What if the demoness of black can penetrate the bottle of fiction without you noticing? Yes. Lumian admitted his fault and took out the black tier headpiece from his traveler's bag, quickly sensing for a few seconds before putting it back. Franca finally relaxed and nodded in satisfaction. The thing is, Mr. Starr gave me another task. He said, in addition to the affliction potion formula and the materials, there will be a special reward. What task? Lumian asked cooperatively. Franca looked puzzled and said, to get some water from the Samaritan woman's spring. Lumian's first reaction was to consider the purpose of the task, but he quickly remembered that Franca had said Mr. Starr was likely a high-ranking red glove from the Church of Evernight, and the underworld Taoist who could grant others beyond her powers from the darkness pathway. It's understandable that Mr. Starr, or rather the Church of Evernight behind him, needs water from the Samaritan woman's spring. But this task is too simple for us right now. And yet he wants to give you a special reward. Doesn't that seem a bit strange? Lumian pondered aloud. Franca thought for a moment and spoke. I agree. It feels like he designed this task just to give me the special reward. It doesn't make sense. We've only met once. Compared to other demonesses in the demoness sect, one of Franca's greatest strengths was not assuming that every man she met would be infatuated with her or want to please her. Lumian considered for a few seconds and said, maybe that special reward will bring a lot of trouble. It also represents something Mr. Starr truly wants you to do. Franca nodded in understanding. Free rewards are the most expensive. What appears free often comes with hidden costs. Understanding this, she felt less worried. She thought the potential problems with a special reward, even if they brought significant trouble, should be something she and her companions could handle. Otherwise, the major arcana card holders wouldn't make such a choice. She then turned to Lumian and asked, How's her collection of the supplementary ingredients going? This should have been a daily concern, but hadn't she been feeling uncomfortable every time she saw Lumian these past few days? Lumian reflected for a moment before answering, I found a large battlefield from the war a few years ago and got a bag of blood-stained soil. I thought you'd go to the camp where Anthony and his comrades were attacked, Franca teased. Lumian responded with amusement. Am I that much of a devil? Besides, that's not a large battlefield and might be polluted by an evil god's worship. Franca concurred succinctly. What about the others? I confirmed that there's active lava at the bottom of the volcano on Saint Tick Island, but it's unnecessary to collect it now. It will solidify quickly in the traveler's bag. I'll teleport it when it's needed. Lumian had been using his teleportation ability to travel around the world these days. I plan to make the powder of plants and trees polluted by the stone of catastrophe myself. As for acorns, that was too simple. Make it yourself? Franco was surprised. Is that possible? It should be theoretically feasible. Certain parts of a beyonder creature can replace such supplementary ingredients. And I have the sort of courage. I can place it and its companions on a pile of plants and trees, monitoring and replacing consumables. In about a few days, I should be able to create polluted plants and trees. Of course, this pollution will be more complex and severe than simple stone of catastrophe pollution. I'll consult Madam Magician in advance to see if the amount should be reduced. Indeed, Franca's eyes brightened, then dimmed slightly. But the Plague Mother Serpent Bile and Silver Hunter's fragments for the supplementary ingredients of the Demoness of Despair can't be made by the Black Tier. No rush. Jenna hasn't fully digested the pleasure potion yet. It will take a few more days or even a week or two to become a Demoness of Affliction. Lumian thought and said, I have collected the blood of 7 different plague victims. Although there was no widespread plague at the moment, many places on the northern and southern continents had sporadic outbreaks. They were either quickly contained or limited to small, isolated areas without spreading. With a magic mirror divination of the 2 demonesses, Lumian pinpointed 8 or 9 similar locations, then teleported there with Logano. If the authorities had already noticed the outbreak and were working to control it, he would leave after collecting the blood of the plague victims. If the plague was still quietly spreading, he would attempt to heal it with Logano's help. If it couldn't be solved, he would find a way to inform the authorities. After these few days of hard work, Lumian had basically achieved his goals. Franca breathed a sigh of relief, stating, Remember to use the Black Tier to deliver the potion formula and all the materials Mr. Starr gave to Amandina. When will I completely digest the affliction potion? Although her current digestion progress could be considered very fast, she still felt it wasn't enough. The person next to her was just one step away from the final domestication step, ready to hold a ceremony and become a Sequence 4 demigod. Lumian turned his head to Franca and laughed. I just told you, you're still lacking in the part about causing others pain. And the target should be of high sequence, otherwise, it has to be replaced with numbers. Franca didn't link it to her own pain this time and started thinking seriously. Causing others pain, high sequence. Causing others pain, high sequence. Muttering to herself, Franca suddenly turned her head, her eyes shining brightly at Lumian. Lumian's smile faded as he raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you have a bold idea? Franca chuckled. You have a false angel rank. If I can make you feel pain, wouldn't the digestion speed be incredibly fast? But it has to be real pain. Lumian didn't dismiss Franca's suggestion outright. For example, castration? Franca glanced at the blanket with a growing smile. Lumian fell silent for a moment before responding. We can try. Wait, you're actually agreeing? Franca was startled. She had only been joking with the suggestion of castration. If it can really help you quickly digest the affliction potion, Lumian shrugged. It can grow back anyway. Forget it, that's too painful. It would leave you with serious psychological trauma and issues, Franca said, ruffling her tousled hair. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I have a better plan. An ingenious plan. Lumian felt uneasy, sensing that Franca's new plan might be even harder to endure than castration. Franca's smile turned wicked. I thought of that Julie from the castration and her digestion method. She would seize the moment when the target was about to reach ultimate satisfaction, then cut it off, plunging them from extreme pleasure into extreme pain. I can be gentler, not cutting it off, but preventing you from reaching ultimate satisfaction. Let you yearn and suffer without fulfillment, which is also a kind of intense pain. Lumian raised an eyebrow, unable to speak. Franca's smile grew more sinister, having found a prank to pull. For this, I need to bind you with the Demoness spider silk, prepare more tools, and to enhance the stimulation, you need to use your ascetic abilities to refrain from burning the silk. Although it won't compare to Julie's method, your false angel rank should help me digest it quickly. Saying this, Franca clicked her tongue. I never thought I'd do something like this, and be the one doing the tormenting. In the past, Lumian might have lacked a concrete concept of this pain, But after experiencing the two demonesses, he could now imagine how unbearable that torment would be. This is the hell of pain. Lumian couldn't help but sigh. That's the demoness, bringing pleasure and pain, Franca said with a smile. Lumian jumped out of bed and picked up his clothes. Franca looked puzzled. Lumian responded in a deep voice. We're going to the Samaritan woman's spring now. Franca was first stunned, then burst into laughter, rolling on the bed. She had regained her normal control over her desires after passing the pleasure stage, so even after being with Lumian, tasting long-lost pleasure and achieving unprecedented satisfaction, she still felt weird because it was someone she knew well, who also knew her original gender. But now she suddenly found it amusing and interesting, making her feel much less uncomfortable. Give it a try, give it a try. She lay on the bed, her eyes bright as she continued with her prank. Lumian sighed again. We'll talk after we get the water from the Samaritan woman's spring. Beside the Samaritan woman's spring, shrouded in gray-white fog. Since Lumian didn't approach and trigger any anomalies, Franca patiently waited for a while, and then used the golden vial given by Mr. Starr to collect half a vial of water from the Samaritan woman's spring. They didn't bring Jenna, fearing that her encounter with Crismona's shadow might lead to uncontrollable changes. Lumian planned to bring Jenna here after becoming an iron-blooded knight with a certain level of self-protection. The high-ranking major arcana cardholders seemed to dislike entering the underground or underground catacombs. But Lumian, marked and branded, felt that even as a demigod, he should still be able to enter the area of the Samaritan woman's spring. Not long after, Franca put away the golden vial, and the two walked shoulder to shoulder towards the edge of the gray fog. As they approached the edge of the fog on the slope, Lumian and Franca simultaneously noticed a blurry figure outside the fog slowly approaching. Franca first darted to the side, then stared intently for 2 seconds. Her expression suddenly became excited, and she said in a hushed voice to Lumian, Harrison, the visitor from Resurrection Island, Harrison. They had failed to converge with him last time, and now they coincidentally ran into him. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 860, The True Meaning of Those Words. When Franca uttered the name, Lumian also saw the approximate outline of the figure outside. Dressed in a black robe, with light hair, pale skin, and dark brown eyes, he didn't look like an Intijan. Although Lumian had never seen Harrison in person, he had seen the image Franca had depicted using dream divination and a corresponding ritual, so it wasn't hard to identify the person outside the gray fog. Seeing Franca's excitement, Lumian raised his right hand and gestured downward, signaling his companion to control her emotions. Franca, an experienced beyonder in combat, quickly composed herself and nodded at Lumian. She understood Lumian's intention not to act rashly, but to observe and see what Harrison intended to do. By understanding his actions, they could determine his sequence, ability characteristics, and primary intentions. This way, whatever response they made afterward would be more composed. Franca shrank further to the side of the slope, using the gray fog as cover, and observed Harrison, who was holding a white candle. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but muse. The law of beyonder characteristics convergence really works. We gave up too soon after just one try. It was our fault for not respecting science. No mysticism. If we had tried a few more times, wouldn't he have come? Franca felt at ease, knowing that only beyonders like Lumian, marked by Mr. Fool, could enter the area around the Samaritan woman's spring, while others could only see a gray-white fog and found it difficult to pass through. She had tried earlier and found she couldn't penetrate the fog on her own, prompting Lumian to mock her, saying, even Madame Hella couldn't do it. Where did you get the confidence that you could? This only strengthened her resolve to have Lumian help her digest the affliction potion. Lumian stood beside Franca, observing every move of the figure outside while recalling his encounters with beyonders of the death, darkness, and warrior pathways, hoping to quickly formulate the most effective strategy against Harrison based on their combat characteristics and abilities. Holding the white candle, Harrison took a few steps outside the gray fog, glanced around, and then continued forward. He walked into the gray fog as if passing through a curtain of water. He can pass through the gray fog barrier? How? Franca's sky-blue eyes widened in shock, disbelief, and reluctance. Lumian was equally surprised. But he hadn't ruled out the possibility that Harrison could break through the fog barrier and enter the area around the Samaritan woman's spring. He just hadn't expected it to be so easy for him. Based on Harrison's constant search for scenes closely related to death, darkness, and dusk, and his drifting as a corpse on the river Styx in Underworld Taoist and Company's world, Lumian reasonably suspected that he might have a way or an item to penetrate the fog barrier. Lumian had expected to see Harrison perform a strange ritual or take out an item with an otherworldly style. Instead, like himself, Harrison had simply walked into the area around the Samaritan woman's spring, covered by gray fog. Seeing that the fog no longer served as a barrier, leaving only the fog to interfere with her vision, Lumian made a decisive move and extinguished the white candle in his hand. As he expected, the surrounding darkness silently surged in, activating the underworld Taoist's mark on his right palm without corroding his body. He had kept the candle lit to maintain this state, partly because it couldn't last long in the current situation without risking turning into a catacombs administrator, and partly to mislead any potential enemies, setting a trap. As Lumian extinguished the candle, Franca quickly took action. Unable to borrow the black tear from Lumian, she directly took out an ice amulet and a mirror from her traveler's bag. With a flash of crystalline cold light, Franca, illuminated by the candle's yellowish flame, entered the mirror in her hand. As her figure disappeared, the unheld mirror fell to the ground, only to be accurately caught by Lumian. Holding the mirror, Lumian immediately activated the contract mark, transforming into a shadow creature and blending completely into the darkness enveloped by the gray fog. Before Harrison could get closer, they had completed their concealment. In the void behind a mirror, Franca, holding the burning white candle, quickly surveyed her surroundings. She found that the area was filled with the same gray-white fog as outside, permeating every corner. The illusory dark tunnels, like spiderwebs, were excluded by the fog, appearing blurry and hard to see. Sure enough, Franca wasn't surprised by this situation. Lumian had already told her that this area was isolated from the spirit world, making spirit world traversal unusable here. With even the spirit world being isolated, the mirror world would certainly be no exception. Because the mirror had been brought into the fog-covered area, Franca could enter the mirrored region to hide but couldn't traverse to any mirror outside the underground catacombs. This was the principle that allowed the traveler's bag to continue being used. Franca couldn't even reach the mirrors on Lumian's person, let alone those outside the catacombs. Of course, Franca hadn't intended to use the mirror world for anything other than hiding, preventing the yellowish glow of the white candle from being seen by Harrison. During their previous ambush on Harrison, she hadn't done this because the area she could monitor through the mirror was too small, and all senses, including vision, would be severely weakened. Franca approached the glass mirror and found that Lumian had thoughtfully turned it towards Harrison, allowing her to see their target. Seeing Harrison, illuminated by the yellowish glow of the white candle, slowly moving down the slope, Franca grew even more puzzled. How did he get through the fog barrier? Could he also bear Mr. Fool's mark? But Madame Judgment and the other major arcana card holders didn't know. He hadn't used an item or performed a ritual earlier, relying on his own ability, but whether it was the Apprentice Pathway's mastery of seals or the Marauder Pathway's exploitation of loopholes, they are all within Mr. Fool's domain. It doesn't make sense to bypass the fog barrier. Mr. Fool's mark. At this thought, Franca's heart skipped a beat, and a title flashed in her mind, the Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings. Harrison bears the mark of the Celestial Worthy, allowing him to penetrate the fog barrier? Franca made this startling and shocking guess. She found it quite reasonable. Based on the current information, it seemed that the Celestial Worthy was the culprit behind their transmigration into this world, and Resurrection Island was Mount Panlai, a node where the two worlds intersected or a transmigration point. If this was true, it was natural for Harrison, from Resurrection Island or Mount Panlai, to have a close relationship with the Celestial Worthy. They had been misled by Harrison's pursuit of death, darkness, and dusk-related scenes, and his mastery of the depths of death, overlooking this point. Perhaps, as Jenna had speculated, Harrison's deep research into death didn't necessarily mean he was a beyonder of that pathway. This could better explain why they couldn't converge with him last time. Why had they coincidentally encountered him this time? As a shadow creature, Lumian also thought of the Celestial Worthy, the great being competing with Mr. Fool for the apex powers of the Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder pathways. He watched Harrison's slow advance and thought of more things. Previously, Harrison seemingly met the mirror person Jasmine, leading us to speculate that he was also involved in Project Vortex. Now it's almost certain. Madam Magician mentioned encountering the Celestial Worthy's followers while dealing with Overseer Pearl, who was one of the initiators of Project Vortex. This background can explain why an outsider like Harrison can frequently appear in underground Trier without being found by the purifiers. Lumian didn't rush to act. He was unsure of Harrison's level and wanted to see what Harrison intended to do by repeatedly coming to the Samaritan woman's spring. This might reveal a lot of important information. As he followed Harrison's movements, Lumian suddenly understood why the underworld Taoist had warned Amandina to beware of Panlai. He had previously thought that the reappearance of Mount Panlai and the bodies floating on the river had alerted the underworld Taoist. But given his dire state, closer to a wraith, he couldn't discern Amandina's exact location and situation, so he had instinctively issued a warning. Now it seemed the message was to tell Amandina that someone from Penglai had been to the Samaritan woman's spring and to be cautious. Just as Lumian sighed internally at their earlier oversight, Harrison suddenly turned his head and looked towards their hiding spot. Almost simultaneously, the grand layered voice of Termoboros echoed in his ear, "Protect your traveler's bag." Oh. Lumian didn't have time to discern the purpose behind Termoboros' suggestion. He quickly reached for his waist and grabbed the traveler's bag. The next moment, Harrison raised his right hand. Lumian felt the traveler's bag being tugged by an invisible force, but he held it tightly. Marauder. Not a power of the death pathway. A special boon from the celestial worthy? Puzzled, Lumian immediately shifted his position using the shadows. Behind Harrison, darkness surged, outlining Lumian's form. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 861, Marauder? As soon as Lumian exited his shadow creature state, he let out a grunt. Two beams of white light shot from his nostrils, flying towards Harrison, who had no time to dodge. Almost simultaneously, Lumian sensed a dense aura of death emanating from Harrison. His spirit abruptly contracted, transforming into a tiny, golden millet-like particle, hiding in the deepest void of his body, unreachable. The two beams of white light hit Harrison's body, but was like striking a piece of decayed wood or a lifeless corpse, producing no effect. Harrison turned swiftly towards Lumian, and his contracted spirit expanded instantly, filling his body once more. With this change, a root wrapped in white cloth swiftly formed in Harrison's right palm. He swung this semi-illusory root at Lumian. The white cloth strips on the root fluttered gently, stirring up cries that were either mournful or wailing. They drilled into Lumian's ears, causing him to falter just as he was about to change his position, unable to dodge in time. Smack! The root wrapped in white cloth struck Lumian's body. His skin quickly turned pale, and a sense of death deepened rapidly. Crack! Lumian's body cracked like a mirror, shattering into dull fragments that fell to the ground. Immediately after, he reappeared at the side of the slope, shaking the mirror that held Franca. Franca understood his intention, immediately exiting the mirror with a burning white candle and landing not far from him. Lumian, with his other hand, reached into the traveler's bag, took out the black tear accessory, and tossed it to Franca. Here, there was no worry about the mystical plague attached to the black tear spreading, and the demoness of affliction could withstand the corresponding mystical pathogens for longer. Lumian even suspected that, due to the special nature of the Samaritan woman's spring, the mystical pathogens created by the black tear would only survive for a limited time before perishing. As for what to do during that time, Lumian had already considered it. After throwing out the black tear accessory, he quickly reached into the traveler's bag again, grasping the hilt of the Sword of Courage. He intended to have the sword share half the damage and effects with him. Lumian wasn't overly concerned about the excess courage issue. With Franca around, she would guide and correct the warrior's choices in a more subtle way that the warrior would accept, like occupying a better position, making the warrior throw the sword to her for brief use, and then not catching it when it was thrown back, preventing both from being affected by the courage. As Franca put it, with an external brain, they could be bolder in using the Sword of Courage. Of course, this could only effectively reduce the influence of courage, not completely avoid it. Harrison didn't just stand by and watch Lumian and Franca prepare. He threw the root wrapped in white cloth towards them. The root rapidly became illusory in midair, disintegrating into intertwined pale and greenish light, merging into the darkness. Immediately, several translucent, eerie pale white hands emerged from the ground beneath Lumian and Franca, cold and sinister, grasping at their ankles and calves. These seemed to induce some kind of paralysis. At the same time, Harrison's mouth moved, chanting an incantation in a strange language. With a whoosh, blazing white flames ignited beside Lumian's feet, bringing high temperatures to counter the chill, cold, and paralysis created by the pale white hands. Franca, with the black tear accessory wrapped around her wrist, silently let the eerie, quiet black flames of the demoness flow like water, engulfing the transparent hands trying to affect her, setting them ablaze. Lumian finally grasped the Sword of Courage, instantly becoming fearless. He drew the iron-black, straight sword and slashed forward. A huge fireball, blazing white with a hint of blue, formed and shot straight at Harrison, whose black hair was only a thin layer. Harrison, seeing this, did not move. He quickly finished the last two sentences of the incantation and pointed his right hand towards the Samaritan woman's spring. Franca, just breaking free from the pale white hands, finally deciphered what the enemy was chanting. One sentence was "steal the secrets of heaven," and the other was unclear at the beginning, ending with "swift as a decree, be driven." Below, at the Samaritan woman's spring, the pale white water began to bubble, reflecting a figure of a woman, serene as the night but rotting and oozing pus. The figure silently gazed at the outside world without any movement. But in front of Harrison, a similar yet more illusory and flickering figure appeared. As Lumian's fireball, cleaved out from the sword of courage, approached this figure, it gradually dimmed, quickly becoming illusory and mostly vanished. The remaining bit exploded on the spot, forcing Harrison back 2 steps. Seeing this, Lumian didn't hesitate to activate the residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his right palm. "Want to compete? Fine. Let's see who can exert more influence on the Samaritan woman's spring. Nothing to fear." Splash! The pale white water retreated into the dark, bottomless spring, and a sense of wild frenzy instantly descended. At that moment, whether it was Harrison, Lumian, or Franca, they all felt a shock to their minds and bodies, wanting to submit, temporarily losing their ability to think, their minds blank. The cold, rotting sensation in Lumian's right palm emerged, suppressing the residual aura of the Blood Emperor. The frenzied, violent feeling from the spring quickly receded. Lumian was the first to regain his thoughts. He raised the iron-black sword of courage and rushed to Harrison, slashing at his head. Bang! Amidst the sound of an explosion and scattered flames, Harrison's body reverted to a sinister, deathly paper figurine. The paper figurine lightly adhered to the blade of the sword of courage, torn to pieces by the violent shockwaves and set ablaze by the white-blue flames. Multiple similar paper figurines appeared around Lumian, all exuding a sinister, pale, deathly aura, with facial features painted in a horrifying and maliciously humorous manner. The next second, black flames flew from Franca, landing on these paper figurines, burning the spirituality and mysticism that sustained them. In the blink of an eye, these sinister paper figurines fell in a series of wailing cries, turning to ashes. "Harrison has fled," Franca judged quickly after a glance. Lumian, holding the sword of courage, sprinted up the slope, chasing to the edge of the gray fog. The fog swayed gently, seemingly indicating that the enemy had just escaped. Lumian was about to pursue when Franca's voice reached his ears. "Let's switch sealed artifacts. Mine is almost at its limit." Lumian, undeterred by the Black Tear's negative effects, immediately threw the sword of courage over. As soon as the iron-black straight sword left his hand, rationality and clarity reclaimed his mind. "Almost forgot that Franca can't leave the gray fog. If I go out alone, even if I catch up with Harrison, without an external brain and a pre-planned strategy, the sword of courage would be my biggest problem." Franca, though eager to catch Harrison, remained rational enough to quickly analyze the situation and make an accurate judgment. Once Lumian caught the Black Tear, he immediately placed it back in its isolated space within the traveler's bag, then, with Franca's help, stored the sword of courage as well. He then pulled Franca through the gray fog, returning to the slope leading to the ancient burial chamber. As Lumian used his hunter tracking abilities to search for Harrison, Franca employed divination methods for clues. But after leaving the large burial chamber housing the Samaritan woman's spring, the visitor from Resurrection Island completely disappeared and managed to thwart their divination. They stopped at the Crismona Night Pillar on the 3rd level, exchanging glances. Franca's lake blue eyes revealed undisguised disappointment and regret. She sighed. "If I had known, I would have called Jenna to ambush him outside the chamber." Lumian comforted Franca. "Given Harrison's displayed strength, we should be glad Jenna wasn't outside alone. She could have been discovered, attacked, and might not have lasted until we left the Samaritan woman's spring." "That's true." Franca sighed deeply. Holding the white candle, she glanced around and translated the 2 lines of incantation for Lumian. As Lumian lit a new candle, he pottered aloud, "Steal the secrets of heaven." He tried to steal my traveler's bag. Did he sense valuable items and thus saw through my concealment? It seems Harrison is more like a beyonder of the Marauder pathway, yet he clearly uses powers of the Death pathway, and quite powerful ones at that. The Marauders we've encountered before, even at Sequence 5 Dream Stealer, didn't show such capabilities, and Harrison obviously lacks godhood. A boost from the Celestial Worthies mark. Franca thoughtfully said, "After the Demoness of Black told me the Primordial One can modify the abilities of different sequences in the Demoness pathway to some extent, I wrote to Madame Judgment about it. She said it's not only true gods who can do such things, certain kings of angels can too. Amon, for instance, once altered the mystical knowledge and some abilities acquired in different sequences of the Marauder pathway. Is Harrison exhibiting the original, full version?" That might be a reason, but I think some of his actions just now have surpassed sequence 5. Even a full-versioned dream stealer shouldn't manage that. The Resurrection Island's method of utilizing power and its manifestation differ significantly from the paths of the divine. Lumian pondered aloud. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 862, Help. Holding the white candle, Franca thought for a while but couldn't figure out the situation. She walked towards the area outside the Chrismona Night Pillar, saying solemnly, no matter if it's because Resurrection Island has a special way of utilizing and manifesting power, or if Harrison is a beyonder of the Marauder Pathway, using the secrets of heaven to wield the Death Pathway's power, or if he belongs to the Death Pathway and uses the Celestial Worthy's mark or boons to display stealing abilities. We can't underestimate him. We need to report this immediately. Lumian walked beside Franca, nodding. If I don't use sealed artifacts, I'm not confident I can beat him. At the very least, I'm not sure I can capture or kill him, and he might also possess a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Fortunately, we encountered him today. If it were another time, when I was alone, a chance meeting would be much more dangerous. Franca sighed and changed the subject. Does this mean the followers of the Celestial Worthy are truly involved in Project Vortex? What benefit could they gain? The descent of an evil god, Lumian speculated based on his knowledge and intelligence. Or bringing about the apocalypse earlier? Franca's expression flickered in the dim candlelight, and she could only let out a long sigh. Lumian moved forward, kicking away a silent, bony hand that reached out. He exclaimed with excitement, "This is undoubtedly a very big vortex. We can't just rely on the major arcana card holders for help. We need to quickly improve our own strength to avoid being swept up and rendered powerless." Exactly, Franca agreed. Lumian continued to look straight ahead, his voice unwavering. You need to digest the affliction potion as soon as possible, and I need to quickly bring Ludwig fully into the team. Franca was taken aback and couldn't help but glance at Lumian's profile. She hesitated for a moment, then asked carefully, "Are you saying this out of guilt?" "There's no need. We can think of other ways. Guilt is part of it, but it's not the main reason." Lumian continued forward without much change in expression. Franca frowned slightly, looking at Lumian, and raised a question she had before meeting Harrison. "Why did you suddenly come to find me today and be so proactive?" "I thought I would have to endure our awkward relationship until I couldn't take it anymore and had to seek you out." Lumian chuckled. "If I told you Jenna asked me to find you, would you believe it?" Franca suddenly felt a bit stifled, not even sure why she felt this way, or if it was for multiple reasons. She muttered, "She asked, and you just came?" Lumian smiled as if talking about something ordinary. "If I absolutely don't want to do something, sans the influence of mystical powers, there's only one person in this world who can force me to do it." Franca knew who Lumian was referring to and understood what he meant. The blockage in her heart eased a lot, but recalling certain things made her expression quite complicated. There was anger, bitterness, and a bit of joy. She clenched her right fist, the one not holding the white candle, and punched Lumian's shoulder with considerable force. "You brat, you gave it away." Lumian took the punch stoically, as if he had anticipated it. They walked in silence for a while. Franca, having adjusted her mood, curiously asked, "Actually, I wanted to ask earlier. Jenna had already found you and expressed her thoughts, and you said the best response was to delay until you became an iron-blooded knight. But in that situation, how could you delay? There was no way to delay anymore." Lumian glanced at Franca. "Find Anthony. Did you forget we have a psychiatrist in our team?" Franca chuckled awkwardly. "How can you discuss such matters with a psychiatrist teammate you meet every day? It's too awkward. Jenna and I definitely can't talk to Anthony about this." Lumian ignored Franca's excuse and continued. "With the help of a psychiatrist or even a hypnotist abilities, the issue could be delayed for a while. But fundamentally, this is an emotional problem, not a psychological or mental issue. Using a psychiatrist can delay it, but it can't be postponed forever. It will eventually erupt, so it's better to resolve it sooner." Franca tersely responded. After a few more steps, she looked at the darkness ahead and said in a calm but slightly joyful tone, "Do you know why I only punched you once?" "No," Lumian replied frankly. Franca smiled, feeling quite gratified. "Previously, you always gave me a feeling that goals, power, and close relationships were important, but you didn't care much about yourself, as if you didn't matter. This time, I originally thought you made all these decisions in that same mindset, but when you said you weren't entirely passive and had your own thoughts, even if just a bit, I was very happy." Lumian did not respond, but did not refute her either. In Trier, Quartier de la Maison d'Opera, in an underground room. Anthony met with the Knight of Swords. The minor arcana card holder still wore a white shirt and black vest, his brown hair slightly disheveled, and his eyes looked quite repressed. At this moment, the Knight of Swords sat at a long table, with several playing cards covering different chairs. After glancing at what seemed like the aftermath of a card game, Anthony, who had met the Knight of Swords in the Raclef region of the southern continent, politely greeted him. The Knight of Swords responded briefly. After Anthony found a chair without cards in front of it and sat down, he spoke in a low voice. I need your help with two things. One is to provide psychological treatment for a while to help stabilize my mental state. No problem. Anthony nodded gently. He knew that Madame Justice and Madame Susie were not in Trier recently. It seemed they had left because there were traces of a dragon on the West Mid-Seashire coast, and a member of the Tamara family's judgment branch in the Lone Kingdom had surfaced and expressed a desire to cooperate. Both ladies had been away for some time and wouldn't return soon. Among the minor arcana card holders in Trier, only he could provide psychological treatment to the Knight of Swords. Maintaining his repressed state, the Knight of Swords continued. The second thing is that we discovered some members of the Indulgence faction seem to have brought a significant item to Trier. There are traces of a demigod among them. We have confirmed where these Indulgence faction members are staying, but without knowing what the item is or if there are other powerful individuals hidden, we don't want to launch a rash attack. It's best not to involve the authorities in this. If the item is useful to us but falls into official hands, it would be quite troublesome. Every 2 or 3 days, a servant from their villa comes out to buy supplies. Of course, there's likely an Indulgence faction member watching secretly, whose strength and level are uncertain. We will handle distracting the Indulgence faction member watching the servant. You will find an opportunity to hypnotize the servant, ask 2 or 3 questions, and then hypnotize him to forget being questioned. The questioning time is short, and the risk is high. We can't guarantee your absolute safety, only that your safety will be our top priority. You can refuse, but if you agree, we will give you sufficient or exceptionally special compensation. Exceptionally special? Anthony asked, slightly puzzled. The Knight of Swords, Merrick, took a shiny lone gold pound from his pocket and said in a low voice, I believe you recognize it. Anthony immediately remembered the lucky coin Jenna and Ludwig had obtained. After a moment's thought, he decided, all right, I will hypnotize the servant and handle the questioning, but you need to design the questions. I don't know what concerns you. Deal. The Knight of Swords showed a slight smile, but his eyes remained repressed. Anthony looked at him and said, shall we start the first psychological treatment now? Okay. The Knight of Swords nodded gently. Anthony smiled peacefully. First, I must clarify that a psychiatrist is not omnipotent. Sometimes I can only help you find the right path. Other times, I can only provide some emotional relief, allowing you to view troubling matters more normally. Just as restraint is for crucial moments of release, if you never release, I can only help delay it for a while. Eventually, it will be uncontrollable. 2 days later, in a bustling market, Anthony spotted his target, a man with evident southern continent ancestry. Pretending to select fresh meat, he slowly approached the target. According to the plan, the Knight of Swords and his team would now start distracting the Indulgence faction member watching the servant. If they failed, they would use Wraith Possession to inform him that today's mission was urgently canceled. Soon, Anthony reached the target's side. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he bent down to pick up a Lewis door from the ground. After a moment's hesitation, he asked the servant beside him, Sir, did you drop this? The servant looked over blankly, the gold coins shine, making him squint. At the same time, Anthony's eyes subtly turned vertical, tinged with a light gold hue. The servant, completely focused on the gold coin, swallowed and said, Yes, it's mine. Thus, Anthony completed the hypnosis. He handed the coin to the servant and asked casually, What are they doing in the villa, never coming out? The servant hesitated, then replied, They're in an orgy altogether. They're making babies, making babies. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 863. Dancing with the Devil. Making babies? Anthony suddenly had a strong sense of foreboding. He immediately abandoned the second question preset by the Knight of Swords and straightforwardly asked, Who is making babies? The servant replied, his confusion tinged with fear. Everyone is. The women are giving birth, and so are the men. Men are giving birth too. Anthony felt a shiver run down his spine and nearly used placate himself. He took another gold coin from his pocket and smiled at the servant. Did you forget you dropped another Louis d'Or? The servant thought the Louis d'Or's shine had entered the other man's eyes. He assumed the man was trying to bribe him and hastily nodded. Yes, yes, I forgot. As he spoke, the servant's thoughts became fuzzy, as if he heard something but also didn't. When he came to his senses, he had forgotten what had just happened, and the Lewis door in his hand was gone. In an alley 2 streets away from the market, Anthony saw Merrick, the Knight of Swords, reflected in a puddle left by last night's sudden rain. Before the Knight of Swords could speak, Anthony quickly relayed the information he had gathered and then said, "The Indulgence faction only indulges desires, not making babies. That's not their hallmark, right?" The repression in the Knight of Swords' eyes had lessened slightly. He said gravely, "Followers of the primordial moon within the Indulgence faction do occasionally, but not to the extent where even men give birth." Anthony said in a serious tone, "Based on the behavior of those Indulgence faction members, they're bringing a significant item to Trier, the brewing of Project Vortex, and the fact that its leaders are brokers who worship an evil god. I suspect that the Mother Tree of Desire worshipped by the Indulgence faction and the Great Mother worshipped by the Night Stalkers have started collaborating on something, which is a crucial part of Project Vortex." Since the Knight of Swords had come to Trier, he naturally knew about Project Vortex from his Major Arcana card holder. He replied in a low voice, "Your suspicion is alarming. I will immediately report this to Ma'am Hermit and the higher-ups of our faction. If necessary, we will take decisive action." Anthony nodded. It would be best to inform the authorities as well. In Trier, no one is better suited to handle this than them. I need to return to my companions and warn them to be on guard against the coming vortex. With that, Anthony was about to leave the alley. "My companion will take you to find the Seven of Wands. It will be faster this way," the Knight of Swords called out to Anthony. "We will give you the promised reward once the situation stabilizes." The Minor Arcana card holder quickly vanished from the puddle surface. He was eager to write to his Major Arcana card holder, Hermit. In the Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, apartment 702 on 9 Rue Orosai. Franca and Jenna were squeezed together on the sofa, comparing the lone gold pounds in their hands. "I can feel they are somewhat special, but I don't know what makes them special," Franca said happily. She then looked up at Lumian, who had taken her spot. "Mr. Starr's reward is this. Now you're the only one without one." Lumian found it amusing and remarked, "Did you forget about Anthony? And Lugano doesn't have one either." Jenna glanced at Franca, who was leaning on her, and said thoughtfully, "When I first got the lucky coin, I thought it was a gift, but after you and Ludwig got yours, I began to suspect they might be symbols or tokens. We might all experience something together in the future. Lumian is special in many ways. He will get involved sooner or later, and he will get a coin eventually. At least he doesn't have one now," Franca said, showing off her lucky coin. After discussing this for a while, Franca put away her lucky coin and asked Lumian about the serious matter. "How is Ludwig's training going?" "He follows my orders well now. The next step is to go through some experiences together to build rapport with you all." Lumian thought for a moment. "I'll design tasks accordingly. With a small team, it should take 2 or 3 weeks to achieve this. I'll probably finish digesting the affliction potion before your advancement. The main issue now is convincing the demoness of Black that I can digest it so quickly." In the past few days, Franca's progress in digesting the affliction potion had advanced significantly, and she estimated she needed only about a week more. Jenna fell silent for a moment before saying, "My pleasure potion is fully digested. I just need a couple of days to prepare for the ritual to become a demoness of affliction." "So soon?" Franca exclaimed in surprise. Jenna looked at Franca with a complex expression, but did not answer. Franca was stunned for a moment, then said, "Oh." She understood why, which made her feelings even more complicated, with a mix of bitterness, sadness, joy, and smugness. "I have given Jenna the potion ingredients and the remaining iced lemon fish fillet," Lumian added. "Okay." Franca quickly adjusted her mindset. Feeling Jenna leaning against her, smelling her fragrance, and looking at Lumian, who had taken her spot and was mimicking her sitting posture, Franca suddenly felt that the past couple of days had been quite enjoyable and reassuring. Except for occasional pain and sadness, everything was great. Lumian was even expressing his importance to her more actively, though not much. Since her transmigration, it was the first time Franca had felt this way. Well, let's just say I've built a harem, except... Franca sighed inwardly. She hoped these times would last longer, and that the vortex and the apocalypse would never come. At that moment, Lumian turned his head and looked towards the side door of the living room. Anthony's figure quickly took shape there. "I have important information," Anthony said directly. Lumian stood up from the armchair and gestured for Anthony to continue. Anthony quickly relayed the information he had gathered from the servant and his own speculations. During this, Jenna and Franca, the two demonesses, both had a premonition of danger from their spirituality. Lumian said without hesitation, "I'll inform Madam Magician immediately, then meet up with Ludwig and Logano and move to a new safe house. We'll wait for instructions from the major arcana card holders." Above the endless gray fog, in an ancient and majestic palace, on either side of a model bronze table, figures shrouded in gray fog quickly formed. There were 8 of them. The seats at the head and foot of the table were empty. Miss Justice stood up, looked around, and said, "This is an emergency meeting with Mr. Fool's permission." Madam Magician did not waste time. Once Miss Justice sat down, she immediately asked Mr. Starr across from her, "Was it your idea or a hint from the Church of Evernight to send the 2 of Cups to fetch water from the Samaritan woman's spring?" Mr. Starr sat upright this time. "It was a revelation I received in a dream." "A dream? Is the Evernight goddess reminding us to pay attention to Harrison?" "Yes, she should know that Harrison has entered and exited the Samaritan woman's spring several times and mastered the pattern." Madam Magician did not ask further and turned to Ma'am Hermit on her side. "Has Queen Mystic conveyed any information?" Ma'am Hermit shook her head, then said after recalling, "She hasn't contacted me for a while. I tried to reach her a couple of days ago, but received no response." As she spoke, Ma'am Hermit suddenly paused, foreseeing a scene. Then she saw the gaze of Mr. Hanged Man, Mr. Moon, Mr. Sun, and Madam Judgment all fall on her, their expressions solemn and their eyes full of undisguised vigilance. Tossed high into the air by a storm, then slammed back into the vortex of the sea, the Dawn struggled to maintain its balance, like a toy thrown into the ocean. There was not a single sailor on its deck. The sails and ropes moved on their own as if controlled by invisible hands. After a long time, the storm finally subsided, and the Dawn, the flagship of Queen Mystic, soon stabilized. Ahead, an island covered in dark green, nearly black, giant trees slowly emerged under the blue sky and white clouds. Wearing a floral shirt and a brown captain's coat, Queen Mystic, Bernadette, stepped out of the cabin and walked to the bow. Her blue eyes were as deep as the ocean, her straight eyebrows extended gracefully, and her naturally flowing chestnut hair reached her waist. She wore pants and boots for ease of movement. Empty-handed, Queen Mystic gazed at the island, her eyes darkening, her face expressionless. As the island drew nearer, another person emerged from the cabin. This person was also a woman with black hair and brown eyes, a pretty face, and the typical appearance of a Loanese. She wore a dark robe with many pockets and different flowers embroidered on it, a favorite outfit of ancient merchants. Overseer Pearl. This evil god worshipper and initiator of Project Vortex appeared on Queen Mystic's ship. Pearl walked to the bow and stood beside Bernadette, also gazing at the island, a clear smile on her face. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 864, Center of the Vortex. Quartier 14, within the botanical garden, there stood a wooden cabin belonging to the caretaker. Lumian had prepared this safe house before heading to Morora. He hadn't rented it. Instead, he used money to persuade the garden caretaker to vacate the place when never needed and to pretend he still lived there. Franca glanced at the lush trees surrounding them, then turned her gaze back to Ludwig, who was sitting at a small wooden table, munching on a donut. She asked with a playful smile, "How about I give you some homework?" Ludwig looked up quickly, eyeing Franca warily and instinctively scooting back. Franca laughed immediately, muttering to herself, "I feel an angel's pain, and my affliction potion has digested a bit more." "Why are you bullying a child?" Jenna asked, amused by the scene. "What child?" Franca explained with a grin. "I had suspected that making Ludwig experience the pain of studying and doing homework might help me digest the potion, but I didn't try it for fear of ruining Lumian's training and making Ludwig want to run away from home. Now, with the vortex possibly approaching, I need to digest as much as I can. Besides, it's not like Ludwig will bond with us that quickly anyway." Ludwig's brown eyes clearly conveyed one message as he looked at Franca, "Eudaimonis." Jenna thought carefully and realized Franca's reasoning made sense. Once Lumian completed his advancement and she herself reached the stage of the demonis of affliction, this could be one of the ways to digest the potion. Ludwig's gaze flicked between Franca and Jenna before he spoke in a determined tone. "I will do my best to build rapport with you all." "Not bad." Lumian clapped his hands, then said to Franca and Jenna, "You two have the potential to be conspirers. Now Ludwig doesn't mind teaming up with you." "I didn't expect it to turn out this way." Franca looked around, sensing that Logano and Anthony's gazes seemed to say, "Look, you've driven the kid to this point. Lumian tossed a chocolate coin to Ludwig and asked thoughtfully, "After eating that chef's stomach, you should have recalled quite a bit of knowledge, right?" Ludwig quickly unwrapped the chocolate and answered honestly, "Yes, this training is quite effective." Franco was a little surprised and looked at Lumian with admiration. Lumian pulled up a chair and asked in a coaxing tone, "Do you know anything about the broker pathway? What do they mean by vortex?" Busy with training Ludwig and giving him tasks, Lumian had nearly overlooked that Ludwig was an angel from beyond the barrier and might know something about the broker pathway. After learning about Project Vortex, Lumian had asked Ludwig a similar question before going to Morora, but Ludwig had shaken his head, saying he had no recollection. Now he had recovered some memories and was much more obedient. Chewing on the chocolate, Ludwig fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he said uncertainly, "It seems to involve more complex transactions with multiple traders, not just one-on-one deals." As he spoke, Ludwig took a stack of bread slices from the side and laid them out on the table, representing different traders. He then pointed to the bread slices and said, "Transactions can occur between any of these groups, or there can be three-way, four-way, or even more parties involved. Connecting the corresponding lines creates a web or a vortex, involving many people." Lumian understood Ludwig's meaning and pondered. It seems the transaction between the Mother Tree of Desire and the Great Mother is just one part of the vortex. So where is the center of the vortex? In the Square District, outside a villa where several members of the Rose School of Thought's Indulgence faction lived. Angoulême de Francois and a group of purifiers had arrived nearby. For this mission, he had borrowed a sealed artifact from the Inquisition in the Market District, his preferred Grade 1 sealed artifact, the Sword of the Sun, which was now embedded in the spine of a gray-white humanoid mechanical creation. Angoulême looked up at the sky, where white clouds floated and the sun wasn't too intense. He glanced around and said, "Squad A, enter with me. Squad B, ambush underground. Squad C, go to the back door." After instructing his team, he spread his arms slightly and said, "Saint Vive and Saint Plessis are watching us. We will surely be victorious. Praise the sun. Praise the sun." Every purifier responded. Once the squads were in position, Angoulême, wearing a brown wool coat, moved from stillness to motion and charged towards the villa, with a gray-white humanoid mechanical creation following closely. For this mission, which might involve a demigod from the Rose School of Thought, Angoulême was not too worried. The Archbishop of Trier, Saint Plessis, and the Guardian Angel of Trier, Saint Vive, were not just watching but were also nearby, ready to purify the evil. The main goal was to force the bloody members of the Rose School of Thought out of hiding. If necessary, they could destroy the entire villa, purifying both the Beyonders and the ordinary people who worshipped evil gods together. Although Angoulême believed that some of the ordinary people might still have a chance to be saved, some might not be deeply devoted to the Mother Tree of Desire, their rescue depended on ensuring the safety of his team. As the captain, his primary responsibility was to his subordinates. Angoulême was the first to rush through the garden and reach the front door of the villa. Just then, he saw a white, thin mist rising inside, twisting and turning to form faces of agony that seemed almost real on the glass windows and walls. Angoulême stopped and prepared to summon light of holiness to purify the mist. Suddenly, deep within the thin white mist, in a room on the second floor of the villa, crimson moonlight began to glow. It quickly outlined a stiff, sluggish, twisted, and blurry figure. For some reason, upon seeing the crimson figure, Angoulême and his team felt a sense of awe at an ultimate beauty. They gazed obsessively at the crimson figure slowly approaching the window, completely forgetting their mission. They heard the cries of babies in their ears. Along with the cries came a sinister, genderless voice. "You're just in time." In the depths of a primitive island, where the trees suddenly disappeared. Relying on the help of someone to circumvent her father's ban, Queen Mystic Bernadette once again saw the black mausoleum built into the hollowed-out mountain. Most of the mausoleum was part of the mountain itself, with some artificial traces. There were no weeds or vines on its surface. It stood over 100 meters tall, majestic, and grand. This was where Bernadette's father, the former emperor of the Intis Empire, Roselle Gustave, who had created an era, lay in eternal rest. Engraved on the mausoleum's surface were the civil code established and promulgated by Roselle, along with his new social customs and inventions. In his later years, Roselle had forcefully switched from the mystery prior pathway to the lawyer pathway, attempting to become the Black Emperor of Sequence Zero, but had perished during the apotheosis ritual. This was an intentional outcome, because he had suffered severe, hidden corruption after visiting the moon in his later years. He considered using the Black Emperor's characteristics of eternal tombs and undying order to escape the corruption. However, after his death, the Beyonder characteristics belonging to the Mystery Prior and Savant pathways would completely separate, and if he were to be resurrected, only the pure Black Emperor characteristics would be summoned back to his body, preventing him from becoming a half-mad entity like the Blood Emperor of the Fourth Epoch who had forcibly switched pathways. Unfortunately, despite completing the Black Emperor ritual and gaining the rank of a true god, Roselle found that the hidden corruption could not be escaped even in death. It kept regenerating. Thus, Roselle, neither fully dead nor truly alive, sealed himself to prevent being completely altered by the corruption. Bernadette had visited this Black Emperor mausoleum once before, using the abilities of a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and Mr. Fools helped to further seal and protect her father. She came today to use the method of multiple corruptions entangling each other to achieve balance, hoping to free her father from his current state and revive him. Afterward, she could wait for Mr. Fool to awaken and perform the best seal on the corruption. This way, even if it wasn't Mr. Fool who awakened, but rather the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, her father could barely maintain himself through his own balance. For this, she was willing to push some gray transactions. She had also prepared extensively based on her foresight to prevent the situation from deteriorating. This time, Bernadette encountered no obstacles or attacks like before and smoothly reached her father's mausoleum. This confirmed one of the traders the broker Pearl had roped in, and this trade might involve more than two parties. You can now perform the ritual to let the desired corruption enter the mausoleum, Overseer Pearl said with a smile to Queen Mystic Bernadette. But I need the magic wishing lamp as a medium. 0-05, the magic wishing lamp. Bernadette replied calmly. That wasn't part of the deal. Pearl sighed with a smile. It would make the ritual simpler and more effective. But it's okay. The trade you facilitated to bring me here has pleased my master, and I have received a new boon. I can try to complete the ritual on my own with the corresponding items. As she spoke, Pearl spread her arms, her body gradually turning into white mist. The mist expanded, slowly rotating to form a vortex. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 865, The Traders. As clusters of gray-white crystals were enveloped by the mist and disintegrated, blending into it, Pearl's white mist expanded rapidly into a gigantic, peculiar vortex. Within the vortex, the Overseer's face flickered in and out of view, sometimes distorted, sometimes normal. She looked up at the sky, her voice becoming ethereal, and spoke using the words of order. Bernadette offers the location of Roselle's mausoleum on the primitive island, the place for the vortex ritual, and some materials in exchange for a gray trade. She requests that the great uncertain mist bestow a blessing upon Roselle, bringing balance to the corruption within him. As soon as Pearl finished speaking, a light appeared within the white vortex. Within the light was a deep, dark void, at the center of which was a solid, massive planet shrouded in layers of ever-changing white mist. Suddenly, a wisp of white mist that could envelop the planet detached itself and moved towards the edge of the light, as if encountering an invisible barrier. That wisp of white mist spread out, becoming intangible, and then, using the power of the ritual, a medium containing the truth and the cracks in the invisible barrier, it penetrated magically, merging with the white mist that Pearl had become, landing on her sometimes grim, sometimes smiling blurred face. The two fused into one. Then, a large part of the white mist that Pearl had transformed into separated and flowed like a river towards the black mausoleum built into the hollowed-out mountain, seeping inside continuously. Queen Mystic Bernadette turned her back on the mausoleum. Her chestnut hair suddenly parted, and a pair of cold, merciless, transparent eyes grew at the back of her head. Other facial features slowly formed around these eyes, blurring together. It seemed like another her was emerging. Through this, Bernadette glimpsed several scenes inside the black mausoleum, confirming that her father, Roselle, was being enveloped by the white mist. The mist slowly eroded Roselle's body, beginning to distort the constantly regenerating corruption, slowing it down. Likewise, it distorted the force that rapidly killed the new corruption. Due to the difference in quantity between the white mist corruption and the original corruption, it would take some time to maintain the ritual to achieve true balance. At this moment, the mid-morning sun in the blue sky with white clouds suddenly blazed intensely, as if sensing the dangerous gray trade happening on this primitive island. With the white mist strengthened by the wisp from the light, Pearl's face became more blurred and abstract, the corresponding mist expanding to completely envelop the treeless area, though it did not approach Bernadette or the black mausoleum. One by one, points of light appeared within the mist. Pearl's distorted face turned to one of these points of light and, in an even more ethereal and elusive voice, said, "The great supernova dominator agrees to intervene fully, suppressing the barrier so that all true gods in the astral world cannot interfere with the matters inside the barrier. Before Pearl could finish speaking, a blinding light suddenly emerged within the point of light she was gazing at, bright enough to devour all darkness and blind an angel. With this change, the sky was illuminated as if a flashbang had been thrown into a dark room. Even Pearl, protected by the ritual, had to close her eyes. Neither she nor Queen Mystic Bernadette could see the high sky becoming void, with a transparent barrier full of cracks deep within the void. Within that void, there was a drawn sun, a gigantic entity shrouded in dense darkness, a terrifying figure surrounded by a storm of lightning, a pair of brass-colored eyes opening within the cracks, a corner filled with wheat, flowers, and springs, and a faint glow presenting vague scenes of civilization. A massive, heavy, and profound fireball crashed heavily onto the invisible barrier with many cracks, exploding with a dazzling light that illuminated the void completely, making the abstract pattern seem nearly transparent. This didn't cause widespread earthquakes within the barrier. It merely temporarily blinded people. In the white mist, Pearl's face, with closed eyes, continued speaking with the words of order. What he needs in return is for the seal on the ship beneath Port Santa to be broken. As soon as Pearl finished speaking, one of the points of light grew slightly, showing a scene of the deep blue sea. Finally, the bright light penetrating the barrier became less dazzling, and Pearl opened her eyes, looking at the deep blue sea within the point of light. In an ethereal voice, she said, "Topsy of the School of Deliciousness is willing to pay this price." As Pearl spoke, a terrifying vortex suddenly formed in the deep blue sea. A monster emerged from the vortex, towering dozens or hundreds of meters high, with a lower body resembling a giant snake covered in shark-like skin with hidden evil patterns. The upper body split into 9 necks, each with a different head, some resembling snakes, some like giant sharks, some with wet black wolf heads, some possibly of legendary dragons. The most bizarre central head appeared human but had only a mouth left, with teeth sharp enough to crush anything. This head lunged at the invisible force sealing the sea, biting it furiously, while the other heads either devoured the fish in the sea, spewed venom at the seal, or tried to use their abilities to affect the seal. What he needs is... Pearl's voice reached Queen Mystic Bernadette's ears through the white mist, for the angel of the great primordial hunger to return. Outside the white mist, Bernadette had conjured an ancient-style spear. This spear had appeared in ancient times and was stained with the blood of a great being, covered in dark red spots and stains, seemingly capable of harming true gods. Mystical reenactment, Spear of Longinus. Bernadette hurled the spear, emitting a destructive aura into the white mist, not targeting Pearl, but the point of light that had grown larger. She intended to stop the subsequent gray traits, preventing the vortex from spinning further and causing real harm. After all, she had achieved her goal, and maintaining it for a while longer would suffice. The Spear of Longinus pierced the white mist, hitting the point of light showing the deep blue sea. However, it didn't dim or extinguish the point of light, as if it had struck a phantom. As the ancient spear dissipated, Pearl's exaggeratedly smiling face turned towards Bernadette. "The vortex has formed. Unless you kill me, it won't stop. And if I die now, Roselle won't achieve true balance, and the broken fragile balance won't be restored." Bernadette froze. Pearl then looked at another point of light and, in an ethereal voice, said, "Offering help to Topsy of the School of Deliciousness is Mr. Higdon of the Order of All Extinction." The point of light Pearl was gazing at grew slightly, revealing a luxurious room. In the room, an elderly man with neatly combed graying hair sat quietly on an antique armchair. He wore a crisp white shirt and black suit with a gray bow tie, his handsome but stern face showing intermittent festering and oozing from exposed skin, with maggots crawling out occasionally. His deep, magnetic voice reached the white mist in Pearl's face. "But I don't know where the target is in Trier." Pearl's twisted smile widened, her gaze shifting to another point of light at an angle above. That point of light grew, revealing a dimly lit room with closed doors and windows. Sunlight streamed in through the glass windows, illuminating countless dust particles floating in the air. Below the dust was an old wooden loom, with a black-haired woman sitting beside it, her hair reaching her waist. The woman had an ethereal demeanor and delicate features, but kept her eyes shut, constantly pulling out her hair and weaving it into the threads on the loom. Tears of pus-laden blood streamed from her eyes, her left arm severed and fallen to the ground, her skirt covering her empty legs, with a graceful female statue standing behind her. The statue, originally faceless, gradually grew features resembling the woman's. The hair threads on the loom shimmered with faint light, containing a wealth of information. Seemingly hearing Overseer Pearl's question, the woman brushed her fingers over several black hair threads on the loom. The threads she touched lit up, revealing the corresponding information. The indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought brought the shadow of the beauty goddess to Trier, trying to get as close as possible to fourth epic Trier. They did it covertly, avoiding detection by Trier's demigods. The temperance faction of the Church of the Fool discovered the indulgence faction's movements and the presence of an important item early, but hesitated to act immediately. They waited for the right moment to complete their investigation, missing the opportunity. Lumian Lee and Ludwig moved to a safe house in District 14's Botanical Garden in Trier. If he knew how immense this vortex would be, he would have regretted not teleporting directly to the new city of Silver with his companions. But how could he have known? These intertwined destinies formed a foreseeable future. Overseer Pearl's ethereal voice echoed in a room. The founder of the Dream Seekers, Fate's attendant, Heloise, is responsible for weaving the entire matter, ensuring it progresses smoothly without alerting higher beings. She will also provide the locations of 2 angels. As Pearl spoke, the woman named Heloise plucked a strand of destiny thread representing Lumian and Ludwig moving to the new safe house. A bit of light jumped out, splitting into 3 fragments that entered the white mist transformed by Pearl and flew in different directions. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 866, The Painting. In Trier, within the Botanical Garden, inside the wooden house, Lumian and the others were blinded by the sudden bright light from the sky, unable to open their eyes for a full minute. Ludwig was the first to recover. He ran to the window and looked out at the plants, as if searching for something. Lumian was the second to recover. He frowned and said to Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, "Is this the star of the vortex? It's quite a commotion. I wonder if it will affect us," Franca said just as a strong sense of danger washed over her. In such matters, demonesses always had keen intuition. Almost simultaneously, Jenna exclaimed, "It will definitely affect us. I have a feeling we can't stay here any longer." Lumian paused for a moment, then quickly whispered, "Termaboros, you didn't warn me, because what's about to happen is something you want to see?" As he spoke, Lumian signaled to Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Lugano to come closer. They each grabbed his arm, shoulder, and vest. The only one who lacked the tacit understanding was Ludwig. Lumian looked at the young boy and said sternly, "Do you want to be punished with homework? Get over here." Ludwig's face showed fear, and he instinctively turned his body. But the next second, he reluctantly looked back out the window. He didn't know what he was waiting for. He just felt he should stay here, waiting for something very important. Lumian urged again. Ludwig's expression changed, and he finally couldn't resist the authority of his godfather and his fear of schoolwork and exams. He ran over to Lumian, grabbing his black vest. Still lacking tacit understanding, the ritual can't be considered complete. Lumian sighed inwardly and activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He needed to teleport this large group to the new city of Silver, to the headquarters of the Church of the Fool. Lumian saw layers of dense colors and countless transparent, strange figures, along with the 7 pure, bright lights always far overhead. He was about to travel through the familiar spirit world to the coordinates representing the new city of Silver when his body suddenly felt heavy, pulling him away from this fantastical, mysterious, mad, and illusory world. Lumian found himself and the others back in the wooden house within the Botanical Garden, in the same state as when Ludwig had just grabbed his vest. With his extensive experience, Lumian's eyes narrowed, and he warned his companions, Franca and Jenna, circle inhabitant, outside Emperor Rosel's mausoleum on the primitive island, in the area in front of the tomb shrouded in thin white mist. The 3 pieces of information that flew out from the point of light where Fate's attendant Heloise was located landed on 3 different points of light. One was where Higdon of the Order of All Extinction was, another seemed to be inside a tunnel under Trier, where a figure holding a carbide lamp, dressed in a black robe, and looking different from those from the northern and southern continents, was a visitor from Easter Island named Harrison. The 3rd point of light first showed darkness, then outlined a figure. This figure was in his 50s, with a thick head of hair with a hint of white and clear, deep lake blue eyes. He was a man with neatly trimmed facial hair, and his features were well defined. Even at his age, he could be considered handsome. Voisin Sanson, circle inhabitant of the Sinners, Voisin Sanson, the father of Roche Louise Sanson, the original identity of Aurora, a follower of Inevitability, Voisin Sanson. As soon as Voisin Sanson, dressed in a black suit, received the information about Lumian, Ludwig, and the others' location, he disappeared into the darkness of the expanding point of light. Higdon of the Order of All Extinction also quickly left his room, no longer participating in this real-time, complex trade without physical distance. Overseer Pearl showed no surprise at this. With her ethereal voice, she announced the progress of the trade. Voisin Sanson of the Sinners has obtained crucial information about the recovery of the Inevitability Angel. The corresponding price will be paid by the Great Circle of Inevitability. Mr. Higdon of the Order of All Extinction has begun his actions. The reward will be given after he completes the recovery of the Angel of Primordial Hunger and provides some assistance to Voisin Sanson, paid by Loki of April Fools. As Pearl's words spread, and with the invocation of those honorific names, the area around the white mist grew increasingly dim and uncertain, shadows rising as if a terrifying will was about to descend. Normally, Pearl shouldn't have known or spoken of information regarding great beings, as it would bring extremely terrible and severe consequences. After all, after convincing the gray-leaning Queen Mystic Bernadette with previous events, she had only received a new blessing through a substantial sacrifice, becoming a true vortex weaver, but not yet reaching the rank of an angel. However, she was currently under the protection of the vortex ritual and had just accepted a wisp of mist transmitted by her faith's truth, the uncertain mist, allowing her to remain unaffected. Her understanding of those great beings came from that wisp of mist, previously only contacting corresponding secret organizations and underground cults to reach relatively certain agreements. At this moment, Bernadette disintegrated herself into strands of information, surging towards Pearl's face within the gray mist in a vast torrent. She hoped to influence the other party in this way, preventing the subsequent trades from progressing but without destroying the current ritual. Pearl's face, composed of mist, suddenly dispersed, disappearing from Bernadette's perception. The vast torrent of information surged forward, seemingly lost in the white mist, unable to find the true location of the target. Soon, the torrent of information separated from the white mist and reformed Bernadette's body. Pearl's face then reappeared in different parts of the white mist, sometimes smiling, sometimes cursing, sometimes pretending to be friendly, sometimes babbling. These faces converged inward, once again forming Pearl's sometimes distorted, sometimes normal blurred face within the depths of the white mist. Pearl continued speaking with the words of order. Harrison from Easter Island has received information about Lumian Lee's location. After the vortex ritual ends, he will use the special mirror world to visit Fourth Epic Trier, paying a special item of the Fate pathway as a reward. This is the item Fate's attendant Madame Heloise wishes to obtain. As Pearl announced the new trade, a half-body figure that was nearly transparent and quite ethereal grew from Bernadette's back. This figure looked identical to Bernadette, even in clothing. She held a pale mask with only holes for the eyes, shining with a metallic luster, and quickly put it on. Pale Death. Another Grade 0 sealed artifact owned by Bernadette, Pale Death. She intended to use this to control Pearl. At that moment, Bernadette's vision blurred suddenly, and the surrounding environment and distances became exceptionally chaotic. She was passively shifted in position, hearing an unusually familiar deep voice in her ear. Bernadette? Outside the Black Emperor's mausoleum, within the increasingly dense and varied white mist. In an underground location somewhere in Trier, within his corresponding point of light, Harrison took out an item. It was a thumb-sized, colorful bead with a glass-like texture, exuding a calming aura. Harrison then threw the bead into the surrounding white mist. Under Overseer Pearl's gaze, the bead passed through Harrison's corresponding point of light, through the dense white mist, and into the point of light where Dreamseeker founder Heloise was. The delicate woman weaving fate caught the colorful, glass-like bead with her remaining right hand. Her tightly shut eyes suddenly saw a scene. A bald man in a yellow robe with a strange cape sat cross-legged on a bed, a halo of pure light behind his head. Deep within the halo seemed to lead to the unknown, hiding many things. Heloise put down the bead, pulled out another strand of hair, and completed the last bit of her task. It was a blessing from fate. Project Vortex will be successfully completed. Heloise's black hair carried this message, woven into the previous threads. With a swish, a large piece of skin on the right half of Heloise's face was torn off by an invisible force, revealing the bloody, wriggling flesh beneath. She had not yet become an angel, and could not normally weave such far-reaching fate. She could only forcefully complete it with the goddess's statue, but each weave brought severe damage. Her eyes had gone blind in the process, and her feet, legs, left arm, and fingers had also been broken. Of course, as long as she did not die on the spot, she could obtain special medicine for treatment through transactions with brokers. Overseer Pearl's face in the white mist turned her gaze to another point of light. This point of light showed a scene of an altar inside an ancient castle, surrounded by intact but lifeless bodies, their flesh and bones made into brushes and paints. A man with long hair, empty eyes, and a frenzied expression had completed the preliminary preparations at the center of the altar. It was a nearly finished, eerie oil painting, just 2 strokes away from completion. The painting depicted an endless, dark, starry sky with blood-red circles on the left, resembling a special tunnel or a creature's mouth. On the right, numerous silver, white, and black flickered from bone powder, just short of forming a ring. Overseer Pearl's voice resonated. The string believer, Mr. Sage of the Fantasy Association, has sacrificed many bestowed and followers and is about to complete a magnificent and outstanding painting. Next, we will witness the unveiling of that painting. Mr. Sage's reward will be personally given by the Great Uncertain Mist at the end of the Vortex Ritual, which is also what the great being he believes and wants to see. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 867. Exerting Influence. The man known as Mr. Sage used a brush made of bone and hair, dipped it into the paint made from flesh and blood, and painstakingly applied it to the depths of the blood-red circles. Pearl's ethereal voice sounded once again. This is an outstanding painting representing the endless cosmos. Once completed, it will allow 2 great beings to transmit a bit of their power into the barrier. Although this cannot be used for targeted attacks or corruption, it can exert more universal influence according to predetermined rules. Before Pearl could finish speaking, Mr. Sage, with his long hair and vacant eyes, finally pressed the human hair and bone brush onto the predetermined spot. His right side suddenly melted like a candle, with flesh flowing towards the brush, racing into the depths of the blood-red circles. It seemed as though it really connected to the endless cosmos, where no matter how much flesh accumulated, it eventually vanished. Mr. Sage, left with only half a body and half a head, still had not died. He caught the falling brush with his left hand. On the oil painting, a pin-sized dot appeared in the depths of the blood-red circles. It was dark, as if a sound was emanating from it. Pearl's face in the white mist announced the results of the trade with the words of order. The great inextinguishable ravings has transmitted the first philosophy, allowing the immortal voice to penetrate the barrier in small amounts. These will be received by all who can hear unknown and mystical voices. The higher the sequence, the greater the impact. And some faithful followers of the first philosophy will, after the Vortex Ritual is truly over, approach the remnants of the knowledge more in 4th Epic Trier with the help of the Mirror People. Trier, at the real residence of Professor and Associate Professor. Just recovering from the sudden burst of brilliant light and barely able to see their surroundings, Professor and Associate Professor were worried about the current anomalies. They discussed whether to take the children to the small sacrificial square in the underground catacombs, their expressions changing. Instinctively, they raised their hands to cover their ears, but their facial muscles still twisted, and the veins on their temples bulged and throbbed. They heard an indescribable strange sound, causing both physical and mental anguish. In their pain, Professor and Associate Professor exchanged glances, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. This wasn't the voice of the hidden sage. This was an unprecedented situation for Professor and Associate Professor. Although they occasionally discovered some mysterious sounds while researching warlock spells and exploring certain special scenarios, aside from the indoctrination by the hidden sage, they had never encountered such unannounced sounds. Moreover, even without carefully distinguishing the content of the sounds, they suffered severe effects. Fortunately, compared to the indoctrination of the hidden sage, this seemed more bearable and did not push them to the brink of losing control. Most Beyonders of the Mystery Prior Pathway, upon hearing these mysterious, terrifying sounds, witnessed a phantom light composed of complex information writhing madly like a shedding giant snake in an unknown place. In the basement of the house where the psychic magazine was located, Mr. K, wearing a black robe and hood, suddenly stood up from the red-backed chair. The veins on the back of his exposed hands had turned black, writhing like insects. "No, no," Mr. K muttered in pain. "It's not the Lord's voice." He suddenly shouted, pulling off his hood and sticking his fingers into his ears. Mr. K's face had completely twisted, making his original appearance unrecognizable. He continually muttered in a voice filled with more mental agony than physical pain. "It's not the Lord's voice. It's not the Lord's voice." Amidst the grating sound, Mr. K used both hands to tear off his ears, the ripped flesh grotesque and terrifying. It wasn't enough. Mr. K forcefully inserted his fingers into his ear canals, puncturing his eardrums and clogging his ear passages. Yet he still heard the sound. He prostrated, lying on the ground, and tearfully repented to his Lord. As he repented, he vomited clumps of blood-stained organs. Similar to Mr. K, some angels, saints, and oracles of the Aurora Order also suffered intense and painful effects, making it difficult to follow the Lord's commands to stop something. In the forsaken land of the gods, a majestic mountain range was surrounded by strange light, with dense darkness at its core. At the edge of the light, various twisted shadows continued to form, rushing madly like moths into the darkness at the center. The darkness occasionally split open, revealing a gaze from behind the veil. On the bloody altar in the ancient castle, Mr. Sage pressed the human hair and bone brush into a pile of silver-black bone powder made from some unknown substance. The painter, now only half a body and half a head, twisted the brush forcefully, then raised it, aiming it at the last unfinished part of the endless cosmos oil painting. As the brush fell, Mr. Sage's remaining half-body and half-head also began to melt like a candle. Soon, the brush, carrying the painter, completed the silver-black ring. Almost simultaneously, the ring became ethereal, as if scratched, and seemed to merge into the air. 3 faint figures appeared on the silver-black ring, constantly changing positions as if eternally chasing each other. The endless cosmos oil painting was completed, but Mr. Sage would never see this work. Overseer Pearl's voice sounded once more. The great circle of inevitability has gazed upon this. All external forces attempting to interfere with Project Vortex will inevitably fail, except for the participants themselves. Above the blue sea, in the sky where the strong light had driven away the white clouds, Madam Magician, dressed in a women's shirt and brown ankle-length skirt, appeared with Miss Justice and Ma'am Hermit. The latter not only wore her usual glasses, but also had layers of dazzling starlight covering her ears. When the mysterious, terrifying, and unknown sound appeared earlier, Madam Magician had sealed Ma'am Hermit's listening abilities in both the literal and mystical senses. Although this could not completely isolate the sound's influence, it significantly reduced its effect, allowing Ma'am Hermit to perform basic actions and warlock spells. Gazing at the blue sea below, Madam Magician frowned slightly and said, "I clearly pinpointed the island where the Emperor slumbers. This is the 3rd failure, a failed wandering. Inevitable failure." Only Miss Justice, wearing a white dress with golden patterns, could hear the magician's voice. Miss Justice was about to relay the question to Ma'am Hermit through mental communication when the hermit, dressed in a patterned purple robe, foresaw a certain scene. Enduring the pain, the hermit used fairy tale magic to create a brightly colored, somewhat unrealistic ball of yarn in her palm. Ma'am Hermit threw the yarn forward, watching it roll into the void, leaving only a thread in the air to guide the direction. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal yarn rolled back from the void to Ma'am Hermit's feet. In Trier, the villa where several members of the Rose School were hiding was enveloped in holy and pure light, forming a slowly shaping golden sun. There was no shadow or darkness here. Angoulême de Francois and his team were awakened by St. Vive's attack on the villa. They immediately received St. Plessy's order to evacuate the area. But before they could turn around, they were nearly blinded by the brilliant light exploding from above, their bodies and minds in shock. When the light subsided, they recovered and ran frantically towards the street away from the villa. Angoulême was most grateful that the surrounding residents had already been evacuated. After running for a while, his vision blurred and his thoughts became hazy. He found himself and his team back where they had been standing, affecting St. Vive's performance. In Trier, high above the city, Mr. Hanged Man, Mr. Star, and Mr. Moon's figures quickly appeared. "We can't find 7 of Wands and 2 of Cups, or rather, we can't reach the safe house they're hiding in," said Mr. Hanged Man, dressed as a captain and riding a storm. He quickly understood the situation and spoke to Mr. Star, wearing a white shirt, black coat, and red gloves, and Mr. Moon, dressed in a tailcoat. Mr. Moon, with his handsome face, crimson eyes, and large bat wings gently flapping behind him, did not respond. He turned his head, looking towards a place in the Plaza District where bright light had erupted, and murmured in confusion, "The ancestors summoning?" Mr. Star, with an elderly voice, said, "It's the influence of the power of inevitability." "Yes," said the Madam Judgment in knight's training clothes, emerging from the void. "I sense the calls of 2 of Cups and 7 of Cups, but I can't descend to them." Mr. Star continued in his elderly voice, "There are only 2 ways to solve this problem. One is to find the medium allowing the power of inevitability to seep through and destroy it. The other is to discover flaws in the operation of inevitability's power and use them to escape the predicament. Of course, this all assumes that the being named inevitability is only exerting a slight influence through a medium and has not descended into our world." "Find the medium," Madam Judgment murmured, then said, "I'll ask Will for help." As she spoke, a diamond on her gemstone bracelet lit up with pure light. At the same time, worms made of intertwined transparent and opaque segments, seemingly ringed, crawled out of Mr. Star's eye sockets, ears, and nostrils. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 868, Confrontation. High above Trier, an ancient, mottled, gigantic shadow emerged. It resembled a stone-carved wall clock, divided into 12 segments. Each segment was either gray-white or dark green, intermixed yet distinct, each marked with different symbols. Clang. The ethereal chimes seemed to traverse through ages, making all of Trier appear frozen in time. In this brief stasis, transparent and opaque worms with 12 rings crawled frantically, burrowing into various places, seeking patterns to deceive and escape the influence of fate. Lumian and the others were also momentarily immobilized by the ancient-sounding chime. Not long ago, upon hearing Lumian mention the term circle inhabitant, Franca and Jenna both took out a tarot card from the traveler's bag. The tarot card depicted an angel sounding a trumpet to guide the departed. Major Arcana card, Judgment. Next, the two demonesses softly chanted in Hermes, Rain Judgment. They felt Madame Judgment's response, but it was faint, unable to establish a true connection. The two demonesses instantly understood that this botanical garden or the surrounding area of the cabin was under more severe restrictions, not just the influence of the circle inhabitants' abilities. While they sought Madame Judgment's descent, Lumian, Anthony, and Lugano watched as their cabin rapidly decayed and collapsed, like a long-buried tree trunk disintegrating into the soil. Boom. A blazing white fireball shot upward, blasting apart the collapsing ceiling, preventing the rotting wood from touching anyone present. As the cabin decayed and collapsed, Lumian saw two figures appear several dozen meters ahead. One figure was slender, of medium height, wearing a crisp white shirt and black suit, with a gray bow tie. His features were sharp and pronounced. Although he appeared elderly, it was clear he had been quite handsome in his youth. His hair was now graying but meticulously groomed, and his face bore brown age spots that seemed ready to fester and ooze. The other figure was also dressed formally, in his 50s, with thick blonde hair flecked with white, eyes as clear as a lake, and a meticulously trimmed beard. Despite his age, he was still strikingly handsome. Seeing the latter figure, Lumian, though prepared, still forced a hoarse voice from his throat. Voisin Sanson. This was the leader of the Sinners organization, the father of Aurora's original body, a follower of fate who had brought tragedy to Aurora. Sanson, leave those two demonesses to me, the man with the age spot said, his eyes brightening at the sight of Franca and Jenna, addressing circle inhabitant Voisin Sanson. It wasn't just a lust for beauty, but a deep-seated attraction for more profound factors. Voisin Sanson gazed at Lumian, chuckling lightly as he responded to his collaborator. No problem, Higdon. Lumian suppressed his urge to rush forward for revenge, quickly instructing Ludwig. You handle the blonde one. Last time, Lumian had relied on the residual aura of the Blood Emperor to intimidate Voisin Sanson, causing the circle inhabitant's effect in the painting world to shatter, allowing him to escape. This time, the residual aura of the Blood Emperor was sealed by the underworld Taoist, and having suffered once, Voisin Sanson would surely be on guard. So Lumian hoped that Ludwig, with his angelic body and rank, could forcibly break the circle inhabitant's influence through brute strength and rank suppression. If they didn't break free from the circle inhabitant, no matter how much effort he, Franca, Jenna, and the others put in, they would be reset to the current moment, achieving nothing. Ludwig hesitated, as if saying to Lumian, Me? Fight that powerful old man. I'm just a child. On the one hand, Ludwig hadn't expected to be part of a battle, and on the other, he felt he shouldn't fight, believing it best to cooperate with the two elders in front of him and let them take him away. Vaguely, Lumian heard the chime again, his thoughts briefly blurred. Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and the opposing Voisin Sanson and Higdon all had similar feelings. Quickly regaining his composure, Lumian swiftly took out Black Tear from the traveler's bag and tossed it to Franca. From Higdon's tone and attitude toward Voisin Sanson, Lumian believed he must be a saint, a true demigod. Thus, Franca could only rely on Black Tear to hold off the opponent long enough to break the circle inhabitant's effect. Tossing Black Tear to Franca, Lumian urged Ludwig again. Go. I'll prepare a grand feast for you later. Ludwig hesitated, but his feet remained firmly planted. At this moment, Voisin Sanson and Higdon, lacking angelic rank, seemed sluggish under some strange influence, not attacking swiftly. Lumian's voice grew imposing, roaring, Do you want to be sent back to the Church of Knowledge? Ludwig, startled, turned immediately towards Voisin Sanson. Don't you enjoy your current life? Lumian added, based on his understanding of Ludwig. Ludwig pursed his lips, then stuffed a piece of chocolate into his mouth, sprinting towards Voisin Sanson. Lumian signaled Franca and Jenna, who had just shaken off the sluggishness. He meant for Franca to engage Higdon, stalling him, with Jenna assisting Franca but avoiding direct combat. Franca and Jenna nodded solemnly. Franca wrapped the black tear accessory around her wrist, her figure swiftly disappearing. Jenna also vanished from sight. Without hesitation, Lumian retrieved the Devil's Whisper's bone ring and slipped it onto his right middle finger. His body instantly ignited with blue-purple flames, exuding a strong sulfuric scent, and malice surged forth. He was grateful that he had vented most of his pent-up desires and emotions during this period, feeling much better than when he used the Hisoka relic in Morora. He then grasped the hilt of the Sword of Courage and drew it from the traveler's bag. Courage filled Lumian's body as he stared at Voisin Sanson, who sought to control Ludwig's insignificant fate, transforming into a long spear of blazing white-blue flame, and hurled it forward. Revenge. Revenge. I won't back down. Before using the Sword of Courage, Lumian had devised a strategy. Franca and Jenna would stall Higdon, while he and Ludwig launched a strong assault on Voisin Sanson, attempting to break the Circle inhabitants' influence. Anthony would support both sides and act as an external brain. As for Logano, he wouldn't participate in the battle, instead finding opportunities to provide healing. Inside the dim black Emperor Mausoleum, dark walls surrounded a central black platform. Atop the platform was a giant chair that appeared to be made of black iron, engraved with complex, twisted patterns. The top of the chair back extended into the shape of a crown. A massive black shadow sat on the heavy chair, its facial features gradually becoming clear: blue eyes, a high nose, thin lips, and well-groomed mustache. The shadow's body also became clearer, seemingly clad in black armor and a luxurious cloak. Roselle Gustav, the Intis Emperor who named an era after himself. He was constantly being reborn and dying, but both processes were distorted and slowed, allowing him to awaken and partially manifest. Seeing Roselle like this, Bernadette's eyes welled up, and she cried out in both pain and joy, "Dad." Roselle's eyes turned blood red, and his face cracked open to reveal glowing red slits. But these vanished after another round of death and rebirth. Regardless of whether he was dying or being reborn, both processes slowed even further. Roselle looked at his eldest daughter and sighed. "Didn't I tell you never to come back?" Bernadette, her expression resolute, replied, "Dad, I want to save you. I don't dare gamble on whether the one who wakes up is Mr. Fool or the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. At the very least, I want to ensure you can stay conscious and stable without their help." Queen Mystic paused, her voice heavy before adding, "Moreover, I can't predict when the apocalypse will come or what the outcome will be. I don't want to wait any longer." Roselle sighed with a hint of relief. "Silly child. Who helped you bypass my restrictions and return here?" "It was that individual." Bernadette didn't hide anything from her father. "Adam, the current true creator." Roselle wasn't surprised at all. Bernadette nodded lightly. Roselle sneered, then looked at Bernadette with a complicated expression. "You chose to collaborate with the believers of the uncertain mist. Do you know how dangerous that is?" Bernadette was silent for a moment, then said, "It's exploitation. The forces capable of balancing your corruption are all outside the barrier. Among them, only the power of the uncertain mist can relatively easily penetrate the barrier and transmit some of it inside. I've also made some preparations to prevent the vortex from progressing further. I deliberately didn't respond to Catlia's letter, so she would participate in the Tarot Club. When she is above the gray fog, she will quickly become aware, and with the strength of the Tarot Club and its connections, once the problem is identified, they can respond effectively. I've also predicted some of Pearl's trade partners, discovered the movements of the Indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought, and arranged for my subordinates to leak it to the Temperance faction. I've also foreseen the outcome of this matter, and the situation hasn't deteriorated." That individual also hinted at the same. Roselle shook his head, his tone slightly grave as he said to Bernadette in a teaching manner, "Perhaps the situation hasn't deteriorated because many people have sacrificed themselves. To Adam, this might be necessary. But what about you?" Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 869, The Final Lesson. Trier, inside the botanical garden. Higdon from the Order of All Extinction saw the two demonesses disappear. He immediately raised his right hand and scratched at the dark brown age spots on his face. The spots instantly festered, releasing maggots similar to those that crawl through corpses, oozing a greenish-yellow pus. The disgusting pus evaporated upon contact with the air, dispersing without a trace. Jenna had just circled to Higdon's side, ready to assist Franca in launching an attack. Suddenly, she felt a wave of lethargy, as if stricken by a sickness called laziness. It felt as if her desires were wilting, showing signs of decay, and as if parts of her brain were beginning to malfunction. Following her instinct, Jenna immediately used her mirror substitution, not waiting for the problem to worsen and trigger it passively. The sound of two simultaneous cracks echoed. Franca, who had been sneaking up on Higdon under the cover of invisibility to release the Black Tear Plague, reacted the same way. Their figures first materialized and then quickly transformed into mirrors. During this process, as Franca and Jenna's mirror substitutes were still forming, their internal organs sprouted noticeable tumors, autonomously drawing nutrients. Blood vessels around the heart and within the brain rapidly became fragile. If the demonesses used pathogens to control diseases, then Higdon's pathway seemed to represent the pathogens themselves, the very essence of disease. If Franca and Jenna hadn't actively triggered their mirror substitution, it would have been much more difficult to deal with the actual tissue changes in their bodies. They would need to perform a ritual, praying to the primordial demoness or a corresponding angel to transfer the disease to a designated mirror, or one would need to stick to the target while the other left the area, allowing Logano to perform surgery combined with the doctor's abilities for treatment. Meanwhile, the disease had not yet spread. Voisin Sanson, with his blonde hair flecked with white, had already found several manipulable fragments within Ludwig's mercury-like river of fate. As long as he didn't touch the most critical parts of the angel's fate, he needn't fear backlash or losing control on the spot. Similarly, his godhood allowed him to observe most of Ludwig's fate without peering into fragments containing dangerous scenes or knowledge. Midway through his dash, Ludwig opened his mouth and extended his hand, intending to strip away the circle inhabitant's power from his target. At this moment, Voisin Sanson, who had already raised his arm, gently pressed down, magnifying a specific tributary of fate from a distance. Thud. Ludwig, the little boy, tripped over a protruding stone and fell flat on his face. Simultaneously manipulating fate, Voisin Sanson directed his gaze towards Lumian, who had transformed into a blazing white-blue flame spear. His eyes glowed, instantly emitting two ghostly green beams. This was a newly contracted ability Voisin Sanson had recently acquired. The main issue with the Inevitability Pathways contractee was that the strength of contracted abilities could not surpass the contracted creature's potential. This meant that early-stage contracted abilities were hard to enhance unless the initial contract was with a demigod-level creature, constrained only by one's own spirit and flesh from utilizing the ability to its fullest. This could potentially enhance the contracted ability with each sequence advancement. Below Sequence 4, without the qualitative factor of godhood, even Sequence 7 or 8 level contracted abilities could participate in Sequence 5 level battles and play significant roles. However, at Sequence 4, facing opponents of the same level, most of these abilities would struggle to be effective, necessitating new suitable contracted creatures. The ghostly green beams struck the blazing white-blue flame spear directly, giving Lumian no time to dodge. Yet, the spear contained no trace of Lumian. As the fiery spear rapidly withered and extinguished, only scattered flames remained within. As the figures of the two demonesses reappeared within the cabin's ruins, Lumian, wielding the Sword of Courage, materialized behind Voisin Sanson. Teleport. After the abscessed hand regained a complete body, Lumian's spirit world traversal ability had significantly enhanced. At this moment, a translucent figure climbed out from Voisin Sanson's back. The figure resembled Voisin Sanson but was colder and more indifferent. This was another ability Voisin Sanson had contracted after becoming a circle inhabitant, belonging to the domain of death. He had always guarded against Lumian's teleportation sneak attacks from behind. Although this would likely trigger the circle inhabitant's effect, he still had to guard against the unexpected. Moreover, it could be used as a trap. As the cold, indifferent Voisin Sanson's specter rushed towards him, Lumian's thoughts began to sink, his body cooling. The blazing white-blue flames on the Sword of Courage gradually dimmed. On a primitive island housing the Black Emperor Mausoleum, within the thick white fog, Pearl's ever-changing face cast its gaze on 3 light points. The next phase was the most crucial part of Project Vortex. As Pearl's face shifted, 2 of the 3 light points suddenly expanded. One revealed a villa shrouded in white fog, permeated with a blood-red figure, yet enveloped in divine light. The other was hazy, as if a figure hung suspended in midair, wrapped in yellowing bandages, pierced entirely by countless brownish branches, with thorns and rose bushes entwined. Though constantly intertwining, the roses and thorns continuously wilted and fell. The suspended figure's belly occasionally swelled and deflated, as if new life was stirring within. Beside the figure stood a massive tree, covered in black tar-like substance. Its limbs, serving as branches, sprouted eerie, terrifying hands, with countless bloodshot black and white eyes rolling over its surface. Another light point had already expanded, revealing a member of the School of Deliciousness, Topsy, devouring an invisible seal over the ocean. Inside the dim black Emperor Mausoleum. Hearing her father's question, Bernadette remained silent for 2 seconds before saying, "I will do my best to prevent it." Roselle looked at his eldest daughter and smiled with a sigh. Everyone makes mistakes. In my youth, no, even until I was trapped here, afraid to resurrect, I kept making mistakes, doing many wrong things, some even bad. Only when I resided in this mausoleum, occasionally gaining some peace and clarity, did I finally reflect seriously on my past life, realizing some of my choices caused a lot of unnecessary harm. Of course, I also did many right things, many good things. Seeing Bernadette's expression turn gloomy yet stubborn, Roselle affectionately raised his right hand, pressing down. Don't blame yourself too much. I'm actually very happy and relieved about your choices and actions. Seeing my little princess willing to defy her long-held principle of do as you wish, but do no harm, willing to risk falling into the abyss to save her old father, makes me genuinely happy and relieved. It shows I didn't love you in vain, that my family life wasn't such a failure. The increasingly clear figure stood up from the massive black iron chair. He descended the platform, walking to Bernadette, opening his arms. Bernadette, momentarily dazed, felt like a child again, instinctively throwing herself into her father's embrace, feeling that familiar yet no longer warm broad chest. After a brief hug, Roselle stroked Bernadette's chestnut hair, then walked past her, heading towards the mausoleum's entrance, his figure growing larger. "Dad." Bernadette turned, calling out instinctively. Roselle turned his head, smiling. The vortex ritual has already begun. Due to the unique characteristics of the uncertain mist pathway, it will be hard to stop the subsequent transactions from proceeding. Even if you want to kill that woman, it's unlikely to be accomplished. But it doesn't matter, Dad will handle it. Bernadette suddenly understood her father's intention. She took a step forward, trying to catch up, but found the distance between them unbridgeable. Meanwhile, she urgently shouted, "Dad, your corruption isn't balanced yet. If the vortex ritual is disrupted, you won't be able to return to your previous state." Roselle stopped at the mausoleum's entrance, smiling at his anxious, panicked, and pained daughter. Raising his arm, he said with spirited enthusiasm, "I was an emperor for many years, stood at the pinnacle of human power. I faced true gods, fought angels, had followers willing to die for me. I brought the light of civilization to that era. Even after a century of death, countless people still recite my name. I slept with many beautiful women and controlled countless destinies. Even after my downfall, no longer an emperor, my daughter is still willing to sacrifice everything to save me, to revive me. What regrets can I possibly have in this life?" Bernadette heard the finality in her father's tone, her eyes reddening, her voice choking. "Dad." She used every ability to close the distance, but was as insurmountable as the separation of heaven and earth. Roselle's nearly clear face showed a gentle smile. "Bernadette, do you remember when you were little and Dad often gave you lessons?" Tears welled up in Bernadette's eyes, her vision blurring. "I remember. You taught me words, filled my mind with knowledge, told me many, many fairy tales." Queen Mystic's face was streaked with glistening tears. Roselle nodded in satisfaction. "I remember, too," he continued with a slight smile. "Today, Dad will give you one last lesson." Roselle's expression grew solemn as he looked at Bernadette and declared, "A true gentleman knows what to do and what not to do." With that, Roselle turned away, no longer looking at Bernadette. The Black Emperor Mausoleum's doors swung open instantly. The outside light shone in, illuminating Roselle's giant figure, his black armor and luxurious cloak. Bright and radiant. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 870, Hidden Trap. As soon as Franca's figure materialized within the cabin's ruins, she saw Lumian, behind Voisin Sanson, turning pale. His eyes gradually became hollow, and only the sword of courage prevented him from turning into a corpse or triggering his mirror substitution. Voisin Sanson, despite having his back to Lumian, raised his left hand, and an indescribable radiance quickly gathered within his fist. Franca knew she couldn't passively wait for the mirror substitution to trigger. Perhaps Voisin Sanson's impending attack could bypass the connection between the substitute and the original, rendering it ineffective. At their current distance, neither she, Jenna, nor Anthony could awaken Lumian or stop Voisin Sanson in time. Even if they could, the threat from Higdon was even more imminent and closing in fast. At this moment, Ludwig was the closest to Lumian and Voisin Sanson. He had just gotten up but still had 20 to 30 meters to cover before reaching them. In a flash, Franca took a mirror out of her traveler's bag and instantly vanished. Relying on black tear, she appeared in the mirror world, traversing a dark, void-like tunnel into the distance. Meanwhile, Jenna watched as Franca's mirror fell to the ground, her attention shifting to Higdon, who was now only a few steps away. His face, mostly rotting and oozing pus, had reached her. She felt that all the demoness spider threads she had released had withered and decayed, losing their effectiveness. At this moment, everyone except Ludwig experienced a moment of disorientation. When Lumian, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony regained clarity, they found themselves back inside the cabin, intact and uncollapsed. Franca felt a surge of joy seeing this. Her retreat in the face of battle wasn't to escape but to trigger the circle inhabitants effect, resetting the battle and freeing Lumian from Voisin Sanson's secret power and Jenna from Higdon's grip. Enemy abilities could be used to their advantage. Finding the trigger point, reverting an adverse situation instantly, meant any dangerous or fatal scenario could be retried. Of course, this was only if they had time to trigger it. Never thought you could use the enemy's abilities like this. Jenna, momentarily stunned by this realization, saw the cabin decaying and collapsing again, revealing Voisin Sanson and Higdon approaching from a distance. Lumian wasn't surprised. He had actively triggered the circle inhabitant effect back in Cordu village, seeking a reset. He quickly reached into the traveler's bag, retrieving the black tear forehead accessory and tossing it to Franca. Franca shouted, "Stall!" She had a plan for the current predicament, delay until circumstances changed. Since they couldn't break Voisin Sanson's circle inhabitant in a short time, they could use it fully. If things went wrong, they could restart, delaying until the authorities in Trier noticed the anomaly or the Tarot Club's major arcana card holders found a solution and approached. As long as the evil gods hadn't fully invaded this world and the apocalypse hadn't arrived prematurely, delaying would surely bring assistance to cleanse the heretics. After all, this was the capital of Intis Trier. Franca thought this and acted accordingly. She caught the black tear forehead accessory and threw her ice talisman to Jenna. This way, 3 people in the group could try to leave the area in different ways to trigger the circle inhabitant effect, without worrying about Voisin Sanson and Higdon each locking onto one of them, thus greatly increasing their margin for error. When Franca suggested this, Lumian was about to retrieve the Sword of Courage, and Ludwig was already instinctively charging towards Voisin Sanson. Lumian noticed that Voisin Sanson's expression remained unchanged, despite Franca discovering the weakness of the circle inhabitant and planning to delay until the end of the Project Vortex. He suddenly had a thought. Combining his understanding of the inevitability pathway, he formed an initial judgment. Voisin Sanson couldn't allow the circle inhabitant to loop infinitely. He likely set a predetermined end for it. Each reset would push everyone closer to that conclusion until it became unavoidable. From the fact that they could retain their memories after the reset, it was clear that the inevitability power attached to the circle inhabitant effect wasn't strong. This endpoint wasn't far away. Lumian immediately reminded Franca, only one more time. In the inevitability pathway, the number 3 was sacred, with strong mystical symbolism. It represented the past, present, and future, and pointed to the beginning, process, and end. Additionally, the initial number of abilities gained by a contractee fluctuates around 3. Lumian suspected that after 3 activations of the circle inhabitant effect, the 4th reset would lead them directly to the predetermined end, with no way to reverse it. In other words, 3 times was the limit, and the 4th would bring the final result. They had already triggered the circle inhabitant effect twice. Franca didn't understand why Lumian was denying her proposal, why he said they could only use the circle inhabitant effect one more time. But she knew Lumian understood the inevitability pathway better than she did. He was the expert in this area, so she should heed his advice. Thud. As Ludwig fell again, Higdon, whose age spots had not yet festered, slowly raised his arms. He clearly remembered the battle from the last loop and chose a different approach this time. Higdon's aura suddenly weakened, as if he was on the brink of death but not quite there yet. The age spots on his face festered, and his body emitted a strong smell of decay. He was quickly covered in a thick, disgusting, greenish-yellow pus. Higdon then vanished, seemingly disintegrating into countless pathogens. Seeing this, Lumian gripped the Sword of Courage, and blazing white-blue flames ignited around him. The flames quickly spread, circling Franca, Jenna, and the others, protecting them in the center. Meanwhile, Anthony, who had been observing, solemnly reminded his companions. Higdon feels very similar to the Winter is Coming revolver. Winter is coming. Franca and Jenna both tensed. They remembered very clearly that the Winter is Coming revolver had two very powerful abilities, certain death and sure hit. The former meant that if hit, even a saint level beyonder would be critically injured and gradually die, while those below demigod level would die instantly unless they had a substitute. The latter meant that unless they used a substitute before the attack or had a special ability, they would be inevitably hit and the substitute would fail. If Higdon was indeed as Anthony described and similar to Winter is Coming, the two demonesses had to be wary of the sure hit ability. After all, their physical strength was certainly not comparable to a hunter of the same sequence. If the substitute failed, even if the attack wasn't certain death, it would severely injure them. Protected by the white-blue flames, Franca raised her guard and came up with a new plan. She glanced at Lumian, who was ready to charge at Voisin Sanson, and quickly told Anthony, "Work with him." Certain death. Franca meant that, with Lumian and Ludwig distracting Voisin Sanson, they should find an opportunity to use the certain death ability of Winter is Coming on the Inevitability believer to see if it could kill him outright, or if the certain death effect would be reset by the Circle Inhabitant ability. As soon as Voisin Sanson died, the Circle Inhabitant effect would naturally be nullified, removing any hidden dangers. Just as Franca finished speaking, behind her, a greenish-yellow glow quickly condensed within the white-blue flames, forming Higdon covered in thick, disgusting liquid. The old man was ignited, but he still lashed out at Franca with his arm like a whip. "Sure, hit." As Franca's spirituality warning triggered, she immediately used her mirror substitution. Smack. Her body transformed into a mirror, struck by Higdon's thick arm, quickly darkening and shattering, falling to the ground with no trace of light, as if buried in soil for 100 years. As Lumian prepared to charge at Voisin Sanson, he suddenly pulled back and swung the Sword of Courage at Higdon. Courage could be strategic, too. Lumian wasn't afraid of Higdon, he was just concerned that the enemy would flee too quickly, leaving no time to hit his body, so he feigned an attack on Voisin Sanson. Boom. As Ludwig fell again, Higdon's arm, unable to escape, was severed by the explosive and sharp sword. The thick, greenish-yellow liquid covering his body was engulfed by the blazing white-blue flames. Smack. The severed arm fell to the ground, wriggling and growing rapidly, turning into another Higdon. Now there were two Higdons. The flames covering them quickly dimmed, decayed, and extinguished. The two Higdons pounced on Franca and Jenna. Meanwhile, Voisin Sanson, who had planned to magnify a tributary of Franca's fate to make her substitution fail, suddenly felt a ripple of destiny. He instantly had an epiphany. No more delays, time is running out. Voisin Sanson frowned. He didn't want to do what came next. It would be extremely painful. Let it be an accumulation for the sufferer's stage. Voisin Sanson raised his right hand, pressing it to his temple, gathering an indescribable radiance. As the source of the Circle Inhabitant effect, he couldn't trigger a reset by leaving the area. That would mean truly leaving. He had to kill himself. Seeing this, Franca and the others felt a strong sense of foreboding. At that moment, the radiance in Voisin Sanson's hand strangely dissipated, as if twisted out of its composition. Similarly, the two Higdons missed their targets, and Lumian's Sword of Courage struck nothing. The sky darkened, and a majestic voice echoed in everyone's ears. "People of Intis, your Emperor has returned." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 871, the critical part. Deep within the primitive island, amid the pervasive white mist, Pearl's twisted face saw the gates of the Black Emperor Mausoleum swing open. A giant figure clad in black armor and a magnificent cloak emerged with majesty, with a torrent of white mist flowing between Pearl and the figure. Roselle, Gustav. Pearl's face instinctively tensed, causing the mist that formed her body to collapse inward slightly. Roselle didn't spare a glance at the Vortex Weaver. He floated step by step into the air, reaching the edge of an abstract and ethereal strange world, like a rising mountain. During this process, the sky dimmed, and the remaining clouds twisted as if something had begun to come alive. Roselle gazed into the distance, raised his arms, and in a grand voice, he proclaimed, "People of Intis, your Emperor has returned." Suddenly, the clouds above were pushed together by an invisible force, swirling downwards to form another terrifying vortex. The center of this vortex was Roselle, Gustav. Meanwhile, across Intis, those who still followed the Order Roselle had heard the voice of the returning Emperor. Most were bewildered, questioning their ears after the recent burst of intense light, while a few turned pale, unable to believe their suspicions. To the eastern reaches of the sky, a beam of light flared up, trembling wildly as if striving to cross the vast distance and reach Roselle's embrace, causing various distortions. Behind this beam, 3 more beams appeared, as if pushed by an invisible force, forced to advance prematurely. In different parts of the world, some people found themselves back home despite having just left. Others saw their bright cathedrals turn dark and silent, and some were habitually drinking milk but didn't notice they were using their nostrils, suffering no harm. Long-abandoned compulsory education schools strangely lit up, as if filled with students quietly attending classes. Using his worms of time to search for a flaw in Inevitability's watch, Pallas found an exploitable point, but the worms of time he sent out disobeyed his commands. Madam Magician, who was wandering again with Ma'am Hermit and Miss Justice, found herself away from the target location, instead of the sea, and in front of her appeared Madam Judgment and the little boy Will Septon holding her hand. The light dots within the white mist remained largely unaffected, only dimming slightly. Pearl, the vortex weaver, was first startled, then showed a joyous expression. She hadn't expected Roselle to step forward, forcibly reviving himself before the ceremony's end to reclaim the Black Emperor's divine throne. Such an outcome was beyond her wildest dreams, and she hadn't even considered having Heloise, the Fates' attendant, weave it, but this was undoubtedly a good thing for her and the great entity she worshipped, the uncertain mist. The rewards this time will be immense. Pearl had just formed this thought when the uncertain mist she was linked to through the ritual conveyed an emotion, tightening their connection and thickening the swirling mist. Pearl sharply turned her gaze towards the villa and Trier, towards the twisted blood shadow emerging from the sacred glow and white mist. In a drifting voice she spoke, "The payment for the indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought is the shadow of the beauty goddess, a sealed artifact derived from the sequence one beyond her characteristic of the moon pathway. The one willing to offer a price for it is Madam Hart of the Night Stalkers." As Pearl's words of order echoed, another light dot rapidly expanded. This light dot revealed a secret chamber, where a vague female statue stood in the center, the walls covered with childlike figures with bird-clawed limbs, and the floor piled with expressionless humans. At that moment, a figure stood before the statue, her belly swollen, face full and beautiful, with emerald eyes sparkling like gems, and brown hair neatly tied up, wearing a simple and loose white robe, a pregnant woman. The lady who nurtured a deity. The twisted blood shadow from the villa in Trier, using the white mist, pierced through the corresponding light and appeared beside Pearl, then moved towards the light, where Madam Hart was. It walked slowly, influenced and twisted by Roselle's resurrection. "Madam, you may begin." Pearl couldn't change the situation of the shadow of the beauty goddess, and could only ask Madam Hart of the Night Stalkers to provide the price in advance. Hart nodded gently, turned to face the statue in the chamber, and chanted incantations in a low, indistinct voice. As the incantation neared its end, the childlike figures on the walls became illusory, transforming into beams of light that entered the statue's belly. The dazed humans on the floor exploded one by one, returning as flesh and blood to the Great Mother. The female statue gradually took on a crimson glow, transforming into a humanoid crimson moon. Madam Hart then turned and made a cradling motion towards Emperor Roselle in the air. She called out in ancient Jotun, "Come back, child of the mother." Blood-red moonlight seeped from Roselle's body, leaving him and heading towards the light, where the female deity statue stood. These were the pollutants that forced Roselle to seek godhood in death but failed to free himself from. Now they were all drawn out, no longer affecting Roselle, no longer attempting to corrupt him. Roselle's century-old problem was thus effortlessly solved, but his current state required the corruption of the uncertain mist to balance the corruption of the Great Mother. Removing either would break the balance. In the blink of an eye, Roselle was filled with white mist, twisting the speed of passing and the distance between 2 points, gradually eroding the Emperor to completely corrupt him. Inside the Black Emperor mausoleum, Bernadette saw this and, no longer calm like outside the mausoleum, anxiously shouted, "Adam, where is your promise?" Roselle remained unaffected by his state change, as if it was within his expectations. He continued to spread his arms, awaiting the return of the Black Emperor's uniqueness and 3 sequence one beyond her characteristics. These were traits unique to the Black Emperor's true deity. Once revived, regardless of who held the uniqueness and the 3 sequence one beyond her characteristics, they would forcibly return, merging with him without the need for extra rituals or potions. Crimson moonlight rose from various parts of the primitive island, coalescing with the pollutants drawn from Roselle into a miniature crimson moon-like object. Pearl's ethereal voice rang out in time. Madam Hart requested the Great Mother to reclaim the corruption from Roselle Gustave. This corruption will be exchanged for the shadow of the beauty goddess and given to the indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought. Madam Hart caught the miniature crimson moon trying to return to the mother's embrace and pushed it out of her light. The miniature crimson moon entered the white mist created by Pearl, slowly flying towards another light. This wasn't the light the shadow of the beauty goddess emerged from, but one guarded by a peculiar giant tree with a vague figure hanging above it. The vortex weaver Pearl suppressed her excitement and once again scrutinized the scene of Topsy of the School of Deliciousness destroying the seal in the sea. In the next second, wisps of thin gray fog seeped from the seabed, cooperating with the hydra-like Topsy. Trier, Botanical Garden. Hearing the Emperor's return across space, Franca's lake blue eyes widened in astonishment and confusion, with a hint of uncontrollable joy. At the same time, her spiritual intuition told her that the order here had been distorted, including the circle inhabitant effect. And wherever there was a distortion, it meant they could escape without triggering the circle inhabitant effect. Where is the distortion? Franca had just this thought when she saw Jenna take out a mirror and quickly perform a magic mirror divination. Jenna had a similar intuition. Meanwhile, the two Higdons, ignoring the unusual surroundings, madly attacked Lumian, who wielded the Sword of Courage, unable to focus on the two demonesses. Likewise, before Voisin Sanson stood only Ludwig, still short-legged and short-statured, unable to reach him to interfere. The circle inhabitant made a quick decision, pressing his temple, letting the gathered strange light pierce through his head. In excruciating pain unbearable even for an ascetic, he was instantly near death. The circle inhabitant effect triggered once more. Lumian and Anthony's thoughts blurred, and they found themselves back in the intact cabin, before taking out the Sword of Courage and Black Tear forehead accessory. Franca and Jenna couldn't complete their magic mirror divination in time. Lumian instinctively took out the Black Tear forehead accessory, intending to throw it to Franca, but upon grasping it, he sensed the mirror world, particularly the special one, feeling the summons of 0-01 from Aurora. Is it possible to sense this way? Not before. The earlier anomaly distorted the order here and the circle inhabitant effect, causing this change, meaning they could escape through the mirror world without triggering the circle inhabitant. Lumian instantly judged. He acted before Voisin Sanson could commit suicide again and bring the inevitable end, shouting to Franca and the others, "Grab hold of me." Time was tight. He couldn't explain and hoped his teammates would trust him. Despite their doubts, Franca and the others, including Ludwig, grabbed Lumian's body again. In the next second, Lumian used the Black Tear forehead accessory and the cabin's window to enter the void dark mirror world, randomly choosing a tunnel to traverse. As expected, they didn't trigger the circle inhabitant effect this time. As joy surged in Logano's heart, everything blurred in a topsy-turvy manner, and they found themselves in an almost completely dark world, facing Harrison from Resurrection Island. Around Harrison were 4 lit candles and 4 servings of staple food, including 2 loaves of bread, faina potter noodles, and rice all moldy. Harrison looked at Lumian with a slight smile. The celestial worthy's oracle states you carry the key part of this matter. Capturing you will eliminate any surprises. As Harrison spoke, Voisin Sanson and Higdon appeared in the darkness beside him. Voisin Sanson also looked at Lumian, smiling. Didn't you know I escaped from 4th Epic Trier through the special mirror world? Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 872, Courage. Lumian didn't waste time engaging with Harrison, Voisin Sanson, and the others. This confirmed that the mirror people were deeply involved in Project Vortex, and this was indeed the special mirror world, though its specific layer was unknown. Lumian immediately activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He needed to transport Franca and the others away from this area before Voisin Sanson could use his circle inhabitant ability. This time, his destination was Morora, the city of exiles. Since they had already entered the special mirror world and the worst-case scenario had occurred, there was no need to hold back. They could attempt to navigate the hidden dangers here and reach Morora. If they didn't take risks, facing Voisin Sanson and Higdon, 2 demigods, plus the strange and special abilities of Harrison, Lumian doubted they had any chance of survival. All of them dying was only a matter of time. It was better to take a gamble and see if they could get through the dangers of the special mirror world and reach Morora. In Morora, Lumian was the proxy of 0-01. He could borrow significant power, enough to counter a Sequence 4 demigod. If necessary, he could even temporarily exert the strength of Sequence 3. With the cooperation of Franca, Jenna, and the others, and the help of Morora's Archbishop and hundreds of thousands of residents, they might repel or even kill Voisin Sanson and Higdon. More importantly, 0-01 repelled the approach of demigods above Sequence 5, likely causing terrifying mutations. The first targets would inevitably be those 2 saints. Lumian used his spirit world traversal ability obtained from the abscessed hand, leveraging his special connection with 0-01. Holding on to Jenna, Anthony, and the others who hadn't let go, he disappeared from the spot, transporting to some deep part of the special mirror world. Suddenly, he felt the world rejecting him, as if an invisible barrier had appeared ahead. He was forced out of the spirit world traversal state, and several figures simultaneously materialized in a gloomy, dark town ruin. The path to Morora was blocked. It seemed the higher powers within the mirror people did this. Their control over the special mirror world was clearly superior to the Black Tier. Lumian thought for a moment, seeing that Voisin Sanson and the others hadn't caught up yet. He immediately tossed the Black Tier forehead accessory to Franca, speaking calmly, "You lead them through the mirrors, constantly shifting locations. Wait for a change in the outside world. There has already been a distortion of order. There will surely be similar anomalies soon. When that happens, seize the opportunity to use the mirrors to return to the surface. Back to Trier? What about you?" Jenna blurted out. Lumian chuckled. "Of course, I'll stay and play with them. If I go with you, they'll definitely chase us relentlessly, giving you no chance to escape the special mirror world. Wouldn't that mean no one could find reinforcements?" Jenna's eyes reddened, and she was about to say something when Lumian sternly interrupted. "Had you forgotten your brother?" Jenna's mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. Lumian nodded and smiled again. "You need to find Madam Magician and Madam Judgment for me, and provide accurate coordinates. Also, you should be able to distract one demigod." He didn't hold back, smiling at Jenna, Franca, and Anthony. "If I die, remember to avenge me." Jenna's vision blurred with tears. She bit her lip, nodded with difficulty, and squeezed out a word from her throat. "Okay." She would avenge Lumian just as she avenged her mother. Lumian turned to Franca, his expression calm. "Everything else is up to you." Franca's eyes shimmered, her voice hoarse. "Okay." Lumian put on the Devil's Whisper's bone ring again and continued speaking to Franca, Jenna, and the others. "You are not the main target, not even secondary. While shifting locations through the mirrors, if Higden catches up, leave Ludwig somewhere along the way. Let him hide on his own, which should buy you more time." "Do you have any objections?" he asked Ludwig. Ludwig shook his head, feeling this was something he had hoped for. He made one request. "Can you give me more food?" With his body burning with blue-purple sulfur flames, Lumian tossed some chocolate and cookies over, then spoke to Anthony. "If Higden keeps chasing, you can separate from the group." Seeing Anthony about to refuse, Lumian smiled. "Someone has to stay alive to avenge us. The one who lives suffers the most. I believe you understand that." Anthony cast a placate spell on himself. "Okay." Lumian didn't say more and urged them. "Go quickly." Franca threw the Black Tier back to Lumian. "The Ice Talisman is enough if we're just shifting locations through mirrors. The Black Tier can leverage the power of the special mirror world and should help you last longer." The demoness of Affliction's voice choked, feeling the potion digesting rapidly. Lumian didn't refuse and quickly wrapped the Black Tier around his left wrist. Franca immediately took out the ice crystal-like amulet from the traveler's bag. Without hesitation, she gritted her teeth. "Hold on to me." Jenna looked at Lumian with watery eyes and grabbed Franca's arm. Lugano eagerly moved to Franca's back. With a flash of icy light, they disappeared, leaving a falling mirror. Lumian turned his gaze to the three approaching figures. The enemies were closing in. Looking at Voisin Sanson, Higden, and Harrison, with the Black Tier on his left wrist and the Devil's Whispers on his right hand, Lumian drew the Sword of Courage from the traveler's bag. The blue-purple sulfur flames on him immediately turned a bright white with a tinge of green. His back slightly arched. His eyes deepened in color, locking onto the blonde-haired Voisin Sanson, a clear smile on his face. He uttered from his throat, "Actually, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Madam Magician unexpectedly reunited with Madam Judgment, and Will Septon, due to the distortion effect, straightforwardly asked the little boy, "Can you lead us to the medium through which the power of inevitability is seeping?" Will Septon, chubby-faced and dressed in a child's suit, showed a troubled expression. "Given the current situation, anyone not involved in Project Vortex will be influenced by the power of inevitability, leading to inevitable failure. If I use that die, I might still be able to help you find the target, but it will drain all my accumulated luck. When I get home, I might see Ouroboros waiting for me. Do I have any special items that can save my luck or replace the die?" "I think you should." Hearing the Archangel of Fate say should, the Magician, Justice, and Hermit began to examine their possessions, the latter understanding Will's words through Miss Justice's mental communication. Suddenly, Ma'am Hermit remembered something and produced an iron cigar case from somewhere. "This was given to me by Queen Mystic." She said she foresaw that this item will provide critical help in the future. Madam Magician glanced at it and murmured, "It carries the aura of Mr. Fool." Hearing this, Miss Justice made many connections. She sought confirmation. Did the celestial worthy send subordinates to participate in Project Vortex? Yes, Madam Magician vaguely understood what Miss Justice meant. Receiving confirmation, Miss Justice smiled. The celestial worthy participating in Project Vortex means Mr. Fool is involved too, doesn't it? So, she looked at the iron cigar case in Ma'am Hermit's hand, her voice synchronously echoing in the mind of the Major Arcana card holder. Ma'am Hermit immediately handed the item to Will. Will smiled broadly. "It will do." The boy then addressed Madam Magician and Miss Justice. "I'll lead the way." Though leading, Will closed his eyes. Starlight sprinkled down as Madam Magician led everyone present, following Will's intuition to begin wandering. Deep within the primitive island, amid the pervasive white mist, Vortex Weaver Pearl occasionally glanced at the slowly approaching shadow of the beauty goddess and the miniature crimson moonlight corruption, sometimes at the loosening seal in the waters near Port Santa under coordinated efforts, and sometimes upward at the towering figure of Roselle Gustav in midair. The four beams of light on the horizon, one after another, drew closer. Pearl anticipated that Roselle would perfectly resurrect and return as the Black Emperor. In that case, the great uncertain mist would reclaim one of his possessions and have a sequence zero true deity as a puppet. According to Pearl's original plan, the end of the Vortex ritual and the completion of the transaction between the Night Stalkers and the Rose School of Thought would allow the great uncertain mist to thoroughly corrupt Roselle Gustav. Only then could the deceased Black Emperor be driven to resurrect. At that time, with all transactions concluded and no other forces providing assistance, the resurrection of the Black Emperor would face numerous obstructions, necessitating another vortex. But now Roselle Gustav had walked out of the Black Emperor's mausoleum himself, choosing to resurrect before the vortex ritual ended. In midair, the first beam finally landed on Roselle, who was in the strange and abstract world, followed by the other three. An indescribable light suddenly burst forth. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 873, The Predestined Battle. In the special mirror world, seeing that only Lumian was ahead, Higdon immediately looked towards Voisin Sanson. Voisin Sanson took off a ring that looked like it was made of glass and tossed it to the demigod of the Order of All Extinction. Harrison, standing to the side, spoke in somewhat awkward intonation, "This world will guide you." At this moment, Lumian, engulfed in blazing white-blue flames, charged forward with the Sword of Courage in hand. After catching the glass-like ring, Higdon immediately activated it. In this almost completely dark town ruin, as if covered by something from above, various mirror-like objects suddenly lit up. Higdon's figure was then enveloped in a transparent light and thrown into one of the mirrors, chasing after Ludwig and the others. Lumian had only taken a few steps before he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Behind Voisin Sanson, a ball of blazing white-blue flame quickly appeared, expanding rapidly and forming into a burning figure wielding a giant flaming sword. The circle inhabitant was not surprised. A semi-transparent figure resembling him but colder and more indifferent emerged from behind him. This was Voisin Sanson's new contract ability, Death Summon. The blazing white-blue figure quickly dimmed as the semi-transparent upper body approached, extinguishing the flames one by one. However, Lumian himself was not within this figure. At Voisin Sanson's feet, the shadows cast by the flames came to life eerily, transforming into a sticky black liquid that seemed to condense from the darkest desires and emotions of the human heart, surging upwards. It first wrapped around Voisin Sanson's legs, then quickly spread to his torso. Desire Incarnation. Lumian's previous attack from behind was merely a distraction for Voisin Sanson. The real killing move was the Desire Incarnation from the Devil's Whisper's Bone Ring. This allowed the various chaotic corruptions and seals within him to play a significant role in battle. So when he teleported behind Voisin Sanson, he used the flaming figure he had created as a cover, turned into a shadow creature, and slipped into the shadows under the target's feet, activating the Devil's Whisper's Bone Ring from Hisoka. As for the other enemy present, the courageous Lumian did not pay him any mind. Before drawing the Sword of Courage, he had already planned his battle strategy. With Ludwig, Franka, and the others should be able to divert Higdon. Lumian only needed to deal with Voisin Sanson and Harrison. Though Harrison was not a demigod and lacked godhood, his abilities were strange and varied, making it just as difficult to kill him quickly as to severely injure Voisin Sanson. Thus, the primary target had to be the circle inhabitant Voisin Sanson. Lumian would rely on the quicker and more frequently usable spirit world traversal to constantly flash around, avoiding being caught by Harrison, who might steal his items or crucial abilities. During this process, the mystical plague from the black tear forehead accessory would naturally spread, covering the area. Lumian believed it would be highly effective against Harrison's paper figurine substitutes. Harrison might use the paper figurine substitutes to avoid the occult diseases, but as long as he stayed on the battlefield, he would continue to be infected. The paper figurine substitutes would eventually be exhausted, and over time, the damage rate would increase dramatically. Just as the sticky black liquid covered Voisin Sanson, his body suddenly became blurry. Lumian's mind fogged momentarily, and by the time he cleared up, Voisin Sanson had already put several meters between them, showing no signs of the Desire Incarnation's terrifying corruption affecting him. This was another application of the Circle Inhabitant's ability. This time, Voisin Sanson hadn't included the entire town ruin in the Circle Inhabitant effect, only treating his own body. Just like Lumian resetting his physical and spiritual state every morning at 6 o'clock, Voisin Sanson's trigger was set to near death or when suffering a fatal attack. The Desire Incarnation attack had triggered the Circle Inhabitant effect, allowing Voisin Sanson to recover and use the brief moment of Lumian's distraction to create distance. Otherwise, he would have continued to be engulfed by the sticky black liquid. Next, a ghostly green light condensed in Voisin Sanson's eyes and shot towards the recovering black liquid. Lumian didn't have time to teleport, could only swiftly animate his shadow, swapping places with it. As soon as the beam appeared, it hit the shadow, causing it to disintegrate instantly with no room for struggle. Almost simultaneously, Voisin Sanson extended his right hand. His eyes were dyed with a silver-black hue, reflecting a silently flowing mercury river. This was the river of fate, belonging to Lumian. Voisin Sanson, the Circle Inhabitant, intended to exchange a segment of Lumian's fate. After dodging the green beam, Lumian fearlessly teleported to Voisin Sanson's side once more. Heck, trying fate exchange? No problem. As long as I knock you into a reset, your attempt will fail. Lumian raised the iron-black straight sword, blazing with white-blue flames, and slashed heavily at Voisin Sanson. Call. At that moment, Harrison finally found an opportunity. He reached out his right hand and lightly grabbed, stealing this attack. Blazing white-blue flames appeared on his body, and a giant flaming sword formed in his hand. Bang! From over 10 meters away, Harrison slashed the flaming giant sword at Lumian, producing a fierce explosion. Lumian, undaunted, turned to face the roaring flames and swung the sword of courage once more. Another call. Rumble. The white-blue flames and the terrifying shockwave clashed, the violent windstorm wreaking havoc in the ruins, lifting stones and igniting wood. Harrison was engulfed by the returning flaming windstorm, his body quickly degenerating into a sinister paper figurine with drawn features. This paper figurine's surface was marked with red and yellow rust, which quickly burned to ash in the white-blue flames. As Harrison's figure reappeared at the edge of the storm, Lumian, with his enhanced physique from 0-01 and the Sword of Courage absorbing damage, did not retreat a single step and locked onto Voisin Sanson again. His eyes turned iron-black, searching for the weak point on Voisin Sanson. He raised the Sword of Courage once more, conjuring several white-blue fire ravens behind him. At this moment, thanks to Harrison's delay, Voisin Sanson completed all the prerequisites for the fate exchange. Soon, he would just wait for the time to pass and welcome the final outcome. If Lumian hadn't possessed a false angel rank, Voisin Sanson could have started the exchange directly after choosing the desired segment from the River of Destiny without taking extra time. Bang! Lumian slashed the Sword of Courage down on Voisin Sanson's head, and the white-blue fire ravens circled, covering the surrounding area. You can use the Circle Inhabitant ability to restore your state, but I can target you with area attacks and delayed assaults right after you recover. A few more resets, and you will reach your inevitable end. Boom. Voisin Sanson's body blurred again, causing Lumian's thoughts to become hazy. Using the Circle Inhabitant effect, Voisin Sanson recovered from the damage caused by the Sword of Courage. However, the white-blue fire ravens continued to follow their predetermined paths, landing in different spots. Suddenly, Voisin Sanson's figure vanished from the spot. As the crows exploded one after another, the Circle Inhabitant's figure reappeared about 40 meters away. You may be able to teleport, but I also have teleportation from my contract. Lumian's figure quickly appeared beside Voisin Sanson, relentlessly pursuing him. His eyes turned silver-black, reflecting Voisin Sanson's mercurial river of fate. He extended his left hand, pushing the illusory river of destiny towards the tributary where Voisin Sanson couldn't escape the subsequent attacks, while slashing with the Sword of Courage, creating more white-blue fireballs. Had he found the right choice, Lumian would have used Compelling Fate to directly disrupt Voisin Sanson's circle inhabitant effect. Rumble. Lumian's spirituality was drained by the continuous attacks, forcing him to urgently release the accumulated spirituality. Voisin Sanson was hit by the Sword of Courage and, after recovering, couldn't teleport away in time, suffering from the barrage of white-blue fireballs. The circle inhabitant effect triggered for the fourth time. Voisin Sanson recovered and teleported to another location. However, the fate exchange did not stop, as only Voisin Sanson's body and spirituality were included in the circle inhabitant effect, not his fate or actions. This was similar to Lumian's daily reset at 6 o'clock, which didn't undo previous actions or invalidate their results. Lumian relentlessly pursued Voisin Sanson, blinking to his side again. Voisin Sanson no longer chose to resist head-on. He used his contracted teleportation ability to change his position. On the other side, Harrison had reverted to a thin, sinister paper figurine, sensing an impending infection. Lumian continued chasing Voisin Sanson and overtook him with a time gap between teleportation and speed, finding 2 more opportunities to attack. However, Voisin Sanson either used special abilities to neutralize the attacks or triggered the circle inhabitant effect. Voisin Sanson's circle inhabitant seemed far from reaching its predetermined conclusion. Even with the Sword of Courage, Lumian felt a certain level of despair, knowing that the fate exchange would lead to a very bad outcome, having opportunities to attack the enemy, but unable to stop the exchange and change the impending result. This might be the meaning of inevitability. Perhaps a fate appropriator needed a circle inhabitant to unleash its true horror. Despair was fleeting. Courage once again took hold of Lumian. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 874, Unsealing. After a while, Voisin Sanson stopped passively waiting for the fate exchange to complete and began actively using various strange abilities, suppressing Lumian's attacks. On the other side, Harrison increasingly relied on his paper figurine substitutes to avoid the mystical plague spreading through the ruins of the town. He had little time left to interfere with Lumian and kept trying to remove the densely packed mythical pathogens in the air with various methods he could think of, but to little avail. Lumian felt the fate exchange nearing completion. Although he wasn't afraid, he decided to take a gamble. Mimicking the Beyonders of the warrior pathway, he unleashed a hurricane of light, holding the Sword of Courage upside down and stabbing it forcefully into the ground. With him and the Sword of Courage at the center, blazing white-blue fireballs spread layer upon layer, covering the ruins of the town. Rumble. Explosions erupted one after another, destroying the already crumbling ancient buildings and igniting every corner of the ruins. Harrison used his paper figurine substitute again. As he was always on the edge of the town ruins, his figure reappeared in the dark tunnel they had pursued through earlier. Voisin Sanson, who was closer to Lumian, was inevitably affected. His attempt to teleport was interrupted by the violent shockwave. His body caught fire again, but the injuries were not fatal. With the resilience of an ascetic, he only instinctively twisted his face in pain. Seizing this opportunity, Lumian teleported in front of Voisin Sanson. Voisin Sanson's eyes immediately filled with ghostly green light. Almost simultaneously, Lumian, anticipating Voisin Sanson's habit and method of using the terrifying beam, half-turned the Sword of Courage, holding it horizontally in front of his chest. The ghostly green beam, upon completion, shot towards Lumian at unavoidable speed, striking the Sword of Courage. The blazing white-blue flames on its iron-black blade were instantly extinguished, and its metallic luster dimmed significantly. Successfully blocking Voisin Sanson's beam, Lumian released his left hand, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. He sensed that Voisin Sanson's current circle inhabitant cycle was nearing its end. Perhaps 2 or 3 more triggers would lead to the inevitable conclusion, possibly even death. At this moment, Lumian's hair stood on end, his mind nearly blank. The negative effects of the black tear forehead accessory manifested. If not for the Sword of Courage sharing the burden, he would have been utterly overwhelmed by pleasure, rather than just briefly dazed. Taking advantage of this moment of distraction, Voisin Sanson teleported away from the emptied ruins, but did not extend the distance beyond the fate exchange limit. Lumian quickly regained his senses and prepared to pursue Voisin Sanson. Suddenly, his thoughts slowed, becoming sluggish as if he had been rapidly frozen. His body became rigid, and even moving a finger was extremely difficult. The fate exchange had completed. Clang! The Sword of Courage fell to the ground, as Lumian no longer had the strength to hold it. Lumian slowly collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, his expression blank, leaning against a pile of rubble. No longer controlled by courage, he instinctively tried to activate the Blood Emperor's residual mark on his right palm, hoping the rampant frenzy might help him break free from his current state, but he couldn't manage it. His ability to think coherently was rapidly slipping away. This was the outcome Voisin Sanson had wanted from the fate exchange. Voisin Sanson smiled, teleporting back to Lumian, and whispered, "If not for your false angel rank, the fate exchange would have been completed long ago. You probably don't know that the maximum limit for the circle inhabitant cycles is 9. You're still several cycles short of dealing real damage to me. You're not truly a demigod. There's a fundamental difference between you and someone with godhood." As Voisin Sanson spoke, he pulled out an incomplete ritual sheepskin, just large enough to cover a head, intending to turn Lumian into a sheep and completely control him. In the next second, Lumian felt the stiffness in his body and the sluggishness of his thoughts easing, their effects seemingly distorted. Opportunity. Lumian immediately tried to activate the black mark on his right shoulder, hoping to teleport out of the special mirror world. Voisin Sanson's face changed. Then he activated a contract mark, shouting in a deep voice, "Lumian Lee." As Lumian's figure was still fading away, his mind buzzed, his head spinning, making it difficult to maintain the teleportation effect. Voisin Sanson then placed the sheepskin over Lumian's head, chanting in Hermes, "Sheep." A flash of dark light transformed Lumian into a grayish-white sheep. Most of his abilities were sealed, and the earlier state of sluggish thoughts and stiff body returned, preventing him from using the black tier forehead accessory or the Devil's Whisper's bone ring. Seeing this, Voisin Sanson felt the weakness and spirituality exhaustion in his own body, but believed he could endure the mystical plague for a while longer, waiting for the circle inhabitant effect to passively activate. A sinister paper figurine with drawn features entered the still-burning ruins from the tunnel, its surface accumulating rust at a visible rate. It looked at Lumian and spoke in Harrison's voice. "Your companions don't seem to have escaped either." As he spoke, the paper figurine made a gesture, and the edges of the dark world illuminated by the flames began to turn transparent, revealing the states of Franca and the others, not through Harrison's magic, but through the mirror people watching in the shadows. In the mirror-like scene, Franca led the others, except Ludwig, trying to traverse out of the special mirror world. Above them, a figure in a black dress and gold crown appeared. Surrounded by white mist, a light seemed to emanate from in front of her. She glanced down, causing Franca and the others to fall back into the area they had just left, unable to escape the special mirror world. Higdon, having split into two and covered in green-yellow slime, blocked Franca and the others' escape route in the scene. After using it 3 more times, Franca's ice talisman only had 1 mirror traversal left. She did not attempt to flee again. She pulled out a set of silver-white full-body armor from the traveler's bag and placed it in front of herself. Anthony also drew the Winter is Coming revolver. In another scene, another Higdon was searching for Ludwig. Seeing this, the increasingly ragged paper figurine of Harrison spoke to Lumian with a laugh. "Your companions will likely all die before you. Their mirror substitutes aren't as numerous as my paper figurines. You still have time to mourn them. Actually, you've done quite well. If it weren't for me and Higdon, your team might have been able to escape or even win against Voisin Sanson on their own." With double control over him, Lumian had almost no ability to think deeply, leaving only his emotions to resonate. His heart was ablaze with anger, indignation, and hatred, filling the sheep's eyes with bloodshot rage. Voisin Sanson turned to Harrison's paper figurine and asked, "Can I kill him now to bring back Lord Termaboros?" Harrison's paper figurine shook its head slowly. "The celestial worthy's revelation is to imprison." Voisin Sanson thought for a moment and said, "Indeed, killing this trash might trigger unforeseen changes due to the high-level powers within him, potentially affecting the entire Project Vortex. Can I attempt to unseal his chest and bring back Lord Termaboros?" Harrison's paper figurine paused for 2 seconds and said, "Yes." This did not violate the celestial worthy's revelation. Voisin Sanson smiled and said, "I'll need you to use that celestial worthy's boon for the final part. Otherwise, I'd have to bring Lumian Lee to the brink of death to unseal him, which is too risky." The method to unseal Lumian Lee's the Full Seal wasn't devised by Voisin Sanson himself, but given through a ritual by the Great Circle of Inevitability. "Okay." Harrison agreed. Voisin Sanson immediately took out a black metal box and opened it. Inside were thumb-sized mercury beads, their surfaces tinged with black and inscribed with complex, fear-inducing patterns and symbols. Voisin Sanson's voice became low, and his words eerily ethereal. The black-tinged mercury beads floated up, spinning rapidly in midair, forming a continuous river. With barely any coherent thoughts, Lumian heard Voisin Sanson and Harrison's conversation and saw the scene unfold but felt no despair or regret. At this point, despair and regret were meaningless. Lumian was only filled with anger, indignation, and hatred. The sheep's eyes bulged with fury. Son of a sow. Within 10 to 20 seconds, Voisin Sanson completed his chant, sending the silver-black river towards Lumian's chest. In the tunnel, Harrison had lit 4 candles and placed 4 pieces of bread in front of each, reciting incantations while taking special footsteps and gestures. Lumian quickly fell into a dark state, his thoughts gradually clearing. But before he could form any other thoughts, his chest grew hot, the familiar heat rapidly dissipating, turning cold. In an instant, silver-black light beams burst from his body, weaving together in front of him to form a figure. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 875 Response. Madam Magician and the other major arcana card holders were again affected by the distortion of order, abruptly emerging from their starry roaming state and floating in midair. What met their eyes was an unusually bloody altar and countless mutilated corpses. On the altar, there was also an oil painting depicting a strange cosmos. Ma'am Hermit, whose hearing was sealed, had a twisted expression and whispered with difficulty, "It's here, it's that painting." She felt the terrifying voice influencing her growing louder, originating from that oil painting. "It really works." The magician cast her gaze towards the boy, Willah Septon, who was holding the iron cigar case. It was unclear whether the praise was for the item imbued with Mr. Fool's aura or the luck she had always envied. The boy Will shrugged and said, "I didn't expect it to be this effective either." As he spoke, Ma'am Hermit forced an ancient spear stained with mottled blood into existence, sending it with destructive intent toward the painting. But the spear of Longinus, born of fairy tale magic, disintegrated into points of light before it could reach the altar. In Madam Magician's eyes, brilliant starlight shone. Around the altar, faint glows outlined a pair of dreamlike doors, attempting to transfer the painting along with the altar outside the barrier into the deep, dark cosmos. However, the starlight doors remained motionless, unable to open. "Those who are not participants in the vortex ritual cannot affect the painting," Miss Justice said, eyeing the iron cigar case in Will's hand, eager to take it and use it as a medium to showcase her physical strength and see if she could damage the painting. Madam Judgment took the lead, receiving the iron cigar case from Will and holding it in her hand, making it part of her fist. Immediately, the major arcana card holder shouted in Ancient Hermes, "Execution." Accompanied by this command, Judgment swung her right fist, the iron cigar case gripped in her hand. Bang! The altar dented slightly, but the painting showed no obvious signs of damage. "There's some effect, but not much," Madam Magician accurately assessed. She took the iron cigar case and tried various abilities herself, but could only cause minor damage to the painting, unable to shake its core effect, as they were not participants in the vortex ritual and could only influence it through the medium, the iron cigar case, which lacked destructive power. Watching the painting still affecting her and many high-level individuals, Ma'am Hermit could not help but feel anxious. Deep in the primitive island, in the dense white mist before the Black Emperor Mausoleum, as the 4 beams of light merged into Roselle's body in midair, Pearl's face was suddenly stretched wide, presenting a comical yet terrifying appearance. The blood-red figure and the miniature crimson moon in the mist retreated strangely, as if going in the wrong direction. From the light point where the shadow of the beauty goddess emerged, the white mist, which had been nearly purified by the holy pillar, filled again. St. Vive in midair and the purifiers outside the villa, including Angoulême, felt an impending collapse of the current order. The lightless domain instantly twisted, with some darkness seeping in, forming a shadowed side. Discovering the presence of the shadow of the beauty goddess, Mr. Moon was about to turn into crimson moonlight and illuminate the white mist, but found himself rushing into the sky. The worms of time split by Pallas, just deciding to return, assess the situation, and unite in deception, got lost in life's path. Mr. Hanged Man, riding the gale, suddenly plummeted, nearly losing his flying ability and falling to the ground. As distortion phenomena appeared to varying degrees worldwide, at the core of the vortex ritual, Pearl struggled to raise her head and look up. At the edge of the abstract, fantastical world, Roselle's figure, clad in black armor and a luxurious cape, grew larger and clearer, with a crown set with dark gems forming swiftly atop his head. The surrounding white mist mostly invaded his body, distorting his face, with his eyes a deep blue, almost black, a slow expanding mist. The Black Emperor had revived in the astral world. Roselle lowered his head slightly, gazing down, focusing on the white mist before his mausoleum, the torrent connecting him and the mist, and the face of Pearl in the depths of the mist, exuding majesty and depth. The next moment, the Black Emperor raised his right hand, forming a fist, and gently twisted his wrist. Distortion. He forcefully completed a distortion using his authority, the Black Emperor pathway, the special connection with the uncertain mist, and the corruption deeply eroding his body and soul, relying on the invisible barrier blocking the outer deities. Pearl, deep in the white mist, briefly lost focus, then discovered in shock that the great uncertain mist was no longer closely connected with her through the vortex ritual, but had shifted to the Black Emperor. Her object of faith, her ritual foundation, had all been distorted to Emperor Roselle. After her initial confusion, Pearl quickly felt a surge of fear and despair. Not only her, but all the uncertain mist believers across the continents also saw a thin white mist before their eyes, with a majestic, indistinct figure standing within. That figure, wearing a crown and black armor, quietly looked down at them. The Black Emperor's first act upon revival was to temporarily take over all faith directed at the uncertain mist. Of course, this also exposed him more directly to the outer deity outside the barrier. Another wisp of white mist separated from the surface of a planet, reaching the site of an intense divine battle, using the special environment and its symbolism to penetrate the barrier again, falling upon Emperor Roselle at the edge of the astral world, like a fishing line finally controlling its target. Roselle's expression became increasingly distorted. He continued to gaze at Pearl and the uncertain mist believers worldwide, speaking in a majestic voice. The broker can unite the outer deities and has acted, posing a great threat, a crime beyond pardon. As he spoke, the Black Emperor's outstretched right hand opened, as if to grasp something. After declaring the crime, his right hand clenched abruptly. Bang, bang, bang. On the northern and southern continents, the uncertain mist believers exploded into blood mist. This was not the ability of the judgment domain, but the control granted by the boon system, control of an evil god over his followers. Temporarily distorting the uncertain mist faith, Black Emperor Roselle used this to purge the evil god's followers, making them feel the wrath of a god, aiming to eliminate them all. A single broker might not be dangerous, but their ability to weave all dangers together made them the greatest threat. No. Despite her desperate resistance, Pearl exploded uncontrollably within the white mist. Her face split into different parts like the nose, eyes, mouth, and ears, scattered into the white mist, staining it with a noticeable blood color. Yet the vortex ritual had not ceased. The shadow of the beauty goddess and the miniature crimson moon continued to approach their target light point, even faster than before. Silently, the exploded uncertain mist believers, in blood mist form, crossed the void, merging into the vortex mist that Pearl had become. This accelerated the advance of the shadow of the beauty goddess and the miniature crimson moon, sustaining the ongoing transaction as if other forces were maintaining the ritual. A characteristic of the vortex was that all participants contributed power to maintain the ritual until their part of the transaction was complete. Thus, once the vortex was formed, destroying it would become increasingly difficult. Roselle glanced at the white mist connecting him and the outside barrier, his expression of pain growing more apparent. He shouted lowly, "Adam, where are you? The uncertain mist has made a heavy bet. If you don't reveal your cards, we're all doomed." Seeing no change around, Roselle paused and continued to roar angrily, "Adam, are you really waiting for a chance to devour the eternal blazing sun and others?" Just after Roselle's low roar, a distant yet gentle voice echoed in his mind, "I'm here, in the special mirror world." Voisin Sanson watched expectantly and reverently as silver-black light beams shot from the gray-white sheep that Lumian had become, waiting for Lord Termabaros to be completely freed. The beams wove together in front of him, quickly forming a figure. The figure was slightly hunched, wearing a black classical robe and a pointed hat of the same color, with a thin face, slightly curly black hair, a broad forehead, and pitch-black eyes. Just as Lumian was about to activate the Blood Emperor's residual aura to try and escape the sheep state, he froze upon seeing this figure. W.H. Voisin Sanson and Harrison's bodies trembled, also becoming stunned. The figure slowly straightened, not even glancing at Voisin Sanson and Harrison, but turned to look at Lumian. Without any warning, the sheepswool covering Lumian's body fell off, shrinking back to its original head-covering size. Lumian remained in shock and bewilderment. The figure took out a monocle made of crystal and leisurely placed it over his right eye, revealing a slight smile at Lumian. "You can call me Amon, or..." The figure's voice grew majestic and layered, the smile on his face more evident. "Termabaros, Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability." Chapter 876, The Patient. Lumian knew that the figure before him was Amon. Although Amon's appearance differed somewhat from Onnet and the other almonds, the monocle over his right eye and his overall demeanor and aura unmistakably confirmed his identity. But why was Amon here? And why did he call himself Termaboros? Lumian clearly saw those silver and black beams of light emerging from within himself, from the shattered seal of Mr. Fool. How did they transform into Amon? This was why Lumian had frozen in place earlier. Could it be that during their previous encounters, Amon had secretly bypassed Mr. Fool's seal, hidden inside him, and replaced Termaboros? If so, what had Mr. Fool's seal actually been for? Despite his shock and confusion, Lumian suppressed these emotions because he had more urgent matters to attend to. He stood up, ready to pick up the Sword of Courage and use the mirror traversal ability of the Black Tear to reach Franca, Jenna, and the others to help them fight Higdon. Meanwhile, Voisin, Sanson, and Harrison stood frozen like statues. Amon, who claimed to be Termaboros, raised his hand to stop Lumian. He glanced at the transparent boundary showing the battle between Franca, the others, and Higdon and smiled, saying, "I've fixed their fate for the next 10 minutes so they won't die. You still have some time. As for what happens after 10 minutes, that's up to your choices." Lumian refocused on Amon, removing the Black Tear forehead accessory and tucking it into the separate space within his traveler's bag to prevent any further negative effects. In a low voice, he asked, "What choices?" Without waiting for Amon's response, he couldn't help but ask another question. "When did you become Termaboros?" As he spoke, Lumian temporarily put away the Devil's Whisper's bone ring. Amon's lips curled slightly. "A long, long time ago. By the time you first learned that name, Termaboros was already me." At this, the former King of Angels' smile took on a hint of mockery. In that dream in Cordu village, the warlock symbolized the power of inevitability. The warlock's death and burial in the tomb symbolized the loss of the true owner of that power, the real Termaboros. The owl guarding the tomb and the warlock's body symbolized an outsider seeking this power. The other you, accompanying the owl, symbolized the inherent depravity within everyone. Pallas couldn't even decipher this, yet he calls himself a cryptologist? Just because I changed my symbolic form, he couldn't recognize me? Has he already begun aging prematurely at such a young age? Lumian didn't know who Pallas was, but he understood the implications of Amon's explanation. The first time he had heard about depravity was from a secret suppliant. That knowledge came with a potion. The second time was in the honorific name of the true creator, worshipped by the Aurora Order. And Amon had a very close relationship with that individual. This meant the true creator's influence on the Cordu incident was much deeper than Lumian had imagined. It wasn't just a matter of sending a few lizard-like elves to nudge events along. Rage that even an ascetic couldn't suppress burned within Lumian. He squeezed out a hoarse voice from his throat. "Was the Cordu disaster the plan formulated by you two?" Amon pinched his right eye's monocle, not directly answering Lumian's question. He pulled a piece of paper from the void and read it in the tone of a report. "Patient, Lumian Lee, male, claims to be born on September 26, 1340, a native of Cordu in Riston Province, Intis Republic. Diagnosis: strong self-destructive tendencies, loss of ability to respond to others' emotions. Cause analysis: experiences as a street urchin made the patient distrustful of his surroundings, developing habits of self-neglect to survive, abandoning certain societal morals. Aurora Lee's care, sympathy, love, supervision, and interdependent life helped the patient initially heal from that phase, re-establishing social connections and gradually becoming a normal person. The disaster at Cordu Village and Aurora's death shattered the patient's rebuilt life, bringing more severe pain and despair, making him afraid to desire or respond to others' emotions, fearing loss again, thus fostering strong, self-destructive tendencies. First phase treatment plan. Step 1. Emphasize the possibility of Aurora Lee's resurrection to give the patient motivation to live. Step 2. Arrange for the patient to stay at the Aubaird's Du Coq d'Or in the Trier Market District, where many people at the bottom of society can effectively evoke the patient's empathy. Step 3. Force the patient to form connections with Celia Bello and others through events, preparing to rebuild social connections. Step 4. Use the undercover mission in the Iron and Blood Cross Order to make the patient meet Franca Roland. Franca Roland's background is similar to Aurora's, and her cheerful personality can effectively lower the psychological walls the patient has built, making her the most important candidate for re-establishing social connections. Step 5. Coordinate with the Tarot Club's Justice and Susie for treatment, reasonably allowing certain events to happen to aid in improving psychological conditions. Early stage, use the patient's sympathy for the unemployed Charlie and the street girls Ethan's allow his help to yield positive results, giving him positive feedback. Mid-stage, Ensure the patient encounters Celia Bello after setbacks, receiving companionship and comfort, and using the self-indulgent yet unintentional behavior he chooses to relieve accumulated emotions. Late stage, bring inevitable events forward at the most appropriate time, with some events potentially occurring before mid-stage treatment. These include 1. Susanna Mattis targeting Charlie again, having the Bliss Society abduct him to underground Trier. This would allow the patient to vaguely sense the sufferer's presence, feel anger, and through these events, strengthen his connections with Franca, Celia, and Charlie, initially rebuilding social ties. 2. The madman Flaming, whose situation most resembles the patient's, hangs himself after losing all hope and motivation for life despite the patient's help. This strongly resonates with the patient, giving him a huge shock, triggering his rebellious spirit and stubbornness. 3. Scavenger Roer, unfortunately getting affected by the indiscriminate influence of cultists, contracts a severe illness. The patient's efforts to help end in failure, with Roer's wife Michelle losing hope and choosing to indulge once by having a hearty meal and singing loudly before hanging herself at dawn. This similar fate and predestined outcome thoroughly ignite the patient's emotions, making him want to fight against the unfairness of fate, wanting to challenge everything. 4. The explosion at the chemical plant where Celia Bello's mother worked, acting as the final catalyst. First phase treatment result: the patient's self-destructive tendencies significantly reduced, re-established social connections, regained some motivation to live, and can now handle more events. As Amon read the report in an even tone, Lumian felt his heart sink, growing colder with each word. It was like being doused with cold water as a street urchin, the chill spreading from his head to his toes, extinguishing all his hope and pride like a candle flame. His indignation, his rebellion against fate, all of them seemed like a joke, shattered into pieces and ground into the dirt by those in power. At this moment, Lumian felt completely numb. Half of him burned with uncontrollable anger and the self-destructive urge to drag the report writer to death with him. The other half once again felt the despair and pain from when Aurora had pushed him away to face death alone. Amon finally finished reading the first phase treatment report and looked at Lumian with a smile, seemingly waiting for a response. Lumian's body hunched slightly, and his voice erupted from the depths of his soul, filled with agony. Why? Why me? Amon smiled and said, "The Fool's Aura and Aurora's foolish choice made you a good test subject, capable of bearing many things and verifying the initial experimental results. That's one reason. The other is if you truly self-destruct, will my role as Termaboros be exposed? How can I deceive those outside and make them place heavy bets? Only by slowly absorbing and digesting Termaboros' sequence 1 beyond characteristics within the Fool Seal and changing pathways will it be most hidden and least likely to be discovered." Lumian's mind was in chaos, his emotions exploding. Even the conspirer's abilities were hard to use. He could only ask instinctively, "In that large ceremony with a padre, did not only Termaboros descend but also you? Did you intentionally seal yourself with the injured Termaboros into my body?" Amon nodded lightly and smiled. "Thanks to your gifts, it helped me open the return path and gave me such a present." Lumian fell silent, involuntarily breathing heavily as if the air here was too thin, and he had to force himself to breathe deeply. "Previously, the sufferer hidden around me. Who was it?" Amon shook his head. "Haven't you guessed it yet? You should have heard his name, the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros." The Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. Lumian was stunned, but it seemed to make sense. This was the King of Angels who had once followed the ancient sun god and was currently serving the true creator as mentioned by Mr. K during his preaching. Lumian instinctively gritted his teeth, his voice squeezing out through the gaps. "Did you have a chance to save Aurora back then?" Amon smiled. "Do you want to hear the answer?" He glanced at the paper in his hand, seemingly preparing to read new content that might contain all the answers. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 877, Promise Matters. Amon began reading again in a flat tone. When the anomaly at Corda Village was discovered, corruption and personality distortion in Aurora Lee had already become quite severe. If the most skilled psychologist provided treatment and any true god offered a seal, it might have been possible to save her. But why save her? If the situation at Corda Village had continued to develop, it would indeed have caused a significant catastrophe. However, if intervened, it could bring substantial benefits and play an important role at a critical moment in the future. The lizard-shaped elves entered Cordu Village, quietly maintaining the balance. They wanted the outcome to follow the heretic's original plan but not actually succeed. At the same time, they ensured that Aurora Lee retained a slight chance of resurrection. In the end, their goal was achieved. Before the Center's organization sent someone, Guillaume conducted the grand sacrifice himself, opening a temporary passage above the barrier, allowing Termaboros to descend. Amon had already been waiting nearby, deceiving the ritual, utilizing the barrier, and secretly following Termaboros back into this world. Aurora Lee, pushing Lumian Lee away and in, brought a bit of an unexpected twist, but it did not change the overall outcome. The Fool's aura on Lumian Lee, stimulated by the surrounding environment and his intense emotional fluctuations, successfully attracted the Fool's attention. Hearing this, Lumian's hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his heart burning with rage, overpowering the numbness and despair. Amon, as if not noticing his emotional change, continued to read. As a result, Termaboros was severely wounded, and together with the soul fragments of Aurora Lee and the villagers of Cordu, was sealed into Lumian Lee's body. During this process, Amon voluntarily joined them, stealing Termaboros' fate and identity before he could recover, killing him and reducing him to a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of the inevitability pathway. Before Lumian Lee became an ascetic, Amon had already absorbed the beyonder characteristic, completing the pathway switch, fully replacing Termaboros, only lacking the final ritual. This is very important. Whether it's the Vortex ritual now or another plan, it doesn't change. Lumian Lee will understand why soon. At this point, Amon looked up at the dark sky, covered with a thick glass-like layer, smiled, and said, "Next, I will only read the key parts, otherwise I'm afraid Roselle won't last that long." Lumian didn't respond to him, using all his strength to suppress his emotions. He wanted to uncover the truth behind many previous events. Amon lowered his head again, looking at the paper in his hand. After the first phase of psychological treatment ended, the hidden dangers of the Tree of Shadow were prematurely triggered, forcing Lumian Lee to face Susanna Matta's sacrifice. The Amon seal within him indeed couldn't bear the weight and complexity of the Tree of Shadow's fate torrent, nor could he rapidly evolve the fate fragments of encountering the Montsurus ghost into an attack by the Montsurus ghost. However, the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, had always been watching from nearby. This was his specialty, and in this regard, he was far superior to the sufferer of the inevitability pathway. With Ouroboros' covert assistance, Lumian Lee successfully swapped the fate of being attacked by the Montsurus ghost with the fate of the Tree of Shadow, having its roots burned by the fourth epic Trier's invisible flames. This would play a crucial role in Lumian Lee and Susanna Matta's upcoming battle. Between the two battles, Amon didn't miss the opportunity, deliberately describing Lumian as the unfortunate one to strike at him. This was a deception. If it were the real Termaboros, he would have said similar words in such a situation. At the end of the Tree of Shadow incident, the lizard-like elf deliberately let Lumian Lee see it, giving him a strong desire and motivation to continue exploring the truth behind the Cordu disaster. Hearing this, Lumian was stunned again. My desire, my anger, is that what that individual wanted too? Amon seemed to skip parts and started reading the next key point. The madman Flaming, driven insane by encountering the Montsurus ghost, coincidentally stayed at the Auberge du Coq d'Or. His experiences and ending resonated with Lumian Lee. The Earth Bloodstone he left behind gave Lumian Lee the chance to obtain the residual aura of the Blood Emperor. At this time, due to the convergence of Amon's main body, more and more Amons noticed Lumian Lee's existence and obtained corresponding information. To bring out the hidden value of the Earth Bloodstone, one of the Amons chose to steal it. Coincidentally, a lady from the Church of Evernight asked Lumian Lee for help to obtain water from the Samaritan women's spring, leading them into the underground catacombs. With the enthusiastic help of the Amons, Lumian Lee ultimately used the Earth Bloodstone to gain the residual aura of the Blood Emperor. This was the first step in his mystical similarity to 0-01, which could provide him help in critical moments. The hostile plan was initiated as expected. Some participants were killed, some achieved their goals, and those outside who could not observe Fourth Epic Trier received guidance, while Lumian Lee and others obtained a fragment of the special mirror world for the first time. After leaving Trier, Lumian Lee inevitably converged to Port Santa, where the seal was reinforced early. Though it left hidden dangers, it could at least last longer. On the subsequent journey, Lumian Lee encountered Father Montserrat and obtained Omabella's burned umbilical cord. He also got involved in matters related to Neighboritas Lee, laying the foundation for meeting Farbodi's avatar in the tomb at the end of the Dream Festival. During the Dream Festival, Lumian Lee successfully obtained the seal of the Underworld Taoist, truly gaining mystical similarity to 0-01. During the journey, Lumian Lee also met several people with experiences similar to his but with different choices and outcomes, which touched him, firming his ideas and further improving his psychological state. The second phase of psychological treatment was successfully completed. After asking Mr. K for help to solve Pearl's painting person, Lumian Lee went to the first cathedral built by the Aurora Order for the True Creator. There, he coincidentally saw the lizard-like elves crawling in and out of the god. This dealt him a huge blow, worsening his psychological state, but also made his desire and determination for revenge stronger and firmer. After returning to Trier from Aurora, Lumian Lee began preparing for his advancement to Iron-Blooded Knight. What he didn't realize was that his psychological state and emotional condition had not met the requirements to become a demigod. Even with the Sealed Angel as a teammate, there was a significant probability that he would lose control after consuming the Iron-Blooded Knight potion. Fortunately, the presence of the Black Tear and Celia Bello, becoming a demoness of pleasure, prematurely triggered the emotional issues within Lumian's team. After much entanglement and pain, Lumian chose to face his thoughts and tried to respond to others' attention to him. Although his response was twisted, he at least took the first step, no longer passively accepting but placing himself in a position of importance. This mindset change was crucial for his subsequent advancement ritual. As a result, Lumian Lee's emotions and desires were vented, and his importance was no longer suppressed by his fear of loss. His connections with Franca Roland and Celia Bello became stronger and closer, providing him with two strong anchors during his advancement to demigod, helping him stabilize his consciousness. The third and final phase of psychological treatment ended, and Lumian Lee could now withstand new blows. During the Vortex ritual, Lumian's team fell into a desperate situation. All his teammates, except him, were about to be killed or taken away by a Higdon of the Order of All Extinction in a few minutes. Lumian Lee wanted to ask Amon for help, but Amon chose to refuse because he wasn't Lumian Lee's godfather and had no obligation, even though Lumian Lee had indeed become more like Amon, using loopholes more skillfully after repeatedly receiving boons from Amon. Relying solely on himself and those few Grade 1 sealed artifacts, Lumian Lee couldn't save his teammates because Voisin Sanson and others would also assist Higdon shortly. Lumian Lee now has only one choice, to ascend to demigod on the spot. But Amon is unwilling to help him shatter the Sword of Courage, returning the Sword of Courage to a Beyonder characteristic, and his Iron-Blooded Knight ritual is still incomplete. Amon tells him that the only help he would provide is to shatter the Black Tear, give him the supplementary ingredients missing for the Despair Potion, and send him to Morora to complete the ritual using the exiles there, ascending to Demoness of Despair. Becoming a Demoness of Despair, Lumian Lee, wielding the Sword of Courage, successfully saves his teammates. Then he would switch between the Demoness and Hunter pathways, spiraling upwards. This doesn't need to be symmetrical, depending on the situation, aiming to fulfill the phrase, pure Yin does not last, pure Yang does not grow. Yin contains Yang, Yang contains Yin, the union of Yin and Yang gives rise to everything. This is the only correct way to approach the peak power of the two calamity pathways. Alistitutor and Cheek's attempts failed. Not only did they fail to succeed, but they also created a big trouble. In this process, Aurora Lee's soul fragments will gradually revive when Lumian Lee is in the Demoness state. If Lumian Lee can ultimately defeat Red Angel Medici and Primordial Demoness Cheek, mastering the peak power of the two calamity pathways, Aurora Lee's personality and soul fragments can rely on Lumian's own spirit and flesh to resurrect. Then they can merge with his consciousness, suppressing the corruption of inevitability, and become his female form, controlling the feminine side of calamity. This is the true union of Yin and Yang, similar to the Medici evil spirit's current state but closer to the peak. This is also the only way to truly revive Aurora Lee. Amon paused, looking at Lumian, who seemed to have turned into a statue, raised his chin slightly, revealed a faint smile, and recited the final sentence. Can you accept such an outcome? Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 878, Sinner. Hearing Amon's question, Lumian seemed to break free from a long nightmare, only to find reality was an even more despairing abyss. His body trembled slightly as he used all his strength to squeeze out a sound from his throat. Isn't he afraid? Afraid that after I truly master the peak power of calamity, I'll seek revenge against him. Amon laughed. By making such a choice, he shows he's willing to face all possible futures and accept the worst outcome. It makes no difference to him whether it's you or Medici, whether you submit, give up, be angry, or hate. If either of you manages to master the peak power of calamity, seek revenge against him, disrupt his plans, or even pull him down from his divine throne, he would still not regret it and would acknowledge the result. At this point, Amon paused before continuing, because he was born to bear all sins. Lumian fell silent, his fists clenched tightly, with thin streams of bright red blood seeping through the gaps. Amon glanced at the transparent but dark sky. Time is running out. You must make your choice. Lumian's lips moved a few times before he suddenly laughed, a mixture of anger and self-mockery. His voice was hoarse and low as he said, "I'm willing to go to Aurora. I will try all possible ways to revive Aurora, including the only method he mentioned, but I will not accept the outcome he predetermined." Amon chuckled, adjusting his monocle on his right eye. "You don't need to tell me the second half of your sentence. My task is only to send you to Aurora and make you a demoness of despair. Whether you accept that ending, you'll have to face him and tell him yourself." With that, Amon raised his right hand and gently grasped, making the black tear forehead accessory magically detach from the traveler's bag and appear in his palm. The black, tear-shaped sealed artifact silently shattered, transforming into specks of faint light. These lights quickly converged into a shrunken, withered, blackened, translucent heart. Amon then reached towards Voisin Sanson, grabbing two items. One was a small glass vial containing dark green liquid, and the other, 3 silver fragments. After making his decision, Lumian's emotions finally settled a bit. He no longer felt as out of control as before. His body had been trembling uncontrollably, and his thoughts had been fixated on destruction. Seeing the 2 items in Amon's hand, Lumian suddenly paused. Voisin Sanson had the supplementary ingredients for the demoness of despair. He was also the one who suggested lifting the seal earlier. Amon mentioned that some participants in the hostile plan received hidden guidance in 4th Epic Trier's unique environment without being noticed by the evil gods. Was Voisin Sanson one of them? Voisin Sanson himself probably didn't remember being guided, thinking he escaped 4th Epic Trier purely with the help of the Mirror people, and later unknowingly did some seemingly unimportant abnormal things. Amon couldn't break out of Mr. Fool's seal on his own, so there had to be a role to accomplish the unsealing task without killing me, the test subject. Voisin Sanson's stated goal allowed him to do this without suspicion. That individual tacitly allowed the hostile plan to happen without much interference or obstruction and didn't ruin Red Angel's plan, all to prepare for now. Realizing this, Lumian instinctively scoffed to ease his emotions. So he can't accept just any outcome after all. He did so much to ensure the expected result. Amon smiled. Willing to accept the worst outcome doesn't mean not striving for the best. And now, would you refuse to go to Aurora and become a demoness of despair? Lumian fell silent again. Amon let the demoness of despair be on her characteristic and the 2 supplementary materials fly towards Lumian, casually remarking, "This beyond her characteristic will continuously spread plagues, both mundane and mystical, and you'll also be infected." After Lumian caught them, Amon smiled again. "Do you know what the sequence 2 of the inevitability pathway is?" "Sinner," Lumian replied, determined to go to Aurora and complete his task no matter how painful or reluctant he felt. "And sequence 1? Amon continued to quiz him unhurriedly. Lumian shook his head. He really didn't know. Amon explained with a smile, "Sequence 1 is Angel of Redemption, but to me, it's not as useful as Sinner. The past sinner, the present sufferer, and the future Angel of Redemption form the trinity of the inevitability pathway." Amon adjusted his monocle, smiling more prominently. "And a sinner has the ability to revert their state to any past moment, with a duration depending on specific circumstances." Revert to any past moment. Lumian suddenly remembered that Mad Magician mentioned Amon, the king of angels from ancient times, once briefly became a god. Amon turned, smiling. Of course, involving the uniqueness and power of a true god requires the current holder's consent. That celestial worthy has already diverted most of his attention to influence Project Vortex, so he certainly can't interfere with a fool on this matter, and the fool you believe and shouldn't object. As he spoke, Amon spread his arms as if embracing returning power. The monocle on his right eye shone brilliantly. Before Lumian could react, he saw the obstacles and barriers blocking access to Aurora in the special mirror world disappear, allowing him to enter the city of exiles smoothly and without hindrance. High above in the special mirror world, the figure wearing a golden crown and black dress nodded at Amon, not attempting to interfere with Lumian. She was Mirror Roselle. In this matter, she had placed bets on both sides, ensuring that the real Roselle wouldn't completely perish. Whether the real Roselle became a puppet of the uncertain mist or died to await another resurrection opportunity, it wouldn't affect her existence and would even gradually make her the main body. In the next second, Amon's figure vanished from Lumian's sight. The paper he had been reading silently floated down, completely blank, a sheet of white paper. Before the bloody altar in the ancient castle, Ma'am Hermit suddenly spoke. The voice from that painting has weakened. Madam Magician looked up, slightly puzzled and apprehensive. The sealing power of the barrier has strengthened. The true god of the door pathway has returned. No, it's not Mr. Fool. It's more like a Mon. Using her angelic intuition about the true god of her pathway, Madam Magician quickly made a judgment. How could Amon become the true god of the door pathway again? Miss Justice's heart stirred. Did Mr. Fool or that celestial worthy lend him power? If it was the former, it would be great news for disrupting the vortex ritual. If it was the latter, it would be serious. Based on current developments, it should be Mr. Fool, Madam Magician said thoughtfully. At this moment, the Ma'am Hermit, receiving Miss Justice's report, moved her eyes slightly. Since the influence of the mysterious voice has weakened, the power of fate must have lessened too. Now, there should be a chance to destroy this painting. As she spoke, the holder of the Major Arcana card holder reached out to Madam Magician, asking for the iron cigar case. In the sea near Port Santa, the seal, previously weakened by internal gray fog and external gnawing, instantly became as strong as before. The School of Deliciousness's previous efforts were all in vain. Deep in the primitive island, before the Black Emperor Mausoleum, the thick, pervasive white mist abruptly contracted towards the core as if squeezed by an invisible force. The mark left by the fool inside Roselle strengthened, alleviating some of the corruption caused by the uncertain mist. Roselle's twisted, painful expression improved somewhat. The eyes of Pearl, scattered in different parts of the mist, saw a figure suddenly appear in midair. The figure wore a black robe, a matching pointed hat, and a monocle on his right eye. Isn't it said that external forces can't interfere with the vortex's operation? Pearl, still barely alive, had this question when she saw the figure in midair look down at her, smiling happily as he introduced himself. Is this our first meeting? I am Termaboros. Pearl suddenly felt as if her intelligence had been stolen. How could it be Termaboros? However, my spiritual intuition tells me that he is indeed Termaboros. In the special mirror world. Seeing Amon's figure soar upwards and vanish from sight, Lumian finally understood why he had said that whether it was the vortex ritual or another plan, it didn't matter compared to consuming Termaboros and becoming an angel of the inevitability pathway. This meant there would always be a high-ranking being capable of temporarily exerting a true god's power, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike at a crucial moment. Lumian glanced at the white paper on the ground, then looked at Franca, Jenna, and the others struggling against Higdon with the help of the Pride armor and the Demoness black flames. He quickly put away the Sword of Courage, gripping the Beyonder characteristic and supplementary ingredients of the Demoness of Despair, and activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He traversed the special mirror world and returned to Morora, the city of exiles. Immediately, he reconnected with 0-01, using the Grade 0 sealed artifact to help bear the damage and influence of the Demoness plague. Then, Lumian stood on the steps before the Knowledge Cathedral, gazing at the wide, deserted square. He began summoning the exiles most affected by 0-01 to gather quickly, aiming to save time. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 879, Demoness of Despair. In the next 2 to 3 minutes, a large number of exiles poured into the square in front of the Knowledge Cathedral. Some, accidentally bumped into, chose to duel on the spot. Others quietly straightened their necks so they wouldn't be too crooked. Some sang loudly out of boredom, while others played a game of slapping each other. Lumian stood on the steps, holding the Beyonder characteristic of the Demoness of Despair, expressionless as he watched these exiled felons. Time is running out, Lumian silently whispered to himself, turning to look at the Knowledge Cathedral once more, but still did not see Archbishop Harroburg of Morora. Finally resigned, he turned his gaze back to the exiles, who almost filled the square. There were definitely more than 30,000. Lumian suddenly started laughing, his body trembling with mirth. Though he seemed to have many choices, considering environmental factors, time constraints, the current situation, and his own obsessions, only one path remained. The only road before him. After laughing for over 10 seconds, Lumian, dressed in a white shirt, black vest, dark trousers, and laced shoes, stepped down from the steps and walked into the crowd. The exiles near the Knowledge Cathedral began to feel something was wrong. Their bodies weakened, and when they tried to slap their opponents, it felt more like caressing their faces. Some instinctively wanted to flee but found their legs powerless, their bodies heavy, moving only slowly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. White-blue fireballs shot out from around Lumian, flying over the exiles infected with mystical diseases and landing at the edges of the square, which the exiles strangely ignored. Rumble. The fireballs exploded simultaneously, surrounding the square in a hell of white flames. The temperature soared, and thick smoke billowed. Hud, hud, hud. Countless exiles, whose conditions had worsened, fell to the ground, watching as other felons with some strength left trampled over them. They stared at the white flames lighting up the sky, inching closer to them. Pain and despair quickly filled their hearts, consuming their sanity. Some were to call for help, but could only make weak sounds. Rumble. Amid continuous explosions, Lumian walked out of the square, into the spreading sea of flames, and into the nearest street. Rumble. The houses on both sides of the street either collapsed under the white-blue fireballs, or were directly ignited, rising into fierce flames like torches. The felons in the square fell one by one, feeling helpless against the disease, experiencing pain and despair, waiting for death. Lumian took out a glass bottle, placing the beyonder characteristic of the demoness of despair, plague mother serpent's bile, fragments of a silver hunter, blood of various plague victims, and fresh mistletoe into it one by one. Bubbles gurgled up, and the dark purple potion shimmered with a rosy light. Lumian gazed at the potion, laughing hoarsely. Don't worry, I already know my insignificance. I will embrace despair and the path of the demoness. But this is to avoid being manipulated in the future, to choose my own ending. With that, he walked forward, raising the bottle to his lips and tilting his head back to drink. The exiles still standing in the square suddenly felt their pain and despair condense into something tangible, turning into invisible threads extending toward the burning street, toward the figure with his back to them. They finally awoke, but were too sick to fight the perpetrator. Some were even already engulfed by flames, burning their bodies. They saw the figure walking step by step among the burning buildings, walking through the hellish streets, under the bright red sky. His hair floated up, growing longer, blacker, and thicker. In the air, 2 stars seemed to light up, and the white-blue flames in the area suddenly turned pitch black. This blackness spread like a flood, quickly drowning all light, making the fiery hell quiet, deep, and dark. In the special mirror world, in the dark scene of the abandoned park where Franca and others fought against Higdon of the Order of All Extinction. Covered in greenish-yellow mucus, Higdon had split into 4, each seeking different targets, while black flames of the demoness burned quietly around Franca and Jenna. The black flames burned the spirituality of the disease but were dimmed by the decaying power, eventually extinguishing. If it weren't for discovering that Higdon's disease, having some spirituality, could be ignited by the demoness' black flames to slow its spread and intensity, Franca believed she and Jenna would have already exhausted their mirror substitutes and awaited death. Meanwhile, the Pride armor played a crucial role, almost unaffected by Higdon's diseases and not corroded by the decaying power. It remained energetic, chasing down Higdon whenever he dared to attack from behind, occasionally unleashing a hurricane of light. During the battle, Franca and Jenna noticed another problem. They couldn't tell if it was because Higdon had no brain or if the demigod was just unlucky, but his certain death attacks often missed. Combined, the 2 demonesses and Anthony, who used his psychological invisibility to stay out of the decaying range, barely managed to hold on for nearly 9 minutes before Higdon, a demigod. Occasionally, they even felt that Higdon lacked the oppressive presence of a true demigod, seeming like a poor quality product. But even so, they couldn't find an opportunity to escape and discovered that their enemies were multiplying, from 2 at the start to 4 now, with one splitting off to find Ludwig. Moreover, although individual Higdon fragments seemed weaker than a true demigod, each fragment retained the same level of power, making them collectively terrifying. Franca guessed the number of splits should have a limit, but not too many. I have 2 mirror substitutes left. Jenna probably has 1. Anthony, although attacked less and outside the range, only had 2 to begin with and has used 1. Franca analyzed the situation quickly while constantly repositioning to avoid Higdon's sudden sure-hit attacks. As for Logano, when Higdon blocked him at the start, Franca signaled him to run as far as he could and hide. It proved to be the right call. Higdon's targets were Ludwig and the 2 demonesses, making no effort to stop Logano from fleeing and not splitting more Higdons to chase him. Continuous use of black flames is also draining our spirituality. Jenna and I can't hold on much longer. Franca considered whether to use the last mirror traversal of the ice amulet now to delay for a while and see if there would be a turning point. It could also give Anthony a chance to survive. The hypnotist was also not Higdon's target and had psychological invisibility. Just as Franca was about to signal Jenna to approach, she suddenly saw greenish-yellow drops forming behind Jenna, quickly condensing into Higdon. Almost simultaneously, Franca noticed from Jenna's worried expression that something was happening behind her too. Without hesitation, both demonesses activated mirror substitution. The next second, 2 Higdons spread out like dirty, slimy blankets, wrapping Franca and Jenna in a sure hit. A cracking sound followed. Meanwhile, Anthony, quietly lurking at the edge of the park, leaning against a half-wall, suddenly saw a greenish-yellow mucus-covered Higdon appear beside him. He had been discovered after all. Higdon pushed with both hands, sending a greenish-black light ball towards Anthony. Crack. Anthony used his last mirror substitution, his figure appearing behind this Higdon. Seeing this, Anthony had an epiphany. An opportunity. He didn't flee but raised his winter-is-coming revolver, aimed at Higdon, and pulled the trigger. Certain death. A yellowish bullet, tinged with dim green, crossed the short distance, hitting Higdon. Covered in greenish-yellow mucus, Higdon froze, his body quickly disintegrating into small drops, falling to the ground without any spirituality. This Higdon was dead, but the other 3 Higdons remained unaffected. After confirming this, Franca and Jenna felt utter despair. Their previous plan involved the 2 demonesses as bait, giving Anthony a chance to shoot one Higdon with a certain death bullet, hoping to kill all Higdons. Unexpectedly, the certain death effect only worked on the one hit. Moments later, they saw the Pride armor hit by a certain death attack, metal fragments falling from its chest, standing still. Jenna gritted her teeth, ready to forgo the ritual and gamble on forcibly advancing by consuming the ingredients of the demoness of affliction. At least it would restore her spirituality. Even if she failed, she could turn into a monster, giving Franca a chance to escape. Before Jenna could reach into her traveler's bag, another figure appeared at the edge of the area. It was Voisin Sanson, with his blonde hair turning white, who had chased them here. Jenna and Franca's hearts sank rapidly. Jenna no longer hesitated. At this moment, above one of the Higdons, a black iron sword, burning with white-blue flames, suddenly fell from the sky, accurately piercing the top of this Higdon's head. Boom. This Higdon exploded into fragments, the spreading white-blue flames turning into silent blackness, engulfing each piece. The fragments never reappeared, and a figure quickly appeared in the eyes of Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 880, Walking Destruction. In an instant, the figure became clear. Everyone present, including Higdon and Voisin Sanson, was stunned. The person had a slim face, light blue eyes resembling clear and dreamy lakes up in the highlands, a perfectly shaped nose, and lips neither too thick nor too thin. Her features were striking and graceful, with a peculiar sharpness that seemed to pierce through any defense of body and mind, straight to the soul, hitting its weakest spot. At the same time, she had a cold demeanor, her face void of any smile, as if she had just killed thousands of people. Her long, straight black hair gently floated in the aftermath of the explosion. At this moment, Franca recalled a description she had read before her transmigration. Her beauty is aggressive. As she pondered, Franca felt a strong sense of familiarity. Why does she look a bit like Lumian? No, not a bit, a lot like Lumian feminized and beautified with some photoshopped editing. Right, she's holding the sword of courage. My spiritual intuition tells me she is Lumian. Demoness of despair. Lumian escaped Voisin Sanson's pursuit, entered Marora, and without enough teammates to perform the iron-blooded night ritual, chose to use the exiles there to advance the Demoness of despair. That's ruthless, something Lumian would do. No, did he choose all the options I gave him? I must admit, more beautiful than I imagined. Who helped him shatter the black tear? As Franca's thoughts raced, Jenna shouted in pleasant surprise, Lumian. The enchanted Higdon and Voisin Sanson snapped back to reality. Lumian's figure disappeared again, reappearing behind another Higdon. The Higdon covered in greenish-yellow mucus was prepared, instantly disintegrating into countless droplets. However, around him, an almost impermeable invisible web suddenly appeared. The web covered an area of about 30 meters, decaying rapidly while trapping and binding Higdon's greenish-yellow droplets. Silent, destructive black flames surged from the demoness form Lumian, igniting the nearly decayed web and engulfing every greenish-yellow fragment, stripping them of all spirituality. Idiot! Lumian cursed expressionlessly, his figure disappearing once more. I didn't continue attacking but used charm to buy time to weave this web, anticipating your escape. Though Lumian used teleportation and invisibility, the black flames from his body did not extinguish. After burning the web and the trapped Higdon fragments, the flames quickly spread across most of the park-like ruins, igniting the pervasive disease in the air. Feeling the power of the disease and decay significantly diminishing, Franca didn't search for Lumian. Instead, she tacitly charged at Voisin Sanson. She sensed Lumian wanted to eliminate Higdon first, so they needed to hold off Voisin Sanson, the circle inhabitant, to prevent him from interfering in Lumian and Higdon's battle. Every moment counted. Jenna had a similar feeling, quickly hiding and circling around Voisin Sanson, ready to support Franca and Anthony. Among them, Anthony could inflict the most damage on a demigod. Anthony used psychological invisibility again, cautiously approaching Voisin Sanson. Voisin Sanson was still confused and fearful. He couldn't figure out where he went wrong trying to unseal and release Lord Termabaros, which allowed Lumian Lee to escape. For a devout follower of inevitability, this was a mistake redeemable only by death. As soon as he regained control, Voisin Sanson hurried to the battlefield of Higdon and Lumian's companions, hoping to capture Lumian's teammates and force him back to save them, thus regaining control over him. Unexpectedly, Lumian had indeed returned, but as a demoness, a demigod-level demoness. If not for the fact that his lust-enhancing contract wasn't with a demigod creature, and he had become a demigod-level ascetic, he would have already lost control under that soul-piercing charm. Quickly, Voisin Sanson spotted Lumian's figure, emerging behind the last Higdon. Voisin Sanson was about to teleport over and hunt him down when Franca's figure appeared behind him. Franca raised her left hand, adorned with a black iron-spiked ring, her eyes glowing with 2 streaks of lightning. Psychic piercing. Voisin Sanson's body shook slightly, his soul feeling a brief pain. Immediately, a transparent figure resembling him grew from his back, coldly gazing at Franca. Crack. Franca used her last mirror substitution, the fragments falling lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, Jenna appeared several meters to the side. She held a brown leather scroll, chanting a word in Hermes, sun. The scroll burst into radiant sunlight, enveloping Voisin Sanson in its holy and fiery light. Though the power of inevitability was not evil, corrupt, or dark, it contained a will that, for Sanson, was foreign and had to be expelled. Of course, after reaching the demigod level, Voisin Sanson's consciousness had been corrupted and influenced by that will, aligning more closely with its master, so the purification effect wouldn't be too significant. However, his contracted creatures included dark, evil, and corrupt types, some of which feared purification. So, under the sunlight, Voisin Sanson couldn't help but close his eyes, raise his right hand to shield his face, and black smoke sizzled from his body. As a demigod, Voisin Sanson wouldn't suffer severe damage from such purification and would soon recover, but this gave Anthony a chance. Anthony stopped, raised his winter as coming revolver, and pulled the trigger after a simple aim. Bang! A dark yellow bullet flew toward Voisin Sanson. Sure hit. Anthony wasn't sure if Voisin Sanson had a substitute ability, so he chose sure hit instead of certain death. Clang! The bullet hit Voisin Sanson, producing a metallic sound, tearing his clothes, and causing his skin and flesh to rupture. In the instant he was enveloped by sunlight. Unsure of what he might encounter if he teleported away, Voisin Sanson activated a contract ability to metallize himself, enhancing his defense without amplifying the effect of the sunlight. If the next attack couldn't be stopped even with metallization, Voisin Sanson could trigger the circle inhabitant effect, resetting his body state. During the desperate blockade by Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, the last Higdon, seemingly foreseeing this, suddenly grew 2 greenish-yellow mucus-covered arms from his back, pushing out a dim green light at the demoness of despair Lumian. Certain death. The light hit Lumian's tall, perfect body but passed through. The figure wavered like ripples, quickly shattering. Just an illusion. At this moment, multiple Lumian figures with black hair lightly floating appeared around Higdon, all wielding the Sword of Courage, slashing at the sequence for demigod of the Order of All Extinction. This was the demigod-level demoness utilization of the special mirror world, with each figure possibly being a mirror illusion or the real Lumian hidden among them. Higdon's body suddenly disintegrated into dim greenish light, indiscriminately using the certain death effect. This was both an area attack and an escape. At this moment, another Lumian appeared in midair. He held the Sword of Courage with both hands, descending heavily and stabbing the ground. Rumble! White-blue flames followed the violent explosion, quickly engulfing the area, consuming the dim greenish light striking the various Lumian figures, not giving them a chance to split into more Higdons. Immediately, the white-blue flames turned into silent black, igniting and devouring all spirituality in the area with a destructive presence. Smack! As the black flames receded, a fist-sized lump of greenish-yellow mucus fell to the ground. This was deliberately left by Lumian. He grabbed the mucus without fearing infection, holding it in his hand and smearing it on a mirror. His hand, covered in black flames, pressed onto it. The greenish-yellow mucus let out a shrill scream. In another dark ruin, Another Higdon had just found Ludwig and was about to reach for the little boy with a ravenous expression when silent black flames bizarrely erupted from within him. He was quickly engulfed by the black flames, turning into lifeless liquid, dripping to the ground. After dealing with Higdon, Lumian teleported directly in front of Voisin Sanson, signaling Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, who had no mirror substitutes left, to retreat. In Voisin Sanson's eyes, just recovering from the fierce sunlight, the coldly beautiful demoness curled her lips into a soul-capturing smile. Voisin Sanson froze for a moment, hearing a slightly magnetic, pleasant voice in his ear. "Hope your circle inhabitant effect still works. I don't want to kill you just once." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 881, 3 times. Voisin Sanson felt there was no warmth in the voice's laughter, and he suddenly shuddered, snapping back to reality. His first reaction was to quickly teleport out of this area, because Lumian had become a potion pathway demigod and still had 3 companions assisting him. Meanwhile, Sanson's ally, the other demigod Higdon, had been completely killed by Lumian in a very short time. No matter how devoutly he believed in the great circle of inevitability, no matter how urgently he longed to rescue Lord Termaburos, the angel of inevitability, today, Voisin Sanson was not so blind as to misread the current situation. He knew he only had 2 choices: stay and fight to the death, or flee quickly and wait for another opportunity. At this moment, it was not difficult to decide which to choose. As the black mark on his body activated, Voisin Sanson's figure disappeared from where he stood. The next second, he appeared dozens of meters away, facing a dark, transparent, almost glass-like barrier ahead. The barrier flickered in and out of visibility, sealing off an area the size of a plaza. Lumian, his body now slightly slimmer, held a huge iron-black straight sword and did not stop Voisin Sanson's attempt. He only said in a slightly mocking tone, "This is the special mirror world, and a demigod-level demoness can utilize the power of this world to some extent. If you want to break the mirror barrier and teleport out, there's only one way: defeat me, kill me." Voisin Sanson struggled for a moment but failed to succeed. He had no choice but to turn around and face Lumian. Then he saw the other reveal a beautiful but dangerous smile. Lumian did not act immediately, because he was listening to the beating of his own heart. The seal of Mr. Fool on him had lost its effect, but Amon had left some power in the original position, preventing the soul fragments of Aurora and others from leaking out and perishing completely. Of course, this was only a temporary restriction. In 2 or 3 days at most, the seal would completely dissipate. And because of the vast difference in strength between the 2 seals, Lumian felt that the distance between himself and his sister had shortened considerably, as if he could hear her voice and receive her thoughts. Thump, thump, thump. That heartbeat was familiar and warm. "Do you see? Voisin Sanson is right in front of us, that heretic who always made you have nightmares, who scared you into fleeing Trier. Do you see? He's afraid." Lumian whispered these 2 sentences with a gentle expression, then raised his head and cast his gaze toward Voisin Sanson. During this process, he teleported several times in succession, changing his position to prevent Voisin Sanson's attacks from affecting him. Lumian slightly arched his back and gripped the sword of courage with both hands. The next second, his figure suddenly faded, blinking to the front of Voisin Sanson, seemingly intending to ignore the other's counterattack and forcibly cleave the target in 2. Voisin Sanson did not hesitate because of how beautiful this image was or how alluring this figure was. Relying on the endurance ability of an ascetic, he concentrated dark green light in his eyes. As the beams surged forth, Lumian had already become transparent, turning into a mirror. Smack! Just as the mirror shattered, Lumian's figure appeared behind Voisin Sanson, maintaining the downward slashing motion with the iron-black straight sword. Voisin Sanson quickly let the semi-transparent figure resembling himself emerge, staring at Lumian. But Lumian's figure suddenly became illusory, as if reflected in a mirror. At the same time, Lumian materialized above Voisin Sanson's head, holding the iron-black straight sword burning with white-blue flames. He completed the last motion of this attack with a jumping slash. Clang! The sword of courage struck the junction between Voisin Sanson's neck and shoulder, directly cleaving open the skin and flesh gleaming with metallic luster, staining it with bright red blood. Immediately after, violent explosion occurred, and Voisin Sanson's body was about to be torn apart. At this moment, Lumian was slightly dazed, while Voisin Sanson instantly returned to his original state, teleporting to the other side of the sealed area. Lumian did not pursue closely, but turned his body to face the white-haired fatalist and said with a smile, "First time." Voisin Sanson immediately felt his scalp tingle, understanding that the other meant he had already killed him once, with many more times to come. He immediately activated a contract ability called Phantom. He suddenly split into dozens of copies of himself, and each Voisin Sanson seemed capable of teleporting, appearing in different positions and corners of the sealed area. They simultaneously raised their right hands, their eyes reflecting the corresponding mercury-colored illusory river of Lumian. This could be either magnified fate or fate exchange, and Lumian seemed unable to distinguish which Voisin Sanson was real, unable to effectively prevent it. Lumian's light blue eyes smiled without mirth. He glanced at the Sword of Courage and found that Voisin Sanson's blood, which should have stained it, had disappeared, as if returning to the body of that circle inhabitant. Lumian was not surprised. He suddenly threw the Sword of Courage, hurling it towards the center of the sealed area. The huge iron-black straight sword fell to the ground like a cannonball. Rumble! A massive explosion suddenly occurred, shaking even the special mirror world, and white-blue flames quickly covered every inch of ground and every bit of air in the sealed area. This was why Lumian had limited the battlefield to the size of a plaza. The phantoms created by Voisin Sanson were quickly destroyed. After struggling to resist for 2 seconds, his true body shattered, triggering the circle inhabitant effect. Lumian himself was also engulfed by the explosion, the flames scorching his skin, the shockwave tearing at his body. Then he turned into a mirror. The mirror immediately shattered. As the explosion quickly subsided, Lumian looked at Voisin Sanson, who was far away from him, and smiled more obviously. Second time, his clear light blue eyes, like Highland lakes, still held no mirth. As he spoke, invisible spider silk extended from Lumian's body, binding the hilt of the Sword of Courage and dragging it back. Realizing that the area of effect attack of the iron-black straight sword could completely cover this area, and that none of his contract abilities were sufficient to withstand such an explosion, Voisin Sanson was overcome with a feeling called despair. Although before chasing here, he had already canceled the previous circle inhabitant effect and waited for the restriction to end, resetting the same circle inhabitant with 9 more chances to trigger. Now with 7 left, if Lumian were to throw that iron-black straight sword again and again, repeating the area of effect explosion from earlier, he didn't think 7 circle inhabitant effects would have much significance. Unless that iron-black straight sword needed some time between such attacks. Voisin Sanson dared not gamble. He chose to end the circle inhabitant effect on himself. His right hand pressed towards Lumian's approaching figure from a distance, and silver-white lines with black edges appeared in his eyes. These lines twisted like snakes, framing Lumian's figure in the middle, then quickly connected head to tail. Voisin Sanson wanted to make Lumian a circle inhabitant. Different types of circle inhabitant effects didn't need to wait for restrictions to end. And in the same time period, Voisin Sanson, and only sequence 4, could maintain only 1 circle. His preset condition now was that if Lumian made any move to attack him, it would trigger the circle inhabitant effect, resetting the state of this demoness of despair. Such harsh conditions couldn't be placed on an area of effect circle inhabitant, and would be suppressed by the target's level, not achieving the best effect, unlike the area of effect circle inhabitant which could affect even angel-level beyonders. The inevitability power Voisin Sanson attached to this circle inhabitant could only maintain 3 cycles. Once it exceeded 3 times and started the 4th, the destined fate would arrive. Of course, what exactly this destined fate would be needed to be chosen by Voisin Sanson himself. Because he had to complete this circle quickly, otherwise Lumian could launch an attack first, Voisin Sanson had no time to discern carefully. He just glanced and chose a tributary from Lumian's illusory, mercury-colored long river, placing it into the circle. It was the tributary of the mirror people being hostile to this demoness of despair, which could help Voisin Sanson destroy the surrounding mirror barriers, giving him a chance to teleport and escape. The worse the destined fate, the worse the final result, the more inevitability power Voisin Sanson had to invest, and the longer it would take to complete the circle inhabitant, which was not suitable for the current situation. As soon as this circle was completed, Lumian immediately had a spiritual intuition and put down the Sword of Courage in his hand, no longer advancing. Seeing this, Voisin Sanson instinctively concentrated dark green light in his eyes. Those 2 beams shot out like light, instantly falling on Lumian, who once again turned into a mirror, his body materializing not far from his original position. Seeing this, Voisin Sanson suddenly froze. Why didn't Harrison and I think of using this method to trap Lumian when facing his attacks? That way we could have resolved the battle faster, without needing to be killed several times. And now he still had who knows how many mirror substitutions. Voisin Sanson quickly decided to provoke Lumian to attack. His eyes once again lit up with a dark green hue. Just then, even with the endurance of an ascetic, Voisin Sanson couldn't help but cough once, causing the dark green beam in his eyes to deviate from its target and fall on the distant mirror barrier. The barrier was slightly damaged but instantly repaired itself. Voisin Sanson began to feel his body weakening, each breath feeling like his airways were being scorched by flames. His spirituality was also rapidly depleting. Disease. I've been infected by the Demoness disease. Voisin Sanson suddenly raised his head, just in time to see Lumian reveal a mocking but beautiful smile. Why did you think the explosion and incineration from earlier could directly kill my mystical pathogens? They can persist for quite a while longer. Voisin Sanson's heart tightened, and he frantically attacked Lumian, but only managed to shatter 3 or 4 mirrors. And with each ineffective attack, Voisin Sanson grew more desperate. He seemed to already see the worst outcome approaching, yet was powerless to reverse it, only able to watch helplessly as the bell of death tolled. He even tried to metalize his body, but the disease could still infect him, eating into him. Cough, cough, cough. After many more attempts, Voisin Sanson finally lost the strength to stand. He collapsed to the ground, coughing violently as he fell. He no longer had the power to maintain the circle inhabitant effect on Lumian. Lumian walked step by step to the front of this circle inhabitant, looking down at him from above, and said with a mocking smile, "Only 3 times?" Voisin Sanson raised his head with difficulty, looking at that beautiful and cold face, feeling as if he was rapidly falling into a bottomless abyss. That feeling was the epitome of despair. Lumian bound Voisin Sanson with a spider web, suspending him in the air, then formed a sharp, thick ice pillar beneath him. "Goodbye, give my regards to your master," Lumian said softly, retracting all the spider silk. Voisin Sanson fell heavily, impaled by the ice pillar. His eyes bulged, and blood flowed beneath him. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 882, The True Purpose. Seeing Voisin Sanson's eyes bulge, his breath gradually fading, his face twisted in pain and palpable despair, Lumian reached behind into the traveler's bag and took out the silver lie earring, putting it on his left ear. The dying Voisin Sanson suddenly saw a familiar figure. That figure had light blue eyes, beautiful features, and long, thick golden hair. It was Aurora. But this time, there was no longer fear or terror on Aurora's face, only a faint smile. Gasp! Voisin Sanson uttered his final sound. He died like that, with his eyes bulging. Lumian returned to his original appearance, casually saying as he removed the lie earring, "You died so quickly? I wanted to thank you for helping me digest the despair potion." When he had just advanced, the despair potion was already mostly digested, and now it had progressed even further. Lumian wasn't surprised by this. According to the mystical knowledge he had learned from Madame Magician, the essence of the acting method was actually to gradually align one's mental and spiritual state with the core symbolism of the potion through acting, thereby bypassing restrictions and completing digestion step by step. His state before and after taking the despair potion could be said to be very close to the name despair. Lumian wasn't despairing about having to become a demoness. For faster advancement, better handling of possible apocalyptic scenarios, and earlier resurrection of his sister, he had considered similar things more than once. After all, he would have the chance to switch to the hunter pathway and become a man again later. He despaired that he was forced to do this and had no way to refuse. He despaired that his previous efforts, struggles, and anger were all under someone else's arrangements, and that he would have to follow someone else's arrangements to walk the path of the demoness afterwards. Of course, when despair reached its peak, the desire and belief in his heart to become strong and change all this also intensified to the extreme. "Is this what you wanted too?" Lumian whispered self-mockingly as he unsealed the area and let the remaining mystical pathogens dissipate completely. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony had already hurried over after Voisin Sanson was impaled on the ice pillar. Lumian suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze to a certain spot in this dark ruin. It was where the Order of All Extinction demigod Higdon had finally died. There, points of green light with yellow tinges appeared out of thin air, rising upwards, only to be blocked by the barrier of the special mirror world. This place preliminarily cuts off connections, preventing some bestowed power from returning. Lumian, with his experience, immediately made the corresponding judgment. By this time, Franca and the others had run up to him. Looking at that familiar yet beautiful and cold face, Franca opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. Jenna examined Lumian's current appearance with only one thought in mind. It's good that he's still alive. It's best that everyone is still alive. As for the rest, there was nothing to worry about. Lumian pointed to those green lights with yellow tinges that were being blocked, his voice slightly magnetic and distinctly feminine as he said, "You can take a weapon over there and place it there." This was actively creating a Beyonder weapon. After Franca exchanged glances with Jenna and Anthony, she very proactively said without any modesty, "I'll go. I'm just in need of a weapon that can harm demigods." She was the second highest sequence Beyonder in a team, not counting Ludwig. If she had had a similar weapon earlier, she might not have been so desperate when facing Higdon. "All right," Jenna expressed her attitude. Anthony also nodded. This didn't mean that if he put the Winter is Coming revolver under those light spots, this Beyonder weapon would reset its usage count. Given its own material composition, doing so would likely cause the corruption to exceed the limit, making it disintegrate directly. Franca took out her cannon gun and ran towards the area permeated with green light spots with yellow tinges. Lumian withdrew his gaze, looked at Jenna, and said with a slight smile, "Do you have any ring-shaped items?" Jenna, looking at that smile that seemed to radiate its own light, was a bit surprised, but felt that now was not the time to ask. She found a cheap silver bracelet and handed it to Lumian. After taking it, Lumian placed the bracelet on top of Voisin Sanson's corpse, waiting for the inevitability power to be intercepted. He then looked towards the distant transparent boundary that was like a mirror, seeing his own figure and face. He made an effort to bring a smile to the corners of his mouth, because Aurora was just such a person who excelled at finding joy in suffering. In front of the bloody altar, Ma'am Hermit was trying to find a way to combine the iron cigar case bearing Mr. Fool's aura with the spear of Longinus to directly attack that oil painting depicting endless starry skies. Madam Magician, based on her rich knowledge of seals and powerful sealing abilities, carefully said, "The power of inevitability is to make the interference of non-vortex ritual participants fail, while that terrifying voice affects all Beyonders similar to listeners and mystery priors. We may be able to solve them separately. The power of inevitability is most likely dissipating from that circular ring on the oil painting. If we can plug it, shield it, we should be able to break free from the fate of interference being destined to fail, directly destroy the painting, and interrupt that terrifying voice." Plug it. Ma'am Hermit immediately had an idea upon hearing Miss Justice's relay. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the barrier seal was strengthened and the power of inevitability was significantly weakened, she cast a warlock spell, throwing that iron cigar case towards the oil painting on the altar, making it land accurately on the area painted with a silver-white ring with black edges. The iron cigar case directly pressed down on that ring, shielding it, without leaving any trace exposed. The little boy, Will, immediately said, "The power of inevitability has decreased a lot more." Hearing this, Madam Magician quickly raised both arms, making the void around that oil painting bend, becoming dark and deep. That space subsequently collapsed, shattering inch by inch, along with obvious cracks appearing on the oil painting and altar. Miss Justice's face then protruded with patches of grayish-white scales, her body seeming to swell. Similarly, Madam Judgment once again made a judgment. Seeing her companions all launching attacks, Ma'am Hermit once again condensed that ancient spear stained with strange blood, throwing it towards the oil painting. The oil painting, already in tatters under continuous attacks, was completely pierced by the spear of Longinus, nailed to the altar. Immediately after, flames that seemed to encompass all colors erupted from the spear tip, completely igniting the oil painting that still had terrifying sounds leaking out, gradually burning it to ashes. Above Trier, one worm of time after another crawled back into Mr. Starr's body. This major arcana card holder wearing red gloves said to Mr. Hanged Man in his original magnetic voice, "Amon has returned and briefly regained the true god powers of the error and door pathways. I must return to the Cathedral of Serenity immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Starr instantly disappeared. Mr. Hangman cast his gaze downward, seeing the moon transformed into crimson moonlight fall into the extremely compressed villa mist, while St. Viva the eternal blazing sun church shone into it in the form of sunlight. Deep in the primitive island, outside the Black Emperor Mausoleum, Amon, at the edge of the astral world, looked down at Pearl, at the shadow of the beauty goddess, and the miniature crimson moon still struggling to approach the corresponding light spots in the white mist, without any action. "What are you still waiting for?" Roselle, his face gradually deepening in pain, asked. "The same as what you're thinking now. The most arrogant thought you've ever had." Amon pinched the monocle on his right eye and smiled in response. If it was just to eliminate the believers of uncertain mist, there would be no need for such trouble, nor would it be worth us revealing our trump cards. Roselle glanced at the transaction still ongoing below and said, "That could bring great hidden dangers. When you make a decision, you have to accept the corresponding consequences." How can you accomplish something big without taking any risks or bearing any losses? Amon said with a smile, then added, "This wasn't said by me, nor by you." Before Roselle, who was being eroded more and more deeply and painfully by the white mist, could respond, Amon looked into the distance and said, "Those few from the Tarot Club are not bad. They don't need me to personally descend to destroy that oil painting." Saying this, Amon, wearing a monocle, showed an eager expression. "Now it's time." He cast his gaze towards the Black Emperor Mausoleum, towards Bernadette, who was being restricted by Roselle and unable to come out. That queen mystic suddenly recalled something, feeling as if a certain memory had parted the mist and revealed itself. She immediately stretched out her right hand, quickly sketching out one word after another bearing starlight in front of her. These words, seemingly the source of all languages in the northern and southern continents, quickly intertwined into strange symbols, opening a secret door that seemed to lead to the depths of the spirit world. That secret door opened silently, and a gust of wind blew out, transforming into a man with a human upper body and an airflow lower body, wrapped in white cloth. "The magic wishing lamp and that item," Bernadette commanded in an authoritative voice. That man with an airflow lower body respectfully responded, then took out two items from the white cloth wrapped around his body. One looked like a miniature kettle, golden in color, covered with mysterious and complex symbols, with something like a wick protruding from the spout. This was 0-05, the magic wishing lamp that the believers of Uncertain Mist wanted to obtain. The other was a gray stone tablet, also engraved with those words that seemed to be the source of all languages in the northern and southern continents, with numerous traces on its surface, mottled and ancient. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 883, The Poor Genie. After receiving those two items, Bernadette had fully remembered what she and the former angel of imagination, now the true creator Adam, were cooperating on. Now, it was the final step of this transaction. The gray stone tablet she held in her hand was the second blasphemy slate transformed from the remains of the ancient sun god, the predecessor of the true creator, recording the names, potion formulas, and related rituals for each sequence of the 22 paths of the divine. Bernadette originally didn't want to push the transaction to this step, hoping to resolve the corruption issue on her father's body before this, thereby ending the vortex ritual, but ultimately, she had to face the current situation. Many of her efforts had failed, and several of her backup plans either didn't have time to take effect or lost their effect because she was restricted by her father in the mausoleum and unable to leave. She could only hope that the proclaimed inevitable outcome would come to pass. Bernadette raised both hands, pushing the magic wishing lamp and the second blasphemy slate towards Midair. The moment he saw these two items, Emperor Roselle fully understood all of true creator Adam's arrangements and ultimate purpose. He reached out his hand, distorting the distance between the magic wishing lamp and himself, making it fall directly into his palm. The blasphemy slate first disappeared, then appeared in the hands of Amon, who was wearing a black pointed soft hat. Holding the magic wishing lamp, Roselle smiled calmly at Amon and said, "Now that I am the true Black Emperor and deeply corrupted by the Uncertain Mist, I indeed might be able to do something with this magic wishing lamp and the genie inside it as a medium. It's not might, it's certainly." Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye, smiling as he corrected. Roselle didn't say more. Holding the magic wishing lamp, he half closed his eyes, extending his consciousness to this golden object. This brought along some of the white mist that had begun to erode his consciousness. Vaguely, Roselle seemed to see another barrier standing between heaven and earth. That barrier was wrapped in thin grayish-white fog, its specific appearance indiscernible. Soon, Roselle sensed a gap in the grayish-white fog on that invisible barrier, but couldn't lock onto it. At this moment, Amon pressed his right hand against the crystal monocle wedged in his eye socket. That monocle suddenly lit up with a brilliance that seemed to illuminate the entire world. Roselle's consciousness, preliminarily combined with the Uncertain Mist's corruption, instantly floated into the corresponding gap. A haze immediately appeared before his eyes. Deep within that swirling smoke seemed to be hidden 33 layers of sky, each layer with numerous buildings faintly visible. Roselle's consciousness quickly ascended, arriving at the highest layer of sky, coming to a majestic and grand palace. He saw an incredibly enormous imperial figure, saw that the figure's face was masked by strings of jade, and beneath the jade strings seemed to be nothing a void. Roselle inexplicably felt that this enormous imperial figure was very similar to himself, born from the same source, yet encompassing him. A close connection was quickly established between the two. This connection swiftly eroded Roselle's consciousness, yet was blocked by the corruption of the Uncertain Mist. They both merged and opposed each other. Roselle momentarily regained some clarity. A flash of inspiration struck him, and using that close connection, he lowered his stance and said in his true mother tongue, "Imperial brother, please lend me your strength." That emperor with a face shielded by jade strings attached to a tall oriental crown suddenly stood up. Behind him, several similar imperial figures appeared, these figures each with different external appearances, but similarly with faces covered in jade strings, lacking faces, a complete void. At the same time, all 33 layers of the sky deep within a haze lit up, revealing magnificent buildings and sacred figures. Roselle's vision was instantly filled with azure light. His consciousness suddenly returned to the Black Emperor divine body, seeing bursts of azure light erupting from within, dispersing and dissolving the white mist that had deeply eroded him. Yet as time passed, the azure light and white mist began to show signs of merging in some places. During this process, the uncertain mist did not withdraw its white mist. On the one hand, this was due to the barrier's obstruction and the influence of the true creator and Amon. On the other hand, the uncertain mist was following its own chaotic madness, following its instinctive desires and cravings, wanting to truly merge with the azure light. Roselle increasingly felt as if he was another facet of the uncertain mist, the connection established between them through the white mist quickly becoming unusually solid. At this point, even if the uncertain mist wanted to recall that white mist, it couldn't be done instantly, requiring some time, unless Roselle agreed. The ball of white mist from the vortex ritual involuntarily rose, flying towards Roselle's body. This terrified Pearl, who was currently only able to survive with the help of this mist, while the shadow of the beauty goddess and the miniature crimson moon in the mist both stopped advancing, standing still. Roselle once again cast his gaze towards Amon, who was holding the blasphemy slate, and said with some emotion, as expected of a visionary, "To dare to imagine this, to dare to arrange this." Amon's previous answer had confirmed Roselle's initial and boldest guess was correct. The true purpose of the true creator using the vortex ritual was to deal with the uncertain mist, that great existence peering at the current world. Normally, even if that true creator and the 6 true gods in the astral world put aside their grudges and fully cooperated, they couldn't accomplish such a thing, at most forcing the uncertain mist to retreat. But now he had used the vortex ritual, used the uncertain mist's craving for the Black Emperor true god, allowing the uncertain mist to establish a firm and close connection with himself, making himself increasingly similar to the uncertain mist, thus creating a certain opportunity. Of course, the so-called opportunity certainly wasn't to use this connection to transfer power over and directly attack the uncertain mist. That wouldn't lead to a very good effect. But in the mystical world, there were some underlying rules that could be exploited, many ways to defeat powerful existences by harming the weak, which was the basis of many curses. As this thought flashed, Roselle began to rub his fingers over the golden surface of the magic wishing lamp, covered in mysterious and complex symbols, muttering, "Genie." The wick at the spout suddenly ignited, emitting light that looked like viscous water, spurting upwards to form a blurred and distorted pale golden figure. As soon as that pale golden figure appeared, he turned his head, about to dive back into the magic wishing lamp, but the white mist and azure light eroding Roselle's Black Emperor divine body suddenly split off a large portion, like a bear smelling honey or a vampire placed next to a pool of fresh, healthy blood violently surging around this pale golden figure, binding it layer upon layer, as if submerging it. Genie twisted and struggled desperately, trying to escape this predicament and shrink back into the magic wishing lamp, but couldn't succeed no matter what. His pale golden figure gradually showed signs of merging with the white mist and azure light. Genie's mouth kept opening and closing, as if frantically cursing Amon and Roselle, but restrained by the white mist and azure light, he couldn't even make a sound. Roselle raised the magic wishing lamp and Genie to his chest level, distorting the relationship between the main body and external items, briefly making himself an appendage of Genie. In an instant, Genie, originally one with the uncertain mist and completely of the same source, seemed to become another facet of the uncertain mist again, yet was subjected to sealing, unable to exert his power, appearing quite weak. Roselle looked at Amon again. "Now, before your authority over loopholes as a true god of the error pathway, under this firm and close connection, from a mystical perspective, the weak Genie can completely equal the powerful uncertain mist. Severely injuring Genie would be equivalent to severely injuring the uncertain mist, and making Genie fall asleep would be equivalent to making the uncertain mist fall asleep. What happens next is up to the two of you." Amon smiled and raised the blasphemy slate in his hand. In the forsaken land of the gods, atop the majestic and stretching mountain range, before a huge blood-stained cross, the true creator, who had shaken off the influence of the outer god's ravings, was already waiting here. He wore a simple white robe, had a thick golden beard, eyes as clear as a child's, and beneath his feet was a dense shadow, different from him with 5 heads. It seemed to be his, yet not his. Adam opened his mouth and said solemnly and sacredly, "I am one, and also infinity, the beginning and the end." As soon as he finished speaking, true creator Adam's clear eyes instantly became illusory, and around his body appeared a strange sea that seemed to encompass all colors and all possibilities. Immediately after, Adam grasped the silver cross pendant hanging on his chest. Above his head, a blazing yet illusory sun leaped out. To his left, lightning, gale winds, and sea waves interwove to form an overlooking phantom. To his right, a white tower with numerous brass eyes rose from the ground. These illusory, seemingly imagined authorities and symbols, along with Adam's own shadow, driven by the chaotic sea, merged into Adam's body one after another. With a thunderous sound, that strange sea encompassing all colors and all possibilities surged up, submerging the entire mountain range, while Adam expanded into a huge figure of light that seemed capable of supporting heaven and earth. This true creator briefly returned to his peak state, and that human savior who had battled ancient gods appeared in the world once again. He walked slowly on the chaotic and pitch-black water surface, pointing his finger towards the sea that was both real and illusory. With this pointing, the surface of the second blasphemy slate in Amon's hand quickly surged with chaotic seawater encompassing all colors and all possibilities. Amon no longer held it directly, letting this mottled and ancient stone tablet float in front of his body. He then looked towards the pale golden genie that was frantically twisting while seemingly cursing him, revealing a smile that made the other even more furious. Then he let that blasphemy slate rise up. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 884, The Future He Proclaimed. As the blasphemy slate in front of Amon rose up, the white mist corroding Roselle and Genie suddenly reacted, trying to break free and retreat back to the endless cosmos. But Roselle forcibly held it down, only allowing it to withdraw bit by bit. Similarly, the pale golden genie struggled desperately, trying to dive back into the magic wishing lamp through the spout, but Roselle gave him no such opportunity, firmly binding him in front using the white mist and azure light. Roselle turned his head to look down at the Black Emperor mausoleum, distorting the distinction between inside and outside, and gave his eldest daughter, Bernadette, a smile that was both pained and satisfied. He called out loudly, "Enjoy this world for me for a while." "Dad!" Queen Mystic Bernadette cried out, her cheeks glistening with tears. Roselle said no more, turning his gaze back and standing upright. He continued to resist the retraction of the white mist, tightly gripping Genie, then raised his chin and said to Amon in an authoritative and firm voice, "Do it." Amon's monocle on his right eye instantly lit up with a strange radiance. He pressed down with both hands, causing the floating blasphemy slate before him to heavily smash towards a pale golden Genie and Roselle, who was embracing Genie. The chaotic seawater, encompassing all colors and possibilities, transformed into a torrent, surging over mightily. Drawn by this, the ball of white mist representing the vortex ritual, along with Pearl, the shadow of the beauty goddess, and the miniature crimson moon inside it, also rushed rapidly towards Genie and Roselle. At this moment, within the vortex's white mist, a previously unexpanded point of light rapidly enlarged, revealing a dim and dark scene that seemed to correspond to both Fourth Epic Trier and some unknown place. From this scene, a delicate, slender, and beautiful white hand suddenly reached out, grabbing the distorted arm of the shadow of the beauty goddess, and swiftly dragged this Grade 0 sealed artifact into its own light point. Both disappeared into the deep, blackish gloom. Affected by the completion of this transaction, the miniature crimson moon formed by the Great Mother's corruption instantly arrived before the light point where a blurred figure was suspended, about to permeate into it. Amon was fully utilizing loopholes while also having to control that blasphemy slate and maintain its stability, so he could only barely spare a bit of attention to interfere. He couldn't prevent the disappearance of the shadow of the beauty goddess, only causing the miniature crimson moon to autonomously crumble and dissipate by nearly half. The remaining miniature crimson moon drilled into the corresponding light point, entering the blurred human figure suspended in midair. That figure wrapped in bandages, thorns, and roses suddenly had its belly swell up enormously, with obvious cracks appearing. From these crevices, arms covered in black tar-like liquid and protruding with scarlet eyeballs, skull heads, and mouths with teeth and tongues suddenly stretched out, tearing at the blurred figure's abdomen. The next second, the white mist representing the vortex ritual covered the pale golden Genie, with all the light points within simultaneously extinguishing. Genie cursed frantically and silently, but could only watch helplessly as the chaotic torrent encompassing all colors and possibilities surged towards him along with the mottled, ancient, and gray stone tablet. He was instantly submerged. His body, composed of pale golden viscous lamplight, quickly disintegrated, reverting to tiny golden fragments. These fine, pure gold light points were rapidly washed away and eliminated by the chaotic torrent, leaving not a trace behind. In the blink of an eye, only an extremely dim blue-tinged white light remained of Genie. This light, not completely decomposed by the chaotic torrent, pathetically shrank back into the golden magic wishing lamp. At this point, Roselle no longer needed to restrain Genie, nor did he need to arduously maintain the close connection between himself and the uncertain mist. He looked at the chaotic torrent surging before him, raised his chin again, and opened his arms, as if an emperor embracing his own world. In an instant, the chaotic torrent, encompassing all colors and possibilities, submerged Roselle's figure as well. This resurrected Black Emperor's body quickly disintegrated, rapidly becoming ethereal. "Dad!" Bernadette in the mausoleum below called out once more, but this time her voice was very low, like sleep-talking. Almost simultaneously, outside the barrier, the white mist covering a certain planet suddenly contracted to its core, as if directly struck by the second blasphemy slayed along with the chaotic torrent, revealing the weathered earth and dried-up seabed once again. Immediately after, uncertain, dense white mist spread out again, with indescribable sounds echoing throughout the cosmos. This caused even the extremely bright astral world to be covered by thin mist, making the entire world dim and dark. The next second, the white mist, whose size and state were indescribable, detached from the previous planet. That planet shattered silently, with various rocks and gases ejecting outwards in waves. Then a chaotic sense encompassing all colors appeared on the surface of the dense, uncertain, and unviewable white mist. It suddenly shrank, rapidly disappearing into the depths of the endless, dead, and dark cosmos. On the streets of Trier, citizens saw the mist in the sky gradually dissipate, and the sun return to normal, neither bright enough to blind human eyes nor dim as if at dusk. The series of strange events that had just occurred were not forgotten by them, and the voice proclaiming "Emperor has returned" still lingered in their hearts. What exactly is happening to this world? Many citizens had similar questions. With these doubts and lingering fear, they turned their gaze to newsstands and nearby cathedrals. On this day, mystical magazines like Psychic, Arcane, and Lotus sold out in Trier. Whether it was the Eternal Blazing Sun's cathedrals, God of Steam and Machinery's cathedrals, or the Fool's Cathedral, all were packed with people. Similarly, in cities large and small across the northern and southern continents, like Backlund and Port Pilis, corresponding magazines were in short supply, and every cathedral was filled with believers. Above the primitive island, Amon descended to a height level with the top of the Black Emperor mausoleum. He looked at Queen Mystic Bernadette, who had just walked out of the mausoleum, and said in a deliberately indifferent tone, "For 60 years, the uncertain mist will not be able to come again. There will be one less danger to face at the time of the apocalypse. And as long as no new Black Emperor is born, as long as the order of human society has not completely collapsed, or this mausoleum has not been completely destroyed, Roselle will be able to resurrect from nothingness after 100 years. At that time, with 3 types of corruption on him, he will achieve a basic balance and be able to maintain basic humanity and clarity." At this point, Amon laughed and changed his tone. "This is the future he claims, and also his promise to you." Without waiting for Bernadette to respond, Amon grabbed at the air and tossed a crown inlaid with many dark gems that had just appeared, along with a magic wishing lamp, to Queen Mystic. As a guarantee of the promise, the Black Emperor's uniqueness shall be given to you. As long as you don't die, no new Black Emperor will appear. Bernadette caught the dimly glowing crown and said in a low voice, "I hope the future he claims will inevitably unfold." Amon pinched the monocle on his right eye and chuckled softly. "This is not something I can answer on his behalf. Anyway, I've received my payment, and the ritual was completed just now." As soon as he finished speaking, Amon, who no longer had the status of a true god, languidly took back the blasphemy slate and 3 other rays of light, disappearing into midair. In front of the destroyed bloody altar, after the world's darkness and mist at high altitudes retreated, Madame Magician cast her gaze towards the western sky. As an angel closely connected to the spirit world, she had already learned from the spirit world about what had just happened and the fate of her minor arcana cards. "What's wrong?" Miss Justice asked. Madame Magician's expression was very complex, and her tone carried a slight sigh. That evil god who preached in the name of truth has suffered a heavy blow and must sleep for decades. This is good news. There's one less major danger for humanity to face during the apocalypse, and there won't be any brokers running around making connections before the apocalypse. But Emperor Roselle has perished because of this. He may only have a chance to resurrect and return after 100 years, and also, Madam Magician didn't continue. Ma'am Hermit, who had lifted her hearing seal, and other major arcana card holders like Miss Justice and Madam Judgment also had rather complex expressions. In a room 5 or 6 meters high in the new city of Silver, Lumian had already brought Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and the subsequently recovered Ludwig, Logano, and others to this place that could guarantee their safety. Looking at Lumian with his black hair scattered and delicate features, Franca wanted to tease him a bit, but felt that his mood wasn't quite right. She had always known that Lumian had considered switching to the demonist pathway for faster advancement. As long as he maintained his sense of self, he could completely switch back to the hunter pathway later and become a man again. So Franca originally thought Lumian had made the decision to switch to demonist this time to deal with a dangerous situation, but after careful observation, she felt it wasn't like that. If it had been his own choice, Lumian wouldn't have hidden suppression and pain under his calmness. Thinking of this, Franca glanced at the sky outside that had returned to azure and deliberately said, "The vortex event seems to have ended." Very good, very good. The apocalypse didn't come, this world wasn't destroyed, and we're all still alive. As long as we're still alive, there's still hope. Jenna also pondered for a moment before asking Lumian, "Do you want a change of clothes?" Lumian looked at the two demonesses and Anthony, then at Ludwig, who was eating frantically without caring that his godfather had become a woman, and Logano, who occasionally stole glances at him. He said in a slightly low voice, "I'll explain the specifics later. I'm going somewhere now." "By yourself?" Jenna asked. Lumian nodded gently. Franca didn't try to persuade him. She took out a black cloak she had bought when disguising as a witch from the traveler's bag and threw it to Lumian. Lumian put on the cloak and activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He teleported to a deep valley where an ancient church stood, its surface water-black and carved with human skulls. This was the first cathedral built by the Aurora Order for that true creator. Lumian entered this deep black church, walking step by step to the huge black cross inside. Along the way, there were no human presences, nor any unknown things blocking him. After stopping, Lumian, wearing the black cloak, looked at the male deity statue hanging upside down on the cross. His gaze moved from the rusty iron nails piercing the deity's body and the fresh red blood rendered around them, all the way down to the face where all features were blurred except for the eyes, which were very clear, tightly closed, as if bearing all pain and guilt. After staring for a few seconds, Lumian said in a low voice with a hint of magnetism, "One day, I will truly walk before you and tell you my answer." After saying this, Lumian in his black cloak turned around and walked towards the outside of the cathedral. At the same time, incandescent fireballs shot out from around him, flying towards different parts of this cathedral, flying towards the male deity statue hanging upside down on the black cross. Rumble. Pillars collapsed inside the cathedral, windows shattered, and corners were set ablaze. Rumble. The huge black cross was blasted to pieces, and the inverted statue crashed down, smashing into many fragments on the ground. The statue's head separated from its neck, rolling a few times and becoming covered in dust. Its face happened to face towards the silhouette of Lumian, walking through the collapsing cathedral in raging flames, his black hair and cloak fluttering. The eyes remained tightly closed, as if bearing all pain and guilt. God loves the world. End of volume, Demonis. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 885, The Corrupted Cannon Gun. Dreams are reality, despair is hope. The sunset light shone through the window, casting a dim golden-red glow in the room. Except for Logano, who had taken Ludwig to explore local cuisine in the new city of Silver, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony remained in the living room, listening to Lumian recount what had happened to him after they parted ways. Lumian recounted the key points of Termaboro's becoming Amon, the psychological treatment report Amon had read out, and the subsequent story script, all in a detached manner as if he were an outside observer, without concealing anything. That low and indifferent voice entered Franca and Jenna's ears, gradually making them feel a suffocating pain and despair, as if they had experienced it themselves. This was not physical pain, nor the kind of despair when facing death. It came from one's own insignificance, one's own powerlessness, from the realization that one's beliefs, emotions, and decisions were actually products arranged by someone else. Franca couldn't help but think of the lab mice she used to work with frequently. She finally understood why Lumian, despite not being averse to switching to the demonist pathway, was still in pain over advancing to demigod status, his emotions constantly suppressed. Looking at that familiar yet strange face, that expressionless beautiful visage, Franca felt an inexplicable heartache and pity. After Lumian finished recounting his final choice, the room fell into silence. After a moment, Franca took the initiative to change the subject, sighing, I never imagined that black tear was also arranged by that individual. Wasn't that something from the demonist sect? If not black tear, there would be white tear or gray tear. If they can't arrange the vessel for the primordial demonist divine descent, can't they arrange for other demonesses? Lumian responded calmly. Seeing him in this state, Jenna felt a wave of sadness and heartache. With her experience, she would rather Lumian be in a state of rage or directly show the pain hidden deep in his heart, instead of being like a dried-up well now, with all emotions pressed down to the bottom. Franca had a similar feeling. She almost instinctively made a self-deprecating remark. I never thought Jenna and I would have a place in the script, even if our role was just to stabilize your mental state, providing a stable anchor point when you advance to become the demoness of despair. The word anchor was something she had encountered a few times with Madame Judgment, suspecting it was related to how high sequence beyonders stabilize their own state. The higher the sequence, the easier it was to go mad, and anchors seemed to be external help to strengthen self-awareness and resist the tendency to lose control. It's not just that. Lumian, still wearing the black cloak, said in a matter-of-fact tone. It's also a means to prevent me from becoming addicted to the feeling of Aurora's soul fragments gradually reviving, unwilling to switch back to the hunter pathway, and gradually abandoning my self-identification as a male. Jenna and Franca fell silent, both feeling an indescribable pain in their hearts. The latter stood up from the large, high-backed chair that she could curl up in, looked at Lumian, and said straightforwardly, I don't like the way you put it, as if Jenna and I have really become tools. Black tear only made the problem erupt earlier. It doesn't mean the problem didn't exist. It doesn't mean that the emotions and thoughts in our hearts were created out of thin air, that they appeared because of that individual's arrangements. I only speak for myself. My attitude is that I won't persuade you to definitely switch back to the hunter pathway, nor will I care whether you're a demoness or a hunter. I'm also very glad that Aurora still has hope of resurrection, and I'm looking forward to seeing her come back to life. But what I value more is you, Lumian Lee, the one who has gone through so many things with us and shared so many beautiful memories. At this point, Franca was at a loss for words, not knowing how to express the thoughts she hadn't yet spoken. Jenna also stood up, pursing her lips before saying, I would be happy to see Aurora resurrect through you, but I don't want to see you give up on yourself because of it. In this world, there are people who care about Lumian Lee, who like him, who value him. Yes. Franca echoed Jenna's words. Lumian's blue eyes, now a lighter shade, looked at the two demonesses, with a faint light flickering in their depths. He didn't respond to Franca and Jenna's words, but he didn't object to or mock their statements either. Just as Franca and Jenna were about to say something more, they suddenly saw Anthony give them a look, indicating that this was just right, and that Lumian should be left alone to calm down and think for a while. Too much comfort, encouragement, and confession would only bring about the opposite effect. Franca closed her mouth. She then realized the fact. Anthony was here. Doesn't that mean he heard everything I said earlier? Embarrassing. Embarrassing. Jenna sat back in her original position, trusting the psychiatrist's judgment in this matter. As for her own emotional outburst just now, she didn't feel shy about it. She knew Anthony had seen through it long ago. Anthony sighed inwardly. As a normal, almost middle-aged man, he was very grateful to be a psychiatrist, a hypnotist. Otherwise, facing two demonesses, each with their own unique charm every day, and later adding a captain whose beauty was breathtaking, he would definitely be naturally enchanted and unknowingly lose his heart. He felt that with this kind of training, even if he hadn't become a demigod yet, he could resist the charm of an enemy demoness of despair for a longer time. The embarrassed Franca instinctively searched for a topic. She let out and said, that individual's arrangements are truly terrifying. It's not something we can escape or choose not to accept. Jenna nodded in deep agreement. Both demonesses had been in significant situations before. They had personally experienced the celestial changes that Red Angel Medici had created in Fourth Epic Trier. But the true creator's arrangements, which came without warning and left no trace, completely surpassed their imagination. Just thinking about it a little would cause nightmares or sleepless nights. Lumian responded in a low voice, that being is a true god. I even suspect he's more than just a true god. At least Madame Magician's attitude towards him is more respectful and fearful than towards true gods like the eternal blazing sun. The Tarot Club, the Church of the Fool, and other related forces combined might not be able to prevent his arrangements. At most, they could detect anomalies a bit earlier and give warnings. Yeah, although there are many angels around Mr. Fool's divine throne, there's still not enough to face a true god. Damn, why would a true god focus on someone who wasn't even a demigod before? Franca sighed and cursed. She originally wanted to add, with such a large gap in status, resistance is mostly futile. We can only make do for now, not letting this matter weigh on our minds, and try to use his arrangements to strengthen ourselves as much as possible. But after considering Lumian's current state, she swallowed these thoughts that arose from her own personality. Perhaps we'll only stop worrying about being arranged by that individual when Mr. Fool wakes up, Jenna said carefully. Yeah, when will Mr. Fool wake up? Franca echoed with a sigh. Suddenly, with her rich gaming experience, she had an idea. She sat up straight and looked at Lumian, saying, the lucky coins in my Jenna's and Ludwig's possession all seem to come from Mr. Fool's past bestowal, carrying his aura. Could it be that gathering all the lucky coins might awaken Mr. Fool? If it were that simple, the major arcana card holders would have already collected the lucky coins and awakened Mr. Fool. Lumian pondered for a few seconds before saying, perhaps gathering the lucky coins is just a prerequisite, and there are still some things to be done afterward. At this point, Anthony interjected, I'm about to get a lucky coin too. The Knight of Swords promised to use it as payment. 4 coins now. Franca couldn't help but glance at Lumian. In the past, she would definitely have teased him, but now, facing Lumian in this state, how could she bear to? Lumian didn't show any disappointment. He looked out the window and said, Madam Magician should be coming to me soon. I'll ask her about the true significance of the lucky coins. Franca touched her traveler's bag. By the way, I want to ask Madam Magician to create an independent space in my traveler's bag to store that revolver. I can feel that it, like black tears, is continuously creating diseases and constantly spreading outward. Her cannon gun had already combined with part of the boon power from Higdon that was intercepted in the special mirror world and had not yet been renamed. After saying this, Franca asked Lumian to place the entire room into the bottle of fiction, while she took out the corrupted cannon gun and used magic mirror divination method to grasp its corresponding effects and negative impacts. Before long, Franca obtained a relatively detailed answer. The corrupted cannon gun will continuously spread disease and decay within a 3-kilometer radius, with random types of diseases. The corrupted cannon gun can add either the certain death or sure hit effect to fired bullets, for a total of 13 times, which can be stacked with the original heavy strike effect. If either the certain death or sure hit effect is triggered, the user will inevitably fall seriously ill for a period of time afterward. If a suitable healer isn't found, they might even die from it. If found, the severe illness state would last from a few hours to a day. After all the certain death and sure hit users are exhausted, the negative effect of continuously spreading disease and decay will still exist, lasting for about a year. As soon as she got the answer, Franca immediately stuffed the corrupted cannon gun back into the traveler's bag. Then, deliberately trying to liven up the atmosphere, she smiled and said, if I were to use impregnating bullets with the sure hit effect, how would the enemy deal with that? Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 886, Conditions Met. Regarding Franca's question, Jenna and Anthony were amused but didn't know how to respond. Lumian, however, seriously discussed the possible consequences. Is pregnancy a big problem for Beyonders? It's not something they want. They can lose it immediately through intense combat. Seeing that Lumian was willing to discuss the issue, Franca chuckled and said, it's not that simple. After getting the impregnating bullet, I seriously researched related issues and consulted Madam Judgment. It's been confirmed that these impregnating bullets originate from the Great Mother's bone. Even demigods can't escape it. Once pregnant, it's very difficult to terminate without special abilities. And we all know that one way for Beyonders to eliminate excess Beyonder characteristics is to have others or themselves become pregnant, using the child's birth to take away corresponding Beyonder characteristics, though the result is uncontrollable. In other words, the target hit by this impregnating bullet, regardless of whether they're male or female, human or dog, will immediately become pregnant. The fetus will grow rapidly, tearing away part of the Beyonder characteristics or boon powers, thus causing instability in a target state and a decline in strength. This, combined with the sure hit effect, is a bit terrifying. Jenna spoke her mind. One can only stay vigilant and preemptively replace oneself with a substitute. Franca originally wanted to take the opportunity to tell Lumian, if you don't want to be a demoness, we can ask Mr. Sun for help through the Tarot Club, or I can give you a shot with an impregnating bullet to see if there's a way for you to give birth to a demoness of despair, But considering her companion's emotional state, she gave up on this joke. Moreover, she felt that Lumian would likely insist on being a demoness for a while to see if there were truly signs of Aurora's soul fragments reviving. I've decided the cannon gun will now be renamed the Inevitable Gun, Franca said after careful consideration, abandoning the name Execution Gun, which she liked more and found more fun. She then asked Lumian, what abilities does your bracelet have? By the way, I'll tell you about some magic mirror divination targets that have been verified as safe, including the one you mentioned that would cause social death but gives the most accurate divination results. Jenna asked curiously. Franca nodded solemnly. Yes, but you better not pray to that one, otherwise. Ah, I am the experience and lesson itself. As she spoke, Franca couldn't help but glance at Anthony, finding that this hypnotist showed no change in expression, as if he had already forgotten about the incident from back then. With Franca's guidance, Lumian successfully completed his first magic mirror divination, obtaining key information about the cheap silver bracelet. Can use the circle inhabitant effect 9 times, each circle inhabitant lasting no fewer than 3 times and no more than 9 times. Circle inhabitant can be used within a 1-kilometer range, or targeted at a single individual, or applied to oneself. The range-type circle inhabitant trigger conditions cannot be harsh and can affect angels in the corresponding area. The individual-type circle inhabitant can set some relatively harsh trigger conditions, but if the target status is higher than one's own, the effect will be significantly reduced, even to the point of ineffectiveness. There are no restrictions on using circle inhabitant on oneself, and it can be restarted even if killed by an angel. Only one circle can be maintained at the same time, and the same type of circle needs to cool down for 3 minutes before it can be created again. The circle inhabitant effect can last for a long time, unless the number of times is reached or the user actively removes it. For example, if a circle attached to oneself is set to restart near death, and there's no chance to trigger it afterward, it can last up to a year at most. Whether or not the circle inhabitant uses are exhausted, this bracelet contaminated by inevitability powers will enhance the abilities of fate appropriation, fate exchange, magnified fate, and compelling fate to the circle inhabitant level. After about a year, the corresponding boon power will completely dissipate, turning this silver bracelet back into an ordinary accessory with curse remnants. Even just carrying this silver bracelet will unknowingly attract inevitability boon recipients and be viewed with hostility by them. Each use of circle inhabitant will result in a period of bad luck, the specifics varying depending on the user's status. Lumian held the cheap silver bracelet, repeatedly admiring it, as if waiting for the arrival of inevitability boon recipients. His pleasant voice with a hint of magnetism echoed, "If it's me, the bad luck would probably last about 3 hours. For you all, it might be close to 2 days. For Anthony, it should be 3 days. Indeed, it suits you best," Franca said. Along with the Sword of Courage, you're equivalent to a demigod of the Hunter, Demoness, and Inevitability pathways, and your abilities have even become mixed without much conflict. At Sequence 4, this could definitely be considered outstanding. What should we name it? Lumian looked down at the cheap silver-black bracelet. Circle of Fate? Franca eagerly offered her opinion. Circle of Binding, Jenna suggested, her eyes flickering slightly. Then let's call it the Circle of Binding. It's more fitting for my current psychological and emotional state, Lumian said with a self-mocking tone. Before Franca could express her disappointment, he put away the Circle of Binding and said carefully, "The topic of impregnating bullets reminded me of something." "What is it?" Franca asked curiously. Lumian's light blue and clear eyes lit up. "When I first learned that the name of the Great Mother's invisible child of God was Omabella, the Termaboros inside me seemed a bit surprised. I originally thought it was because this evil god angel had heard of this name in the endless cosmos and didn't expect Omabella to enter our world and become an invisible child of God. But now the situation is that the Termaboros inside me was equivalent to Amon's true form. In other words, this had nothing to do with any knowledge or legends from the endless cosmos. Currently, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that Amon is deceiving me, preparing for when I investigate this matter in the future. The second is that he truly didn't expect it, and what he didn't expect was that the name of Omabella, the giant queen and goddess of harvest from the second epoch, would appear on the Great Mother's invisible child of God. Does Amon not expecting it mean that that individual also didn't expect it? Jenna understood what Lumian was really trying to express. Lumian's beautifully curved chin nodded slowly. My encounter with Father Montserrat was definitely his arrangement, to grasp the situation of the Great Mother's invisible child of God. But the name of the Great Mother's invisible child of God might not have been part of the arrangement. It was an accident, something he might not have expected either. You want to start from this incident to find a path with fewer arrangements? Anthony roughly understood Lumian's idea. Lumian curled his lips into a smile, laughing once, causing Franca and others to feel a bit dazzled. His former identity was the ancient sun god who ended the era of ancient gods' rule. There are very few ancient secrets not grasped by him, and this might be one of them. Hearing this, Franca suddenly remembered that the true creator worshipped by the Aurora Order was formerly the ancient sun god, the savior of humanity. And according to intelligence gathered by the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, the ancient sun god was very likely also a transmigrator. Damn it, how could a transmigrator do such a thing as arranging an innocent person's life? After cursing inwardly, Frankus said to Lumian, "Do you now meet all the conditions to come into contact with Omabella's remains and use them briefly?" After Lumian consumed Omabella's umbilical cord remnants and achieved a slight fusion with it, he only needed to meet two more conditions: having experienced betrayal by a direct relative and being female, to be able to touch and briefly use the Grade 0 sealed artifact formed from Omabella's remains. Lumian, abandoned by his playboy father, had long met the first condition, and now he was truly female. Lumian offered a curt acknowledgement. Moreover, Omabella's remains are in the new city of Silver, in this very city. I wonder what useful secrets I can discover from New Silver City's records and direct contact with the remains. Before Jenna and the others could respond, points of starlight appeared, and Madame Magician's figure was instantly outlined in the room. This major arcana card holder seemed to have already foreseen the difficulty Franca was currently facing and directly extended her hand, saying, "Give me your traveler's bag." It was early spring, and in the fields outside the new city of Silver, patches of wheat seedlings were still lush green in the twilight. Madame Magician walked with Lumian on the path between the fields, breathing in the scent of soil and plants, feeling the cool breeze. Having already obtained most of the information from the spirit world, she still patiently waited for Lumian to finish recounting his experiences before sighing. We've always said to be careful of that individual's arrangements, to pay attention to coincidences around us, but what we didn't expect was that the arrangement happened from the very beginning and gave many seemingly reasonable explanations, to the extent that we could only see traces of arrangements in specific events, completely overlooking the overall problem. Lumian was still wearing the black cloak given by Franca, with his hair hidden in the attached hood. He didn't blame the major arcana card holders for their thoughts. After all, that being was a true god. Looking at the patches of green wheat seedlings tinged with golden red, he said in a low voice, "Is it only when Mr. Fool awakens that we won't have to worry about every detail of our lives being arranged? Yes, or quickly become an angel. Although that won't exempt you from arrangements, you'll be able to detect many arrangements that rely too much on coincidence in a timely manner." Mad Magician tried hard not to let her eyes reveal emotions of pity. Lumian fell silent for a moment before responding, "Are those lucky coins devices to awaken Mr. Fool?" "Yes," Madame Magician didn't deny it. "You should have one too." Lumian turned his head, using his eyes to express his question. Madame Magician smiled and said, "That's the reward for the water from the Samaritan women's spring and the soil from in front of the ancient tomb of the Dream Festival. However, this needs to wait a few more days. There are time intervals for using these items." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 887, The Function of the Lucky Coins. Lumian roughly understood the meaning of Madame Magician's words. The water he had previously taken from the Samaritan woman's spring and the soil from the area of the Dream Festival ancient tomb did have a reward, which was another lucky coin. However, the one giving the reward needed to wait until all of that water and soil had been used up and the effects confirmed before actually paying. Using these items needed to be done in batches, with time intervals between uses, rather than consuming them all at once, which might actually lead to unfavorable results. "We still need to wait a few more days." Lumian cast his gaze towards the golden red tinted horizon and nodded gently. "I understand." He wasn't impatient. Having been arranged for so long already, a few more days didn't matter. Lumian probed further. "How many lucky coins need to be gathered in total to awaken Mr. Fool?" "The lucky coins are tools, mediums, not the awakening itself. There are only 5 such coins in total," Mad Magician answered clearly, no longer speaking in riddles. "Once you get the last lucky coin, the 5 of you will be able to use your respective coins to enter Mr. Fool's dream and attempt to awaken him. Understand? The lucky coins are mediums to help you participate in Mr. Fool's dream. Of course, given your sequences, even with the lucky coins, you can't decide when you can enter that dream or what you can do once inside. We'll need to assist you to ensure you can all go at the same time and maintain sufficient clarity and rationality." Lumian listened quietly, his eyes slightly turning as he pursed his lips lightly. "Mr. Fool's dream? We're responsible for awakening Mr. Fool." "Yes," Madame Magician answered with just one word. She surveyed Lumian's profile, which took on a dreamlike beauty in the twilight glow, and inwardly sighed. Lumian furrowed his brow slightly. "What do we need to do to awaken Mr. Fool? Haven't the previous holders of the lucky coins entered Mr. Fool's dream before? Haven't they made any attempts? Why does it have to be us?" I don't know exactly what needs to be done to awaken Mr. Fool, Mad Magician said very frankly. That's for you to figure out. We'll give you some suggestions based on your feedback. She paused, then said in a teasing tone, the previous holders of the lucky coins did indeed enter Mr. Fool's dream and made quite a few attempts, but they were successively discovered by that celestial worthy spirit, either kicked out of the dream or had their actions restricted, unable to do much. One of them, after being kicked out of the dream the first time, will be kicked out again within a minute of re-entering the dream, regardless of whether they disguised themselves or behaved. You need to be careful too. The early stages are fine, but if you're later discovered and locked onto by that celestial worthy spirit, you'll also be kicked out of the dream or become mute, blind, or foolish. After pondering for a moment, Lumian asked, are we the destined ones to awaken Mr. Fool? Perhaps, perhaps not. We can't be sure yet, Madam Magician explained simply. We can only say that the previous holders of the lucky coins would suddenly feel at some moment or in some scenario that they should trade away the lucky coin to someone else. This might be a hint from fate. Lumian didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he mentioned that he now met all the conditions to come into contact with Omabella's remains and finally asked, can I apply to the new city of Silver now? I'll help you inform Mr. Sunday. You just need to be prepared, Madam Magician said with a laugh. Of course, you won't be able to actually take away Omabella's remains. That belongs to the new city of Silver. Grade 0 sealed artifacts are extremely precious anywhere. No one will gift it to you without appropriate compensation. What you'll be allowed to do is to review the relevant records of the City of Silver, come into contact with and study the item that the remains have become within the new City of Silver. If you encounter difficulties, with the approval of the new City of Silver's 6-member council, you may be able to borrow that Grade 0 sealed artifact for a short time to be returned within a certain period. That's already very good, Lumian said sincerely. According to 007, an official Beyonder, even to use a Grade 1 sealed artifact, he had to submit a report in advance, obtain approval, and meet the corresponding conditions. As for Grade 0 sealed artifacts, that was something he couldn't even dream of. And now, the new City of Silver might actually allow him to borrow Omabella's remains for a period of time. Lumian habitually smoothed his hair and told Mad Magician about Termaboros's, that is, Amon's true form's reaction when he first learned that the name of the Great Mother's invisible child of God was Omabella, along with his own speculations. This might indeed hide a very big and important secret, with some connection to that bird egg deep in the underworld and the missing Madame Nightpoalis, Mad Magician said, slightly raising both hands as if feeling the freshness and vigor of the early spring wheat seedlings. Lumian stopped in front of a pond used for water storage and after a few seconds of silence, asked, Madam, what is the true purpose and final result of Project Vortex? Madam Magician recounted in detail all the transactions and developments she understood, but because Lumian no longer had a false angel status and had lost Mr. Fool's seal, unable to bear certain knowledge, she uniformly used descriptions like the evil gods outside the barrier, the one worshipped by the brokers, and the Great Mother to refer to those great existences. Upon hearing that Emperor Roselle had been resurrected as the Black Emperor, and then chose to die again to severely damage the great existence preaching in the name of truth, Lumian's expression changed several times, but in the end, he didn't say a word. I understand how you feel. Madam Magician comforted her feminized minor arcana card in a self-mocking tone. I don't like that individual, and I really dislike his methods, but I have to admit, he is indeed preparing for our world to face the apocalypse, not just doing things that only benefit him under the guise of a banner. So my feelings are very torn. Lumian's expression remained cold, maintaining his silence. Madam Magician didn't continue discussing this matter. She raised her right hand, letting points of starlight appear and fall towards Lumian's left chest, forming an illusory symbol composed of layers upon layers of doors. This major arcana card holder said simply, since there's no need to seal an angel, my power alone is enough to simply protect Aurora and the other's soul fragments. We don't need to trouble Mr. Fool, and besides, if Mr. Fool were to seal it, it might actually affect the gradual revival of Aurora's soul fragments through your female state. Well, if you're unwilling to take the lucky coin into Mr. Fool's dream, we won't force you. I'll still help reinforce the seal periodically. Lumian smiled bitterly. That individual has already made the choice for me. He remained silent for a while, his slightly paler lips moving a few times. Can being in the Demoness state really allow Aurora's soul fragments to gradually revive? Is this truly the only way to resurrect Aurora? It may not be the only way. At least, I can't give you an accurate judgment. Only Mr. Fool could provide the corresponding answer. Madam Magician neither denied nor confirmed that individual's statement. Her current knowledge and abilities were not sufficient to support her refutation. The only thing she could be certain of was, this is indeed a way to resurrect Aurora, just that the final resurrection won't be completely whole. Why must it be Aurora's soul fragments gradually reviving, and not the soul fragments of other villagers? There are many soul fragments sealed within me. Why is Aurora the most special one? This was now Lumian's greatest concern. Madam Magician said, Aurora's soul fragments simultaneously meet three conditions. First, she was a Beyonder, having undergone the transformation of Beyonder characteristics on her spirit. Second, she was corrupted by inevitability powers. Third, at the end of the ritual, her soul fragments receive protection from that individual or several ones, so they're in relatively better condition, the kind that can gradually revive. Therefore, her soul fragments are indeed the most special among all the soul fragments within you. The remaining soul fragments might only be able to exist in the form of half-human, half-object puppet soldiers when you become an angel of the Hunter pathway in the future. Lumian thought for a while and said, if I were now a Beyonder of those three pathways of the Great Mother, I wouldn't doubt that Aurora's soul fragments could gradually revive within me, but a Demoness doesn't have the symbol of new life. But the Demoness has the authority of resurrection. Had you forgotten that one of the descriptions of the Demoness of unaging is that she's bizarrely hard to kill, skilled in resurrection and rebirth? Madam Magician reminded him. Lumian quietly exhaled and said, if I continue to advance to become a Demoness of unaging, would the revival effect of Aurora's soul fragments be better? Madam Magician smiled and said, there's no need to deliberately pursue that. When you later jump to sequence 2 of the Demoness pathway, you'll similarly gain all the abilities and characteristics of the Demoness of unaging, unless you find a way to separate out the corresponding unaging Beyonder characteristic yourself. Seeing Lumian nod slightly, Madam Magician smiled and asked, as a demigod who has switched pathways, you should have some special, mixed abilities now, right? Lumian offered a curt acknowledgement and said, the most special ability is the application of fire. On the one hand, I can use a hunter's blazing white flames and the Demoness' inherent black flames separately. On the other hand, I can fuse them together for an explosive effect. This can both physically destroy human bodies and objects and ignite spirituality, burning spiritual bodies, comprehensively damaging and destroying a target. Yes, after the fusion of the Demoness of Despair Beyonder characteristic and the Hunter Pathway Beyonder characteristic, new mystical knowledge appeared, calling this black flame that suppresses irritability and madness the fire of destruction. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 888, Changes in Abilities from Pathway Switching. After describing the fire of destruction, Lumian frowned and said, I've heard that members of the Demoness sect have a tradition of turning their lovers into females. Are there no Beyonders of the Hunter Pathway among their lovers? This question was essentially still asking, why me? Couldn't they just find any sequence 5 of the Hunter Pathway, seduce them to jump to Demoness of Despair, and satisfy the requirement of Een contains Yang, Yang contains Een? Why did I have to be arranged? Perhaps only you could very easily enter the area around the Samaritan woman's spring and obtain the remnant aura of the Blood Emperor, thus having mystical similarity with 0-01. Madam Magician fully understood what Lumian was concerned about. Lumian continued asking, as if talking to himself, the Red Angel has ways to control 0-01 without relying on mystical similarity. Since that individual has no selfish motives and isn't afraid of the Red Angel's revenge, why not directly reinvest in him, instead of grooming a weakling like me? Isn't this a waste of time? Madam Magician glanced at the field ridge under her feet. I can answer this for you. First, the Red Angel can't get as close to the top powers of the 2 Calamity pathways as you can, unless his next step isn't to reclaim 0-01 and become the Red Priest, but to find a way to replace the primordial Demoness. Second, the birth of a Red Priest is inevitably accompanied by competition, chaos, and disaster. Only through multi-party competition can a Red Priest emerge in the shortest time and the best way. If only the Red Angel were to walk this path, it wouldn't go smoothly. Am I competing with him? Lumian curled his lips in a self-mocking smile. Then I should thank that individual for giving me this qualification. As for ability, that was still far off. Madam Magician continued, many members of the Demoness sect indeed have lovers from the Hunter Pathway, but they rarely let these male lovers switch pathways and become female at sequence 5. On the one hand, there are very few members of the Demoness sect who can get their hands on 2 Demoness of Despair Beyonder characteristics. On the other hand, they seem to be avoiding similar things. As far as I know, among the demigod-level demonesses, only one was formerly a hunter. Ooh. Lumian immediately became alert like a hunter. Madam Magician smiled and said, the Demoness of Sinulina. She is a sequence 3 Demoness of unaging. Her mother is the leader of the Demoness sect, the Demoness of Grey, Judith. Her father was a hunter, who later went missing, suspected to have been killed by the Demoness of Grey. Lumian pondered for a moment and said, could the Demoness of Grey have also been a hunter before? Her twin sister Chrismona was born female, born a Demoness. As a contrast, is it possible that she was born male, born a hunter, until she transformed into a Demoness at sequence 4? The Demoness of Black only mentioned that the Demoness of Black was sequence 9 at birth, but never said that her sequence 9 equaled assassin. It's possible, but currently unverifiable. The Demoness of Grey is older than all of our Tarot Club's major arcana card holders combined. We don't know much about her, Mad Magician said, a hint of a smile appearing on her face as if she had thought of something. Is that so? I thought you were an angel from the early 5th epoch, given that your teacher was Mr. Dor, the strongest king of angels of the 4th epoch. Lumian didn't voice these words about a woman's age. He began to walk slowly again, pondering as he spoke. Is the Demoness sect, or rather the primordial Demoness hatred for pure female demonesses, really due to inner distortion? Is there no other mystical reason? Pure female demonesses apparently wouldn't have the chance to touch the power at the top of the 2 calamity pathways, so they should pose the least threat to the primordial Demoness. Inner distortion is one reason, but my intuition tells me it's not the whole reason, Mad Magician said, turning her head to look at the new city of silver where lights were gradually coming on. The 7 of Cups is about to advance to Demoness of Affliction. You can try to get some intelligence on this from Chrismona's remnant projection. Lumian didn't continue this topic, instead returning to discuss the changes in his abilities after becoming a Demoness of Despair. This was also something he had to do after his condition initially stabilized. At the Demoness of Despair stage, disease has evolved into plague that can cover a range of 3 kilometers. I currently have mastered 3 types of plagues. One is derived from the original disease, targeting the flesh of relatively common creatures, mainly infecting organs such as the heart, brain, and lungs. From the incubation period to the outbreak of symptoms to becoming severe, it only takes about 10 seconds, and then within another minute, it can cause the target to deteriorate to near death. The specific time varies depending on the enemy's status and constitution. The second type of plague is weakening, originating from the mystical pathogen inherent in Black Tear. It can gradually strip away the target's strength until even their heart is too weak to beat. At the same time, it causes a gradual loss of spirituality. In other words, it can not only target relatively common creatures, but also affect special creatures and even the dead. Any target with spirituality or relying on spirituality will gradually weaken because of it. The third type of plague is rigidity. Over time, it causes even zombies to become rigid and stiff, becoming inflexible. This is a more mystically oriented plague. The fusion of hunter traits with the plagues has given these mystical pathogens a certain resistance to fire. They won't quickly wither away under fire-burning conditions and can persist for a longer time. Among them, the weakening plague can inherently survive in high temperatures for a period, and its current fire resistance is the strongest among the 3 plagues. For dealing with these plagues, the burning of Demoness black flames and freezing over a certain range are better methods. I can also create my own unique plague varieties by combining my own traits, corresponding mystical knowledge, specific ideas and experiments, and possibly required special materials. This takes a long time and can't yield results quickly. But regardless, a Demoness plague can only target things with spirituality and cannot cause rocks or metals to weather, rust, or decay like the demigods of the order of all extinction. In using precision, a hunter's precision can help me maintain 2 types of plague simultaneously, but it requires 3 to 4 times the spirituality consumption of maintaining a single plague. Madam Magician nodded lightly, not interrupting Lumian's self-analysis. The Demoness of Despair's mastery of the mirror world and mirror magic has reached a considerably deep stage. I can locate mirrors within a 5-kilometer range and mirrors I've visited before. I can traverse freely in the mirror world and transmit information through the mirror world to those located mirrors, displaying it. This is much more convenient than messengers, but there's a possibility of the information being intercepted by mirror world creatures. Some curses need to be attached to the information to avoid most troubles. I can also use located mirrors to project myself there, looking just like the real thing. Currently, this projection has distance limitations and cannot exceed a city. A hunter's precision has also fused with this mirror projection ability, allowing me to complete 3 to 5 projections simultaneously, with each projection having some power and able to accomplish some things, though they cannot leave the range reflected by the corresponding mirror. When fighting against the Order of All Extinction demigod, Higdon, Lumian had used the power of the special mirror world to create many mirror projections. If Higdon had ignored them at that time, these illusions and projections could have caused a certain degree of damage. Other mirror magics, such as mirror maze, mirror substitution, and magic mirror divination, have also reached the level of sequence 4. Among them, curses completed through mirrors include normal types, those fused with Cull that can erupt fiercely in an extremely short time, and those mixed with the power of inevitability that can complete fate-related curses. Lumian pondered as he spoke. Fate-related curses can put the target in a state of misfortune for a period of time. This is not easily noticed by them, and is used against enemies who inherently have strong curse prevention abilities. Lumian paused, then continued, like other demonesses of despair, if enemies can't replace themselves with a substitution before I lock onto them and complete the curse, they won't be able to transfer or share the damage, even if they have a mirror substitution or paper figurine substitute. The demoness spider silk has also changed, becoming more solid, more tough, able to complete more tasks, including restraining, binding, interfering, transmitting pleasure, black flames, and curses. At the same time, the fusion of hunter traits has made these spider silks sharper, able to directly cause a certain degree of damage. My hair is the source of spider silk. If an enemy's body is touched by my hair, the corresponding part will experience some petrification symptoms. Weakness investigation is no longer limited to discovering weaknesses and vulnerabilities in the flesh, soul, and defenses, as well as fate streams that can lead to death, but also includes the target's emotional and desire weaknesses and trigger points. Cull has fused with the demoness pathway's mighty blow, capable of bringing more terrifying damage. I can take out some physically fragile demigods in one strike. Physically fragile demigods often have many mystically oriented life-saving abilities, or make it impossible for you to find their true form, Mad Magician reminded at this point. Lumian nodded, indicating he would remember. Other abilities include black magic like invisibility, the ability to manipulate frost, wand substitution, basic divination abilities, which are all the same as a normal demoness of despair. Instigation and provocation have fused together, granting me the ability to use language and attached mystical power to stir up the target's emotions and desires, making them do what I anticipate. Pleasure can be combined with Cull and precision. That's about it. Madam Magician nodded thoughtfully and remarked, jumping to a neighboring pathway indeed brings many strange changes and mixed abilities. This is not something that can be achieved by using the neighboring pathway's sealed artifacts. Lumian gave an affirmative sound, then asked, should we still have Franca continue undercover in the Demoness sect? Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 889, Intelligence on the Demoness sect. Faced with Lumian's question, Madam Magician pondered for a few seconds before saying, whether it's investigating the state of the primordial Demoness, exploring the secrets of the deepest layer of the special mirror world, uncovering the essence of the mirror self, or mastering the secret of resurrection and rebirth of the Demoness of an aging, it's impossible to bypass the Demoness sect. These are equally important for you now. So, my opinion is to let the Two of Cups continue to contact the Demoness of Black while you lurk in the shadows to prevent accidents. The Demoness sect has probably already suspected the Two of Cups' background and intentions, but I'm not sure what countermeasures they will take. If they want to use the Two of Cups to do some things and achieve certain goals, we can take advantage of such arrangements to peek into the secrets of the Demoness sect and the special mirror world, and incidentally obtain subsequent resources for the Demoness pathway. If they prepare to eliminate hidden dangers and wipe out the Two of Cups, you lurking in the shadows must immediately act and quickly rescue the Two of Cups. The mission with the Demoness sect shall then end there. This is indeed already a fairly high-risk matter. Both the Two of Cups, and you have the right to refuse. Lumian listened attentively and then smiled and said, I think the Demoness sect won't do anything to Franca for the time being. It's more likely they'll use her. Otherwise, in the underground mausoleum of Morra, Julie in her divine descent state wouldn't have thrown me out of the special mirror world. And after I achieved my goal, obtained the black tier, and returned from Morra, the Demoness of Black wouldn't have been so easily patronized by Franca. Madam Magician nodded almost imperceptibly. If this isn't that individual's arrangement, it means the primordial Demoness also hopes for a Beyonder who harbors hope for Tudor's resurrection and is closer to the top powers of the two calamity pathways than her to grow up according to the method currently considered closest to the correct answer, in order to achieve a goal that is very important and crucial to her. Lumian twisted his mouth and said in a self-mocking tone, one of the ways to counter a true god's arrangement is to place oneself in the plans of another or several true gods, whether those plans are good or bad. The principle is the same as balancing the corruption on oneself. Madam Magician shook her head and smiled. But you should remember that before Mr. Fool awakens, no true god can compete with that individual in arranging this matter, even if several sequence 0 true gods unite. Of course, this can indeed interfere with and influence that individual's arrangements, giving you a chance to detect anomalies in a timely manner or in advance. Lumian nodded solemnly. Whether Franca continues the Demonist sect mission or not, I will follow up on these matters. Madam, can you give me more intelligence about the Demonist sect? The Demonist of Black only reveals very little to Franca each time. Madam Magician said in an appreciative tone, you now indeed have the ability and mindset to independently handle one aspect of affairs. If Mr. Fool wakes up, you are completely qualified to draw a major arcana card. From now on, matters concerning the Demonist sect will be consolidated under you. If you need assistance or want to mobilize resources from other major arcana card holders, you can find me or Judgment at any time. Well, because the Demonist of an aging can be resurrected, can be reborn, is difficult to kill completely, and stays forever young without aging, she can live for many, many years, even longer than the lifespan of angels from many pathways. So, if we don't count Sequence 4 Demonesses of Despair, and only consider the accumulated number of currently living Sequence 3 and Sequence 2 Beyonders, the Demonist sect has more than any Orthodox God Church. In this regard, only Sanguine, whose lives are equally long, can compare with them, but still falls short. Of course, a large part of the high-level power of Orthodox God Churches is in Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts and holy artifacts. If encountering major disasters, those sealed artifacts and holy artifacts can also play the role of corresponding high-level beings to some extent, and a large part of them can be relatively smoothly converted into Beyonder characteristics that rapidly strengthen reserve forces. Lumian recalled and said, according to the Demonist of Black at Sequence 3, one can name oneself with a color. There are 13 such color demonesses in total. Among them, 4 are angels, Sequence 2 angels. In this respect, the Demonist sect is inferior to Orthodox God Churches because their high-level members must be demonesses, and there are no angels from other pathways. Orthodox God Churches, on the other hand, can potentially use Grade 0 sealed artifacts or Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics of other pathways they possess to create Sequence 1 Archangels. Madam Magician gave a detailed introduction. Why can't there be Sequence 1 demonesses? Lumian expressed his confusion. Madam Magician chuckled. What I'm about to say is one of the highest-level mystical knowledge of the paths of the divine. Each pathway has its own distinct uniqueness. Occupying and accommodating the uniqueness is the key to becoming a true god, but it's not the only condition. A true Sequence 0 also needs all the Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics of its pathway to support the uniqueness, which is 3 in total. So with the Sequence 0 primordial demoness, there can't be Sequence 1 demonesses of apocalypse, only Sequence 2 demonesses of catastrophe. Similarly, Orthodox God Churches can't have Sequence 1 archangels corresponding to their own deities. Well, except for some pathways with special abilities. As Lumian suddenly came to a realization, he very keenly asked, I can't advance to Sequence 1 of the Demonist pathway and become a Demoness of Apocalypse unless the primordial Demoness falls before that? Correct. Madam Magician specifically reminded, there's only one Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic left for the Hunter pathway. The Red Angel has already occupied 2, which is why he can become a King of Angels again. Is the definition of a King of Angels occupying multiple Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics or accommodating the uniqueness? Lumian had some understanding of the concept of King of Angels before, but today was the first time he clearly recognized what this title represented. Magician nodded. Yes, whether it's occupying 2 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics or 3 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, or accommodating the uniqueness, as well as the uniqueness plus 1 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, the uniqueness plus 2 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, they are all Kings of Angels. The only King of Angels composed of the uniqueness plus 3 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics was my mentor, Mr. Dorr, but he used his own sealing authority to resist the tendency to converge. If not for this, after 3 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics and uniqueness are placed in the same Beyonder's body, they would inevitably converge rapidly, and the possessor would either immediately become a god, lose control on the spot, or die directly. No wonder Mr. Dorr was the highest-ranking nobleman in the Tudor Empire. Lumian asked with undisguised concern, where is the last Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic of the Hunter pathway? Is Red Angel Medici about to get it? It's rumored to be with the primordial Demoness. Madam Magician didn't conceal this intelligence, and the one who reportedly brought that Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic to the primordial Demoness was the Demoness of Black Clarice. Lumian nodded thoughtfully. Madam Magician continued to introduce the situation of the Demoness sect. Besides the Demoness of Grey Judith, the Demoness sect has 3 other Sequence 2 demonesses of catastrophe, namely the Demoness of Yellow, the demoness of blue, and the demoness of purple. There are currently 9 sequence 3 demonesses of unaging. Besides the demoness of black and the demoness of cyan that you know, there are also white, scarlet, silver, green, gold, brown, orange. After hearing this, Lumian keenly noticed a problem. Trier with its special mirror world should be one of the most important areas in the eyes of the demoness sect, yet they didn't send a demoness of catastrophe to be in charge, leaving all affairs to the demoness of black. This doesn't seem normal. Or is one of the yellow, blue, or purple demonesses of catastrophe hiding in Trier? Moreover, the one responsible for keeping the sequence 1 beyond her characteristic of the hunter pathway and using methods like sacrifice to give it to the primordial demoness was also only the sequence 3 demoness of black, not any demoness of catastrophe. Wasn't the demoness sect worried at the time that the demoness of black status wasn't high enough, her strength wasn't enough, and something might go wrong? Madam Magician reminded Lumian that there was another detail that was problematic. After exchanging intelligence about the demoness sect for a while longer, Madam Magician looked at the sky that had completely darkened and said, "Tomorrow, Mr. Sun will send someone to take you to the Twin Towers to read the records the City of Silver has on Omabella's remains and to make contact with that Grade 0 sealed artifact. After that, you decide for yourselves when to return to Trier." "Yes, Madam Magician," Lumian replied, watching as this holder of a major arcana card turned into points of starlight and disappeared before his eyes. As the night settled in, Franca paced in the living room, muttering to herself, "Why hasn't Lumian come back yet? Wasn't he just reporting his encounter to Madam Magician and exchanging intelligence? It's been so long." Jenna was also a bit worried. She walked to the window and looked out at the street. Suddenly, her gaze froze. There. She pointed to the top of the bell tower attached to the Fool's Cathedral. Franca took a few steps over and saw at the top of the bell tower, in a place without any railings, sat a woman wearing a black cloak, with some black hair falling down, delicate and fine features, and a grand and radiant face. It was Lumian. At this moment, Lumian was sitting there, legs dangling outside, gaze quietly looking down. Franca and Jenna exchanged a glance and quickly rushed to the Fool's Cathedral, climbing up the bell tower. Seeing Lumian's back, they didn't immediately inquire about the situation, but remained quiet, each walking to one side, following Lumian's line of sight to gaze at what he was intently watching. It was the giant buildings that had lit up with yellowish lights in the dark night, the various mushrooms that were faintly visible in the streetlight glow, the silhouettes of giants and half-giants behind glass windows, raised wine glasses, wisps of cooking smoke, songs from nearby squares, the noise spilling out from bars, and the faint sounds of joy and laughter from different houses. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 890, Murder. The next morning, Lumian and the others had just finished breakfast in their room and were waiting for Ludwig to clean up the rest when they heard the doorbell ring. Outside the door was a half-giant youth about 2 meters tall, with slightly longer arms and legs, short curly brown hair that looked fluffy. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, with a square face. After his gaze swept over Lumian, Franca, and Jenna, he involuntarily lowered to look at his own toes as he said, "I'm here to find Lumian Lee, possibly Ms. Lumina Lee." He spoke in ancient Fasak. "That's me." Lumian understood this was probably the messenger sent by Mr. Sun to take him to the Twin Towers of the new City of Silver. That major arcana card holder seemed to have deliberately found a youth, to ensure the height difference wouldn't be too dramatic. The youth let out a sigh of relief and said awkwardly, "I've been ordered by the 6-member council to take you to see Elder Derrickberg at the Twin Towers." "All right." Lumian nodded to Jenna and Franca, then followed the youth out of the hotel towards the Twin Towers located in a corner of the new City of Silver. Along the way, the half-giant youth walked slightly ahead to the side, his back somewhat stiff, occasionally showing a tendency to swing the same arm and leg together, as if he had almost forgotten how to walk normally. He would turn his head to glance at Lumian from time to time, but not knowing what to say, he could only quickly turn his head back. Halfway through the journey, he finally thought of a suitable topic. Half turning his body, he asked Lumian, Aren't you worried that I might be a bad person? Maybe what I said about the 6-member council's order and going to see Elder Derrickberg at the Twin Towers is all a lie to trick you. I could kill 30 of your kind in one breath." Lumian only thought to himself, without saying it out loud. On the one hand, they were both followers of Mr. Fool and not too familiar, so there was no need to mock. On the other hand, Lumian felt that if his sister Aurora was here, she definitely wouldn't answer in a similar way. He smiled lightly and said, "I'm not worried because this is the new City of Silver." The half-giant youth suddenly became very happy and said in a tone of heartfelt pride, "Yes, the Lord has always taught us to be kind and restrained. Our new city of silver strictly cracks down on all kinds of crimes, especially guarding against theft, fraud, and other such behaviors. The half-giant youth opened up and began to talk endlessly about how Mr. Fool originally sent an angel to save the city of silver, how he gave the city of silver this promised land, and how they, the people of the city of silver, built the new city of silver. Lumian had heard these stories repeatedly when drinking in the new city of silver before, but he wasn't impatient now, letting the half-giant youth continue his smooth narration. He heard happiness of peace and tranquility in the other's description. In this exchange, the two arrived at the twin towers, the core buildings of the new city of silver. The left tower had a pointed top and housed public facilities such as the library, while the right tower had a round top and was where the six-member council that governed the new city of silver worked. Lumian instinctively turned his gaze towards the round tower and noticed that in the cracks between the bricks near the ground, tufts of black hair like plants had grown out, sometimes drooping, sometimes swaying lightly as if blown by a gentle breeze. When he came last time, Lumian had also noticed these black plants but didn't pay much attention. This time, however, he felt a kind of blood connection. We are all parts, or rather continuations, of the life of the goddess of harvest, Omabella. Even when sealed, does a grade 0 sealed artifact still have some influence on the outside world? Lumian withdrew his gaze and followed the half-giant youth into the pointed tower. They walked on large black stone slabs, passing huge pillars, and came to the library on the third floor. In front of the intimidating bookshelves stood a tall man wearing a simple white robe. The man was over 2 meters tall, with neatly combed brownish-yellow hair. He looked only about 22 or 23 years old, but had a very calm demeanor and an overwhelming aura. He was clearly Mr. Sun, whom Lumian had met last time, one of the top figures of the Church of the Fool. Elder Berg, Ms. Lumina is here, the half-giant youth said respectfully. Mr. Sun, whose name was Derek Berg, looked at Lumian and nodded, saying, "Follow me." Lumian politely replied, "Thank you." The half-giant youth then waved and walked towards the door. After a few steps, he turned around and called out to Lumian's back, "My name is Rugist." After saying this, Rugist quickly turned and ran down the stairs. Lumian followed Mr. Sun deep into the new City of Silver library, entering the innermost secret room where a stack of documents made up of scattered records was placed. "These are all the records regarding to the gift of the land. I've already translated them into ancient Fasak for you," Mr. Sun said simply, sitting down in a position against the wall and falling silent, as if he had turned into a statue. Lumian understood this was to guard against any accidents that might occur while he was reading the materials, so he nodded lightly, sat down at the table, and picked up the stack of new papers. He read very slowly, taking nearly half an hour to roughly understand the relationship between the goddess of harvest, Omabella, and the city of silver. In the second epoch, in the era when the ancient gods ruled the earth and sky, the city of silver belonged to the giant king's court, and all its people were slaves to the giants. But unlike other human vassal powers of the giant king's court, the city of silver's situation was considerably better, because they believed in and followed the subsidiary god of the giant king, the ancient god, the giant queen, the goddess of harvest, Omabella. According to the city of silver's records, the giant queen Omabella had descended to their city multiple times, displaying 2 images. One image corresponded to light and goodness, with the harvest's grace, life's precious embrace, as the core of faith, viewing the people of the city of silver as her own children, always ensuring bountiful harvests, abundant reproduction of livestock and poultry, and rapid population growth. This was the main reason why the people of City of Silver rarely suffered innocent slaughter and did not lack food. The other would bring desolation and death. At that time, all the people of certain death knew phrases like extreme harvest is inevitably accompanied by extreme desolation. Only life can quell the land's wrath. Death, like new life, is a common and beautiful thing, not to be feared. We have accepted the land's gifts, so we must pay the corresponding price. If Omabella descended in this form, she would inevitably demand bloody sacrifices, with large numbers of humans as offerings. Even if the people of the City of Silver did these things, sacrificing their own relatives, they would sometimes still suffer famines lasting up to a year. If they didn't do so, the famine might last 3 to 5 years. Is this what the era ruled by ancient gods was like? Even the City of Silver, which was relatively well off, was like this. Lumian turned to the next page. This page recorded the Giant King's court's words of praise for the Giant Queen Omabella. What caught Lumian's attention most was one sentence. The noble queen used her maternal nature to help the great king calm his emotions. What does this mean? Maternal nature, helping the giant king, this ancient god, expel excess beyond her characteristics and regain some sanity by giving birth to children? Lumian pondered as he continued reading. After another 15 minutes, he turned to the stage of the giant king's court's rapid decline. The City of Silver, which had obtained another divine-level sealed artifact, had learned of the fall of the ancient god, the giant king, and feared falling into the hands of the more brutal devil monarch. In such anxiety and unease, on a night without the crimson moon, the giant queen Omabella appeared outside the City of Silver. This time, she did not descend directly, but walked over step by step. She was in poor condition. She asked the believers of the City of Silver to perform a ritual, sacrificing half of their people to help her replenish her life force. The record of the subsequent situation was vague, but the result was clear. That night, man slew God, subject slew ruler, child slew mother. In other words, the bizarrely resurrected Omabella finally died at the hands of the betraying believers of the City of Silver. Lumian wasn't too surprised. After that day, the City of Silver discovered that Omabella's remains didn't have Beyonder characteristics in the true sense, but still possessed powerful force and terrifying authority. They completely buried this history, hid the secret, and even after converting to belief in the ancient sun god, they didn't tell that lord the true origin of the divine-level sealed artifact, Gift of the Land, until Mr. Fool's Angel of Redemption came to save them. At this point, all records of Omabella, the goddess of harvest, ended. Next came information about the sealed artifact, Gift of the Land. Gift of the Land can naturally create an edible plant in any environment and promote its growth, reproduction, and abundant harvest within a 50-kilometer range. Gift of the Land will turn all dead humans within a 50-kilometer range into terrible evil spirits, unless that human died by being murdered by a direct relative. Those who have eaten the food it creates and have a strong connection with it will turn into evil spirits within 300 kilometers. Seeing this record different from the official sealed artifact description, Lumian suddenly raised his head and looked at Mr. Sun sitting by the wall. He asked in confusion, "Every dead human will turn into an evil spirit? Even those who were below sequence 5 in life?" As far as Lumian knew, evil spirits were the strongest among soul creatures. Even the weakest should be at the level of sequence 5, while the strong ones could be equivalent to demigods. Yes. Mr. Sun nodded steadily. The ability of the Gift of the Land is terrifying. This is equivalent to being able to mass-produce sequence 5 Beyonders, some of whom should even be demigods. Is this what a Grade 0 sealed artifact is? Lumian subconsciously began to evaluate from a combat power perspective. He probed, what's the maximum number of dead humans that can turn into evil spirits at one time? We've never tried, Mr. Sun replied with a solemn expression. Lumian suddenly realized and quickly apologized. I apologize for my rudeness. He continued reading the materials about the divine-level sealed artifact. In the new City of Silver, Grade 0 sealed artifacts were called divine-level sealed artifacts. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 891, Gift of the Land. The Gift of the Land can make the soil fertile within a 300-kilometer range, make water flow abundant, increase the tendency for life to reproduce, and prevent even the most unfavorable environmental conditions from stopping life from bearing offspring, only reducing the quantity and frequency. The Gift of the Land will randomly cause the land within a 300-kilometer range to become desolate, crops to fail completely, and plants to wither. Unless the desolation effect ends, this land will not become fertile again. This can be suppressed by angel-level abilities similar to purification, limiting the desolation to a very small area, unable to spread. If actively used, the Gift of the Land can cause all life within a 30-kilometer range to rapidly drain away until death. Similar abilities outside this domain will also gradually wither and be weakened because of this. Lifeless dead who enter this domain will quickly return to the earth. The Gift of the Land can also fill a 50-kilometer range with various toxins, grow various Beyonder plants beneficial to itself. Similarly, it can tame all animals without higher intelligence in this area, and strengthen the tendency for every Beyonder to lose control. Through contact, the Gift of the Land can create dolls from soil, plants, lava, ores, and metals and give them some life and power. The strongest dolls do not exceed Sequence 3, with a maximum of 9 demigod-level dolls. The Gift of the Land can transform the environment, making even the abyss suitable for human survival. The wielder of the Gift of the Land will truly become one with the land, forests, water flows, mountains, ores, etc. within range, and can use them to traverse with varying speeds. Every time one is hit by the Gift of the Land, they will face a test of losing control, as well as a test of death. If unable to pass, they will either lose control on the spot or die directly. The Gift of the Land can temporarily turn the wielder into a mythical creature, but requires the wielder to be able to withstand the impact of mystical knowledge and mad thoughts brought by the corresponding mythical creature form. The gift of the land can give the wielder all female characteristics. Life that comes into contact with the gift of the land will either be cured of all injuries and diseases or die instantly. Which outcome occurs cannot be divined beforehand. According to prophecy, females with Omabella's bloodline who have suffered betrayal by direct relatives will not experience the instant death outcome. Those who do not meet the above conditions, even if lucky enough to receive the healing effect, cannot use the gift of the land for more than 1 minute afterwards, otherwise they will lose control or die. Those who meet the conditions will still suffer other negative effects. Those who understand the above information, if they do not possess godhood, are likely to become pregnant in the coming period, conceiving an unknown creature. Note, except for the prophecy part, all descriptions are based on the City of Silver's experience, lessons, and understanding. After reading the information about the gift of the land, Lumian finally understood why only females with Omabella's bloodline who had suffered betrayal by direct relatives could touch, pick up, and briefly use this Grade 0 sealed artifact. For others, it was purely gambling with their lives, unless they had no other way to heal their injuries and diseases, or faced a crisis they couldn't normally overcome. Otherwise, no one would try. But it's truly very powerful, worthy of being a Grade 0 sealed artifact. And if used briefly, the negative effects are not completely unacceptable. It's just necessary to suppress the desolation effect and guard against enemies turning into even more terrifying evil spirits after death. Lumian silently mused to himself, focusing his attention on the most crucial content. That was the part about Omabella, in poor condition, walking to the City of Silver seeking sacrifice. According to Madam Magician, at this time Omabella had already had her identity and destiny stolen. The people of the City of Silver shouldn't have been able to know that the female giant before them was the goddess of harvest, Omabella. But in the records, the residents of the City of Silver undoubtedly knew it was Omabella, without even a hint of doubt or raising any objections. They considered it a fact that needed no verification, reflected in the record as just 2 short sentences, with the purpose of describing that Omabella arrived at the City of Silver by walking. Lumian raised his head, looking at Mr. Sun seated against the wall, and asked thoughtfully, which image did the goddess of harvest Omabella have when she walked to the City of Silver? He remembered the previous records mentioning that Omabella had descended to the City of Silver multiple times, mainly presenting 2 images, one representing harvest and reproduction, the other symbolizing desolation and death. This made Lumian suspect whether Omabella had 2 identities, with harvest and reproduction having its destiny stolen, while desolation and death walked to the City of Silver seeking sacrifice. Mr. Sun shook his head. There was no record at the time. Lumian supported his cheek with his hand, pondering silently. Judging from the demand for the City of Silver to sacrifice half of its people, it does seem closer to the desolation and death image. But if the harvest and reproduction image was severely damaged, it's also possible to demand life to help oneself recover. Moreover, 2 images can be understood, but how can 2 identities be concentrated in one person? Surely the goddess of harvest Omabella didn't steal the identity and destiny of another Omabella before? She's not from the Marauder pathway, and there's no legend indicating she possessed similar items. Lumian deliberated for a moment, then stood up and said, I want to touch the gift of the land, to see what resonance Omabella's bloodline could bring, what information could be obtained. Mr. Sun, Derrickberg, also stood up. Okay. Wearing a simple white robe, he walked steadily in front, entering the round tower from the 2nd floor connection, then descended all the way, passing through the deep dark dungeon, arriving at a pair of heavy stone doors. Behind the stone doors was a mottled staircase extending downwards, with points of light like dawn seeping from the depths, bringing some visibility. Lumian found that the walls on both sides of the staircase were damp, seemingly oozing many water droplets, and tufts of hair-like black plants had grown out of the cracks, hanging there. The further down the staircase they went, the brighter the dawn-like light became, and between the damp walls and the hair-like black plants grew mushrooms of various colors, golden wheat ears, the unique black-faced grass, and other things. The spirituality in the air also became increasingly lively and vigorous. Lumian's heart gradually palpitated, as if returning to a mother's embrace or finding his past self. He heard the sound of blood flowing, seemingly from within his body, yet also originating from the bottom of the staircase. It really is Omabella. The invisible child of God is indeed Omabella. Lumian sighed a couple of times, calming his own state. His hair was growing inch by inch inside his cloak, his skin becoming more delicate and elastic. After descending for a while longer, Lumian saw sunlight, coming from Mr. Sun. Pure, warm, sacred golden light quickly filled this area, causing the forces of desolation and the aura of death to retreat to the edges. Seeing this scene, Lumian instinctively associated it with a demoness disease and plague. In such a domain of sunlight, the vast majority of mystical pathogens would quickly perish, while a few ordinary pathogens might survive. Finally, the Sunderic Berg and Lumian arrived at a large room filled with points of dawn-like light. The room was permeated with the smell of soil, the scent of grass, and the fragrance of flowers. The ceiling, floor, and surrounding walls were covered with those hair-like black things, growing all kinds of plants and mushrooms. In the center of this room, brown soil was piled up, with a withered, giant tree trunk inserted at the top. The tree trunk was just short of touching the ceiling, about 7 or 8 meters high, requiring 3 or 4 people's arm span to encircle it. Most of the bark on its surface had fallen off, with the remaining parts a grayish-brown color. Its core had become hollow, and the exposed parts facing Lumian and Mr. Sun were partly protruding and partly sunken, outlining a legless, human-like pattern. That silhouette used the branches on the trunk as hands, its face extremely distorted, with 2 huge crimson flowers serving as eyes. Within the wood-grain texture of its body surface, traces of blood color were faintly visible. This is the gift of the land. The patches of sacred sunlight created by Mr. Sun merged with the points of dawn-like light in the room. Lumian already felt his blood stirring, feeling an unusually close, blood-based connection with that withered tree trunk. The two were originally one. Lumian seemed to receive a call, subconsciously walking forward, his elegant and clean face seeming to emit its own radiance in the dawn-like light mixed with sunlight. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He came to the top of the pile of brown soil, stopping in front of the withered giant tree. The Sunderic Berg did not stop her. Lumian took a breath, adjusted his state, prepared to use mirror substitution, and then extended his right palm with evenly proportioned bones and flesh and long fingers, touching towards the withered tree trunk with streaks of blood seeping out. As soon as his fingers touched the dull-colored wood, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. The sky was hazy, seemingly shrouded in dark mist. A huge light shadow that seemed able to support heaven and earth appeared in front, while behind were strange silhouettes outlined by blurred lines. This scene flashed by, followed immediately by darkness without a hint of light, and utterly quiet stillness. After an unknown time, in the darkness and stillness, a shrill cry faintly came. "My child, Omabella! My child, Omabella!" Lumian suddenly broke free from the illusion, as if forcibly pushed away from the gift of the land by an invisible force. He immediately felt a stinging pain in his right shoulder, with a bit of coolness like moonlight shining. That was the contract mark from the abscessed hand being activated, but without producing any effect, bringing teleportation and blink. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 892, that name. Lumian turned his gaze to his right shoulder. Before this, he had anticipated many scenarios, but he hadn't expected that the contract mark corresponding to the abscessed hand would have an abnormal reaction when he touched the gift of the land, bringing a stinging pain and coolness. Is this because the complete abscessed hand has corruption from the Great Mother, or does Hand Bro himself have some connection to the goddess of harvest Omabella? When he became 0-01's puppet and encountered me, he called out Omabella. Lumian frowned imperceptibly, forming a rough guess. It was very strange that despite the abscessed hand being an angel, no high-level being remembered his original form. Combining this with some thoughts from reading the records about Omabella earlier, Lumian suspected whether Hand Bro might also be an angel whose identity and destiny were stolen by enemies, and who was even brutally dismembered and sealed in various places to prevent his resurrection. However, this suspicion couldn't explain one issue. Judging from how the abscessed hand evolved towards femininity when all parts of its body were assembled, showing characteristics related to Sequence 1 beauty goddess of the moon pathway, he must have either been deeply contaminated by the Great Mother or received corresponding boons. Who would dare to bear such a destiny? Perhaps Hand Bro both satisfies the conditions of lacking necessary wisdom and receiving high-level boons from the Great Mother, naturally reacting to matters of the child of God, and also has intricate connections with Omabella. He should be an angel of the moon pathway, which is adjacent to the goddess of harvest Omabella's pathway. I wonder how many high-level beings from the Second Epoch have survived. But they may not know about these matters, just like the round moon duke of the Sanguine. Lumian suppressed the doubts in his heart and looked again at the gift of the land existing in the form of a withered tree trunk. After the first contact, he had confirmed that he wouldn't die on the spot because of this, so he tried to press his right palm again on the grayish-brown tree trunk with both protrusions and depressions. The fragrance of flowers and the fishy smell of blood pierced his nostrils. Before his eyes again appeared the hazy sky shrouded in dark mist, the huge light shadow that could support heaven and earth, and the strange silhouettes outlined by blurred lines. This time, Lumian felt pain, felt terror, and also felt the madness of wanting all things to return to the earth. He fell into familiar darkness, without a hint of light, quiet to the point of deathly stillness. As time passed second by second, a shrill cry gradually sounded in his ears, calling for her child Omabella. This made Lumian slowly come to his senses, and then he felt the stinging pain and coolness in his right shoulder. He endured this feeling, not being pushed out of the illusion. The darkness quickly shattered, and Lumian saw the light of dawn, saw faces full of determination, and felt anger, pain, and hatred in his heart. At this moment, he heard a voice, gentle yet painful, a woman's voice, Zetus. Lumian woke up, and what entered his eyes was the distorted face outlined by protrusions and depressions on the withered tree trunk, and the two huge crimson flowers serving as the face's eyes. His palm was still pressed against the tree trunk. What I just saw and heard were they Omabella's last obsessions, the scenes that left the deepest impression on her. Combining the corresponding emotions, does the world shrouded in dark mist correspond to her first death? Are the huge light shadow and one of the blurred figures the high-level being who stole her identity and destiny? What do that deathly silent darkness and the shrill cry represent? I've heard similar cries in the depths of the underworld, when I shared the senses of the creature inside the bird egg. The bird egg represents gestation. Does that deathly silent darkness correspond to Omabella's state before birth, or the state before regaining new life? Did that voice crying out for her child pull Omabella back from the depths of death, giving her new life? Would this new life also reset identity and destiny, making the theft ineffective? The protagonists of the third scene are the dawn and human faces, with emotions of anger and hatred. Does this correspond to Omabella being killed by the City of Silver? Yes, these can all be called obsessions, having a crucial impact on Omabella's fate. Who was that Zetus at the end? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lumian turned his head to look at the tall and steady Mr. Sun beside him. May I know if you have heard of the name Zetus? You can just speak casually. In the church, no one is nobler than another. The Sunderic bird first corrected, then shook his head and said, I haven't heard this name. Was there no one called Zetus among the brass of the City of Silver when the goddess of harvest Omabella last came to the City of Silver? Lumian pursued. Mr. Sun answered in a very certain tone, No. Zetus wasn't the person who killed Omabella. Who could it be? Thinking of this, Lumian suddenly had a flash of insight. Could this be Hanbro's name? Since Hanbro could call out Omabella to me, causing the contract to mutate when I touched the gift of the land, theoretically, Omabella's remnant consciousness in the gift of the land should also be able to detect the abscessed hand's contract mark on me and call out his name. Lumian withdrew his right hand, waited for several tens of seconds, and pressed his palm to the withered tree trunk for the third time. The previous illusions and auditory hallucinations reappeared, but there was no additional content. Lumian sighed inwardly, crouched down slightly, adjusted his cloak, and pressed his other hand to the surface of the gift of the land, grasping the most solid and obvious protrusion. Then he gritted his teeth, the blood vessels on his neck bulged, and his temples throbbed with a blue tint. This made Mr. Sun's eyelids twitch, as if he hadn't expected a beautiful lady with a cold expression to show such a side. Soon, the brown soil began to loosen, and Lumian forcefully pulled up that withered, giant tree trunk. The entire new City of Silver inexplicably trembled, a gentle shake. Lumian half-lifted the 7 or 8 meter high withered tree trunk, trying to swing it. It can barely be used to smash people, but it would reduce agility to the lowest level, and speed would also significantly decrease. Lumian made a judgment on whether he could use the gift of the land to fight in the future, then inserted the huge withered tree trunk back into the pile of brown soil. Almost simultaneously, he felt a certain power in his bloodline surge toward his abdomen, causing a slight stinging pain there, as if something was gestating. Lumian raised his right hand, pressing it towards the corresponding position on his stomach with quiet and eerie black flames. For a moment, he experienced maternal emotions of reluctance and pity, but this couldn't stop him from infusing the demoness black flames into his abdomen in the manner of fire infusion. Indescribable pain, loss, and sadness surged into his heart simultaneously. His face suddenly turned pale, and his light-colored lips involuntarily trembled slightly. This made the Sunderic bird can't help but ask, Do you need my help to dispel the negative effects or find a beyonder to provide treatment? Lumian shook his head, curled his lips, and said in a low voice, A small matter. He turned to remind Mr. Sun, even beyonders with godhood might conceive after touching the gift of a land, and those with Omabella's bloodline are more likely to encounter this. We don't have any records of this. Historically, the City of Silver has needed to actively use this sealed artifact very rarely, and each time, the user quickly died. Mr. Sun nodded slightly. Lumian didn't say anything more, turned around, and walked step by step towards the outside of this huge room, towards a mottled stairs leading to the upper part of the round tower, with Mr. Sun quietly trailing behind. In the hotel room, Lumian wrote down the gains and questions from reading the records related to Omabella and touching the gift of the land in a letter. He then summoned the doll messenger and handed over this letter and a mirror. With this marked mirror, he could later directly transmit information to Madam Magician through the mirror world. The doll messenger took the letter and mirror but didn't leave immediately. Wearing a light golden dress, it leaned against the window frame, carefully and attentively examining Lumian. Lumian arched an eyebrow. "What are you looking at?" The doll messenger suddenly jumped up, floating in midair, and said with an indignant look, "Don't you know how beautiful you look right now? Beautiful enough for me to ignore that you're still wearing men's clothes. Beautiful enough for me to forgive why you haven't made yourself tidier." Lumian was momentarily at a loss for words. The doll messenger waved its hand and said reluctantly, "See you next time." "See you next time," Lumian politely replied. After about 15 minutes, the doll messenger emerged from the void, holding a bulging envelope, and said joyfully, "We meet again." Indeed. Lumian was a bit helpless. He took the envelope, opened it, and found that the letter itself was very thin, mainly containing an additional green gemstone. The gemstone was deep and alluring, with a dreamy crystalline green color. Lumian only looked at it for a moment, but felt as if his vision and soul were sinking into it. He quickly forced himself to look away, unfolded the letter paper with confusion, and began to read. The theft of Omabella's identity and destiny had not become ineffective before the fifth epoch. We will inquire about the name Zetus from the ancient beings who survived from the second epoch, including seeking revelation from even higher beings. The origin of this name might solve the mysteries surrounding Omabella. That green gemstone was made at my request by Miss Justice, with the purpose of helping you seal part of the knowledge related to the great existences. Although you still have a lot of corruption and seals, as long as you don't recall that knowledge, there shouldn't be any problems. But we can't guarantee that you won't encounter situations where you need to recall it. Before you possess a true or false angel rank, this hypnotic effect won't be lifted. Lumian understood the reason and looked at the green gemstone again, allowing his mind to sink into it. When he came to his senses, the green gemstone had become ordinary, and he had forgotten part of his knowledge. But it's still worth quite a bit of money. Lumian put away the green gemstone and said to the doll messenger still lingering over the desk, "See you next time." The doll messenger waved in response. "See you next time." Leaving the room, Lumian said to Franca, Jenna, Ludwig, and others, "We're going back to Trier now." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 893, A Terrifying Matter. Inside the newly rented apartment of Lumian and others on Rue de la Gauche and Quartier de l'Observatoire. "We're going to the catacombs now," Lumian said to Jenna and Franca in the living room, after glancing out the window at the passing carriages, bicycles, and various mechanical creations. Before Franca contacted the Demoness of Black again, he wanted to get more intelligence from Crismona's shadow to guard against possible accidents. This required Jenna to advance to Demoness of Affliction at the Sacrificial Square on the 3rd level of the catacombs. Jenna looked at the black cloak Lumian was wearing and asked carefully, "Do you need to change your clothes underneath? At least that would make you more comfortable." Lumian fell silent for a few seconds before stating, "Okay." Now it was Jenna's turn to be surprised. She had thought Lumian would be more resistant and would need to be persuaded with sufficient reasons. Franca was equally astonished. When she had drunk the witch potion, she hadn't accepted such things so quickly. Her lake blue eyes flickered slightly, and she quickly made some guesses, her emotions becoming rather complex. Except for height, Lumian's figure was now similar to Jenna's. After receiving a few pieces of clothing from her, he walked into the bedroom, not completely letting go despite the more intimate relationship between the three of them. Seeing this, Jenna vaguely understood and turned her head to look at Franca. Sigh. Franca sighed. Jenna followed by pursing her lips. Soon after, Lumian came out, wearing the linen men's shirt and dark trousers with a spirited and dashing air. Franca looked him over and said, "You're too tall. You'll need to find a tailor to make custom-fitted women's clothes." Lumian tersely acknowledged and walked to the full-length mirror in the living room, looking at himself with his black hair simply tied back. The stunningly beautiful yet cold, expressionless woman in the reflection made him feel a moment of disorientation. He unconsciously reached into the traveler's bag and took out the lie earring. His right hand hovered in midair, not immediately putting on the earring. Franca quickly stepped forward, trying to make her tone sound natural. I don't think you should force it now. The premise for Aurora's true resurrection is that you always maintain your sense of self and reach the top of the two calamity pathways. During this process, the fragments of her soul should gradually revive according to your progress. You don't need to deliberately act or imitate her. Moreover, Madam Magician guesses that the key part of Aurora's resurrection lies with the demoness of unaging. It may not be a good thing for you to let her manifest in you now, just like switching to an adjacent pathway before the sequence 4 node, Jenna also said in a soft voice. Yes, I don't know if your sister ever taught you this phrase, too much of a good thing. It means that even good things can become bad if taken to excess, Franca added. Lumian was silent for a moment, then put the lie earring back into the traveler's bag. Franca quietly let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Do you need a hat with a veil, or will you continue to wear the cloak? Looking like this, you'll quickly become the center of attention for everyone on the street. As fellow demonesses, she and Jenna both had deep experience with similar situations, and Lumian was now a demoness with godhood. Lumian picked up the cloak draped over the back of a nearby chair and put it on again. As the hood gradually covered his delicate and fine features and simply tied black hair, Lumian turned around and walked towards the door. Jenna put on a round lady's hat with a black veil hanging down, while Franca prepared a baseball cap for herself, lowering the brim. On the 3rd level of the catacombs, inside the sacrificial square, Lumian threw out several mirrors, setting up a mirror maze. This way, even if other people came to this level to explore an adventure, they wouldn't be able to see the 3 demonesses and their companions and would pass through normally. As Jenna adjusted her state and prepared the potion, Franca looked towards the boundary of the maze, which showed no sign of abnormality, and exclaimed in admiration, As expected of a demigod. Even though I know the real surrounding area has been hidden by a mirror maze, I can't see any problems at all. In comparison, her own mirror maze couldn't achieve this level. Before Lumian could respond, she asked curiously, When do you plan to give Voisin Sanson's corpse to Ludwig? After Voisin Sanson's death, because he had already been deeply corrupted by the power of inevitability, and continuing to stay in the special mirror world was quite dangerous, Lumian and the others didn't channel his spirit, but only took away his corpse. Lumian thought for a moment, then smiled slightly and said, There's no rush. By stringing him along bit by bit, perhaps the ritual to advance to sequence 3 of the Hunter pathway will also require team cooperation. Having an angel team member like this could greatly reduce the number requirement. Besides, whether it's you digesting the remaining affliction potion or Jenna digesting the affliction potion, we can make use of Ludwig. If we give him all the benefits at once now, how can we make him reluctant to leave? Seeing Lumian seriously considering returning to sequence 3 of the Hunter pathway, Franca felt a wave of joy and was quite gratified, her arms involuntarily swaying twice. Anthony is also about to become sequence 5, just waiting for the final ritual preparation, Lumian suddenly said. Franca was stunned for a moment. When did this happen? He told me yesterday. While you were advancing matters related to the demoness sect, he was also completing Madam Justice's tasks. He's already established initial contact with the psychology alchemist and naturally received corresponding rewards. He's been applying his hypnosis ability all along, including helping me, and completed the digestion some time ago, Lumian briefly explained. What he currently needs is to go to the spirit world to contract a certain creature, gaining the characteristic of maintaining clarity in dreams. This can also be substituted by other methods, and Ludwig's dishes might be able to help. Franca smacked her lips. We haven't been caring enough about Anthony. For a spectator, he might not want you to care too much about him or pay attention to him. Lumian glanced at a corner of the mirror maze. Just like he's here now too, ready to placate Jenna immediately if the situation goes wrong. He's here too. Franca felt as if she had heard a ghost story. At this time, Jenna, who had already eaten the ice lemon fish fillet, had prepared the affliction potion, which was black-based with green foam on top. Lumian immediately raised both arms. Behind Jenna, a crystal-clear ice pillar with multiple protrusions rose from the ground, ready to serve as a stake. Then Jenna handed the affliction potion to Lumian and climbed to the top of the ice pillar on her own, allowing Franca to tightly bind her body, restricting her movement. Bright white fire ravens lit up around Lumian. They circled and flew out, landing on Jenna's body surface. Jenna was quickly set on fire, her expression uncontrollably twisting. Lumian stepped on layers of frost-condensed stairs, coming to Jenna's front, and poured that bottle of potion into his companion's mouth. Jenna's mind began to blur, the pain in her body pulling at her, keeping her last bit of clarity. Lumian then floated lightly from the top of the frost stairs to the ground, focusing on sensing the surroundings. He was waiting for Crismona's shadow to arrive. Having lost Mr. Fool's seal, he currently couldn't enter the area around the Samaritan women's spring. Franca kept watching Jenna, seeing her skin quickly blacken, her face twist to deformation, contorted in pain, her teeth no longer able to bite, emitting painful sounds. This made Franca extremely distressed, seemingly more tormented than when she herself had performed this ritual. Suddenly, Lumian's light blue eyes first took on an iron-black color, then became silver-white with black. He felt that Crismona's shadow, or rather her residual consciousness, had descended within the mirror maze, yet he couldn't see her at all. Jenna's thoughts continued to drift, her sense of self gradually losing itself. She recalled the pain and joy of her time with Lumian, and also remembered the experience of helping Franca find pleasure and her inner emotions during that period. Addicted because of enjoyment, awakened because of pain. In this state, Jenna had no way of knowing whether she had been noticed by the primordial demoness. By the time she regained some of her thoughts, a sacred figure wearing a plain white robe, blurry and hard to see clearly, had appeared before her eyes. Lady Crismona, Jenna called out the other's name, and learning from last time's lesson, she quickly and directly asked, "Why does the primordial one hate pure females who walk the demoness pathway?" Crismona answered in an ethereal voice, "My mother hates those demonesses who don't experience the pain of gender change, and she's also guarding against them." "Why guard against them?" Jenna further inquired. Crismona spoke in an extremely hollow tone. Pure female demonesses, after becoming angels, or perhaps after becoming demonesses of an aging, might encounter a very terrifying matter. They might overcome it, or they might not. If they can't, it's a very big problem for my mother. She can't let it happen. Jenna was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "What about you?" Strands of blood color suddenly appeared on the surface of Crismona's blurry face. Her previously hollow voice suddenly carried a hint of suppression and pain. "So I die." Before the words faded, this former demoness of catastrophe, a true child of God, rapidly faded away. What exactly is that terrifying matter? Jenna rushed to ask. Crismona's shadow quickly dissipated, leaving only half a sentence. That mirror world. Jenna suddenly came to her senses, seeing the charred skin on her body's surface falling off in pieces, while the ropes had been burned through at some unknown time. She immediately concealed her form and sought a corner to change her clothes. Phew. Seeing this, Franca instinctively let out the worry and torment pent up in her heart. At the same time, she seemed to hear Lumian also quietly let out a sigh of relief. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 894 Value. After Jenna changed into her dress, she recounted in full her current state and the information she had just obtained from Crismona. She said with regret, "The time was still not enough. I could only see Lady Crismona for that very short period between fully enduring the potion and regaining complete consciousness. However, next time I'll be able to clearly ask what that terrifying matter is." Lumian looked around and said, "Just now I could only sense Crismona's residual consciousness appear, but I couldn't directly see or make contact with her. This may be because she is one with the seal of the catacombs itself, or because she possesses some special quality that allows her to exert more precise influence on demonesses. I think it's all of the above," Franca said to Jenna with considerable concern. "I always thought the greatest danger for female demonesses was the primordial one's hatred that we would be interfered with during advancement, and even if we could struggle through, we would be hunted down by the demoness sect afterwards. I didn't expect there was also this hidden problem. The terrifying matter Crismona spoke of even makes the primordial demoness wary. It's very likely related to the deepest secrets of the special mirror world. Do you want to consider switching to the hunter pathway, then jumping back to the demoness pathway later?" Jenna fell silent for a moment before saying, "I want to wait until I understand what that terrifying matter is before deciding whether or not to abandon my identity as a pure female demoness." After Lumian's experience, she actually wasn't as averse to changing gender for just a period of time rather than permanently. Jenna paused, then said with a self-deprecating smile that was half sighing and half intended to comfort Lumian, "I've lived in Quartier du Jardin Botanique in the Market District for so many years, and I've seen many tragic things. One thing I've learned is that if you don't even have value to be used by others, it's very difficult to break free from the mire. As a pure female demoness, possibly linked to the deepest secrets of the special mirror world, this is the key reason I was able to receive a warning from Lady Crismona. And later, unable to join the demonist sect, if I want to digest potions faster, advance better, resist the tendency towards madness and loss of control, and truly possess the ability to protect family and friends, this should also be a very important factor. There will always be high-level figures who want to use female demonesses to do certain things, to touch the deepest secrets of the special mirror world, so they'll need to give me certain benefits. Relying on the major arcana card holders is one way, but it can't be the only way. Lumian fell silent for a few seconds before stating, before encountering that terrifying matter, you should still have opportunities to question Crismona's shadow. We'll decide whether or not to take the risk after we understand the nature of the problem. Right? Franca agreed with Lumian. When advancing to Demoness of Despair, you should be able to contact Crismona once more. Anyway, that terrifying matter won't appear until at least the Demoness of a Naging stage. Lumian, wearing a black cloak and holding a white candle, shook his head. This is the last option. We can't assume Crismona is necessarily good in telling the whole truth. Perhaps pure female demonesses encounter that matter at the Demoness of Despair stage, and Crismona is waiting for this accident. The opportunity I'm talking about is that in a few days, we should be able to enter Mr. Fool's dream, with a good chance of being imbued with Mr. Fool's aura. That way, we can pass through the seal and directly face Crismona's shadow near the Samaritan Women's Spring. Moreover, the most acceptable method for the Demoness of Despair ritual currently is to go to Morora, which definitely won't allow time to return to Trier and advance here. Lumian continued with very clear reasoning. There's another method using those mirror people in the special mirror world as ritual objects, but this is only suitable for Franca. If Jenna, as a female demoness, were to use this method to complete the ritual, it might cause that terrifying matter to arrive prematurely. After all, it was very closely related to the deepest secrets of the special mirror world. Both Jenna and Franca agreed with Lumian's explanation. Lumian called out to Anthony standing in the corner, dispel the mirror maze, retrieve the mirrors, and holding a burning white candle, headed towards the upper levels of the catacombs. Franca walked alongside him and said after some thought, by the way, the despair potion you drank should include portions from sequence 9 to sequence 5, right? When I was considering switching to the hunter pathway before, I consulted Madam Judgment about related matters. She said one issue with switching to adjacent pathways is that all the preceding potions have to be fully digested, otherwise it will affect one's state and significantly increase risks for future advancements. This is unlike advancing within the same pathway, where the mental and spiritual state has already been adjusted to suit digestion of preceding potions, so it doesn't take long to stabilize one's condition. Lumian chuckled softly, seeming to bring a touch of color to the dark and gloomy catacombs. I've already digested most of the despair potion. Given my mental and spiritual state then and afterwards, affliction isn't a concern. It's very compatible and took just a few days to digest. The same goes for pleasure. My experiences during that period changed my mental and spiritual state, and we even had that experience that very morning. So it's not like my state gradually reverted back due to being away from that condition for too long. This doesn't need to be specially digested again. Instigator is similar. Don't you often say I'm an excellent instigator? Comparatively, I've been more engaged in direct combat and killing enemies recently. Using Fate Exchange to harm targets was just one of my methods before, not the main approach. So I'll need to seriously act and digest the assassin and witch potions once. But as they're in the minority now, they can't really affect my state much and are more of a hidden danger for future advancements. I see. Franca nodded, not saying anything more. Afterwards, since Jenna needed to go back to rest, stabilize her condition, and contain the spillover effects of the potion, only Lumian and Franca took a four-wheeled, four-seater carriage to Rue Orosai and Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative. Before going to Chalet to find the Demoness of Black, they planned to return to their originally rented apartment to see if the Demoness of Black had sought out Franca and left any messages. As for choosing a rental carriage instead of public transport or the metro, it was because the two demonesses, even wearing hats and loose clothing, would inevitably encounter some harassment incidents. Although Franca and Lumian weren't afraid, they felt there was no need to make themselves uncomfortable. They weren't the type of demonesses who played extremely extreme roles. Quartier de l'Observatoire and Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative were adjacent, so it didn't take long for the two demonesses to return to apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai and open the door. Although they had only been gone for a few days, and Franca hadn't even had time to tell the landlord about ending the lease early and not needing the deposit back, when they saw the interior layout in the armchair, they felt as if an era had passed. Various memories flashed through Franca's mind. At times she felt sweet, at times she couldn't help but silently sigh. After Lumian concealed himself and hid, Franca entered the room alone, closed the wooden door, and carefully examined every detail of the place, focusing on all items with glass mirror surfaces. No messages, no traces, but I feel like someone's been here. Franca muttered to herself as she withdrew her palm from the full-length mirror in the living room. She turned around and walked towards the master bedroom. At that moment, the full-length mirror suddenly became dim, as if it had been placed in a lightless environment. In this dimness, a figure was quickly outlined. She wore a black court dress, her black hair neatly coiled up, lightly covered by a hat with a dark veil hanging down. Her indescribably beautiful face was slightly pale, her deep gray eyes misty like smoky rain, emitting a noticeable brightness, naturally exuding a pitiable quality. This was the demoness of Black, Clarice. At this moment, the demoness of Black's face was expressionless, her deep gray eyes reflecting the tall, soft silhouette of Franca's back. The corner of her mouth curved up slightly, and a few naturally falling strands of her hair drilled out from the mirror into the outside world, extending silently towards Franca's back as if they had a life of their own. Franca suddenly received a warning from her companion. Without thinking, she actively triggered mirror substitution. The next second, her body was touched by those few strands of black hair. First, it turned into a mirror, then became grayish-white, and fell to the ground with a thud. The mirror had become stone. Almost simultaneously, the demoness of Black, Clarice, in the full-length mirror saw a figure leap down from above. That figure wore a black cloak with light blue eyes, pale lips, a clean and elegant face, stunningly beautiful features, a cold and calm expression, standing over 1.8 meters tall, body slightly bent, both hands holding a huge iron-black straight sword. That huge straight sword burned with intense white-blue flames, slamming onto the ground with a bang. This didn't shatter or pierce the floor, but hit an invisible barrier. As the entire space gently shook, it triggered a fierce fire snake of intense white-blue, rapidly pouncing towards that full-length mirror, igniting the tea table and wooden boards along the way, quickly reducing them to ashes. Bottle of fiction. When the demoness of Black's hair strands stabbed out from the mirror, Lumian was already prepared to act to save Franca. He hadn't expected the demoness of Black to be so direct and decisive in trying to petrify Franca without saying a word, but this didn't hinder him from following his combat instincts and quickly responding. The demoness of Black in the full-length mirror still had that pitiable appearance, but her eyes reflecting Lumian's figure suddenly became covered with a layer of grayish-white cold color. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 895, A Brief Battle. The demoness of Black slightly raised her chin and let out a piercing shriek. Invisible sound waves instantly caused the mirror to take on a grayish-white, dim color. Along with this, Clarice's hair broke free from its constraints, knocking off her hat and floating upwards. Each strand became thick, as if carved from stone. This grayish-white spread out from the full-length mirror, causing the intense white-blue fire snake that had rushed to the mirror's front to freeze in place, turning into a statue. It failed to explode the mirror as Lumian had expected, destroying the demoness of Black's medium for interfering with the interior of the bottle of fiction. The grayish-white created by Clarice continued to spread, like surging tides, quickly engulfing the nearby armchair, sofa set, and cabinets, causing them to lose their luster, take on a grayish-white color, and appear much harder. This grayish-white tide rapidly covered the entire room, enveloping both Lumian and Franca. Under the constraints of the bottle of fiction, facing such a wide-range attack, mirror substitution seemed to have lost its effect, because after using a substitute, one would still appear in a petrifying area. The next second, Lumian and Franca, covered in thick dust-like particles, regressed into grayish-white stone mirrors, but their figures did not appear anywhere within the bottle of fiction. The bottle of fiction itself seemed to have undergone petrification, turning into a grayish-white, completely sealed cage. Seeing this scene, the demoness of Black in the full-length mirror murmured to herself, "Did they escape?" The current situation indicated that Lumian, relying on the abilities of a demoness of despair, and Franca, using the power of the ice amulet, had managed to hide in a mirror just before being petrified, then traversed and escaped. The current problem was that, given the demoness of Black's control over the mirror world, she could easily intercept the two in some illusory, dark tunnel, but she hadn't sensed any movement. At this moment, the demoness of Black, Clarice, received a warning from her spirituality and suddenly turned around, casting her gaze towards the dense, illusory spider web behind her. In one of those dim, unreal tunnels, Lumian, wearing a black cloak and very tall, held up an exaggeratedly shaped iron-black straight sword with one hand, descending from above to slash at the demoness of Black. Escape? Someone holding the sword of courage wouldn't consider this option. If they were to escape, it would be using the retreat as a feint for advancing by setting a trap. The intense white-blue flames on the Sword of Courage instantly surged into intense black, like boiling pitch, carrying the violence and madness to destroy all things, spirit and flesh. Simultaneously, Lumian's naturally hanging left palm imperceptibly pressed towards the demoness of black from a distance. On his wrist, which was like a work of art, he wore a silver white and black bracelet that looked cheap. His crystal clear, light blue eyes took on a silver-black hue. Boom. The black flames, suppressing intensity and madness, exploded in midair. Fierce shockwaves carrying countless black fires surged towards the demoness of Black Clarice. This ageless demoness didn't use petrification to respond. Her body rapidly thinned and shrank, flashing a faint light. She became a mirror. Crack. That mirror shattered in the explosion, its spirituality completely exhausted in the black flames. The fire of destruction mixed in a terrifying explosion further engulfed the entire area behind the mirror, extinguishing all signs of life. But when the fire of destruction extinguished and the explosion's aftermath ended, the figure of the demoness of black outlined in one corner of the void black area behind a mirror. She seemed able to control the timing of her return to reality after using mirror substitution, avoiding appearing in the fire while the fire of destruction was still burning. Suddenly, behind the demoness of black, a mirror hidden in the darkness appeared. It directly reflected Clarice's figure, and in the mirror was also Lumian, his clean face tinged with a dark hue from the remaining firelight. Mirror projection. As soon as this Lumian appeared, he immediately transformed into quiet, evil black flames, enveloping the demoness of black's figure in the mirror. Only at this moment did the demoness of black seem to sense the danger, actively using mirror substitution. But she was still a beat too slow. Her appearance in this corner, in front of this mirror with Lumian's mirror projection, wasn't coincidental, but a carefully designed outcome. Lumian's earlier apparent frontal attack with the Sword of Courage was actually focused on his left palm that wasn't holding the sword. He wore the Circle of Binding to elevate his ability to compelling fate to sequence 4 level. And he had just consumed nearly a third of his spirituality to make the fate of where the demoness of black would appear after using mirror substitution predetermined, making the corresponding tributary become part of the mainstream. Thus, the demoness of black actively walked into the trap, standing in front of the mirror with Lumian's mirror projection. At the same time, to prevent the demoness of black from detecting the danger in time, Lumian had, on one hand, applied anti-divination treatment to that mirror before launching the attack, and on the other hand, deliberately let the fire of destruction cover the entire area behind the mirror, making every corner look like there was no ambush. Even if there was, it would obviously be destroyed by the fire of destruction. But in reality, relying on his precision ability, he had covertly made some fire of destruction bypass the pre-placed mirror. Under these various schemes, the demoness of black failed to use mirror substitution before Lumian's mirror projection launched the demoness curse. The demoness of black's deep gray eyes, seemingly hiding rain and mist, suddenly widened, and quiet, evil black flames burst forth from within her body. These black flames burned fiercely, quickly igniting the soul of the demoness of Black Clarice, accompanied by a silent explosion. Curse plus call. Crack, crack, the figure of the demoness of black kept flashing, turning into mirror after mirror. Those mirrors successively lost their luster, becoming dim, but unable to extinguish the black flames burning the demoness of black from the inside out. After a few seconds, the demoness of Black Clarice, too weak to use mirror substitution, saw Lumian's figure walk up to her. This beautiful girl wearing a black cloak, making her face appear even fairer, raised a huge straight sword burning with intense white-blue flames. That iron-black giant sword came down with a thunderous sound, chopping at the demoness of black's neck. Boom. This pitiable lady was torn to pieces, scattering around in the form of corpse pieces carrying black flames. Franca's figure returned from another void dark tunnel, looking at the large number of corpse pieces on the ground, and said with a stunned expression, "Is it resolved just like that?" This was the demoness of black, a demoness titled by color. Previously, Franca had only hoped that Lumian could briefly suppress the demoness of black, not giving Clarice a chance to interfere with her action of escaping through the mirror world. If she successfully escaped, it would be much easier for Lumian, as a sequence for demigod, to disengage from the battle afterwards. Of course, Franca would inevitably hope to find an opportunity to use the certain death effect of the inevitable gun to accomplish the feat of slaying a demigod. If that failed, she could still use Sure Hit plus Impregnating Bullet to give Lumian a chance to destroy the enemy. Lumian didn't put away the Sword of Courage, staring at the still burning corpse pieces, and said carefully, "She showed sequence 3 level in some abilities, but overall seemed stiff and inexperienced. Not only did she not seem like an experienced demoness of unaging, but she also seemed a bit weaker than a normal demoness of despair. She didn't even notice when I was placing mirrors while invisible. Before Lumian finished speaking, as the demoness' black flames finished burning, those corpse pieces began to fade, gradually dissolving, as if returning to formlessness. Not the normal demoness of black. Franca quickly made a judgment. This also means we have no spoils, Lumian laughed, saying to Franca, who had already used up the last mirror traversal ability of the ice amulet. Let's return to the real world first, and I'll come back later to check what's left in the inn. Franca understood that Lumian was worried that the abnormal state of the demoness of black might lead to a corpse transformation or bring other accidents. If only he came to check, it would be much safer. Without being reckless, Franca pressed her hand behind the mirror, leaving this area and returning with Lumian to the living room of apartment 702. Everything here had turned to stone, and with the removal of the bottle of fiction, grayish-white powder fell like rain. Franca covered her mouth and nose, muttering, "This is severe pollution." She reached into the traveler's bag, intending to take out the remaining vol d'or and leave it here as compensation for the damaged furniture. At this moment, Lumian suddenly had a premonition. His figure disappeared in an instant, melting into the shadows, hiding in the bedroom where Jenna had originally lived. The next second, Franca also sensed something with her spirituality, casting her gaze towards the glass window that had been protected by the bottle of fiction and had not yet petrified. The left part of the double-opening glass window suddenly darkened, quickly outlining a figure as if reflecting an image on water. That figure wore a black, elegant court dress, with black hair coiled up, wearing a hat with a dark veil hanging down. Her face was indescribably beautiful, her deep gray eyes bright but revealing undisguisable sorrow, her red lips slightly curved, her chin beautifully arched. Not only men but also women who saw her would instinctively feel pity. Demoness of Black. Demoness of Black Clarice. At this moment, Franca was a bit stunned. Did the Demoness of Black get reanimated? No, even if it was a reanimation, it should have appeared on the full-length mirror in the living room. If it isn't reanimation, who is this now? And who was that earlier? As Franca's mind instantly tensed, the Demoness of Black in the glass window gently nodded and asked in a soft voice, "What exactly happened a few days ago that made you only return now?" This attitude, it's very amiable. Franca, who had initially thought of drawing her gun and attacking, suddenly felt confused. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 896, Charm. Seeing that the Demoness of Black had no immediate intention to attack her and didn't seem to be secretly releasing plague, Franca steadied herself and began reciting her pre-rehearsed words. That day, Lumian suddenly said that the Rose School of Thought had brought a very important item to try her, which could potentially cause chaos and affect us, so we needed to quickly move to another safe house. This time, Franca pushed all the problems and abnormalities onto Lumian, saying she didn't know why this lover she met through the Iron and Blood Cross Order was hiding so many secrets. Despite not being very powerful, he seemed to have a very high status, to the extent that after a dazzling light suddenly burst in the sky over Trier, it attracted the attack of 2 bestowed demigods. Franca truthfully recounted her role in the subsequent battle, only omitting Jenna's abilities and Anthony's revolver. Finally, she said, at the most critical moment, Lumian came back. He had actually become a Demoness of Despair and quickly killed Higdon, then dealt with Voisin Sanson. And then the Demoness of Black in the glass window asked. She left, Franca answered simply, without further explanation. She originally felt that although her description was reasonably fabricated, as someone who wasn't a descendant of the Demoness family, with an origin that only seemed clear, having long shared a bed with someone carrying many secrets and special qualities, experiencing many things together, was inherently suspicious. Who could guarantee she hadn't developed some issues because of this? After the brief battle earlier, she had completely lost confidence in her ability to deceive the Demoness of Black and was merely giving her a reason to pretend. Lumian Lee indeed has quite a few issues. Once exposed, he certainly wouldn't dare stay here anymore, the Demoness of Black said in a very calm tone. Then she chuckled softly. The only pity is that you've lost the most valiant lover below demigod level. The few times I came to look, you were always enjoying yourself immensely. It was enviable. Franca was stunned for a moment, instinctively cursing in her heart. Damn it. When did she see that? Wasn't there a bottle of fiction? Thinking about the Demoness of Black seeing her in that state, her face nearly turned green. She carefully recalled and realized this couldn't really be blamed on Lumian. It was all her own doing. After the first 2 or 3 times, she had gotten used to it and found an entertaining point, which was to tease and charm Lumian until he became urgent, to the point where even the ascetic couldn't remind him to create the bottle of fiction. What is this called? It's called bringing a calamity upon oneself. I hope the Demoness of Black hadn't seen what I did later to digest the affliction potion. I hope. Mr. Fool, please protect your devout believer from social death. Franca laughed dryly. Indeed, he was much more impressive than I had anticipated, but I don't want to mention him anymore. Know her. This bastard not only kept so many secrets from me, but also seduced my other lover Jenna, cuckolding me. I've even digested half of the affliction potion because of this. She was laying the groundwork for her rapid digestion of the affliction potion. Of course, as said before, giving the Demoness of Black a reason to keep pretending. There was such a thing. The Demoness of Black's face, white to the point of slight transparency, revealed a slight smile, as if she had long guessed that a sequence 5 beyonder of the manly pathway like Lumian Lee, frequently in contact with Franca's female lover, would inevitably have a day when he couldn't resist. Yes. Franca dug up her true feelings from that time and gritted her teeth. You didn't cut off his thing, or force-feed him a potion from the Demoness pathway. The Demoness of Black relaxed her expression, rarely making a joke. Well, his sequence is too high. You couldn't make him advance to become a Demoness of Despair. Among my lovers, if any male lover is destined to become a Demoness, I don't mind him sleeping with my female lovers, since he'll lose it sooner or later and become a female lover. If I hadn't originally planned for him to walk the Demoness pathway, I would have let him know what pain really is. You real demonesses sure play a perverted game. Franca inwardly criticized before saying, I initially had thoughts of revenge, but later gave up. As an adult, I don't make choices, I take everything. At this point, Franca deliberately hesitated. Moreover, I sensed some issues at the time. He seemed to have a false high status, and torturing him would make my affliction potion digest rapidly, but before I could probe the real reason, everything exploded. The Demoness of Black nodded slightly, looking at Franca with an appreciative gaze for 2 seconds. No one of you play that kind of game. It's very interesting, very suitable for a Demoness. Franca's toes were already constantly scratching the ground inside her boots. However, your endurance isn't too good, the Demoness of Black said in an instructive tone. Franca smiled sheepishly and said, I only made him endure, not myself. Endurance is also a form of pain. This would allow you to digest the potion from another aspect, the Demoness of Black said seriously, suppressing the smile on her face. That's true. Franca blinked her eyes. Why didn't I think of that at the time? Otherwise, I would have completely digested the affliction potion by now. I was too focused on having fun. But Beyonders can't think about acting every moment, right? One needs to learn to relax, to learn to use pure entertainment to relieve mental pressure and accumulated tendencies towards losing control. Franca really didn't want to continue this embarrassing topic, so she took the initiative to say, but I'll be able to completely digest the affliction potion in at most 2 or 3 weeks. She had recently been recalling previously learned knowledge, purchasing general-purpose textbooks, and trying to create exam papers for Ludwig. She believed that just once would be enough to achieve her goal. This would only take a few days. The Demoness of Black didn't mention anything about subsequent advancement, which Franca didn't find strange. Her current self was highly suspicious, and if the Demoness of Black were to promise to provide the formula and ingredients for the Demoness of Despair, it would mean that the subsequent arrangements would inevitably involve very dangerous traps. What a situation this is. I know I'm lying, the Demoness of Black knows I'm lying, and I also know that the Demoness of Black knows I'm lying. Franca sighed inwardly, and according to the Demoness of Black's questions, she detailed Lumian's appearance and abilities after he became a Demoness of Despair. The Demoness of Black listened quietly, then suddenly walked out of the glass window into the grayish-white dominated living room. Seeing this, alarm bells immediately rang in Franca's heart. The current situation was clearly the result of petrification, an ability unique to high-ranking members of the Demoness pathway, yet the Demoness of Black hadn't asked a single question about what had happened. The Demoness of Black looked at Franca, her lips gently blossoming into a smile that seemed to cast a glow over the stone room. Franca found herself uncontrollably drawn in, completely unable to look away. The Demoness of Black extended her right hand and said in a gentle voice, You only have one lover left now, but you can become my lover. Franca suddenly felt that the Demoness of Black was filled with a sacred aura, making her want to protect and also ravish her. Then a watery gleam appeared in the Demoness of Black's eyes, taking on a soft and sorrowful quality that made Franca want to merge with her out of pity. The Demoness of Black walked step by step towards Franca, her right hand still extended, like a queen waiting for her knight to kiss it. Franca was suddenly overwhelmed by a strong desire to conquer. In this way, the Demoness of Black continuously changed her aura, as if searching for the one that would most captivate Franca. Franca's breathing had already become belabored, and she instinctively blurted out, "No need." This sentence was like a spell, instantly dispelling the current romantic atmosphere. The Demoness of Black returned to her original appearance, stopping just 2 steps away from Franca. "Give me a reason," the Demoness of Black asked very calmly, showing no signs of disappointment or anger. Franca's cheeks had become flushed at some point, her body trembling slightly, as if that refusal had used up all her strength. Her mind raced, quickly finding a very good reason. "Madam, you said that endurance is also a form of pain. I want to take the opportunity of losing a lover to practice abstinence for a while, to accelerate the complete digestion of the affliction potion." A faint smile reappeared on the Demoness of Black's face. "Your willpower is stronger than I expected. Although I wasn't using my full charm on you just now, the fact that you could still refuse my proposal without me deliberately suppressing the charm shows that your willpower is among the best among Sequence 5 Beyonders." "Is that so? What was I thinking of that made me refuse such a great temptation?" Franca recalled, her expression changing slightly. At that moment, she had thought of Jenna, and also of Lumian. This both surprised and didn't surprise her. The lack of surprise referred to thinking of Jenna at the critical moment of being charmed, while the surprise was that she had also thought of Lumian. The Demoness of Black looked around and said, "I'll wait for you to completely digest the affliction potion. During this time, I have a task for you. Make contact with the core members of the Emperor Party. You should have heard the voice saying your Emperor has returned that day. Those fantasists who worship Roselle and want to restore the Empire seem to have new ideas because of this. Perhaps we can use them to do something. The specific situation will be told to you by Nikiye. She was originally a spy employed by the government, specifically monitoring the Emperor Party. She has just become a witch not long ago. This is her contact information. If you want to obtain the formula and ingredients for the Demoness of Despair from me, you need to make good contributions to the sect." Franca took the paper handed over by the Demoness of Black and sincerely responded, "Yes, Madame Clarice." The Demoness of Black didn't say anything more. Layers of dark spaces appeared in her eyes. Her figure then disappeared from the room. She hadn't mentioned a single word about the complete grayish-white state of the scene. Not long after, Lumian walked out of Jenna's bedroom, grabbed Franca's arm, and entered the full-length mirror in the living room. The corpse pieces of the Demoness of Black in the area behind the mirror had completely disappeared. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 897, The Demoness of Black's Peculiarity. Lumian didn't rely entirely on his spirituality, but carefully searched the area behind the mirror, finding nothing. Could this have been the Demoness of Black's mirror person? Franca asked doubtfully. The Demoness of Black's mirror person shouldn't be this weak. Lumian shook his head. The two tried using magic mirror divination, but received no effective revelation. Should we try asking the one with the most accurate divination results? Franca suggested, barely concealing her fear and aversion. After pondering for a moment, Lumian said, "Let's wait until we've consulted Madame Magician and the others before considering that option. Perhaps Madame Magician could learn from the spirit world what exactly the dead Demoness of Black was." Franca sighed in relief, turning her gaze to the mirror exit, saying with lingering fear, "Just now, the Demoness of Black, completely ignoring the petrified state of the room, nearly scared me to death. Such a glaring anomaly was right in front of her eyes, yet she acted as if she were blind. She could have at least pretended to notice. Even though I knew the reason I gave wouldn't convince you, I still acted professionally until the end, didn't I?" Lumian pondered for a moment before saying, "Perhaps she really didn't notice. You're even better at telling horror stories than I am." Franca shuddered. It's possible that the death of this Demoness of Black will lead to a partial loss of sensory or spiritual perception in the real Demoness of Black, making her unable to perceive corresponding signs for a short time, Lumian speculated thoughtfully. Franca nodded pensively. "So you're saying the Demoness of Black you killed was a part of the real Demoness of Black, split off for unknown reasons? If we could master all the mystical knowledge related to the Demoness of Unaging, we should be able to find the answer to this question," Lumian affirmed. "Not necessarily," Franca refuted, her thoughts jumping as usual. "Maybe this isn't a characteristic of the Demoness of Unaging, but rather a peculiarity of the Demoness of Black herself. Didn't you say her position and role in the Demoness sect don't quite match her sequence?" "That's a possibility," Lumian agreed with Franca's statement. "Whether it's you or me and Jenna, If we want to go further on the demonist pathway in the future, these secrets are something we must understand and master. This is also why we can't bypass the demonist sect and must interact with them. But I want to switch to Hunter in the future. Well, sequence 4 has to be demonist of despair, and maybe by sequence 3 I can leave the demonist sect. But the demonist of unaging sounds very appealing, eternally youthful, hard to kill, skilled at resurrection, basically both tenacious and long-lived, without aging. Switch pathways at sequence 2. But becoming an angel is certainly very difficult. I only know of Madam Magician among the angels in the major arcana. Franca hesitated and struggled internally. She glanced at Lumian, suddenly grinning and saying, "I resisted the demonist of Black's charm just now." Her eyebrows and eyes seemed to be saying, "Praise me quickly." Lumian glanced at her. "I remember when I first met you. You were mature, dashing, charming, and had determination. You were a reliable older sister. But now—" "No, a reliable older brother," Franca instinctively retorted. "Everyone has different facets. Can you act the same way with strangers as you do with brothers you can entrust your life to? Can you handle daily trivial matters in the same style as sudden crises? That would be exhausting." She became smug again. That was a sequence 3 demonist of unaging. Although she didn't directly use charm, just based on her beauty, the innate allure of a high-sequence demoness, and her constantly changing aura, not many men could refuse her. But I did it. Lumian walked towards the dark exit leading back to the living room, casually saying, "Being able to refuse is a good thing." Although becoming a demoness of Black's lover would indeed allow you to enjoy the body of a high-sequence demoness and the pleasure she brings, and gradually gain her true trust, it would also make you gradually become addicted, ultimately unable to extricate yourself, becoming twisted and corrupted, abandoning everything you originally valued. "Right," Franca responded instinctively, then grabbed her ponytail and said, "That's not the point. Do you know why I was able to refuse the demoness of Black's proposal?" "You thought of Jenna at that moment?" Lumian pondered briefly. Franca nodded with satisfaction, speaking in a tone that suggested her bro understood her best. "That's right." Lumian didn't ask for details and continued forward, preparing to return to the real world. At this moment, Franca, both struck by inspiration and suddenly impulsive, added, "I also thought of you." As soon as the words left her mouth, the demoness of affliction froze, as if struck by lightning. Damn it, why did I say that out loud? Franca instantly wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. At the same time, she quickly examined her previous state to determine if she had been manipulated or if it was truly a moment of impulse. Seeing Lumian stop in his tracks, his expression becoming somewhat complicated, Franca finally confirmed that it was her spirituality's inspiration that made her impulsive, making her try this. Just as Jenna had said before, Lumian needed to clearly know that he as a person was still valued, liked, and needed. Since I've already said it, I might as well continue. Franca looked at the dazed Lumian, deliberately using a stubborn tone. "I don't know why I thought of you at that moment either. I thought we only had a purely physical relationship. Maybe it's because you were watching from the guest room." This made Lumian instinctively scoff, as if wanting to refute. He didn't say similar words, instead asking in a slightly lower voice, "What did you think about me?" "Damn it, you're really asking." Bro, who could say those things out loud? While Franca was inwardly cursing, she smiled and looked Lumian up and down. "I don't know why, but I feel like you become even more beautiful after coming into contact with the sealed artifact formed by Omabella's remains. You can even rival the Sequence 3 demoness of Black now. Well, at least in one of her auras. Normally, beauty and prettiness couldn't be quantified and compared, but in the demoness pathway, they could. Higher sequences would have more feminine charm than lower sequences, and were generally more beautiful, unless the lower sequence demoness was originally very attractive or improved her appearance through other means, such as using the lie earring or coming into contact with extreme corruption of beauty. Lumian satisfied both conditions. Without waiting for Lumian to respond, Franca deliberately sighed. "At that time, I should have recalled you, whose charm could rival the demoness of Black, but strangely, I remembered the initial you who always liked to act tough like a little brother. Maybe I didn't want to perform an improper act in front of a bro." After a few seconds, Lumian glanced at Franca. "Perhaps Jenna and I have also become your anchors." "Hey, don't say it so seriously and textbook-like." Franca grumbled, then asked, "The demoness of Black asked me to contact the core members of the Emperor Party. Could there be any hidden risks? I thought she would make me deal with the special mirror world related. She doesn't seem to have withdrawn those tasks from earlier investigations of the mirror people. The Emperor Party's new scheme might be related to the special mirror world," Lumian said in a flat tone. "Ah." Franca looked puzzled. How are these connected? Lumian explained simply. Have you forgotten who the leader of the Mirror people is? The Mirror Emperor Roselle, the Emperor Party? I understand now. Franca suddenly realized. She immediately looked Lumian up and down. Why do I feel like you've become smarter? This is the result of blending the Demoness and Hunter pathways, Lumian said with a slight smirk. Before, I used the Conspirer's ability to gather clues, study details, and deduce conclusions. Now I first get some inspiration, come up with a few ideas, and then rely on Conspirer to analyze possibilities. This saves a lot of time. Just now, when the Demoness of Black mentioned the Emperor Party believing in Emperor Roselle and wanting to restore the Empire, I naturally associated it with the Mirror Roselle and then connected the two. You're making me want to switch pathways. Franca muttered as she followed Lumian back to the still grayish-white apartment 702. She took out 300 Vril d'Or from the traveler's bag, placed them under a small stone. This was compensation for the landlord. After doing this, Franca looked back at the full-length mirror with a slight grayish tint and said in a disappointed tone, "The mirror traversal ability of the ice amulet has been used up, and the Demoness of Black didn't give me another one. You'll have a new one soon, although it can only be used about 5 or 6 times, Lumian said seemingly casually. What? Franca looked at her companion in confusion. Where is the new charm coming from? Lumian pointed at himself. From me. Had you forgotten that I'm a Demoness of Despair and can make similar charms by praying to myself? Oh, right, Franca was a bit captivated by Lumian's tone and expression just now. Who could resist such a beautiful girl saying such things and making such gestures? As Lumian opened the door to leave, Franca suddenly realized. This guy's mood seems to have improved a bit. He can even occasionally answer my questions in a relatively light tone. Franca quickly caught up, her steps feeling light and airy. At night, an underground trier, in a cavern of a certain quarry. Lumian and Ludwig watched as Anthony successfully summoned a human-headed bird demon in the name of Mr. Fool, but failed to gain its acknowledgement and successfully sign a contract. The human-headed bird demon, a creature from the spirit world, was part of the advancement ritual for Sequence 5 Dreamwalker of the Spectator Pathway. If you had summoned it through normal means, I could force it to sign a contract with you, Lumian casually remarked as he saw Anthony dissolve the wall of spirituality and walk out. But now it was summoned in the name of Mr. Fool, and both parties of the ritual were communicating in a peaceful state. Anthony agreed with a nod. But it won't respond to normal summoning methods. I plan to pray to Mr. Fool again next month, hoping to receive the protection of his angel. This is another method provided by Madam Justice, but such prayers should preferably be made after some time has passed. Next month, huh? In a few more days, we should be entering Mr. Fool's dream. Having a dreamwalker would be much better. Lumian's eyes shifted slightly as he turned his head to look at Ludwig beside him and asked, Are there any ingredients that can help Anthony stay lucid in the dream, even if it's just for a short time? Chapter 898, Selecting Ingredients. Ludwig, dressed in children's formal wear, looked at the freshly cleaned altar and licked his lips somewhat regretfully, saying, If we had caught that bird with a human head just now and stewed it together with a fat duck, we could have gained the ability to control our fear emotions in dreams, possibly gaining lucidity through fear. Additionally, the 7 or 8-year-old boy began counting on his fingers, one by one. The gray beast from planet Darbilla, cooked by roasting, can prevent one from getting lost in most dreams for 7 days. The black dream tapir, a spirit world creature that feeds on joy, happiness, excitement, desire, and other emotions in human dreams. Using its residual dust to make a cocktail can prevent the drinker from being deceived by the beauty of dreams, sinking into them, and refusing to wake up. At the same time, each time you drink that wine, you can clearly distinguish between reality and dreams for the next 10 days. The King of Nightmares, an angel-level creature that rules Planet Force Snake in the Y-Star system. Eating its gallbladder directly can permanently gain the trait of dream lucidity. As Ludwig spoke, he grew hungrier and couldn't help but ask his now-female godfather for a few sandwich cookies to fill his stomach. After he finished listing the ingredients he could currently remember, Anthony pondered and said, Perhaps I've encountered a black dream tapir before. Seeing Lumian look at him, Anthony carefully said, I met a patient at the psychiatric clinic a while ago. He had been having nightmares for 3 consecutive weeks, was mentally drained, emotionally numb, and very pessimistic. I tried regular psychological treatment on him, and also attempted to solve the problem using beyonder abilities like hypnosis, but these only prevented him from having nightmares for 2 or 3 days before reverting back to his original state. I couldn't figure out why it failed before, but now I suspect he might have been targeted by a black dream tapir. Psychiatric clinic? Lumian nodded while casually asking. Anthony briefly explained. To join the psychology alchemists, one needs to fully integrate into the circle of psychiatrists. I'm now officially a practicing physician at a psychiatric clinic. Lumian made an affirmative sound and thoughtfully said, the higher the sequence of new members, the less likely they are to be trusted by those secret organizations. Sequences 9 to 7 are still okay, within the realm of wild beyonders that ordinary people have a chance to reach. Sequence 6 is barely acceptable, but Sequence 5 involves rituals. Very few purely wild beyonders can reach this level. Aren't you worried that becoming a dreamwalker now will affect your subsequent joining of the psychology alchemists? Anthony smiled peacefully. I bought the Dreamwalker potion formula and corresponding ingredients in batches from a member of the psychology alchemists. Madam Justice mainly provided financial rewards. I see. Lumian turned to ask Ludwig, what level of power does a black dream taper have approximately? The strong ones have weak godhood, while the weak ones are equivalent to Sequence 7, Ludwig said with an expectant look. Going to the spirit world to find harpies or black dream tapers is not something we can accomplish, unless we ask Madam Magician or the Angel of the Holy Spirit who manages the spirit world on behalf of Mr. Fool for help, Lumian said to Anthony. Do you have a way for me to enter that patient's dream? I want to confirm if it's a black dream taper and if there's a chance to capture it. I bought 2 dream entry charms from the psychology alchemists, and Madam Justice also gave me one, Anthony answered truthfully. Lumian smiled, pulling up his cloak to cover his face. Then let's visit that patient tonight. Anthony suppressed the disappointment of having that extremely beautiful face hidden, nodded, and followed behind Lumian, who was holding Ludwig's hand, as they headed towards the surface. After walking several dozen meters, Ludwig turned his head to look at Lumian and said, Mother. He simply felt that since his godfather had become female, the address should be changed. Mother. Lumian's heart skipped a beat, and his voice became stern. It's better you keep calling me Godfather. Yes, Godfather, Ludwig readily agreed. I've been having some bad premonitions lately. Bad premonitions? Lumian asked as if pondering. About yourself or all of us? Ludwig answered quite honestly. About myself. Lumian nodded slightly and chuckled. I think I know what it is. It's not a big problem. Just endure it, and it will pass. When the time comes, you'll have the opportunity to accumulate contributions to exchange for different parts of a demigod-blessed corpse. Ludwig's eyes immediately lit up, forgetting that his premonition was leaning towards bad. All right, Godfather. In Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra, on Rue du Chapeau Noir, inside an apartment with drawn curtains, Nikia, nearly 1.7 meters tall, stood in front of a full-length mirror, gazing at her reflection. My face is fair and clean, my brown hair naturally wavy and hanging loose, my brown eyes deep yet clear, my lips red and moist, slightly parted to reveal 2 rows of white teeth. My figure is curvy, neither too tall nor too short, just right. What an enchanting young lady. Nikia gazed at herself in fascination, her right hand falling to her rosy lips, then slowly moving down towards her prominent chest. She hadn't expected that the beyond her power promised by that demoness would be obtained in this way. When she was immersed in and proud of the various abilities brought by the assassin potion, committing numerous crimes, her fate was already sealed. She was forced to drink the witch potion, becoming a woman, which strongly conflicted with and opposed her male identity of over 20 years. Now she seemed to be split into 2 people, one angry in pain, wanting to take revenge on those demonesses in this world, the other conquered by her charming beauty, flawless figure, and a happiness different from before, falling in love with her current self, even wanting to drink higher sequence potions to make herself more perfect and charming. Suddenly, following her spiritual intuition, Nikia lowered her hand from her chest and abruptly turned around, looking towards an armchair near the window. There was someone there who hadn't been there before. The person had their arms resting on both armrests, body comfortably leaning against the chair back. A faintly visible ponytail of flaxen-colored long hair, brown eyebrows flying into the temples bringing both heroic beauty and seeming to pierce into the hearts of all onlookers, while those seemingly clear and tranquil lake-colored eyes held depths, as if hiding many emotions and thoughts, making one want to use all their passion to explore. These features, along with a high and delicate nose, moist and rosy lips, smooth and slender neck, and the figure that made the lace flower shirt bulge, suddenly gave Nikia an urge to submit and kiss the back of the other's hand. So beautiful. As beautiful as the few demonesses I've seen before, but with a different aura, a more attractive aura and facial details. Nikia greedily looked at the beauty before her, surprisingly not questioning who the other was, nor making any defensive or attacking moves. Is this what a newly advanced witch is like? Franca, sitting in the armchair, silently shook her head. She had already sneaked into this room since Nikie started admiring her mirror image, but Nikie was so indulged in her own beauty that she completely failed to notice, even wanting to perform an intense act. Back then, when Franca drank the witch potion, she was also stunned by her own beauty, feeling it was the anima one in her heart, the woman she had always dreamed of. Fortunately, her personality was very cheerful, and being a transmigrator who had already switched bodies once, she didn't reject her current female body or consider it as another person. So, she was only a bit narcissistic, not to the extent of truly falling in love with her female self. After getting busy with the Tarot Club's tasks and meeting Jenna and Lumian, Franca's issues in this aspect became increasingly faint. However, being so beautiful, how could she not admire herself? Although she was sitting and Nikie was standing, Franca smiled with a condescending attitude. I don't know if the Demoness of Black has told you, but for a long time to come, you will be my subordinate. Madame Clarice mentioned it. You must be Madame Franca. Nicea's gaze was still roaming over Franca's body, with an urge to tear off the other's clothes and beg for pleasure, but she looked at her own chest and felt a wave of sadness. She no longer had that ability now. Your vigilance is not high enough. If I were an enemy, you would have died several times already, Franca said, her red lips parting slightly. Mirror substitution is very important, but you can't rely on it completely. Nikie was first startled, then broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, Madame Franca. Franca showed a slight smile, making Nicea's eyes light up. Give me the information on the core members of the Emperor Party. Nikie nodded instinctively. Understood. She quickly walked towards the safe in the room. In the administrative district, on Rue Lviv, wearing cotton pajamas and sleep pants, Kuel held a glass of red wine, sitting on the edge of the bed, reluctant to lie down and sleep for a long time. He knew it would be the beginning of another long torment and endless pain. Finally, he couldn't resist fatigue and sleepiness. After drinking that glass of red wine, he fell into a deep sleep. In a hazy dream, Kuel was running, terrified to the point of near collapse, with a huge monster chasing him from behind. Ahead was a cliff, and he didn't have time to stop, falling directly off it. If it were a normal dream, Kuel would definitely wake up at this moment due to the free fall or directly switch scenes, but he didn't now. He crashed to the ground with a bang, seeing his body shattered into pieces everywhere in indescribable pain. He let out a shrill scream. At this moment, a bear-like shadow walked out of the darkness and began to lick the brain matter that had splattered out of Kuel, causing him to freeze, feeling even more pain and fear. Suddenly, he saw the crimson moon rise in the sky, and a slender figure carrying a huge iron-black straight sword descended from the heavens. The figure's hood was flipped up, black long hair illuminated by the crimson moon as if in a dream, seeming to pierce directly into the moon. Chapter 899, Hunting in Dreams. When Lumian saw the bear-like shadow, he immediately confirmed it was a black dream taper based on his spiritual intuition. He instantly drew the sword of courage, and under the illumination of the crimson moon in the dream, jumped down from the cliff top. The hood attached to his cloak flipped up, revealing black long hair, delicate features, and light blue yet deep eyes. Boom. Intense white-blue flames pinned the black bear-like shadow to the ground, blasting it into pieces. Those shadow fragments quickly scattered and recombined into the shape of a taper in the distance. This wasn't a real dream. Most damage couldn't be reflected on the physical body, so it couldn't cause direct death, at most causing mental damage and turning one into a vegetable. The bear-like black dream taper turned towards Lumian and let out a low growl. With this growl, the scenery around Lumian changed, transforming from the primitive forest at the bottom of the cliff to Cordu under blue skies and white clouds, near green grasslands. Lumian returned to Old Tavern, with a glass of absinthe floating with a dreamlike green color in front of him, surrounded by many Guillaumes and Pierres. They were telling crude jokes and slandering people from other villages. The familiar scent of alcohol pierced Lumian's nostrils. Outside the tavern window, Aurora's house was magically reflected, with a figure in a light blue dress and thick golden hair sitting on the roof, hugging her knees and gazing at the sky. One of the Black Dream Taper's abilities was to use the happy, joyful, and pleasant emotions it had absorbed to trap its target in the most nostalgic and beautiful scene, making it difficult to break free. Seeing the female figure holding the iron-black giant sword freeze, the Black Dream Taper ran over on all fours. It wanted to devour this entire scene and all the positive emotions the other person generated from it. At this moment, it felt something burning behind it and instinctively turned around. It saw another Lumian, with invisible flames of anger burning in his eyes and intense black flames covering his sword. The Lumian, indulging in memories of Cordu, quickly dissipated, leaving only a mirror. Lumian raised the sword of courage burning with the flames of destruction, cleaving the black dream taper in two from top to bottom. The more he longed for the beautiful life in Cordu, knowing it could never return, the more agitated and pained he felt, with anger surging. In a slight explosion, black flames suppressing madness and violence clung to the two halves of the black dream taper shadow, continuously burning them, making them noticeably fainter. The black dream taper's shadow rejoined dozens of meters away, but was much weaker than before. Lumian's flames of destruction seemed to have truly damaged the part of its consciousness that had penetrated this dream. Fear appeared in the eyes of this spirit world creature. It suddenly stood upright, its dark eyes tinged with blood red. It wanted to use the dream to transform into one of the target's most feared and terrifying forms, thereby intimidating the opponent and creating an opportunity for its consciousness to escape the dream and successfully return to the spirit world. In the blink of an eye, the black dream taper's body swelled to an abnormal size, emanating an extremely insane, cruel, bloody, and violent aura. It also created nearly invisible flames. In the next second, the black dream taper itself let out an extremely terrified and agonized scream. It was ignited by the invisible fire it had created, and its body was filled with the terrifying aura it had imitated, almost losing itself. Seeing this scene, even Lumian was stunned for a moment, then curved his lips into a smile and said softly, "It's not so easy to imitate an image that can make me fear and dread. You think you can imitate the Blood Emperor? Imitating a true god inevitably means suffering backlash." The black dream taper was already rolling in agony in the dream, unable to extinguish the invisible flames burning it. It struggled extremely hard to detach from the dream. Lumian didn't stop it, but instead activated the black mark on his right shoulder and followed it to the spirit world. The dream's owner, Kuel, in the form of dismembered corpse pieces, saw the girl who descended like the crimson moon falling twice slash the bear-like shadow monster and set it completely ablaze. His heart gradually became less fearful and afraid. He stared blankly at that elegant and clean profile, at those slightly pursed light red lips, at the bright and beautiful face so different from the giant sword she wielded, feeling as if he were dreaming. No, this really was a dream. Lumian chased to a certain place in the spirit world and saw the black dream taper's true form already burning itself. Its agonized wails made the strange creatures around choose to stay away. Lumian watched quietly and flicked a black flame bound with agitation and intensity towards it, letting it fall onto the black dream taper's body. In just a few seconds, the spirit world creature burned to ashes, turning into a tiny amount of dark black powder. Lumian reached out his palm and caught this powder. In the apartment Lumian had rented for Logano and Ludwig in Quartier de l'Observatoire, the little boy dressed in children's formal wear with a small bow tie poured nearly 100 milliliters of Landy-proof into a glass, then added the black dream taper's powder, lemon juice, ice cubes, a type of kilju, and other ingredients. In the end, that full glass of strong liquor had a golden base with green and black intertwining colors on top, looking quite beautiful. "Wow, that drink looks very tempting," Franca exclaimed with an expectant look. She sat very close to Lumian, while Jenna was on Lumian's other side. Ludwig suddenly picked up that glass of cocktail and hid it behind his back. He said very firmly, "There's only enough for 2 people to drink. You and Anthony drink it." Lumian made the decision directly. While Franca felt slightly disappointed, Ludwig beamed with joy. He took another glass and poured nearly half of the cocktail into it, handing it to Anthony. "This cocktail is called the Color of Dreams. It takes effect 1 minute after drinking." After Anthony took the Color of Dreams, Ludwig began gulping down the portion in his hand. Franca deliberately said, "Isn't it not so good for someone so young to drink hard liquor? He should be properly educated." She had already prepared her test papers, just waiting for Anthony to finish advancing to test Ludwig. As Ludwig inexplicably shuddered, Anthony adjusted his state and drank that glass of the Color of Dreams. It was both bitter and sweet, both strong and mild, both igniting the esophagus, mouth, and stomach, while bringing an intoxicating feeling. This was a dreamscape. While waiting for the Color of Dreams to take effect, Anthony began preparing the potion. Franca took the opportunity to say to Lumian and Jenna, "The leader of the Emperor Party is a man called Louis. He claims to have blood from the Gustav family and to be a descendant of Emperor Roselle. According to Nicaea's intelligence, some core members of the Emperor Party feel that on that day, after the Vortex incident, Louis Gustave became somewhat strange, more mysterious, and more majestic. He's secretly planning something, and only a very few of his confidants in the entire Emperor party know what it is. Nikki Ye has a strong desire to express herself and take revenge on society. She volunteered to make contact with one of Louis Gustave's confidants. I plan to ask 007 side to cooperate and create an opportunity for her. Louis was as common a name in Trier and Intis as Pierre, Guillaume, and others. Lumian nodded slightly, but before he could say anything, Anthony had finished preparing the potion and drank the dark liquid speckled with grayish-white light. The taste of Dreamwalker was very similar to the color of dreams, both complex and chaotic, containing many elements. Lumian and the others stopped talking, focusing intently on Anthony to guard against any accidents. They saw their teammate's face sometimes covered with grayish-white scales, sometimes becoming bloodless, as if his soul had left his body, while his eyes were empty and lifeless, having lost self-awareness. After a while, Anthony's eyes first became dark, then lit up with light. It succeeded, Anthony said, showing rare outward emotion. That feeling of looking down on the world, on everyone's dreams, is truly addictive. I almost didn't want to wake up. After this exclamation, he composed himself and briefly described the abilities brought by the Dreamwalker potion. I can directly see the appearance of the spirit world, see the sea of collective subconscious, and can guide the target step by step to reveal their inner secrets through changes in dreams. I can also gradually influence the target by modifying dreams, making them do things they wouldn't normally do. This is equivalent to a gentler, more hidden form of hypnosis that's less likely to be detected by higher-level targets, but it takes quite a long time to complete. Now I can directly enter dreams, hide in dreams, and jump from one dream to another, but the distance between two dreams can't exceed 500 meters. A form of teleportation whose use is limited by environment and distance, Lumian commented briefly. Anthony agreed with a nod. It's called dream traversal, and for me, the spirituality consumption is very small. Lumian smiled and stood up, saying, "Now every member of our team is at sequence 5 or above." A few days later, Anthony was working normally at Green Tree Clinic. Near noon, a nurse brought in a patient. It was Kuel, the young man aspiring to enter politics, currently serving as a staff member in the National Convention. "Dr. Reed, I've been much better recently. I haven't had nightmares for several days," Kuel said happily to Anthony. He still trusted Anthony quite a bit, after all. The psychiatrist had indeed improved his condition before. "This is your own victory. You've passed through that stage." Anthony congratulated him without showing any abnormality. Kuel touched his golden sideburns and hesitated before saying, "My condition improved 4 days ago. That night, I was having a nightmare again. But in the dream, a young girl descended under the illumination of a huge red moon and saved me. She was the most beautiful and charismatic girl I've ever seen, but my memory of that dream is becoming increasingly blurry. Mr. Reed, can you find a way for me to remember her permanently, to not forget her? Or let me draw her. Maybe there's a girl as beautiful as her in reality." Anthony looked at Kuel and said carefully, "I'm sorry, but I can't help you with this. Indulging in dreams will lead you to another extreme. As your psychiatrist, I can't push you towards an abyss. I must tell you, that's an illusion you can't reach." Kuel was silent for a while, then let out a sigh of extreme disappointment. "All right. Quartier de l'Observatoire, Rue de la Gauche." Alone in the apartment, Lumian stood by the window, pondering what he needed to do recently. The treasure vault of the Blue Avenger. But Mr. Hangman only agreed to let me explore once. Go to Banksy Harbor to find that potentially problematic place. Use the corpse wax candle. Just as Lumian thought of this, he instinctively half-turned his body and saw Madame Magician appear with starlight. This major arcana card holder said with a smile, "Your reward should be ready to collect today. I'll take you to a place." Chapter 900, History. Outside an abandoned ancient castle, Madame Magician waited with Lumian for a while, then following the guidance of spirituality, took a step and arrived at a place inside, stopping in front of a vermilion door. Knock, 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 knock. The major arcana card holder knocked 3 times in succession. After a few seconds, a relaxed voice came from inside. "Enter, please." With these words, the vermilion door slowly opened inward. Lumian immediately saw heavy curtains, with sunlight struggling to shine through the gaps, bringing golden light that revealed floating dust to parts of the room. On the other side, unaffected by sunlight, a black coffin was quietly placed instead of a common bed. Opposite the coffin, near the sunlight, the desk was piled with letters. At this moment, a man wearing loose pajamas was sitting in front of the desk, having just put down a fountain pen with a gold nib and black barrel, and folded a paper filled with words. The man stood up, walked towards the door, with his back to the sunlight. Lumian, having gained dark vision through the demoness pathway, clearly saw the man's appearance. About 40 years old, average build, bronze skin, clean-shaven, black hair and brown eyes, soft features, with an indescribable sense of world weariness in his eyes, and a small black mole below his right ear that was only visible upon close inspection. "Good afternoon, Mr. Azek." Madam Magician greeted the gentleman respectfully. Lumian also said similar words. They spoke in ancient Fasak. The middle-aged man called Azek suddenly seemed dazed for a moment, as if instantly receiving a large amount of information from the spirit world and his own subconscious. He nodded and said in a gentle voice, "Thank you for your help, allowing me to wake up early and my soul to be healed to some extent." It was mainly this young friend who made the contribution. Madam Magician pointed to Lumian beside her. She then introduced to Lumian, "This is Mr. Azek Eggers, the son of the Death from the Fourth Epoch and former consul of the Balam Empire." Son of Death, former Death consul of the Balam Empire. Lumian suddenly recalled part of the content from the Fool's Church canon. The Angel of Death has followed our Lord for the longest period of time and is the consul of the underworld. Could this be the Angel of Death beside Mr. Fool's divine throne? Lumian greeted him again. "A demoness." Azek glanced at Lumian and nodded slightly. "You have the aura of the source of the river Styx. The Angel of Death refers to the river connecting two worlds as the source of the river Styx?" Lumian was stunned for a moment and said, "That's the seal of the underworld Taoist." Underworld Taoist. Azek muttered softly, as if he had never heard of this existence. Madam Magician smiled and changed the subject. "Mr. Azek, we came to visit you today, mainly to inquire about some matters." Azek looked at the corridor outside. "Let's take a walk around a castle, talk as we go. This is an important memory from a period of my life." "All right." Madam Magician made way. Lumian and she followed behind Mr. Azek, who was presumably the Angel of Death, through the corridor, along the stairs, step by step upwards. Along the way, ancient wall lamps embedded in the walls lit up one after another, burning with a cold and pale white flame. Lumian saw oil paintings hanging on both sides of the corridor, some of Azek himself, but with more lively expressions, even smiling, and some of beautiful ladies with their hair tied up and children playing with wild deer. Azek's gaze slowly swept over these paintings, occasionally lingering. After quite a while, he asked Madam Magician and Lumian, "What do you want to ask?" Madam Magician, wearing a purplish magician's robe today, asked straightforwardly, "Mr. Azek, do you know why the primordial demoness sought cooperation with your father, the Death of the Fourth Epoch, after the War of the Four Emperors? Did you notice any problems with the primordial demoness?" Hearing this question, Lumian was stunned for a moment, then realized. Indeed, who better to ask than someone who personally experienced those events of the late Fourth Epoch? He is indeed an ancient angel who has lived for over 1,000 years. Madam Magician should be about the same, but my spiritual intuition tells me she's still quite young. Azek recalled for a few seconds and said, "There was a gap of over 100 years between the end of the War of the Four Emperors and the beginning of the Pale Disaster. The primordial demoness' arrival was probably in the middle of this period. We don't know exactly what she discussed with my father. I only know that she declared to us her intention to avenge the Blood Emperor, to make all 7 gods of the northern continent perish, and to bring the Blood Emperor's deity corpse back to the surface from underground Trier. Is this true love? Despite it being 2 against 7, she wanted to avenge the Blood Emperor. No, if the primordial demoness had achieved her goal then, it would have meant that the special mirror world would no longer be sealed, able to reveal all its problems. But the current demoness sect doesn't seem to have such ideas, and even intends to nail the coffin lid more firmly, not letting those mirror people achieve their goals. Also, was it really not the Emperor of the Underworld, that Death, who delivered the final blow to the Blood Emperor? The uniqueness of the Red Priest fell into the hands of Death, and there's also something like the Samaritan women's spring under Trier. Lumian was filled with strong doubts, but didn't interrupt Mr. Azek's narration. Azek said, "Without a doubt, the primordial demoness is the most charming woman in this world. Every living being who sees her will inevitably be fascinated by her, including me, my brothers and sisters, and even the undead in the underworld. Even our father was inevitably attracted to some degree. Even the undead are attracted to the primordial demoness. This is already a charm at the level of concepts and authorities." Madam Magician sighed and asked, "Was your father, the Death of the Fourth Epoch, bewitched by the primordial demoness when he finally decided to forcibly accommodate the uniqueness of the Red Priest?" Lumian had gained some understanding of the connection between death and the uniqueness of the Red Priest when reading the 0-01 sealing information, but this was the first time he clearly encountered the essence of matter. As thoughts raced through his mind, Azek shook his head slightly and said, "The primordial demoness instigation should be one of the reasons, but I don't think it was the main one. Otherwise, my father wouldn't have waited decades to do that." Madam Magician made a terse sound and repeated her previous question. "Did you notice anything unusual about the primordial demoness?" Azek passed by an oil painting, lightly running his finger over it. "Every time I encountered the primordial demoness, I would lose my senses. How could I possibly notice any problems with her? If there was anything unusual, it was that on a few occasions her charm was a bit weaker than normal. That should have been her deliberately restraining her charm. As a demoness, Lumian knew that a demoness naturally emanating charm and deliberately restraining charm would indeed present two different states, but after experiencing the false demoness of Black incident, he suspected there might be other possibilities. Madam Magician thought for a moment and changed the subject. "Mr. Azek, do you know about the body of the Phoenix ancestor in the depths of the underworld?" Azek turned his head to look at the two women. "My father thought it would be a waste to just destroy the body of an ancient god like that. He believed it could serve a more important purpose, such as helping my father better and more completely control the underworld, or enabling him as death to possess stronger power. Those in the death domain will never reject powerful corpses that can be controlled by themselves." Before Madam Magician could ask further, Mr. Azek added, "My father also mentioned that the body of the Phoenix ancestor, this ancient god, held some secrets." "Secrets?" Madam Magician asked curiously. Azek paced forward and said, "He never told me the specifics, only that the story of the ancient sun god killing the Phoenix ancestor at the end of the second epoch was false. Well, more accurately, the process was correct, but the result was wrong. The Phoenix ancestor was only severely wounded by the ancient sun god, not dying on the spot. She escaped to the southern continent and went into hiding. Yes, if the Phoenix ancestor was truly killed by the ancient sun god, the divine corpse wouldn't likely have been obtained by death and appeared in the underworld, unless it was his arrangements again." Madam Magician expressed agreement. As it continued, "Similarly, the giant King Ormer didn't perish on the spot either, supposedly escaping and managing to pass on his power to his eldest son, the later god of combat, Badhile, before dying. Is there any connection to the Omabella matter?" The two ancient gods who weren't killed on the spot by the ancient sun god seem to be related to Omabella. One's corpse is laying eggs, currently incubating Omabella, while the other is Omabella's husband. Lumian glanced at Madam Magician and after obtaining her consent asked, "Mr. Azek, what is the relationship between the Phoenix ancestor and the goddess of harvest Omabella?" Azek shook his head. "I was born in the fourth epoch. All I know about the history of the second epoch is what my father occasionally mentioned." Saying this, he smiled at Lumian and said, "Speaking of which, I should give you some reward." As he gently raised his right hand, a large number of white bones gushed out from the ground, forming a giant skeleton. The skeleton respectfully handed a shiny lone gold pound to Mr. Azek. Azek took the gold coin and presented it to Lumian. "Is this acceptable as a reward?" "Thank you," Lumian said sincerely, accepting the lucky coin that bore Mr. Fool's aura.